Hereditary regression disease. There have been only 3 cases globally. Given your current physical condition, you may have at most 2 years left. However, with your cooperation and treatment, you might extend your life by another 3 years. Thank you, but I must decline. Rejecting the doctor's goodwill, Qin Chuan slowly exited the hospital. Hereditary regression disease, a condition stemming from genetic degeneration, is indeed a terminal illness. At the tender age of 20, having lost his parents was already a tragic fate, but to learn he was afflicted with a terminal illness was beyond his worst fears. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the hospital, a colossal vortex of space and time suddenly materialized in the previously clear sky. What is that? Qin Chuan gazed upwards, his face a canvas of astonishment. Simultaneously, nearly everyone on the street halted to look up. Congratulations! Blue Star has been chosen by the celestial beast god. In 1 minute, a universal teleportation to the Endless Sea will commence. Everyone can obtain a personalized beast island on the Endless Sea, with random beast companions to combat alien creatures, plunder beast companions, and evolve. The random beast companions will only encompass existing life forms on Blue Star. As long as you are powerful enough, you shall gain immortal life and divine strength. To cultivate beast companions, resist alien beasts, and possibly obtain immortal life and divine power? Does this mean I won't have to die? Qin Chuan's expression transformed into one of exhilaration upon hearing the ethereal proclamation. After all, who would worry about a terminal illness if one could ascend to divinity? Not only Qin Chuan was astonished, the entire populace of Blue Star erupted in fervor. Universal traversal to the Endless Sea? We have been chosen by the deities. Wonderful. This way, I won't have to repay the millions I owe. Ha ha! How infuriating. Had I known, I would have taken out a loan too. Don't celebrate too soon. Did you not hear? The random creatures will be life forms from Blue Star. If it turns out to be a cat or dog, we might just find ourselves in dire straits. I hope I get a fierce tiger or lion. Then I shall be invincible. Attention all humans. Only 3 seconds remain until the teleportation to the Endless Sea. 3, 2, 1 teleportation commencing. When Qin Chuan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a lush, primitive jungle, with a gust of briny sea breeze enveloping him. Qin Chuan realized he had indeed been transported to a massive island. Surrounding him were towering trees and majestic mountains, from which echoed terrifying roars. It seems this island is home to more than just myself, Qin Chuan thought, hesitant to wander aimlessly. He understood that in this unknown primordial forest, any creature could potentially claim his life. Congratulations, you have become the Lord of Beast Island. You have one opportunity to randomly select a type of beast companion. Will you proceed with the selection? At that moment, a virtual prompt appeared before Qin Chuan, as if he were donning a pair of 3D glasses. Whether I survive hinges on my fortune. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. He understood that the randomly generated beasts would merely be the existing creatures of Blue Star, consisting primarily of wild animals or domesticated pets. Had he randomly drawn formidable creatures like tigers, lions, or elephants right from the outset, the task would have been considerably simpler. However, should he end up with small animals such as cats, dogs, or rabbits, the challenge would escalate to a nightmarish level. Randomize. Qin Chuan gestured towards the void, activating the random mechanism. Randomization error. Please try again. What's this error? Qin Chuan exclaimed, momentarily bewildered, before attempting the randomization once more. Randomization successful. Congratulations, Beast Island Lord. You have randomly generated the unique beast companion, Dinosaur. As the announcement concluded, Qin Chuan was taken aback. What? A unique creature, a dinosaur? Is this some kind of joke? Isn't it supposed to be an existing species? How did it lead back to the Cretaceous period? Could it be that due to his ancestral disease, he was granted a creature from such ancient times? This could indeed be a blessing in disguise, rendering him virtually invincible. After all, dinosaurs, these prehistoric beings, had dominated Blue Star for an astonishing 160 million years. Through this extensive evolutionary journey, dinosaurs had transformed into the most efficient killing machines, capable of obliterating any creature from any era in mere moments. With such formidable strength from the outset, if he hunted other beasts to level up and evolve, he would be utterly unparalleled. Just as Qin Xuan was consumed by excitement, a sudden burst of golden light erupted before him. In an instant, a colossal dragon nest materialized out of thin air. Beast Island Lord. Qin Xuan Divine Value. 100 Divine Value can be acquired by defeating other beasts with your companion reaching 100 grants a unique divinity. Divinity. None Dragon Nest Level. First tier, the Dragon Nest produces one random dragon egg every 24 hours. The higher the level, the more eggs produced. Dragon Nest Experience. 10 essence are required for an upgrade. Dimensional Warehouse. Initial Gift Pack 1. All items stored in the warehouse will remain in a state of stasis, including beast companions, with no limit. In 5 days, winter will arrive, and the endless sea will be encased in ice. The first invasion of otherworldly beasts is imminent. If the dragon nest is destroyed by these beasts, the Beast Island Lord will lose their island. 5 days is far too short. Qin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency wash over him. Currently, Beast Island was surrounded by ocean, providing a semblance of safety. However, once winter set in, the endless sea would freeze, signifying that the island would no longer be secure. Not only would he face a massive invasion of otherworldly beasts, but he must also guard against the plundering of other Beast Island Lords. His only hope now rested upon the dragon egg before him. Should he hatch a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a southern giant dragon, types of enormous predatory dinosaurs, safeguarding the dragon nest would be effortlessly manageable. Please immediately open the initial gift pack to cultivate your beast companion for the defense against the otherworldly beasts. Open the gift pack. Qin Xuan commanded. Initial gift pack opened. Random Dragon Egg 1. Essence 1. Gold coins 500. As the dragon nest had not yet been established for a full 24 hours on its first day, he could only obtain the first dragon egg from the initial gift pack. Immediately hatch. Qin Xuan commanded. At that moment, the dragon nest suddenly radiated a verdant glow that enveloped the dragon egg. Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the surface of the dragon egg, and shortly after, a small head emerged, already resembling a large dog in size despite its recent birth. Howl, the newborn dragon emitted a series of faint cries, seemingly recognizing Qin Xuan as its mother. One adorable little creature. Qin Xuan was utterly enchanted by the newly hatched dinosaur and promptly crouched down to observe it. Though just born, this little dinosaur possessed remarkably sharp teeth and a sizable head, characteristic of carnivorous dragons. Hatching successful species, Southern Behemoth Dragon. The Behemoth Dragon boasts an immense size and a bite force second only to that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, classifying it as a top predator. Weight, 40 kilograms, maximum 15 tons level, juvenile. One essence consumed can advance it to the young adult stage. Attributes. None attributes can be added by absorbing the cores of other beasts. Primary skill. None skills are randomly assigned based on the beast core. Passive skills. None skills are randomly assigned based on the beast core. I actually received the Southern Behemoth Dragon. My luck is extraordinary. This makes me invincible. After all, while others randomly acquired existing creatures, he had obtained an ancient being, starting at the pinnacle. Howl at that moment. The Behemoth Dragon suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of howls, seemingly begging for food. It was then that Qin Xuan remembered the essence he had just received, which appeared to be applicable. There's only one essence, how can I continue to obtain more? Qin Xuan inquired. Defeating exotic beasts can yield essences and gold coins, with a very low probability of dropping exotic beast cores. I see. Qin Xuan nodded slightly. Use the essence. Immediately, one essence from the dimensional repository floated forth and merged into the Behemoth Dragon's body. Chapter 2. The Armored Giant Crocodile Species. Southern Behemoth Dragon. Weight, 8 tons level. Youth phase requires 10 essence to evolve into adulthood. Attributes. None main skills. None passive skills. None in an instant. The Southern Behemoth Dragon, initially weighing a mere 40 kilograms, evolved dramatically to an imposing 8 tons. Its body, adorned with robust brown-black muscular patterns, exuded immense strength, while its head resembled a small carriage. The 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs, akin to military blades, promised that a single bite could spell doom even for other formidable beasts. Truly, it was a creature of ancient might, undeniably majestic. Qin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. filling him with an overwhelming sense of security. Compared to the ordinary beast randomly acquired by others, his initial advantage was already far superior. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for taking the first step. You may now lead your beasts to conquer Beast Island, gather resources, and continue to evolve and develop, fortifying yourself as much as possible before the onset of winter. As the notification echoed, Qin Chuan realized that within this vast Beast Island lay scattered exotic beasts. To ensure ongoing development, he needed to swiftly eliminate these other creatures and acquire essence. After all, both the upgrade of the Behemoth Dragon and the Dragon's Nest required substantial amounts of essence. However, a pressing question arose in Qin Chuan's mind, prompting him to inquire, how many levels are there for beast pets? There are a total of 9 levels: Juvenile Phase, Youth Phase, Complete Form, Beast King level, Beast Emperor level, Dominator level, Divine level, Super Divine level, and Immortal level. Such a plethora of levels? It seemed that an immense quantity of essence would be required. I have but 5 days remaining. Who knows how formidable the wave of beasts will be after 5 days? At this moment, Qin Chuan could only regard his initial combat power as rudimentary. He had yet to forge a significant force and dared not slacken his efforts for even a moment. Suddenly, from the depths of the dense jungle, a series of terrifying wails echoed, suggesting that other exotic beasts were growling ominously. Roar! In that instant, the behemoth dragon beside Qin Chuan seemed to sense the provocation, raising its head to unleash a powerful dragon's roar. This resounding cry effectively quelled the growls of the other beasts. Let us proceed and assess the prowess of the youth phase behemoth dragon. Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with fervor as he promptly led the behemoth dragon towards the source of the roar. The forest, once thick with trees and underbrush, was now left in disarray as the 8-ton behemoth dragon trampled through, toppling trees and creating deep craters in the ground. This sight caused Qin Chuan, following closely behind, to gasp in awe. Indeed, size was a truth unto itself. After a brief trek of several minutes, Qin Chuan halted abruptly, discovering that they had arrived at a wetland. Surrounding the marsh were 7 or 8 enormous crocodiles lounging on the banks. These crocodiles were at least 3 times larger than the American alligator. Qin Chuan was taken aback, astonished that the first exotic beast he encountered was so terrifying. Exotic beast, armored crocodile, weight, 4 tons level, youth stage, attribute, none skill. Death roll description. The armored crocodile possesses exceptionally high defense, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt. Its hide can be fashioned into armor, enhancing the defensive capabilities of beast companions, albeit at the cost of agility. Before Qin Chuan, the information regarding the armored crocodile materialized. Weighing 4 tons, it is indeed more terrifying than any crocodile found on Blue Star, yet it pales in comparison to the 8-ton beast dragon, rendering it less fearsome. Attack! Qin Chuan promptly issued the command. The beast dragon surged forth in an instant, reaching nearly 40 kilometers per hour, swiftly arriving before the armored crocodile. Before the crocodile could react, it was met with the gaping maw of the beast dragon, which boasted a formidable bite, force nearing 12 tons. Crack! In the next moment, a sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as the beast dragon's terrifying bite severed the neck of the armored crocodile with ease. The other crocodiles, sensing the imminent threat, quickly turned their heads and lunged towards the beast dragon. Bang! With a dull thud, the beast dragon swung its tail, toppling 2 ambushing crocodiles, and unleashed a flurry of savage bites. In mere moments, it dispatched 3 crocodiles. Observing the dire situation, the remaining crocodiles hastily submerged into the wetland waters to conceal themselves. Retreat! Qin Chuan commanded the beast dragon to halt, recognizing that the crocodiles in water still posed a significant threat. After all, the beast dragon was merely in its youth stage and had yet to reach adulthood. 3 crocodiles killed, divine value, 3, essence, 3, gold reward, 300, crocodile hides, 3. As the notification chimed, Qin Chuan felt a subtle change within his body. The weakness brought on by illness seemed to dissipate somewhat. Is this the divine value? It appears to genuinely bolster one's health. Clenching his fist, Qin Chuan realized that if he could slay enough exotic beasts, he might liberate himself from the torment of his ailments. His gaze then shifted to the crocodile hides, contemplating whether they could enhance the defense of the beast dragon. However, according to the description, while the crocodile hides would indeed augment defense, they would also diminish agility, an unacceptable trade-off for Qin Chuan. Given the beast dragon's massive size, its agility was already limited. Further reduction would strip it of its advantages. Thus, the crocodile hides were more suited for mid-sized beast companions rather than a colossal creature like the beast dragon. Since the hides were of no use to him, could they be sold? Qin Chuan inquired. Can be sold at the World Exchange. Would you like to access the exchange? Open, replied Qin Chuan. With a flash of blue light, a marketplace system materialized before him, accompanied by a chat box at the bottom, seemingly intended for communication among other Beast Island masters. However, sending a message in the chat box required a payment of 10 gold coins. Upon glancing at the chat box, Qin Chuan discovered a multitude of players venting their frustrations. Gentlemen, this Beast Island is exceedingly difficult to navigate. How on earth is there a 4-ton crocodile? My beast companion was just dragged into the water by that monstrous creature. This spells disaster. How reckless of you. Do you really think you can provoke a crocodile? I advise everyone to avoid the wetlands. Is that crocodile truly a novice tier beast? Why is it so terrifying? Even if we avoid it, we have no choice. Without crocodile skin, we cannot craft defensive gear. The beast tied in 5 days will be far more catastrophic. Is there anyone who has managed to slay the crocodile at the start? I am willing to pay 300 gold coins for a piece of crocodile skin. I am in dire need of defensive equipment. What nonsense. It is only the first day. How could anyone possibly defeat a crocodile? Indeed, even if someone did manage to kill one, they would undoubtedly keep the skin for themselves. Who would sell it? At that moment, Qin Chuan, observing the chat's content, couldn't help but smile slyly. It appeared he was the first in the endless sea to have vanquished a crocodile, and not just one, but 3. Since someone was offering 300 gold coins for crocodile skin, he might as well sell it to accumulate some initial capital. Without delay, Qin Chuan responded in the chat. To the gentleman above, I possess crocodile skin, but I require 400 gold coins. Interested? The moment he sent that message, the chat box fell into a brief silence before erupting with excitement. Wait, is someone genuinely selling crocodile skin? Is this a joke? It's only the first day. How did you manage to defeat a crocodile? That beast weighs 4 tons. This fellow must have randomly encountered an elephant or a rhinoceros. Such large predators could potentially take down a crocodile. Nonsense. I am an elephant by chance, and despite my efforts, I could only severely injure the crocodile. I could not defeat it. At this moment, every participant in the chat was awash with astonishment, yet skepticism soon surfaced. I believe this fellow is merely toying with us. Do not trust him. Exactly. If it were true, why not display the crocodile skin directly instead of asking such trivial questions? With a slight smile, Qin Chuan disregarded their doubts and promptly listed a piece of crocodile skin for 400 gold coins on the marketplace page. This marked the inaugural listing of goods in the entire marketplace system. Congratulations to the master of Beast Island, successfully sold 1 piece of crocodile skin for 400 gold coins. Total gold, 1190. Did the marketplace just flash? There truly is a piece of crocodile skin. Qin Chuan, you are indeed a remarkable player. Defeating a crocodile on the very first day is astonishing. Who is so quick with their fingers? I was supposed to buy that. Haha, I can't believe I randomly clicked and actually purchased it. Thank you, Qin Chuan. I can finally craft some equipment. As Qin Chuan observed the fervor within the chat box, he could hardly contain his delight. It seemed that the early players on Beast Island were all remarkably weak, presenting him with a splendid opportunity to amass wealth. As long as they have yet to fully develop, the price of the materials will be dictated by him. Given that 400 gold coins have already been snapped up, there is no harm in bidding 450. After all, rarity adds value. In truth, Qin Chuan contemplated offering 1,000 gold coins, but unfortunately, these lords of Beast Island initially possessed only 500 gold coins. Subsequently, Qin Chuan listed the remaining 2 giant crocodile skins at 450 each in the marketplace. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord, successfully sold 2 giant crocodile skins. Gold coins earned, 900, total gold coins, 2090. Remarkably, 3 giant crocodile skins were sold. Oh, mighty one, how did you manage to slay the giant crocodile? Oh, great one, could you enlighten me about the beast companion you randomly acquired? How could it be so powerful? Great one, may I propose an alliance? I wish to cling to your coattails. Great one, could you take me under your wing as well? I too wish to form an alliance. If my Beast Island is destroyed, I could seek refuge in your strength. Gazing at the chat box, Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. An alliance? That was not on his agenda. After all, at his current level, as long as he focuses on his own development, he would emerge as the strongest. Just then, he noticed an overwhelming influx of alliance requests in his chat box, over 1 billion, to be precise, without exception. These requests came from the lords of Beast Island across various regions of the Endless Sea, many of whom claimed to be beautiful women. It was a veritable boon for the old lecher. Yet, Qin Chuan was entirely uninterested in such flattery. In Blue Star, possessing 1 billion fans would undoubtedly elevate him to stardom. Alas, this was the Endless Sea, where feeble allies would only serve to hinder his progress. Resolutely, Qin Chuan disabled the friend request feature, preventing others from adding him. It was time to continue the hunt. He aimed to elevate the giant beast dragon to adulthood before nightfall. With renewed determination, he set his first minor goal. Since the giant crocodiles had been intimidated by the giant beast dragon previously, they were now huddled in the wetlands and refrained from coming ashore. However, Qin Chuan devised a strategy. He commanded the giant beast dragon to ambush in the jungle, ready to strike whenever a giant crocodile ventured out to bask in the sun. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Under the relentless surprise assaults by the giant beast dragon, the intellectually challenged giant crocodiles faced a one-sided slaughter. Slain 8 giant crocodiles, divine value, 8. Essence, 8. Gold coins reward, 800, total gold coins, 2890, giant crocodile skins, 8, as Qin Chuan's divine value increased once more. Subtle changes manifested in his physique. His stamina enhanced, and his senses became sharper than ever before. Most notably, although his skin appeared unchanged, it had gained greater elasticity. While these improvements were not overwhelmingly significant, they accumulated over time, and eventually, he would achieve a divine body. Subsequently, Qin Chuan examined the materials in his warehouse and found he had accumulated 11 essences, sufficient to elevate the giant beast dragon. However, it was somewhat disappointing that after slaying 11 giant crocodiles, he had yet to acquire a single beast core. It seems that in order to acquire additional attributes, one must continue to hunt relentlessly. However, it is also possible to make some advancements now, as the adult behemoth dragon should possess even greater strength. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan promptly offered 10 essence to the behemoth dragon. As for the dragon's lair, Qin Chuan was in no rush. After all, the behemoth dragon was already formidable enough, and he was not concerned about lacking essence. Essence, 10. Total essence, 1. Species, southern behemoth dragon weight, 15 tons level, adult, requires 100 essence to evolve to beast king level. Attributes, none primary skills, none passive skills, none as the behemoth dragon matured into its adult form. It opened Qin Chuan's eyes to its awe-inspiring presence. The current behemoth dragon was a colossal creature, its size having increased significantly, nearly doubling from its previous form. With a weight of 15 tons, a height of nearly 6 meters, and a length of 15 meters, it rivaled even the Tyrannosaurus rex. Its sharp teeth measured a formidable 14 centimeters, resembling a series of deadly daggers. I must be the first Beast Island lord in the Endless Sea to raise a beast pet to adulthood. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, relishing the exhilarating sensation of being ahead of the competition. Subsequently, he cast 8 giant crocodile skins into the marketplace. As expected, they were swiftly snatched up within mere moments. Congratulations, Beast Island Lord, successfully sold 8 giant crocodile skins, gold, 3,600, total gold, 6,490. Observing his steadily increasing wealth, Qin Chuan felt a sense of reassurance. Although there were currently no materials available for purchase in the marketplace, this was merely a temporary situation. Once the other Beast Island lords overcame their novice phase, they would begin to list the materials they acquired for sale, including rare items such as beast cores. At that time, the substantial amount of gold in Qin Chuan's possession would find its purpose, whether for personal use or to purchase and resell at a profit to monopolize the market. Both strategies were highly advantageous. However, the prerequisite was that he must gather as much capital as possible while everyone else was still in their novice stages. 3 hours remain until sunset. At night, deep-sea dragon lizards will come ashore to forage. Please avoid them, Beast Island Lord. Warning, the deep-sea dragon lizard is a fully evolved beast and has a high probability of possessing water attribute beast cores. The sudden alert startled Qin Chuan from his contemplation. A high probability of water attribute cores? Chapter 4, Deep-Sea Dragon Lizard. So far, despite having slain numerous giant crocodiles, he had yet to encounter what a beast core looked like. If he could defeat the deep-sea dragon lizard, it might lead to a significant enhancement. He then sought a dry area to create a fire, skillfully manipulating the behemoth dragon to tear a piece of flesh from the skinned giant crocodile. As he savored the roasted meat, he quietly awaited the arrival of nightfall. The colossal beast dragon lay before Qin Chuan like a faithful guardian, peacefully slumbering without any command. 3 hours swiftly passed, and the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qin Chuan, too, succumbed to drowsiness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from an unknown source, jolting the slumbering Qin Chuan awake. The beast dragon, though appearing deeply asleep, had already keenly turned its gaze toward the distance, as if sensing the emergence of the deep-sea dragon lizard. Qin Chuan swiftly rose to his feet. In the distance, trees were falling incessantly, accompanied by haunting cries that suggested a fierce battle was underway. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan and the beast dragon moved towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, illuminated by the moonlight, Qin Chuan beheld a gigantic creature mercilessly hunting armored giant crocodiles. This dragon lizard, adorned with sharp fangs and claws and a long tail, resembled a wingless western dragon. Any giant crocodile that fell victim to the dragon lizard stood no chance of retaliation. The dragon lizard even exhibited a degree of intelligence, expertly flipping the crocodiles onto their backs to slice open their most vulnerable underbelly with claws as sharp as steel. What followed was a ravenous feast on the nutrient-rich entrails. It appeared to be a formidable challenge. This was evidently an agile opponent. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of concern as he quickly analyzed the deep-sea dragon lizard. Exotic beast, deep-sea dragon lizard. Weight, 7 tons. Level, adult. Attribute, water. Skill, high-pressure water stream. Description: the deep-sea dragon lizard possesses remarkable agility but has lower defense and slightly weaker attack power. Consuming the heart of a dragon lizard significantly enhances a beast companion's agility. As the information about the deep-sea dragon lizard appeared, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. It was indeed an agile exotic beast, reinforced by its attributes. He pondered whether his colossal beast dragon could prevail. Continuing his observation, he noted that after devouring several giant crocodiles, the dragon lizard began to crawl alongside the wetland, preparing for its next hunt. Qin Chuan promptly commanded the beast dragon to enter hunting mode. Its legs stealthily raised and lowered as it circled behind the dragon lizard. At that moment, the dragon lizard remained utterly focused on the wetland, unaware of the enormous creature silently approaching from behind. Suddenly, a giant crocodile slowly emerged from the wetland, seemingly gasping for air. In the next instant, the dragon lizard, fixated on the wetland, lunged forward with astonishing speed, empowered by the exotic beast core, reaching the crocodile's side in an instant. With a fierce bite, the dragon lizard clamped onto the crocodile, which immediately began to thrash its massive body in a desperate struggle. After all, the crocodile weighed 4 tons and would not go down without a fight, sending water splashing everywhere. Though the dragon lizard was sufficiently agile, its biting force seemed somewhat inadequate, failing to penetrate the crocodile's thick armor. A prime opportunity presented itself. Attack. At the precise moment when the dragon lizard and the giant crocodile were locked in a fierce struggle, Qin Chuan commanded the colossal dragon to launch a sudden assault. Bang! 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 Roar! The colossal dragon surged forward with powerful legs towards the dragon lizard. Hiss! Sensing the tremendous noise behind it, the dragon lizard immediately released its grip on the giant crocodile and emitted a threatening hiss towards the colossal dragon. Bam! In the next instant, the two gigantic beasts collided, sending ripples across the water's surface. With its 15-ton weight, the colossal dragon exerted absolute dominance, opening its enormous maw to sink its teeth into the dragon lizard's neck. This is promising. Qin Chuan's heart soared with joy. A single bite would surely spell doom. However, the dragon lizard exhibited remarkable agility, narrowly evading the lethal bite with a swift turn of its head. It then abruptly opened its gaping mouth, channeling energy. Buzz! In the next moment, blue patterns flickered across the dragon lizard's skin, seemingly condensing a formidable power. Buzz! Boom! Instantly, the dragon lizard unleashed a high-pressure stream of water from its mouth, sending the colossal dragon flying. Boom! The immense body of the colossal dragon crashed heavily onto the wetland, creating a splash that radiated outward. Fortunately, the dragon's tough hide spared it from severe injury. Hiss! With its successful strike, the dragon lizard let out a triumphant hiss, asserting its supremacy. Roar! The colossal dragon quickly regained its footing, responding with an ear-splitting roar of fury. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, enhanced by the water attribute core, it had managed to propel the 15-ton beast away. This extraordinary core must be obtained. Qin Chuan's eyes burned with intensity. He immediately directed the colossal dragon to launch another attack. Bang! Bang! Once more, the colossal dragon charged forward, nearly reaching its utmost speed. The dragon lizard, relying on its agile body, deftly evaded while simultaneously slashing at the colossal dragon's side with its claws. Slicing. 3 deep gashes instantly appeared, though they did not reach the bone, further inciting the fury of the colossal dragon, which retaliated by swinging its massive tail. Bam! The tail struck the dragon lizard's head with tremendous force, leaving it dazed. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon lizard was momentarily disoriented, the colossal dragon opened its gaping maw and viciously bit down on the dragon lizard's forelimb. Slicing. In an instant, the dragon lizard's entire forelimb was savagely torn away by the colossal dragon, blood gushing forth and nearly staining the wetland crimson. Hiss. In pain, the dragon lizard regained some clarity, opening its maw to gather energy once more. Yet, the colossal dragon would not allow it this chance. It lunged forward in an instant. Crack. Accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking bones, the dragon lizard's neck was almost instantly twisted, and its massive body convulsed a few times before falling lifeless. Slaying the deep-sea dragon lizard. Divine value 3, essence 3, reward 500 gold coins. Total gold 6,990. Dragon lizard heart 1. Water attribute beast core 1. Once the dragon lizard was vanquished, all the materials it dropped were absorbed into Qin Chuan's dimensional space. With the influx of divine value, Qin Chuan felt a lightness enveloping his body. It seemed that no matter how much divine value one accumulated, each increment was like a rebirth, instilling a sense of exhilaration. Naturally, Qin Chuan did not forget the valiant contributor of this battle. Well done. This heart shall be your reward. As Qin Chuan gently raised his hand, the nearly 30-kilogram dragon lizard heart was swiftly produced. No wonder the dragon lizard exhibited such agility. With a heart so robust, its explosive speed was indeed remarkable. The colossal beast, the dragon, opened its cavernous maw and swiftly consumed the heart. What followed was a wondrous sight. The already formidable hind legs of the beast grew even more muscular, the sinewy lines appearing as if sculpted by chisel and axe. Moreover, the internal heart expanded significantly. This enhancement considerably boosted the agility of the colossal dragon. Chapter 5. A Night of Transformation. The colossal dragon was a well-rounded entity in terms of defense, offense, and agility, akin to a hexagonal warrior. Yet, having ingested the heart of the deep-sea dragon, lizard undoubtedly provided it with an added advantage, significantly reducing the risk of injury when battling highly agile creatures. As for the water attribute beast core, Qin Chuan had no intention of retaining it. At this initial stage, it was paramount to prioritize resources for the strongest combatants, thereby maximizing resource acquisition. Fuse with the water attribute beast core, Qin Chuan commanded. As the translucent blue core gradually materialized, it seamlessly integrated into the colossal dragon's form. In an instant, the patterns beneath the dragon's skin shimmered with a blue radiance. Water attribute beast core 1. Randomly generate water attribute skill. Species. Southern colossal dragon weight. 15 tons level, adult, attribute. Water primary skill. Riptide breath, can evolve into raging tides at beast king level. Passive skill. Aquatic affinity, enhanced speed and self-healing in water, with the absorption of the beast core. The colossal dragon's power surged once again. Armed with the water attribute core, it was now poised to hunt the armored giant crocodile in the depths of the water. A smile crossed Qin Chuan's face. Until now, the colossal dragon had only dared to hunt armored giant crocodiles along the shore, refraining from venturing into the depths of the wetlands. However, it was likely that in just a few hours, all the crocodiles in this marsh would be eradicated. Such a bounty of materials awaited. Colossal dragon, go forth, Qin Chuan commanded, raising his hand. The colossal dragon dashed into the depths of the wetlands, its blue patterns charging rapidly. Boom! The colossal beast dragon opened its gaping maw, rapidly compressing the surrounding water elements into a blue torrent that surged towards the surface with a tremendous crash. A cacophony of splashing erupted as a dozen hidden giant crocodiles were violently expelled from the depths, empowered by the core of water attributes. The beast dragon moved through the wetlands like a dragon in the ocean, unleashing indiscriminate havoc. This spectacle left Qin Chuan, standing on the shore, utterly exhilarated. The speed of annihilation resembled mowing grass, a sheer one-sided massacre. Slain, 27 giant crocodiles, divine value, 27, essence, 27, reward, 2,700 gold coins. Total gold, 9,690, 27 giant crocodile skins. In just 1 hour, the entire wetland bore no trace of life. Qin Chuan felt a profound transformation within his being. His senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could almost perceive the subtle frequency of a mosquito's wings flapping several meters away. His body brimmed with vibrant vitality, a boon bestowed by the increase in divine value. Upon checking his divine value, Qin Chuan noted, divine value, 41100. It seemed he had taken a significant step closer to attaining divinity. Qin Chuan was quite eager to discover what kind of divine rank awaited him. Subsequently, he tossed all 27 crocodile skins into the marketplace and returned to the dragon's lair to rest. However, before resting, Qin Chuan intended to upgrade the lair's level. Given that he had already accumulated 31 essences, while upgrading required only 10. Upgrade the lair, Qin Chuan declared. Essence, 10. Total essence, 21. Lair level, second tier. The lair produces 2 random dragon eggs daily. Lair experience, 0-100 to his surprise. The next upgrade required a staggering 100 essences, revealing the arduous nature of his tasks. Yet, this challenge fueled his determination. If he could grow swiftly within the limited time available, he would be able to forge a formidable army of dragons before the impending winter in 5 days. Only through sheer numbers could he attain a sense of security. Since Qin Chuan had yet to construct a shelter, he could only use the ground as his bed. Resting beside the colossal beast dragon. Adequate rest was essential to muster the energy for the new day ahead. He eagerly anticipated the dragon eggs that would emerge the following day. As the moon waned and the sun rose, ushering in a new day on Beast Island, Qin Chuan awakened early to discover 2 dragon eggs nestled within the lair. These eggs were peculiar. One appeared slightly larger than an ostrich egg, while the other seemed larger than Qin Chuan himself, leaving him curious about the creature that would hatch from it. However, he did not rush to incubate them. Instead, he first checked his account to confirm the sale of the crocodile skins from the previous day. Congratulations, Lord of Beast Island. Successfully sold 2 giant crocodile skins for 900 gold coins. Total gold, 10,590. Something feels amiss. Previously, my sale of crocodile skins was instantaneous, yet on this night, I have only managed to sell 2. Qin Chuan gazed at the gold coins that had been credited to his account, his expression one of utter astonishment. Logically, as one of the few who could vanquish the armored giant crocodile, the skins should be relatively rare. With a furrowed brow filled with confusion, Qin Chuan opened the trading page. However, upon doing so, he was taken aback. The trading page displayed dozens of pages of crocodile skins for sale, all priced at a mere 50 gold coins, causing his 20 or so skins to be buried at the very end. This sudden turn of events left Qin Chuan utterly bewildered. This is utterly illogical. As the sole Beast Island Lord capable of randomly summoning dinosaurs, he ought to be the most formidable. Could there be others who have summoned even more powerful beasts? Yet, in the history of Blue Star, dinosaurs are the mightiest creatures. With a perplexed expression, Qin Chuan turned to the chat box. 50 gold coins for a crocodile skin is incredibly reasonable. My beast companion finally has some defensive gear. I owe my gratitude to the Guardians Alliance, for they have aided the weaker players and kept the price of crocodile skins in check. If only I had known this yesterday, I would not have purchased that crocodile skin from the big shot for 450 gold coins, enough to buy 9. Crocodile skins, as initial materials, are not expensive. It was that individual named Qin Chuan who maliciously inflated the price. I loathe him. I wonder if I can return the skin to that big shot and reclaim my hard-earned money. I want a refund too. At this moment, as Qin Chuan read the messages in the chat box, he felt overwhelmed. How could everything have changed overnight? Where did this Guardians Alliance emerge from? Soon, he noticed a flurry of messages from individuals with the prefix Guardian. This was reminiscent of a guild in a game, where the Beast Island Lords who joined formed a united front. Moreover, there were not only the Guardians Alliance, but also the Pioneers Alliance, the Star River Alliance, the Endless Sea Alliance, and a plethora of other fanciful names. It is astonishing how one can awaken to such profound changes, feeling as though time has slipped by unnoticed. Could it be that while I slept, billions of Beast Island Lords banded together? No wonder the price of crocodile skins has plummeted. They must have established a guild to share their experiences in defeating crocodiles and collaborated to suppress the trading prices. At this moment, Qin Chuan fully comprehended the situation. With this development, there is no way his 20 crocodile skins would sell now. Can he endure this? Chapter 6. The Dual-Chambered Dragon. Initially, Qin Chuan had intended to amass a fortune through the sale of crocodile skins to accumulate initial capital, but it now seemed that this dream had evaporated. At that moment, the chat box continued to flood with messages, and one particular girl, Known as the leader of the Guardians Alliance, Yi Qingwan caught Qin Chuan's attention. Yi Qingwan, so far. The leather from the giant crocodile no longer meets our needs. I am preparing to conquer the crystal giant scorpion, and there will be new materials available for sale at preferential prices. How wonderful! The crystal giant scorpion is indeed more formidable than the armored giant crocodile. Only the most elite are qualified to hunt it. The Guardians Alliance is truly commendable. May I join? Yi Qingwan, certainly, but upon joining, you must share your resources and contribute to the alliance. Sharing resources is not an issue. Please do let me in. Count me in. Qin Chuan sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin as he gazed at the chat box, seemingly understanding the situation. Yi Qingwan is the leader of the Guardians Alliance, the one who founded it and continuously recruits new members. It appears she is quite open to accepting members. With only 4 days until the arrival of winter, the endless sea will soon transform into a vast expanse of ice and snow. The island lords who have formed alliances are indeed the most formidable. They are numerous and possess many beasts. Once some powerful island lords survive the beast tide, their strength will undoubtedly surge. Who knows if they will sweep across the endless sea when they grow powerful? In truth, Qin Chuan did not wish to shy away from joining a group. However, the requirement to share resources was something he could not accept. After all, as the sole dinosaur beast pet in the endless sea, his advantages are self-evident, and he would undoubtedly obtain more rare resources in the future. If he were to share, would he not be reduced to servitude? Yet, this posed a significant dilemma. Individuals like him, who have always been somewhat of a lone wolf, would likely become prime targets. Trouble was brewing. Not only must he contend with the beast tide, but he also had to be wary of these allied island lords. A sense of urgency washed over Qin Chuan. It was at that moment that he noticed several hundred alliance invitations had popped up in his information box, seemingly from various other alliances eager to draw him in. After all, as the one who defeated the armored giant crocodile on the first day, many alliances were vying for his allegiance. He casually scrolled through and saw that Yi Qingwan had sent him an invitation as well. Yi Qingwan. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Yi Qingwan, the leader of the Guardians Alliance. My beast pet is a polar bear. You defeated the armored giant crocodile on your first day, showcasing impressive strength. Would you be willing to join my alliance? I can offer you the position of vice leader, allowing us to explore the endless sea together. Upon reading this invitation, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. She was offering him the position of vice leader directly? The temptation was considerable, as the Guardians Alliance is currently the most prominent alliance in the endless sea. Joining and becoming vice leader would certainly place him in a position of significant influence. However, Qin Chuan resolutely clicked to decline. There were 2 reasons for his decision. Once he joined the alliance, his unique dinosaur beast pet would inevitably be discovered, and they would surely band together to seize it. Given his current strength, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an assault. Furthermore, the sharing of resources is utterly unacceptable. Therefore, I must decline Yi Qingwan's invitation. Meanwhile, on an island somewhere in the boundless sea, a young woman in her early 20s is leading 2 polar bears in an exploration of Beast Island. This woman possesses an enchanting beauty, with fair skin and captivating features, accentuated by her well-endowed figure that fills her shirt, presenting an alluring silhouette. She is truly a vision of exquisite charm. At this moment, she gazes at the notification of Qin Chuan's rejection with evident astonishment. How could he refuse me? This woman is none other than Yi Qingwan, the one who extended the invitation to Qin Chuan. She believes her strength and intellect are commendable. After all, on the very first day, she devised a method to eliminate the armored giant crocodile and generously shared it with the other lords of Beast Island. Additionally, she has formed a substantial Guardians Alliance. Logically, having personally invited Qin Chuan and offered him the position of vice leader, he should have no reason to decline. Yet, Qin Chuan unequivocally rejected her, embodying an aloof demeanor. Very well, if he chooses to refuse, my Guardians Alliance does not hinge on the presence of a single powerful individual. When winter descends, such prideful characters will undoubtedly be among the first to perish. Yi Qingwan, however, does not dwell on Qin Chuan's refusal. In her view, once winter arrives, the lords of Beast Island must support one another to survive. Solitary endeavors are destined for elimination. After declining Yi Qingwan, Qin Chuan begins to prepare for the hatching of his 2 dragon eggs. Time is of the essence. He must grow stronger rapidly within the remaining 4 days. Rising slowly from the ground, he gazes at the 2 dragon eggs beside him and commands, "Commence hatching immediately." With the order given, crack. One of the eggs, quietly nestled in the dragon nest, immediately develops a fissure. With a faint cry, a small head emerges from the egg. Hatching successful species, Wind God Pterosaur. The wind god pterosaur is the largest flying dinosaur, with a maximum wingspan of 15 meters. An undeniable ruler of the skies. Weight, 20 kilograms, maximum 500 kilograms. Level, juvenile. Attributes, none. Main skills, none. Passive skills, none. It is indeed a wind god pterosaur. Qin Chuan gazes at the little creature before him, his face filled with astonishment. As the largest flying creature ever to exist on Blue Star, having one to soar through the skies would be a remarkable advantage. After all, who knows if there are any flying beasts among these creatures? If there is a wind god pterosaur, he would command aerial supremacy. Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased with this random outcome. What about the second egg? Qin Chuan turns his attention to the giant egg, nearly as tall as a person, with growing anticipation. After all, such a large egg cannot possibly belong to an ordinary dinosaur. Crack. Just as Qin Chuan ponders, the giant egg develops a fissure. Soon, a colossal creature resembling a thunder lizard gradually emerged. Hatching successful. Species, fragile double-cavity dragon, the largest creature discovered on Blue Star to date. Although its movements are exceedingly slow, it possesses the destructive power to annihilate everything. Weight, 1 ton, maximum 220 tons. Level, juvenile, requires 100 essences to evolve to the adolescent stage. Attributes, none. Main skills, none. Passive skills, none. Goodness, a maximum weight of 220 tons. My giant beast dragon weighs only 15 tons, truly a monster. Qin Chuan was once again astounded. With a weight of 220 tons, a single swing of its tail could likely obliterate a small hill. If endowed with formidable attributes, it would be simply invincible on the battlefield. Wait, it requires 100 essences to evolve to the adolescent stage? Qin Chuan finally noted the level-up requirement, clearly astonished. It is worth noting that his giant beast dragon only needed 100 essences to reach the Beast King level. After a brief moment of shock, Qin Chuan understood that the greater the essence required, the more terrifying the combat power of the double-cavity dragon would become. Chapter 7. Monumental Advancement. Such a massive creature, if utilized for home defense, would be an impenetrable fortress. There would be no worry about the dragon's lair being destroyed. However, currently, Qin Chuan did not possess sufficient essences for the upgrade, so he could only temporarily store the double-cavity dragon in the dimensional warehouse. When he had accumulated enough materials, he would retrieve it for enhancement. With a slow gesture, Qin Chuan summoned the 1-ton juvenile double-cavity dragon into the dimensional warehouse. Elevate the wind god pterosaur to the adult stage. Qin Chuan decisively upgraded the pterosaur. Essences, 11. Total essences, 10. Species, wind god pterosaur. Weight, 500 kilograms. Level, adult, requires 50 essences to evolve to the Beast King level. As the upgrade concluded, the originally frail juvenile wind god pterosaur instantly reached adulthood. The adult wind god pterosaur not only boasted extraordinarily broad wings but also a beak as sharp as a spear. If it were to dive from a great height, its pointed beak would be capable of piercing anything. This made Qin Chuan eager to test the speed of the wind god pterosaur. Subsequently, Qin Chuan mounted the back of the wind god pterosaur, ready to survey Beast Island. With a powerful flap of its wings, the wind god pterosaur soared into the sky. Within mere minutes, it had ascended to an altitude of 2,000 meters, providing a panoramic view of the entire Beast Island. According to Qin Chuan's estimations, this single Beast Island covered nearly 50,000 square kilometers. 50,000 square kilometers, what a concept. Nearly the size of a small country. And there were 80 billion such Beast Islands. Not to mention the vast maritime expanse. Truly, the endless sea is boundless. Qin Chuan marveled. At that moment, Qin Chuan noticed a chaotic rocky area ahead of the wetland, where several enormous scorpions shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. This must be another type of extraordinary beast, he thought, and immediately began his analysis. Extraordinary beast, crystal giant scorpion. Weight, 5 tons. Level, adult. Attribute, mutated earth skill, deflection crystal shield. Description, the crystal giant scorpion can defend against damage using the crystals on its body, which possess adhesive properties. The more crystals present, the stronger the defense. Additionally, the crystals are an exceedingly rare construction material, capable of crafting shelters. Upon reading the description, Qin Chuan stroked his chin, realizing that the crystal giant scorpion was indeed a treasure trove in itself. With these crystals, he could construct a crystal base to protect the dragon's lair, ensuring that when he led the giant beast dragon against the tide of beasts, he would not have to worry about his home being invaded. Having made up his mind, Qin Chuan swiftly returned to the dragon's lair, summoned the giant beast dragon into the dimensional space, and once again soared towards the rocky area mounted on the wind god pterosaur. Upon reaching the rocky area, Qin Chuan released the giant beast dragon. At that moment, the dozen or so giant scorpions in the rocky area sensed their territory being intruded upon. Raising their massive pincers and tail stingers, the crystals on their bodies clashing and producing a cacophony of sounds. They appeared formidable, so it was time to test their strength. Flowing breath, Qin Chuan commanded the giant beast dragon to unleash its skill. As the blue patterns on the dragon's body charged with energy, it opened its gaping maw. With a hum, an intensely compressed blue water column shot towards the crystal giant scorpion. Sensing the imminent danger, the crystal giant scorpion immediately curled up defensively in place. Boom. The water surged against the scorpion's surface, instantly being dissipated by the crystals, scattering in all directions, seemingly causing no harm whatsoever. Indeed, it is quite resilient, Qin Chuan murmured, though this was within his expectations. After all, the flowing breath had yet to be upgraded, and the damage it inflicted was exceedingly limited. It was only natural that it could not breach their defenses. It appeared that even with the giant beast dragon's several tons of bite force, it might not prove effective. There was a chance it could even shatter its own teeth. This presented a bit of a dilemma. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was somewhat tricky. Just then, the dozen or so crystal giant scorpions raised their tail stingers and began to encircle the giant beast dragon. However, burdened by several tons of crystals, their movements were exceedingly slow, posing no lethal threat to the dragon. After a meticulous observation from a distance, Qin Chuan discovered that the crystal giant scorpion seemed to possess a weakness. Their tail stingers were segmented, capable of bending only up and down, but not side to side. If he could apply immense force to break one, it might yield surprising results. Let's give it a try. Charge, Qin Chuan commanded, raising his hand. As the giant beast dragon lunged forward once more, it lifted its massive paw and pressed down on the back of the crystal giant scorpion, applying 15 tons of pressure to immobilize it. The giant scorpion immediately raised its tail stinger in preparation for a counterattack, but just as it lifted it, the behemoth dragon seized it in its jaws, relentlessly tugging and tearing. With each savage bite, the colossal stinger fractured at the joint, torn away with brute force. In the next moment, a torrent of crimson blood gushed from the stinger's base, rendering the giant scorpion instantly incapacitated. Within mere seconds, due to excessive blood loss, the giant scorpion was reduced to a pile of crystalline shards. Indeed, the strategy proved effective. Qin Chuan was elated. Fortunately, the behemoth dragon was sufficiently large and powerful. Had it been another beast companion, it would have struggled immensely to achieve such a feat. Having discovered the weakness, Qin Chuan methodically repeated the process, systematically draining the blood of the surrounding giant scorpions. In just half an hour, he had dispatched over a dozen crystalline giant scorpions in the rocky area. Killed 15 crystalline giant scorpions. Divine value, 45. Essence, 45. Gold reward, 7,500. Total gold, 18,090. Crystals, 60 tons. Core of a mutated earth attribute beast. 6. As the battle concluded, the feedback from the kills materialized immediately, yielding a wealth of resources. Simultaneously, the divine value surged dramatically. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt as though his body had undergone a profound transformation. Every sensory cell within him became exceedingly alert, allowing him to perceive everything within dozens of meters. Every rustle of grass and whisper of the wind could not escape his keen insight. His divine value had reached 86, bringing him significantly closer to achieving divinity. Qin Chuan was exhilarated, savoring the changes coursing through his body. However, his joy was short-lived as he quickly regained his composure. Compared to the surge in divine value, the materials he had acquired excited him even more. Notably, he had obtained 6 cores from mutated beasts. Additionally, he had amassed an impressive 60 tons of the rare crystal. According to Qin Chuan's estimates, constructing a small dragon nest sanctuary would require at least 1 ton of crystal. However, he was not in need of crystals at the moment. He planned to utilize 10 tons to build a large sanctuary, intending to sell the remaining 50 tons. So far, it seemed no one in the Endless Sea had ever defeated a crystalline giant scorpion. He was confident that once he listed the crystals for sale, others would take notice. After all, crystalline giant scorpions were not as easily vanquished as armored crocodiles. It appeared he was poised to make a substantial profit once again. A smile spread across Qin Chuan's face as he pondered whether those individuals would still harbor resentment towards his previous mercantile dealings once he listed the crystals. Chapter 8. Only the strong have the right to choose their mates with a bounty of materials in tow. Qin Chuan returned triumphantly. Now that he possessed the rare crystals, he could begin constructing the sanctuary to protect the dragon nest. Without hesitation, he summoned 10 tons of crystal from his dimensional space. In the past, he would have struggled to lift even a single shard of crystal. Fortunately, his divine value was now sufficiently elevated, and his strength was formidable enough to make the construction of the sanctuary a mere formality. Given the crystal's inherent adsorptive properties, Qin Chuan found that the use of adhesives was unnecessary. He merely needed to stack the crystals in a manner reminiscent of laying bricks. Through his diligent efforts, within a span of merely 4 to 5 hours, he successfully constructed a square crystal house covering an area of 60 square meters. Although Qin Chuan remained uncertain about the scale and ferocity of the beast tide, he felt reassured that, with the crystal sanctuary, the impending onslaught would require substantial effort to breach. With the remaining 50 tons of crystal, Qin Chuan intended to first sell 20 tons to test the waters. He decided to set a modest price of 1,000 gold coins per ton. Upon accessing the marketplace, he took a moment to observe the ongoing discussions in the chat box. It appeared that the lords of Beast Island were engaged in fervent discourse concerning the crystal scorpion. Friends, we have 3.5 days left, and my beast nest remains completely bare. Has anyone managed to slay the crystal scorpion? I seek crystal materials. It seems the crystal scorpion is significantly more formidable than the armored crocodile. It's nearly impossible to defeat. Weren't we informed by Leader Yi that she was tackling the crystal scorpion? What progress has been made? We are all eagerly awaiting affordable crystals. Yi Qingwan responded, everyone, please be patient. After a morning of relentless effort, I have successfully slain one and am currently dissecting it to identify its weaknesses. Once I discover any vulnerabilities, I will share my findings with you all. What? You've killed one? Leader Yi is truly formidable. Impressive. Leader Yi's polar bear truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier beast pet. Go, Leader Yi. We are all counting on you. Despite possessing a polar bear myself, I can't seem to overcome the crystal scorpion. Leader Yi is indeed the chosen one. At that moment, in a rocky area of Beast Island, Yi Qingwan was laboriously dissecting the crystal scorpion, hoping to uncover its weaknesses. Beside her lay 2 polar bears, both battered and bruised, one being of the water attribute. It was evident that Yi Qingwan had been embroiled in a fierce struggle throughout the morning, expending considerable energy to vanquish just one creature. She believed her strength to be formidable, surpassing at least 99.9% of the lords of Beast Island, and she was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the boundless seas. Nevertheless, she found herself somewhat flustered, as after half a day of research, she had yet to identify any critical weaknesses in the crystal scorpion. This implied that if she wished to make the price of crystals more accessible, it would likely take several more days. At this stage, it was utterly impossible to sell a significant quantity of crystals. However, as Yi Qingwan pondered these matters, the marketplace unexpectedly listed 20 tons of crystal at a price of 1,000 gold coins per ton. What in the world? Someone has already begun selling crystals? Is it Qin Chuan, the same giant who sold the armored crocodile yesterday? Goodness, how many has Qin Chuan defeated to accomplish this? This is truly astonishing. One could not deny that, despite Qin Chuan's somewhat dubious morals, his strength was indeed terrifying. Qin Chuan, I implore you, could you possibly lower the price a bit? I genuinely cannot afford it. As the chat box erupted in excitement, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. In mere seconds, the 20 tons of crystals listed by Qin Chuan were completely sold out. Despite the high price, the substantial population ensured that there were always some eager Beast Island lords willing to lavish their riches on these precious crystals. After all, their beast nests require shelter, making this a fundamental necessity. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for successfully selling 20 tons of crystals, earning 20,000 gold coins, with a total of 38,090 coins. Qin Chuan couldn't believe how quickly it all sold. He was on the verge of accumulating 40,000 gold coins. A smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan was left speechless upon witnessing the crystals Qin Chuan had sold. She had exerted tremendous effort to defeat just one creature, yielding 4 tons of crystals, while Qin Chuan had managed to sell 20 tons, equivalent to vanquishing 5 giant scorpions. What kind of beast companion did this guy possess? How could it be so formidable? Yi Qingwan was utterly astonished at that moment. Qin Chuan, what on earth is your beast companion? How could it defeat the crystal giant scorpion? She speculated that his beast companion must surely be a powerful creature like a tiger or rhinoceros. Paired with exceptional tactics, it could certainly defeat the crystal giant scorpion. It was disheartening. Despite having large beast companions ourselves, we were unable to achieve the same feat. There is an undeniable gap between individuals. Without strategy, even 10 elephants would not suffice. Observing the chat box, Qin Chuan could only chuckle helplessly. With mere rudimentary tactics, he had relied on sheer strength to achieve remarkable results. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan promptly listed the remaining 30 tons of crystals for sale. In that instant, the entire chat room erupted in chaos. What on earth? What kind of international joke is this? Another 30 tons? Has he wiped out all the giant scorpions in the boulder area? Isn't Qin Chuan's beast companion a deity? Now he is undoubtedly invincible. He must have slain at least 15 giant scorpions, surely yielding a plethora of exotic beast cores. Qin Chuan, can I add you as a friend? I'll do anything. Qin Chuan, I'm a refined lady, and I'm doing quite well. The comments escalated, with some crossing the line into flirtation. At this moment, Qin Chuan was left dumbfounded, a mere solitary figure in Blue Star. He had unexpectedly become a coveted presence in the endless sea. It is indeed true that only the strong possess the privilege of choosing their partners. Yi Qingwan, observing the chat, was equally bewildered. She had thought herself the strongest, only to realize she was but a jester in the eyes of true power. This prompted her to extend another alliance invitation to Qin Chuan. Unsurprisingly, it was met with a swift rejection. Rejected again? Yi Qingwan felt her composure slipping. This was her second invitation. At that moment, Qin Chuan had no interest in forming alliances. After all, there is an old saying, only sheep flock together. Congratulations to the Beast Island Lord for successfully selling 30 tons of crystals, earning 30,000 gold coins, with a total of 68,090 coins. With the sale of all 50 tons of crystals, Qin Chuan undoubtedly found himself in a position of immense wealth. With 60 to 70,000 gold coins, he must surely be considered the wealthiest in the Endless Sea. As Qin Chuan reveled in his moment, a sudden dialogue box appeared before him. Yi Qingwan has initiated a temporary conversation using the leader's privilege. Yi Qingwan, Mr. Qin, may we chat? Huh? Qin Chuan was taken aback, not anticipating that forming an alliance would come with such privileges. He had previously disabled friend requests and chat functions, yet Yi Qingwan was able to bypass them effortlessly. Chapter 9. Establishing the alliance. Gazing at the temporary conversation initiated by Yi Qingwan, Qin Chuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered the implications of the leader's privileges. Could you elucidate the leader's privileges? He inquired. The alliance comprises 5 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Black iron grants no privileges upon reaching bronze. One may utilize privileges to initiate temporary conversations with any Beast Island Lord. Upon reaching silver, one may teleport to any ally's Beast Island with permission. Upon reaching gold, each member may claim 100 essence daily. Upon reaching diamond, each alliance member may claim 500 essence daily upon reading the information provided. Qin Chuan's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such abundant benefits from forming an alliance. The privileges beyond the silver tier were indeed commendable. The ability to teleport to allies' Beast Islands significantly accelerated the gathering of the alliance, rendering them capable of conquering distant territories. Furthermore, the Gold Alliance's daily allocation of 100 essence was nothing short of extraordinary for enhancing strength. What is required to elevate the Alliance's tier? Qin Chuan inquired. It necessitates hidden points. The higher the hidden points, the higher the Alliance tier. What does hidden points entail? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Hidden points consist of combat power, pet strength, and notoriety. What is my hidden point total? Qin Chuan continued to ask. Querying. Hidden points. 16,000? What tier can I attain by establishing an alliance? Qin Chuan pondered aloud. Silver Alliance. He was surprised to learn that he would directly qualify for a Silver Alliance. Yet, this was not entirely unexpected. After all, his combat prowess was undoubtedly among the top ranks within the Endless Sea, if not the absolute pinnacle. His pet strength was equally formidable, with a colossal dragon currently overpowering its peers. As for notoriety, having sold crocodile skins and crystals, he had garnered considerable recognition, rivaling that of Yi Qingwan. It could be said that he alone was equivalent to an alliance comprising tens of thousands. Is it possible for me alone to establish an alliance? Qin Chuan inquired. Yes, very well. I shall establish an alliance. Qin Chuan resolved to create an alliance solely for himself, not for any other reason, but to swiftly attain a gold alliance and reap 500 essence daily. Please enter the alliance name. Upon receiving the prompt, Qin Chuan contemplated momentarily before exclaiming, "Let it be named the Dustless Alliance," signifying an unparalleled lead. Upon the successful establishment of the Dustless Alliance, Qin Chuan discovered that it currently ranked 55th in the Endless Sea. He was unfazed by the ranking. After all, he was but one individual, while other alliances likely boasted thousands, if not tens of thousands, of members. Having created the alliance, Qin Chuan recalled the impromptu conversation initiated by Yi Qingwan. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, who awaited a message from Qin Chuan, had nearly lost hope. She perceived him as excessively aloof, exuding an icy demeanor. Reaching out first yet ignoring my messages? Fine. Once my alliance achieves silver status and gathers a few hundred experts, I shall not believe we cannot vanquish the Crystal Scorpion. At this moment, Yi Qingwan was genuinely irked. As the illustrious leader of the Guardian Alliance, her ranks were filled with formidable warriors, numbering well over 10,000. Yet here she was, humbling herself to seek out Qin Chuan, who appeared indifferent to her efforts. Just as her irritation reached its peak, Qin Chuan unexpectedly replied, "What do you wish to discuss?" Surprised by his response, Yi Qingwan quickly cast aside her earlier anger. She promptly replied, "Mr. Qin, could you please share how you defeated the Crystal Scorpion? Rest assured, I shall compensate you with 1,000 gold coins as a token of gratitude." Seeing her message, Qin Chuan smiled, realizing she had come to seek his wisdom. He did not hesitate to respond. "It's simple. Step onto the back of the Crystal Scorpion and bite off its tail spike to let it bleed." Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by his straightforward answer, struggling to comprehend it. "Is that all?" she inquired. "Indeed," Qin Chuan affirmed. "What nonsense. My polar bear is not even as large as the pincers of the Crystal Scorpion. How could I possibly step on its back? Mr. Qin, if you choose not to share, that is your prerogative, but there is no need to deceive me," Yi Qingwan retorted, her displeasure evident. After all, what Qin Chuan suggested was utterly unfeasible for their beast companions. Noticing her disbelief, Qin Chuan felt no inclination to elaborate. He could not very well disclose that his beast companion was a southern giant beast dragon, for that would only invite envy from millions. Thus, he chose to cease communication. Seeing that Qin Chuan had fallen silent, Yi Qingwan abandoned her pursuit of further inquiry. Just as Qin Chuan concluded this unpleasant exchange with her, a notification from the Endless Sea appeared. "Attention! Tonight, a mysterious sea tribe will land on the islands. All Beast Island leaders should prepare accordingly. The sea tribe does not belong to the exotic beasts. They are indigenous creatures of the Endless Sea, possessing high intelligence and social structures. To motivate all Beast Island leaders, this sea tribe incursion will yield a mysterious treasure randomly appearing on one of the Beast Islands. Finding it will lead to exceedingly generous rewards. Moreover, defeating members of the sea tribe carries a minuscule chance of dropping rare exotic beast cores." As this announcement unfolded before all the leaders of the Beast Islands, anticipation filled the air. The chat box erupted with excitement. A mysterious treasure? Could it be some formidable equipment? I doubt it. It is more likely to be materials, such as essences or core beasts. Given the substantial rewards, it is probable that there are indeed numerous materials. If several hundred essences were to be distributed, one would surely soar to great heights. Indeed, now it is the second day, and it is likely that no one has yet ascended to the Beast King level. If one were to strike it rich, they would undoubtedly become the champion of the Endless Sea. We should merely observe, with a 1 in 7 billion chance. It is improbable that fortune will favor us. True, let us wash up and sleep. We shall not dwell on the treasure. At this moment, Qin Chuan gazed at the contents of the chat box and seemed to agree with their analysis. Although he had enjoyed extraordinary luck in acquiring the unique dinosaur, he did not believe he could experience such fortune a second time. The odds were undeniably too low. In comparison to the treasure, Qin Chuan was more eager to see what type of dinosaur the dragon egg would yield the following day. As dusk settled, he prepared to retire early. After today, only 3 days remained until the onset of winter, marking the final sprint for all the Beast Island lords. Chapter 10. The Super Lucky One. It was now deep into the night. However, Qin Chuan remained awake, riding his wind god pterosaur in endless circles above Beast Island. Despite claiming a disinterest in the treasure, he still yearned to test his luck. What if it were to fall into his hands? Yet, after circling in the air for several hours, he found no anomalies along the coastline. The so-called mysterious sea creatures had yet to appear. It was likely around 11 or 12 o'clock. He decided it was time to stop waiting, as fatigue began to weigh upon him. Thus, he returned to the dragon's lair, seeking refuge in the crystal sanctuary for rest. To ensure his safety, Qin Chuan did not leave the giant beast dragon outside, but instead brought it into the dimensional space alongside the wind god Pterosaur. With the crystal sanctuary now in place, he no longer had to fear ambushes. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, the entire Beast Island lay in silence. The beasts that had roared throughout the day were now quiet. Suddenly, Qin Chuan, in his deep sleep, vaguely perceived a sound akin to knocking and a rustling cacophony. What in the world? When he opened his bleary eyes, he was instantly startled. Outside his crystal sanctuary stood hundreds of humanoid creatures. These monsters had elongated limbs, their bodies adorned with an array of uneven protrusions reminiscent of barnacles. Those with a fear of clusters would likely faint on the spot. Moreover, these creatures sported heads resembling that of an Ankou fish. Armed with fishbone clubs, they relentlessly struck the crystal sanctuary while chattering among themselves. Is this implying that Qin Chuan is being regarded as some exquisite delicacy? So, this is what they refer to as the enigmatic sea tribe? If it were truly just me, I would have been utterly terrified by you all. At this moment, Qin Chuan shook off his stupor. Since the sea tribe had made their appearance, the so-called mysterious treasure would undoubtedly follow suit. Great Beast Dragon, charge forth and obliterate these repugnant barnacle creatures. With a fierce flick of his hand, boom. In an instant, the southern Great Beast Dragon was unleashed into the outside world, its tremendous weight causing the ground to tremble. Roar. As the Great Beast Dragon let out a soaring roar, it reverberated throughout the entire Beast Island. All fear was swept away beneath the oppressive might of the Great Beast Dragon. Awoo. Awoo. In an instant, the sea tribe that had been besieging the crystal sanctuary emitted strange cries, clearly intimidated by the Great Beast Dragon. As the dragon opened its cavernous maw, a brilliant blue light surged forth. Buzz. The torrent of breath erupted, scattering dozens of sea tribe members into disarray. Crack, crack, crack. The Great Beast Dragon continuously gaped its enormous mouth, snapping at the surrounding sea tribe, the crisp sound of breaking bones akin to crunching brittle. Moreover, with every step it took, several sea tribe members were crushed into mere puddles of muck. A horde of sea tribe members, realizing they stood no chance, let out bizarre sounds and frantically scurried toward the coastline. They might have been thought to be formidable, but it turned out they were nothing but trash. No essence dropped. No divine value increased. Killing them was utterly inconsequential. Qin Chuan muttered in disdain. Just then, he noticed 2 objects shimmering with arcs of electricity amidst the pile of corpses crushed into mush by the Great Beast Dragon. Upon picking them up and glancing at them, he saw, "Congratulations, Lord of Beast Island. You have acquired 2 cores of lightning attribute exotic beasts. What a splendid reward. I knew it was impossible for a group of trash to come without yielding anything." Qin Chuan was instantly elated. What he needed most was a strong offensive attribute. And this lightning attribute was indeed timely. If tomorrow's dragon egg produced 2 large dinosaurs, this lightning attribute core would find its purpose, and his strength would ascend once more. Riding on this wave of good fortune, Qin Chuan soared on the wind god Pterosaur, circling Beast Island twice, checking if the treasure had landed upon his domain. Clearly, he was not among the lucky 1 in 70 billion. The so-called treasure had not materialized at all. However, disappointment was not in order, for he still had 2 lightning attribute exotic beast cores as a safety net. Subsequently, Qin Chuan returned to the sanctuary and indulged in a restful sleep. The following day, with the dawn of a new day, the sun, as usual, was shrouded by thick, heavy clouds. Flurries of snowflakes drifted from the sky. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the crystal sanctuary, he immediately felt the air had grown considerably colder. Only 3 days remain until the arrival of winter, and even the weather has begun to change. It seems that the sea's surface will freeze before long. Fortunately, Qin Chuan possesses a considerably high divinity value at this moment. Otherwise, the frigid temperatures would likely spell his demise. At this juncture, Qin Chuan noticed that 2 dragon eggs had manifested within his dragon nest. While these eggs were not as large as those of the dual-chambered dragons, they were nonetheless quite standard. However, Qin Chuan did not rush to incubate them. Instead, he opened the chat window to peruse the latest messages. After all, the treasure from yesterday had undoubtedly been claimed, and he was eager to discover the identity of this extraordinarily fortunate individual. The contents of that treasure directly pertained to his current standing. If it truly contained an abundance of materials, it would surely give rise to an exceptionally formidable being. Announcement: The Sea Tribe event has concluded. Congratulations to Beast Island's Lord, Chen Yahui, for acquiring a mysterious treasure chest. As Qin Chuan read the announcement, it became evident that the treasure chest had indeed been located. The name Chen Yahui suggested she was a female. Miss Yahui, why not come forth and share a few words after claiming the treasure? We would love to behold your fortune. Indeed, do not keep it to yourself. At the very least, share the joy with everyone. Miss Yahui, do enlighten us about the contents of the treasure chest. Let us feel envious. At that moment, the chat window was filled with calls directed at Chen Yahui. Chen Yahui, hee, I never expected to be so fortunate. I merely strolled along the seaside and stumbled upon this treasure. However, it was nothing too extravagant, just 500 essence and 5 beast cores. What? 500 essence? Is this some kind of joke? This treasure is unbelievably generous. Just imagine how many Beast King level companions that could cultivate. Is this for real? Miss Yahui has instantly become a giant among us. Miss Yahui, may I cling to your coattails? I will shout 666. Chen Yahui, I am not a giant. You know, my beasts are not particularly strong. And even if they reach Beast King strength, their combat power remains limited. At this moment, Qin Chuan's eyes widened at the mention of 500 essence. Despite his arduous efforts over the past few days, he had only managed to gather fewer than 100 essence. This revelation instantly ignited thoughts of forging an alliance in his mind. After all, that was a staggering amount of 500 essence. It was sufficient to elevate his dragon nest to the 3rd tier, and even the giant dragon could ascend to Beast King level. Although this contradicted his initial intention of remaining independent and avoiding alliances, the allure of 500 essence was simply too tempting to resist. Chapter 11. Competing for allies. As Qin Chuan contemplated the prospect of approaching Chen Yahui, he realized he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. The first to speak up was Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan, Sister Yahui, how could you be so oblivious to the need for discretion? In this boundless sea, all sorts of characters abound. To brazenly mention 500 essence and claim your beast pet is weak, are you not inviting others to seize your essence? Chen Yahui, it should be fine. They have no idea where my Beast Island is. Yi Qingwan, if they wish to know, it is not difficult. Once winter arrives in 3 days, all Beast Island masters will be free to roam. Finding you will merely be a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Chen Yahui visibly panicked. Could it be that someone will truly attempt to steal from me? At that moment, the masters in the chat erupted into laughter. Remove the word want. There is 100% chance someone will steal from you. Sister Yahui, you'd best not cross my path, or I shall take everything from you, not leaving you even a thread of clothing. This girl must be a Na'vi sweetheart. What are we waiting for if not to seize? Seeing the comments in the chat, Chen Yahui was left speechless, regretting having revealed her essence. Oh dear, esteemed brothers and sisters, please. I'm merely an 18-year-old girl. You cannot bully me like this. Chen Yahui was on the verge of tears. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingwan suggested, Sister Yahui, why not join my alliance? I shall protect you. Anyone who harbors ill intentions, I will be the first to eliminate. Without hesitation, Chen Yahui agreed. All right, I wish to join. Before Chen Yahui could apply to join, a man bearing the title of the Starry River Alliance leader spoke up. Zhongli, leader of the Starry River Alliance. Sister Yahui, do not be so hasty in your decision. The Guardian Alliance is merely ranked 3rd. My Starry River Alliance currently holds the 1st position. If you wish to join, it should be my Starry River Alliance. With Zhang Li's appearance, the chat instantly erupted with excitement. Wow, Yi Qingwan and Zhang Li, 2 top alliance leaders, have both appeared. Front row, witnessing the giants. How fortunate would it be to possess a treasure that others are vying for in order to join? Seeing a competitor emerge, Yi Qingwan was furious. Zhang Li, Sister Yahui has already agreed to join my Guardian Alliance. What do you mean by trying to poach her? Zhang Li, she has yet to apply for membership. Why can't I extend an invitation? Is this boundless sea yours alone? Yi Qingwan, Zhang Li, do not go too far. Zhang Li, I stand by my words. If Chen Yahui dares to join your Guardian Alliance when winter arrives, I will be the first to annihilate your Guardian Alliance. I possess that strength. At that moment, on a certain Beast Island, a young man in his mid-20s stood with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by 5 attribute-laden lions. This young man was the leader of the Starry River Alliance. It seemed that after these past 2 days, his strength had surged dramatically. He had developed to a formidable level without revealing his true capabilities. As Zhang Li's words echoed, the entire chat exploded with fervor. Since the inception of the Endless Sea, the chat box has remained remarkably harmonious. However, the emergence of treasures has swiftly ignited discord among the various alliances. At this moment, Qin Chuan, observing the unfolding scene, surmised the underlying intent. The treasures of the Endless Sea were designed to incite enmity among the alliances. Whosoever manages to win over Chen Yahui is destined for an exponential increase in power, thereby rendering them a public enemy. Chen Yahui exclaimed, "Esteemed leaders, please refrain from quarreling. Had I known this treasure was so contentious, I would have forsaken it. I implore you to spare me." At this moment, Chen Yahui was thoroughly alarmed, preoccupied with whether the beast tide could be weathered. Ironically, before the beast tide even arrived, she found herself in the crosshairs of these formidable figures. This was akin to being a moth drawn to a flame, courting disaster. Yi Qiwan interjected, "Zhongli, do not be so arrogant. I am not afraid of a direct confrontation." Zhongli retorted, "Is that so? Then let us face off after the beast tide passes. Are you willing to engage?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiwan fell silent. Though her alliance ranked third, the true strength among its members was scarce. She had opened the doors to her alliance to virtually anyone, resulting in a mix that included many with little prowess, the rulers of the Beast Island. In contrast, Zhongli was discerning, aligning himself only with those possessing formidable beasts and exceptional combat capabilities. Thus, in terms of overall strength, the Star River Alliance far surpassed the Guardian Alliance. Yi Qiwan muttered, "You are indeed ruthless." Frustrated, she ceased her attempts to win over Chen Yahui. Realizing that sacrificing her entire alliance for a mere 500 essence was not a prudent trade-off, Zhongli then proposed, "Sister Yahui, join my Star River Alliance, and I shall provide you with the utmost security." However, before Chen Yahui could respond, Qin Chuan, who had been quietly observing the unfolding drama, could no longer contain himself. He interjected, "Sister Yahui, do you recognize me?" As Qin Chuan typed in the chat box, the atmosphere erupted once more. Goodness, even Qin Chuan has emerged. How impressive. The chat channel buzzed with excitement as prominent figures appeared one after another. It was truly a spectacle to behold. It appeared that Qin Chuan also sought to entice Chen Yahui. With his formidable resources, including the first large-scale sale of giant crocodile skins and crystals, his beast companions were undeniably potent. At this moment, Chen Yahui, taken aback by Qin Chuan's presence, eventually responded, "I do recognize you. You are the first prominent figure to emerge in the Endless Sea. I even attempted to add you as a friend, but you declined." Hearing this, Qin Chuan smiled slightly. Sensing an opportunity, he quickly urged, "Since you know me, why not join my ranks? You are aware of my strength. I have consistently maintained a leading position. Any rare materials that arise will be prioritized for your use." Observing Qin Chuan's bid to recruit Chen Yahui, Zhongli was incensed. "You, young man, think yourself a giant simply for selling a few crocodile skins and crystals? Even the Guardian Alliance dares not confront me directly. Do you seek your own demise?" Faced with Zhongli's threat, Qin Chuan offered a faint smile, questioning, "Do you possess such capability?" Zhongli, incensed by Qin Chuan's skepticism, retorted with a laugh filled with anger, "Kid, if you dare to compete with me for people, I assure you, I'll be the first to eliminate you." At this moment, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, boldly challenging, "If you have the guts, come and confront me. I await your arrival." As the sole beast companion, the dinosaur of the Endless Sea, Qin Chuan was indeed unyielding. If he could successfully win over Chen Yahui, his strength would undoubtedly soar. With a formidable dinosaur army taking shape, bolstered by the powerful core of exotic beasts, he would fear no one. Chapter 12, Beast King Level, Giant Beast Dragon. At this moment, Chen Yahui was still hesitating on whether to join Qin Chuan. However, upon witnessing his imposing and confident response, she instantly transformed into an ardent admirer. To her, Qin Chuan, as the first renowned giant of the Endless Sea, held a significant advantage of being the frontrunner. Moreover, he must have a formidable team of allies and powerful beast companions. Chen Yahui declared, "Qin Chuan, I am willing to join you." Seeing her agreement, Qin Chuan smiled slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall invite you to the alliance." With that, he extended an invitation to Chen Yahui, who promptly accepted. However, Zhongli was watching this unfold, nearly exploding with rage. After laboriously scaring off his rival Yi Qiwan, another contender, Qin Chuan, had inexplicably emerged, disrupting his plans. It felt as though 500 essences had been forcibly snatched from his grasp, a situation he could hardly endure. Zhongli seethed, "Kid, you have guts. I will remember you. Casting a furious remark, he was left with no recourse but to seethe in impotent rage. The tumult surrounding the recruitment had reached a resolution with Qin Chuan's assertive intervention. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yahui, now a member of the Juechen Alliance, was left in a state of shock. Chen Yahui asked, "Isn't it Qin Chuan? Why is it that you're the only one in this silver guild?" Qin Chuan replied, "I am the sole member. Is there a problem with that?" Chen Yahui exclaimed, "Ah, I thought you had many powerful allies. Isn't this a disaster? The Xinghe Guild will surely target us." Qin Chuan remained unfazed. "Do not worry. Since I dare to offend them, I fear them not." Chen Yahui, still somewhat anxious, inquired timidly, "Qin Chuan, may I ask, what is your beast companion?" Qin Chuan replied, "You will know when the time is right." Chen Yahui, Qin Chuan continued, "Now it is time to discuss the protection fee. First, provide me with 300 essences." Upon hearing this, Chen Yahui was distraught. "Qin Chuan, must you be so direct? You must understand, your value lies in those 500 essences. Only I can safeguard you, and I haven't demanded you disclose all your resources. I've even left you with 200, which is quite reasonable," Qin Chuan stated. Upon receiving the news, Chen Yahui felt an unsettling sense of having boarded a pirate ship. However, it was too late for her to reconsider, as there was simply no option to withdraw from the alliance. Once one joins a faction, one can only exit if the leader expels them. Otherwise, departure is impossible. Chen Yahui, "Very well, I shall transfer you 300. Member Chen Yahui, transferring 300 essence to you. Total essence 355, upon witnessing the essence credited to his account. Qin Chuan's face broke into a broad smile, realizing this was far more efficient than the exhausting grind of dungeon raids. Chen Yahui, Qin Chuan, I've sent you the essence. Now, I desire a crystal sanctuary. Do you possess any spare crystals? Qin Chuan, at present, I have no crystals available. However, the Silver Alliance offers teleportation. Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to contact me." With that, Qin Chuan closed the chat window. Meanwhile, on a certain beast island, a tall and exquisitely beautiful woman with a refreshing ponytail sat beneath a tree, resting her chin on her hand and gazing glumly at the chat window. Beside her were 3 snow foxes. This was none other than Chen Yahui, whose beauty could rival even that of Yu Qi-wan. "Alas, have I been duped?" Chen Yahui lamented, feeling increasingly disheartened, a tinge of regret washing over her. At this moment, Qin Chuan held over 300 essence, a veritable overnight fortune. He first decided to utilize 100 essence to elevate the Southern Behemoth Dragon to the Beast King level. "Upgrade the Southern Behemoth Dragon," Qin Chuan declared. Essence 100. Total essence 255. Species, Southern Behemoth Dragon. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Beast King. To upgrade to Beast Emperor level requires 1000 essence. Attribute, Water. Primary skill, Raging Tides, at Beast Emperor level. Can evolve into Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Passive skill, Aquatic Affinity, gains enhanced speed and self-healing capabilities in water as the upgrade completed. The Southern Behemoth Dragon underwent noticeable transformations. Its surface shimmered with a soft silver light, complemented by the blue patterns beneath its skin, enhancing its fluidity. Finally, at the Beast King level, Qin Chuan marveled at the imposing creature, his heart racing with excitement. This represented an immense leap in power, particularly as the skills had evolved alongside. In 3 days, the endless sea would be frozen. With a Beast King level companion, his sense of security soared. At this moment, Qin Chuan recalled that he still had 2 dragon eggs yet to hatch. "Let me see what emerges from these eggs." "Hatch," Qin Chuan commanded. Crack. At that moment, the 2 dragon eggs, quietly nestled in the dragon's lair, began to fracture. Roar. Subsequently, 2 small heads poked out from the eggs, emitting feeble cries. These young dragons possessed robust hind limbs, yet their forelimbs were notably diminutive, and their mouths were relatively short. More intriguingly, 2 small, horn-like structures adorned their foreheads. Are these carnivorous bull dragons? Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Species, carnivorous bull dragon. The remarkably robust hind limbs of the carnivorous bull dragon granted exceptional speed, making it adept at charging at prey. It is classified as a mid-large predator. Weight, 20 kilograms, maximum 4 tons, level juvenile. Indeed, the carnivorous bull dragon, with a maximum weight of 4 tons, is rather impressive, and Qin Chuan does not harbor any disdain. After all, the carnivorous bull dragon excels in running. Its speed is unparalleled, and once the endless sea is frozen, that vast, flat expanse will become the domain of the carnivorous bull dragon. No one can rival its swiftness. Upgrading 2 carnivorous bull dragons to adulthood and bestowing them with the mutated earth attribute core, Qin Chuan proceeded with the enhancement without hesitation. Essence 22. Total Essence 233. Mutated earth attribute core 2. Random new skill. Species. Carnivorous bull dragon weight. 4 tons level. Adult. Requires 100 essences to advance to Beast King level. Attributes. Mutated earth attribute. Main skill. Local enhancement. Upon reaching Beast King level. Can be upgraded to Crystal Spike Charge. Passive skill. Hardened skin. Enhances the pet's defense, reducing damage. As the upgrade concluded, the carnivorous bull dragon had now reached adulthood. Particularly its powerful hind limbs, brimming with explosive strength. It is undeniably an exceptional warrior in the heat of battle. Furthermore, the skills acquired are remarkably suitable. Local enhancement. If activated during a charge, could manifest crystals atop its head, undoubtedly inflicting far greater damage upon its target. The passive skill is equally commendable, with hardened skin. There is no need to fear being overwhelmed when plunging into a horde of beasts. Chapter 13. The moment of the hunt. Originally, after upgrading the carnivorous bull dragon, Qin Chuan intended to conserve the remaining essence for future necessities. However, he now had a change of heart. After all, in his endeavors to draw Chen Yahweh to his side, he had unknowingly offended quite a number of individuals. Setting aside the scale of the beast tide in 3 days, just the animosity incurred with the Star River Alliance poses a significant threat. Thus, Qin Chuan resolved to elevate the dragon nest to Tier 3, thereby enabling the daily production of an additional dragon egg. Upgrading the dragon nest, Qin Chuan declared. Essence 100. Total Essence 133, Dragon Nest Tier 3. The dragon nest produces 3 random dragon eggs daily. Dragon Nest Experience 01000 with a dazzling radiance emanating from the dragon nest. It appeared to have expanded further than before. The essence truly proved insufficient. Over 300 essences dwindled to just over 100 in the blink of an eye. It seems he must devise a means to acquire more essence. Qin Chuan had initially contemplated advancing the dual-chamber dragon to its juvenile phase. For the combat prowess of such a heavyweight dragon at that stage would likely be extraordinarily formidable. Yet, after much deliberation, he ultimately suppressed this notion. What if he encountered a Tyrannosaurus in the next couple of days, but lacked the essence to upgrade? That would be a most unfortunate predicament. In order to facilitate the Beast Island Lord's swift adaptation to the impending winter and beast tide in 3 days, temperatures will plummet to a chilling -30 degrees starting tonight, ushering the endless sea into a state of rapid freezing. Concurrently, there will be sporadic appearances of exotic beasts on the icy plains, marking the final opportunity for the Beast Island Lords to significantly enhance their strength. Following the freezing period, the endless sea will enter a 2-day silence, during which no new events will transpire until the beast tide descends. At this moment, Qin Chuan, who had just upgraded his dragon's nest, received this crucial information. Is the endless sea truly to be frozen? No wonder snowflakes have been drifting down since early morning. It appears this is indeed the last event before the beast tide arrives, and seizing this opportunity is imperative. Qin Chuan felt invigorated. The previous 2 events, the deep-sea dragon lizard landing on the island and the marine tribe coming ashore, yielded commendable materials. This final event is sure to offer even more valuable rewards. Should he capitalize on this chance, he might surpass his divine value, attain divinity, and potentially acquire a wealth of essences and exotic beast cores. If he can amass sufficient materials tonight, Qin Chuan will be able to develop in seclusion during the ensuing 2 days of silence. Once the beast tide arrives, his dinosaur army will unleash its might. Subsequently, Qin Chuan opened the chat channel, eager to gauge the perspectives of other Beast Island lords regarding this event. My goodness, how can they freeze it so suddenly? Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days away? Has it been expedited? Did you not notice the announcement? This is to help us adapt faster, hence the rapid freeze mode. Indeed, if the beast tide is truly in 3 days, it cannot merely be -30 degrees. It must start at least at -100. -100? Are you joking? Even with divine value, one cannot withstand that. It would be fatal. I've realized something. If the endless sea is frozen tonight, does that mean we can leave the island? Hiss. It seems so. Leaving the island is great. We can explore the nearby beast islands, perhaps even form a team. Form a team? How naive. The endless sea is akin to a dark forest, where there are only hunters and prey. If other beast island lords spot you, it's a death sentence. Exactly. with 3 days until the beast tide. Resources on the Beast Island are scarce, and those powerful individuals are brimming with energy, likely to seize the initial freeze to invade the territories of other Beast Island lords. The weaker ones will be shuddering in fear tonight. My 4 ferocious tiger beasts are already itching for action. Tonight, I shall not only hunt exotic beasts but also plunder. Ahaha. Look, there are already deranged individuals plotting a massacre. Do you all remember that girl who hit the jackpot this morning? Tonight is the perfect opportunity to find her. Indeed, Shen Yahweh is holding onto 500 essences. Whoever discovers her Beast Island will strike it rich. Clearly, this group of Beast Island lords was eager to test their mettle. After all, to them, Shen Yahweh represented a delectable and lucrative prize. At this moment, Shen Yahweh, who was equally engrossed in the chat, was startled and quickly interjected, "You are utterly despicable. You still have your sights set on me. I am now a formidable member of Qin Chuanju. If you dare to harm me, Qin Chuanju will not stand idly by." Yahweh's assertion held merit. Qin Chuanju possessed immense strength, and anyone who dared to provoke Yahweh should be prepared for a severe backlash. Today, Qin Chuan chose not to explore his Beast Island, but instead opted for an early rest to replenish his energy, preparing to embark on a grand undertaking once the sea froze over. As dusk descended, the surface of the sea had already returned to a tranquil state. The ice layer, several meters thick, was now suitable for free movement. At this moment, Qin Chuan had also reached the coastline, utilizing the silvery moonlight filtering through the sky. He could almost distinctly perceive the vast, white expanse before him. In the rapid freezing mode, towering waves had transformed into numerous ice mounds. Searching for exotic beasts across such an extensive icy plain was no easy feat. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had the wind spirit pterosaur at his disposal. He could ride the pterosaur into the sky, acting as a living detector, while the carnivorous bull dragon led the charge, followed by the giant beast dragon. As they ventured into the expansive ice fields, as the wind spirit pterosaur soared from Beast Island, it gradually ascended to several thousand meters in altitude. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, he discovered that just a few nautical miles from his Beast Island, there were scattered remnants of 4 or 5 other Beast Islands. It seemed these islands were his neighbors. He wondered what level of development they had achieved. Initially, Qin Chuan intended to visit these neighboring Beast Islands, but before he could set off, he suddenly spotted approximately 12 pure white exotic beasts on the icy plain below. This prompted him to reconsider. It would be wiser to eliminate the exotic beast first. After all, he could visit the neighboring islands at any time, but if he missed the opportunity to hunt tonight, it would be a significant loss. Analyzing the situation, Qin Chuan noted, exotic beast, giant snow ape, weight, 2 tons level, adult, attribute, none skill, Titan's might description. The fur of the giant snow ape possesses exceptional cold resistance. Upon concluding the analysis, Qin Chuan immediately sensed a golden opportunity. With the harsh winter approaching, temperatures plunging to -100 degrees, many would struggle to endure. Thus, the fur of the snow ape would find its purpose. If he could hunt enough snow apes tonight, not only would he acquire a substantial bounty of essence, but he would also amass the fur necessary for the winter. More importantly, he was certain that tonight he would surpass 100 divine points, which was of utmost significance. All right, carnivorous bull dragons, commence the hunt. Qin Chuan commanded from the heights, instructing the carnivorous bull dragons below to launch their assault. Upon receiving the command, the 2 carnivorous bull dragons, one to the left and one to the right, immediately unleashed their full firepower and charged towards the direction of the snow apes with fervor. Chapter 14. Is this really a dinosaur? At this moment, the cluster of snow apes roaming the icy plain seemed to sense the impending danger, immediately turning to behold the 2 massive creatures charging toward them. Awoo! In an instant, several snow apes emitted threatening howls, subsequently rushing towards the carnivorous bull dragons. However, for the bull dragons already in a state of predation, the snow apes' threats seemed more like mere provocations. With a roar, 2 bull dragons responded in kind, their powerful limbs propelling them forward with astonishing speed. The carnivorous bull dragons, renowned for their swiftness, surged forth rapidly. The distant snow apes, having only traversed halfway, abruptly halted, their small, dull eyes fixated on the approaching beasts, seemingly oblivious to the nature of the impending danger. Before the snow apes could react, the 2 bull dragons had closed the distance, activating their localized enhancement, causing the keratin atop their heads to crystallize. With a resounding crash, the bull dragons employed a brutally savage combat style, using their sheer force to launch the snow apes high into the air, shattering their ribs in the process. After all, the snow apes weighed merely 2 tons, utterly outmatched by the 4-ton bull dragons. Despite their considerable strength, the snow apes struggled to match the speed of their opponents. Under Qin Chuan's command, the bull dragons executed a series of cross charges, relentlessly crashing into the snow ape horde. Almost without exception, those struck by the bull dragons succumbed to their might, only to be subsequently devoured one by the tardy southern behemoth dragons. It was a one-sided massacre. As the battle raged on, all 12 snow apes were swiftly eliminated. 12 giant snow apes killed. Divine value, 12. Essence, 12. Gold reward, 1,200. Total gold, 69,230. Snow ape pelts, 12. With the threat neutralized, the prowess of the bull dragons was indeed formidable. Should their numbers increase in the future, they would become an unstoppable force. A smile crept across Qin Chuan's face. The bull dragons resembled heavily armored cavalry, their charge effortlessly shattering the formations of the monstrous beasts. Checking his divine value, Qin Chuan noted, divine value, 98,100. Just 2 more, and he would attain divinity. He pondered the nature of the divine status he would receive. Although he was uncertain about the changes it might bring, it was evident that divine status likely possessed its own hierarchy or bestowed unique abilities. Yet, all would be revealed this night. At that moment, Qin Chuan noticed a distant sighting of 10 snow apes. However, they were too scattered and far apart. To enhance efficiency, he commanded the bull dragons to disperse and hunt. Subsequently, 2 bull dragons set off in pursuit, one heading south and the other north. Due to the considerable distance, Qin Chuan's connection to the bull dragons weakened. Reluctantly, he decided to fly south, where a larger group of snow apes awaited, 7 or 8 of them. Without his guidance, the bull dragons were at risk of injury. In the northern region, there were only a few snow apes, merely 2 or 3. Even without Qin Chuan's control, a single carnivorous bull dragon would suffice to eliminate them. However, upon the arrival of the bull dragon near the 3 snow apes, it was astonished to find them lifeless. Clearly, this left the bull dragon momentarily bewildered and devoid of a target due to its disconnection from Qin Chuan's influence. Suddenly, a roar echoed around the bull dragon. In an instant, 5 enormous gray bears emerged from the shadows, surrounding the bull dragon. These bears were clad in armor fashioned from the skins of colossal crocodiles, indicating that they were controlled beast pets. What kind of extraordinary beasts are these? They resembled dinosaurs. At that moment, a young man in his 20s appeared atop a nearby ice mound. It was evident that the 5 gray bears were his pets. The bull dragon, now encircled by the bears, let out a furious roar. Goodness, this is truly a dinosaur. What a jest. No one mentioned that such creatures existed among the extraordinary beasts. Am I hallucinating? Absolutely not. This is indeed a dinosaur. The young man, visibly startled by the bull dragon, began to analyze the situation. How peculiar. Why can't I analyze it? Could this be an ultra-rare beast? Would killing it yield unexpected materials? Regardless, I must take the chance, transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. Charge. Destroy it. Suppressing his inner fear, the young man commanded his 5 gray bears to attack. Although these bears were fully grown, each weighing only 500 kilograms, they were vastly outmatched by the 4-ton bull dragon. Yet, the young man believed he had the advantage in numbers, especially since his bears were equipped with crocodile armor, and one even possessed water attributes. Surely, defeating a dinosaur would not prove too difficult. With a thunderous sound, the 5 bears charged simultaneously. Enraged, the bull dragon surged forward. With a brutal collision, its crystallized horns sent one bear flying, crashing heavily onto the ice, its fate uncertain. Before the other 4 bears could react, the bull dragon executed a swift maneuver, turning sharply to charge back. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more bears were sent sprawling by the bull dragon's assault. All of this transpiring in the blink of an eye. The last remaining bear opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a water-based attack. In an instant, a jet of blue water surged forth, striking the bull dragon. Yet, it only caused the creature to stagger a few steps back, its hardened skin rendering the water damage almost negligible. At that moment, the young man, observing the scene from a distance, turned pale. He had 5 gray bears. The entirety of the adult forms could not withstand the 2 ferocious charges of the bull dragon. How utterly preposterous. How could I, of all people, encounter the tyrant of Blue Star from 65 million years ago? I must have incurred the misfortune of 8 lifetimes. I am at a loss. The young man felt a surge of panic within, realizing that this was beyond his capacity to confront. He even abandoned his beast companion, hastily sliding down the icy hill, racing desperately towards his beast island. Fear had utterly overwhelmed him. In such dire circumstances, fleeing without his beast was the wisest course of action. After all, while a lost beast could be nurtured anew within the beast nest on the island, a lost life meant the end of all. As the young man ran for his life, his mind was inundated with notifications about his beast companion's demise. Clearly, those 5 gray bears had met their end. Chapter 15. Exposure. At this moment, Qin Chuan was still directing the bull dragon and the giant beast dragon to encircle the 8 snow apes, unaware of the plight of another bull dragon. The distance between them was too great for Qin Chuan to sense anything beyond the vital signs of the bull dragon closest to him. Defeated 8 giant snow apes, divine value, 8. Essence, 8. Reward, 800 gold coins. Total, 70. 030 gold coins, 8 snow ape pelts, divine value reached 100. Would you like to refine your divine essence? Upon receiving this notification, Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. He could finally refine his divine essence. Refine, Qin Chuan commanded. Congratulations to the Beast Island Master for acquiring an exclusive divine essence. Beast Island Master Qin Chuan, divine value, 61. 000 divine essence. Dusking God. The essence emits a dim glow, granting the ability to resurrect beasts within the nest after they perish in battle. Divine essences have 5 levels: Dusking God, Domain God, Partial God, Master God, and Immortal. Each level awakens a unique ability. As the divine essence was refined, Qin Chuan felt a transparent diamond crystal manifest upon his forehead. Yet, this crystal only lingered for a few seconds before vanishing, seemingly revealing itself only when the divine essence's power was invoked. In that moment, Qin Chuan distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. His skin became more resilient, and his bone density drastically increased. However, that was the extent of it. Despite having refined his divine essence, Qin Chuan did not believe he had become omnipotent. There remained a considerable gap between him and the divine beings he envisioned. From this, he also discerned that the divine essence, unless elevated to the Master God or Immortal level, did not significantly amplify personal strength. This was due to the deep bond between the divine essence and the beasts. For instance, the ability to resurrect beasts within the dragon nest was remarkably formidable. Should he attain the Domain God level, he might wield even more formidable powers. Only with the synergy between divine entities and beast companions can one unleash unforeseen combat prowess. Qin Chuan seemed to ponder a dilemma and inquired, "How can I discern the divine rank of other Beast Island lords during battle?" Each rank of divinity is marked by distinct colors: transparent, blue, purple, red, and rainbow, corresponding to 5 tiers of divinity. Thus, it became clear to him that he needed to slay more high-ranking exotic beasts, for only such creatures would yield materials and divine essence of substantial worth. His capacity for rapid growth hinged upon the number of foes he could vanquish when the beast tide surged. As Qin Chuan contemplated, a sudden thought struck him. Curiously, had his bull dragon not dispatched those 2 or 3 snow monkeys? Why had there been no notification of kills? He glanced northward and promptly mounted his wind god pterodactyl, racing towards the location. Upon arrival, however, he discovered his bull dragon vigorously tearing into a nearly lifeless gray bear, while 4 other bears lay defeated in the vicinity. Is this a beast companion? Qin Chuan noted the massive alligator hide draped over the gray bear and quickly deduced that some lord from a neighboring beast island must have attempted to hunt the snow monkeys, only to encounter his bull dragon. Yet, no human corpses were in sight. Had this individual abandoned their beast companion and fled? Was his bull dragon now exposed? No, he could not allow this individual to escape. Qin Chuan immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, with the endless sea now frozen. If the fleeing individual revealed the existence of dinosaurs therein, would he face a collective onslaught? Yet, over half an hour had passed, and fortified by divine essence, it was likely that the Beast Island Lord had already vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan swiftly commanded the southern giant beast dragon and 2 carnivorous bull dragons to scour the vast icy expanse. Meanwhile, the youth who had abandoned his beast companion was sprinting for his life, wishing he could sprout additional limbs. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outpace the carnivorous bull dragons and the southern giant beast dragon. The terrifying roars of the dragons echoed ominously behind him, instilling dread. Heavens, is that dinosaur coming for me? The youth, utterly terrified, hastily sought refuge in a narrow ice crevice. Just then, a wind god pterodactyl, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, flashed overhead. Good heavens! A flying dinosaur. Is that a pterosaur? The youth poked his head out, trembling uncontrollably. The scene before him seemed to transcend his comprehension. Seated atop the pterodactyl, Qin Chuan remained unnoticed by the youth, who perceived the pterodactyl and bull dragon merely as exotic beasts. Suddenly, the youth's heart raced perilously close to stopping as he heard heavy footsteps accompanied by the cracking of ice. Only a creature weighing 15 tons could inflict such destruction upon the ice. Surely, that must weigh over 10 tons. Is it a Tyrannosaurus Rex? How could this be possible? The young man peered through the ice layer, witnessing a formidable dragon, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, striding majestically above him. His complexion shifted from pale to a ghastly shade of blue, utterly unable to comprehend the sight before him. Yet, for the sake of survival, he was compelled to burrow desperately into the ice cavern, striving to conceal his entire form, fearing discovery. At that moment, high above, Qin Chuan had conducted a thorough inspection, but failed to detect the young man's presence. Despite Qin Chuan's keen senses, the thick ice layer proved impenetrable, prompting him to reluctantly abandon his search. As the dinosaurs that were hunting for him departed, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief, a weight lifted from his shoulders. This is truly the end for me. I wish I could slap myself a few times. Why did I provoke that creature? Tears welled in his eyes. He had been making significant progress with the grizzly bears, and if he survived today, he would be able to acquire 2 more tomorrow. However, now all 5 of his bears had perished, and he would have to start anew. Especially with the beast tide looming in 3 days, it felt like a death sentence. At that moment, the young man's heart was engulfed in despair. He then opened the chat channel and typed a message. Brothers, whatever you do, do not leave Beast Island. There are dinosaur-like creatures roaming the ice plains, and all 5 of my adult grizzly bears have just been annihilated. The dinosaur-like beasts are far too powerful. They eliminated me in an instant. As soon as the young man's message was sent, it created quite a stir in the chat channel. Is someone upstairs joking? I've killed numerous beasts and haven't encountered any dinosaur-like creatures. This guy must be exaggerating. Perhaps he encountered some beast resembling a dinosaur and is now terrified. I suspect it might be a new type of beast that he misidentified. Indeed, dinosaurs became extinct 65 million years ago, so it is unlikely they could reappear. This is the endless sea, where anything is possible. Perhaps they truly exist. Come on, stop trying to scare us. Seeing that few believed his words, the young man grew anxious and replied, Do you think I haven't seen Jurassic Park? Even if I were hallucinating, I could distinguish between dinosaurs and beasts. That was clearly a Carnotaurus and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hiss, do you think this could be an Easter egg? If we were to slay these dinosaur-like beasts, might they drop some exceedingly rare materials? The remarks made above resonate with me. There exists a possibility. Perhaps we shall indeed uncover some extraordinary materials. What of that fellow from earlier? Do share your coordinates. If the distance permits, we could form a group to investigate. Indeed, should these rare beasts truly exist, we could embark on a hunt. At this moment, the words of the youth have piqued the curiosity of many. After all, Chen Yahui's previous discovery of treasure has spurred considerable excitement among the populace. They are naturally eager for the emergence of anything akin to a hidden treasure. Hold on. You lot, have you lost your senses? He has already dispatched 5 gray bears with ease. Wouldn't your venture be in vain? Precisely. His implications suggest there may be more than one dinosaur. If a whole pack exists, are you certain of your ability to prevail? Never mind. Let us not dwell on this ill-fated notion. His gray bears have been vanquished, and my wolves remain hidden, ready to be eliminated. At this juncture, the lords of Beast Island are gradually regaining their composure. They possess enough awareness of their own capabilities to avoid any foolish miscalculations that could lead to disastrous consequences. The youth, meanwhile, is on the verge of frustration. He initially intended to share his findings, yet finds himself met with disbelief. In resignation, he types, Alas. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Nonetheless, these dinosaurs will undoubtedly yield valuable treasures. Just as the youth is about to close the chat window in disappointment, the leader of the Star River Alliance, Zhang Li, unexpectedly sends a message. Do the dinosaur beasts you mentioned truly exist? The youth's spirits lift at Zhang Li's inquiry, and he replies, Great leader, if I were to deceive, I would surely meet my doom. Zhang Li, having observed closely and concluded that the youth is unlikely to be dishonest, responds, Then please share your coordinates. I shall assess the distance. If it is not too far, I can lead formidable allies to investigate your beast island. Upon hearing this, the youth is elated. Splendid. Thank you for your trust, great leader. Initially, the youth had feared he would not withstand the impending beast tide. However, if he could assist Zhongli in acquiring rare materials, he might secure a form of protection, thereby gaining a reliable ally. Zhongli adds, however, let me issue a stern warning. Should you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. The youth promptly assures, rest easy, great leader. I wouldn't dare deceive you. You are the foremost figure of the Endless Sea Alliance. Subsequently, he transmits his coordinates in the chat. The coordinates are akin to latitude and longitude, once shared. The location of his beast island is laid bare before all. Nonetheless, even with this exposure, it is unlikely that millions would rush to his island. The Endless Sea is vast, and some may be exceedingly distant, lacking swift means of travel. A journey could take weeks or even months. Furthermore, the youth is devoid of beast companions, and with the beast tide approaching, he is indifferent to the revelation of his location. Zhongli furrowed his brow upon observing the coordinates. The distance was considerable. Even if he utilized his teammate's beast island teleportation and soared through the skies on a wind attribute Golden Eagle, it would require at least 8 hours to arrive, which would undoubtedly impede his hunt for the snow apes. The young man promptly reassured, rest assured, Great One. Slaying a dinosaur is far more lucrative than dispatching hundreds of snow apes. Zhongli appeared to concede to the logic of his companion's words and swiftly convened his allies within the alliance, preparing to investigate further. Meanwhile, in a frigid expanse near a certain beast island, a striking figure was perched atop a polar bear, directing other polar bears to hunt the snow apes. This was none other than Yi Qingwan, who had also garnered this intelligence from her alliance members. The emergence of dinosaur-like beasts? This could indeed be a golden opportunity. No, I cannot allow that scoundrel Zhongli to acquire other rare materials. Otherwise, I will fall woefully behind. At that moment, Yi Qingwan was equally engrossed in the content of the chat box. Upon learning of the ultra-rare dinosaur beasts, she felt invigorated. However, the number of capable members in her alliance was limited. What if Zhongli intercepted them? Doubt began to creep in. Just then, an exceptional candidate sprang to her mind. Qin Chuan. This formidable figure had surged ahead since the inception of the Endless Sea adventure. Particularly with the support of the affluent Chen Yahui, he had become exceptionally powerful. 500 essence points were sufficient to elevate a beast companion to the Beast King level. With Qin Chuan's assistance, it might truly be possible to vanquish the dinosaur beasts. Moreover, there would be no fear of encountering Zhongli, given their inherent rivalry. Yet, this fellow had repeatedly rebuffed her. Inviting him again might make her seem desperate. Yi Qingwan hesitated momentarily. However, considering this might be a remarkable opportunity for ascendance, she resolved to temporarily set aside her previous grievances. Subsequently, Yi Qingwan exercised her guild leader privileges and initiated a temporary dialogue with Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, are you there? At that moment, Qin Chuan, who was still on the hunt for snow apes, unexpectedly received a message from Yi Qingwan. What does this woman want now? He pondered. Though he still replied, is there something you need? Seeing Qin Chuan's response, Yi Qingwan quickly stated, indeed, there is something. Have you seen the situation in the chat channel? Qin Chuan replied, I'm hunting snow apes, so I haven't had the time to check. Yi Qingwan continued, it's like this. Someone has discovered a new type of beast, possibly a sort of Easter egg. However, one must possess sufficient strength to partake in it. Therefore, I would like to invite you to form a temporary team. Rest assured, we shall divide the spoils evenly. Upon reading Yi Qingwan's message, Qin Chuan was filled with confusion. A new type of beast? Why haven't I seen it? Yi Qingwan explained. They say it is a dinosaur beast, appearing only in a specific location, which is why I sought you to team up and hunt the dragon together. Chapter 17. A terrifying array. Upon hearing the news of the dragon hunter, Qin Chuan could no longer maintain his composure. It was indeed true. His dinosaur beast companion had been discovered. He immediately opened the chat channel, scrolled through the messages, and soon came across a conversation between a young man and Zhongli. The coordinates had also been exposed. It seemed that allowing that individual to live was a grave oversight on his part. He was ill-prepared to confront a multitude of Beast Island lords, and his chances of success were minimal. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a palpable sense of crisis. After all, his only combatants were the giant beast dragon and 2 carnivorous bull dragons. Although he possessed a dual-chamber dragon, it lacked a suitable alien core, rendering it slow and of limited utility, even if it were to reach its juvenile stage. If he were to face dozens, or even hundreds, of Beast Island lords forming a dragon hunter army. Their collective beasts would number in the hundreds, regardless of the strength of the giant beast dragon. It was still but one creature and would eventually tire. Thus, it was imperative not to engage them directly. The most prudent course of action was to evade them until they arrived. As for the temporary team-up proposed by Yi Qi-Wan, Qin Chuan could not possibly agree. It was absurd to team up against his own interests. At this moment, Yi Qi-Wan, noticing Qin Chuan's prolonged silence, grew somewhat anxious and sent a message, "Mr. Qin, this is a fortuitous opportunity. If we can eliminate the dinosaur beast, our strength will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement." Qin Chuan replied, "I just saw that even the grizzly bear was defeated, indicating that the dinosaur beast is at least of the Beast King level. It's better not to court death." Seeing that Qin Chuan was unwilling to team up, Yi Qi-Wan felt somewhat speechless. "Aren't you a renowned figure in the Endless Sea? Why do you hesitate upon hearing about the dinosaur beast?" Qin Chuan retorted, "Think what you will." With that, he promptly closed the chat window, leaving Yi Qi-Wan dumbfounded. "I've seen cowardice before, but never such extreme cowardice. If you won't join, then so be it." Subsequently, Qin Chuan paid no further attention to the messages in the chat channel. The pressing matter was to swiftly hunt the snow apes and accumulate essence. Over the next 6 or 7 hours, Qin Chuan led his 3 dragons in a sweeping assault on the icy plains surrounding Beast Island. Any congregated snow apes were nearly impossible to escape his hunt. Unbeknownst to him, he had already slain 67 snow apes, nearly wiping out the local population. In just 6 to 7 hours, he harvested 67 essence, over 6,000 gold coins, and more than 60 pelts. Altogether, he had collected 87 pelts. His divine value had also seen a substantial increase, and if he continued his hunting spree, it was likely to rise further. However, with only 1 hour remaining, this area was becoming unsafe. Qin Chuan wisely decided to withdraw, storing the giant beast dragon and the bull dragons into his dimensional space, and then mounted the wind god wyvern, soaring towards the heavens. According to the timeline, Zhang Li and the others should be approaching the coordinates shortly. Qin Chuan was not eager to encounter them just yet, so he ascended to the lofty heights. Ever since reaching the realm of the dark god, his vision had been significantly enhanced, akin to that of an eagle. Even at an altitude of 4,000 to 5,000 meters, he could discern every movement on the ground below. After soaring for nearly half an hour on the wind god pterodactyl, Qin Chuan spotted a dragon hunting team composed of over 30 individuals. Leading them was a young man in his 20s, mounted on a majestic lion, accompanied by 4 additional lions. This was none other than Zhang Li. The 30 or so individuals behind Zhang Li were each accompanied by their own beasts, consisting of formidable creatures such as gray wolves, cheetahs, leopards, hyenas, and tigers, among others. The group of beasts numbered over 150, with more than 100 possessing enhanced attributes, predominantly of wind, earth, and water elements. Once these beasts were endowed with attributes, they transcended the realm of ordinary wild animals, their strength surging dramatically. Notably, the lion ridden by Zhang Li had a mane that blazed with flames. Additionally, a man in his 30s or 40s riding a large tiger, evidently at the Beast King level, accompanied Zhang Li. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished to realize that a considerable number of these individuals had also managed to elevate their beasts to the Beast King level. He had initially believed he was the sole pioneer in advancing his colossal dragon to such heights. However, it appeared that many others were progressing at a similar rate. And this was merely what was visible. There were likely numerous discrete Beast Island lords developing formidable power behind the scenes. Alliance leader. According to the coordinates sent by that lad, we have arrived, yet there is not a soul in sight. Have we been deceived? Could it be that those dinosaur-like beasts have already departed? Several members of the Star River murmured. Where is the person who sent us the coordinates? Zhang Li inquired, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Just then, a youth who had been dozing in an ice cave heard the commotion outside and hurriedly emerged. Boss, I'm here, the young man exclaimed, scampering over. Is it you who sent the coordinates? Zhang Li asked, slightly frowning. It is. The youth nodded vigorously. Didn't you claim there were dinosaur-like beasts here? Why is there nothing? Zhang Li pressed. There are. Just an hour ago, I heard a dragon roar nearby. I was afraid they would catch my scent, so I stayed hidden in the ice cave, the youth replied earnestly. Upon hearing the youth's earnest claim, Zhang Li nodded slightly. Everyone, I appreciate your efforts. Please disperse and search in all directions. If you find anything, send word immediately. Under Zhang Li's command, the group of over 30 swiftly scattered to begin their search. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, observing from the sky, wore a smile. It would indeed be a miracle if they found anything. As expected, after more than 30 individuals searched in all directions for nearly half an hour, they returned empty-handed. Leader, there are not even any snow apes in this vicinity, let alone those dinosaur beasts, one man remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's expression darkened. You little brat. Do you dare to deceive me? Faced with the murderous intent displayed by Zhang Li, the youth turned pale with fear. Great leader. Even if you gave me 100 lives, I would not dare. There are indeed creatures nearby. I just don't know where they have run off to. You wretched fool. There is only an hour left until dawn. By then, the snow apes will be gone. Your words have wasted an entire night of our progress. The man shouted angrily. Zhang Li's face was ashen. He had originally intended to make significant advancements during the night. But now it felt as if all their time had been squandered on travel. Moreover, they had failed to find any dinosaur beasts, resulting in a considerable loss. Young man, I warned you when I arrived that if you deceive me, you will bear the consequences. Zhang Li bellowed. Seeing the murderous glare from Zhang Li, the youth trembled in fear. Chapter 18. The Rex Tyrannosaurus. Initially, the youth had hoped to have Zhang Li take revenge on those dinosaur beasts, thus showcasing himself before the powerful figure. Now, however, with nothing to show for it, he found himself targeted instead. I truly did not deceive you. The youth stammered in fright. Leader, let us retreat. On the way, we might still manage to hunt a few snow apes to compensate for our losses. Or else we will suffer greatly, one man suggested. You little brat, I see you are deliberately toying with me. Zhang Li glared at the youth. The youth, observing Zhang Li's murderous intent, fell to his knees and presented his accumulated essence. Great leader, this is the essence I have gathered over the past few days. I offer it all to you. Spare my life. As Zhang Li looked at the 30-odd essences being offered, the man beside him snatched them without hesitation and distributed them among the group, but each person received only one essence. This was hardly enough to fill their gaps. Can you not spare my life? The youth quivered. Rest assured, I would not kill you. You may return now, Zhang Li said, slightly raising his hand. Thank you for sparing my life, great leader. The youth hastily bowed in gratitude, then scrambled away towards his beast island. However, just as the youth had run a mere dozen meters, Zhang Li raised his hand again. Roar! The lion beside him leaped forward and pounced on the youth, bringing him crashing to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as the youth's skull was crushed in a single bite, leaving him no chance to scream. After eliminating the youth, Zhang Li, now seething with anger, led the team away. This scene was witnessed clearly by Qin Chuan high above. Ruthless and merciless, quite a character, Qin Chuan murmured. Just then, as Zhang Li was about to depart, he suddenly looked up at the sky, as if sensing something. Leader, what is it? Nothing. I mistook something. Let us depart, Zhang Li replied. Subsequently, Zhang Li, accompanied by a multitude of individuals, vanished into the vast, desolate ice expanse. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan returned to his beast island. With the rise of the sun, a new day dawned upon them. Only 2 days remained until the outbreak of the beast tide. At this moment, within the dragon's lair, 3 dragon eggs had already been refreshed. These eggs were quite sizable, with 2 of them being larger than the egg of the colossal beast dragon. Qin Chuan held hope that one of the 3 eggs would hatch a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which would alleviate his need for concealment in times of trouble. Rubbing his hands together, he proclaimed, hatch. With a crack, the shells began to fracture, and 3 large heads emerged from within. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of these 3 heads, Qin Chuan was instantly engulfed in ecstasy. 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes and 1 colossal beast dragon. What a stroke of fortune. Qin Chuan was astounded, having anticipated just 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex. But to receive 2 was beyond his expectations. Furthermore, the third was also a southern colossal beast dragon. Good heavens! Am I dreaming? Qin Chuan pinched himself. Feeling the sharp sting, this was no dream. Upon traveling to the endless sea, Qin Chuan had fervently wished to hatch a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although he had been granted a southern colossal beast dragon, it did not quite compare to the might of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He never anticipated that on the 3rd day, he would receive 2. Hatching successful, 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex, 1 southern colossal beast dragon, species, Tyrannosaurus Rex, also known as the king of the dinosaurs. Possessing the strongest bite force in history, residing at the pinnacle of the food chain. Its power is self-evident. Weight, 50 kilograms, maximum 20 tons. Level, juvenile, species, southern colossal beast dragon. Weight, 40 kilograms level juvenile as the information materialized. Qin Chuan promptly checked his essence. With only 220 essences remaining, it seemed insufficient to elevate these three creatures to the rank of Beast King, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He calculated that to upgrade 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes and 1 Colossal Beast Dragon to Beast King level, a minimum of 330 essences would be required. He was short by 110 essences. This predicament was rather unsettling for someone as meticulous as Qin Chuan. After all, who could resist the allure of 4 Beast King-level dinosaurs? At that moment, a thought struck him. Qin Yahui. She likely still possessed 200 essences. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately opened Qin Yahui's chat window. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find an extensive string of messages from her. Is the leader there? Leader, it's so cold tonight. I haven't even managed to slay a snow ape. Woe is me, I don't even have warm clothing. Are you busy, leader? Why haven't you replied? It's been 3 or 4 hours. You must have seen my messages by now. Woe is me, you haven't abandoned me after taking my essences, have you? A man's words are deceitful. I can no longer trust men. Go away. A few hours later, Qin Yahui, feeling remorseful, lamented. I was wrong to say that. Please, I beg you, send me a message. I know you must be busy hunting snow monkeys. Could you spare me a pelt? I feel as though I might freeze to death. I don't think I can endure until the beast tide arrives. Upon reading this cascade of messages, Qin Chuan felt a pang of guilt, realizing how unkind he had been to leave the girl in distress after taking her essence. After all, Qin Yahui was the sole member of his alliance. He quickly replied, I apologize. I was preoccupied with hunting snow monkeys last night and didn't notice the notifications. Are you all right? Meanwhile, on a remote beast island, Qin Yahui huddled in a hollow, her small hands turning pale from the cold as she sought warmth from the snow fox nestled in her arms, barely surviving the frigid night. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, tears welled in her eyes. Qin Chuan's message arrived unexpectedly. He sent me a message. Oh, how wonderful. I thought he had forgotten me. Qin Yahui exclaimed with joy. She hurriedly replied, I thought you would only seek me out when you needed essence. Qin Chuan responded, I truly apologize. I'll send you 10 snow monkey pelts to help you stay warm. As he transferred the pelts, Qin Yahui was overcome with emotion, realizing that her leader had been thinking of her all along. Could I make a small request? She asked. Could you set my notification sound to the maximum? I'm afraid I might be attacked, and you wouldn't even notice. Sure, Qin Chuan replied. Thank you so much. She replied, beaming. By the way, do you have any extra essence? I'm in urgent need, Qin Chuan inquired. Reluctant to ask for more, knowing how vulnerable Qin Yahui was, he felt a twinge of guilt for taking her hard-earned rewards. Chapter 19. The rules of the beast tied Qin Yahui, and never anticipated that the ally she had clung to was primarily interested in her essence. Yet she felt it was difficult to refuse, timidly asking, How much essence do you need? 113, Qin Chuan replied. Looking at her meager supply of 120 essence in her inventory, Qin Yahui felt tears welling in her eyes. If she gave it all away, she would be left with barely any. Seeing that Qin Yahui had not responded, Qin Chuan continued, Sister Yahui, the essence you've given me is like an investment. It will protect you from harm when it matters most. You must trust me. Though hesitant, Qin Yahui eventually acquiesced. All right, I will give it to you. Essence 113. Total essence 333. As she transferred the essence, Qin Chuan found himself with enough to elevate all 3 dinosaurs to the Beast King level. Thank you, Sister Yahui. In the future, don't be so formal. Just call me brother since I'm a few years older than you. All right, Qin Gu. From now on, you may call me Hui. A smile graced Qin Yahui's face, as this brief exchange seemed to have significantly bridged the gap between her and the esteemed figure. However, time is always fleeting. After acquiring the essence from Qin Yahui, Qin Chuan prepared to upgrade the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Behemoth Dragon. He expended all his essence in an instant, simultaneously bestowing the 2 Thunder attribute cores upon the Tyrannosaurus Rex, while the Behemoth Dragon retained its water attribute. In the blink of an eye, all of Qin Chuan's essence reserves were completely depleted. Essence, 333, total essence, 0, Thunder attribute beast core, 2. Water attribute core, 1 species, Tyrannosaurus Rex, weight, 20 tons, level, Beast King level. To upgrade to Beast Emperor level requires 1000 essence, attribute, Thunder primary skill, Thunderous Roar. Evolves into Thunderstorm domain upon reaching Beast Emperor level, passive skill, energy accumulation after taking damage. A portion is converted into electrical energy, which is released as widespread lightning upon reaching capacity. Species: Southern Behemoth Dragon. Weight: 15 tons. Level: Beast King level. Attribute: Water, primary skill. Raging Sea, passive skill. Aquatic affinity. With the completion of the upgrades, Qin Chuan now possessed 4 Beast King level dinosaurs, all of which were formidable combatants: the Behemoth Dragon and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Had he encountered Zhang Li and his companions with this configuration yesterday, he would have been utterly confident in subduing them all. The combination of the water attribute Behemoth Dragon and the thunder attribute Tyrannosaurus Rex was simply exceptional. As soon as the Behemoth Dragon unleashed its water attribute skills, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could follow suit with its thunder attribute, creating a devastating area of effect that would undoubtedly be extraordinary. While Qin Chuan reveled in his newfound strength, an announcement suddenly materialized. Announcement: Only 2 days remain until the Beast Tide arrives. All Beast Island leaders are advised to prepare. Rules of the Beast Tide are as follows. First, the beasts unleashed during the tide will not drop materials or divine values, but will accumulate prestige points. Second, surviving the Beast Tide will yield substantial rewards based on the amount of prestige points accumulated. Third, exceptional performers ranked in the top 5 for prestige points will receive additional special rewards. The sudden emergence of this information momentarily startled Qin Chuan. He had not anticipated the announcement so soon. Special rewards for the top 5? Could it be a plethora of essence? Or perhaps an abundance of beast cores? Qin Chuan was filled with curiosity. He then opened the chat channel to gauge the reactions of other Beast Island leaders regarding this announcement. The moment the chat box appeared, the leaders were already buzzing with excitement. Wow, rewards based on prestige? However, it remains unspoken how much prestige one earns for slaying a monstrous beast. Regardless, one should simply kill as many as possible. Indeed, this is the inaugural Beast Tide of the Endless Sea, and its intensity is likely to be manageable. Perhaps these creatures are relatively easy to vanquish. Have you not noticed? The top 5 in prestige rankings will receive additional special rewards. What might those rewards entail? Surely they cannot be mere essence or divine points. What a fanciful notion. Given that these are special rewards, they must be unprecedented, certainly not common materials. It is certain that the bestowed rewards will empower the already formidable. After this Beast Tide, the 5 most powerful lords of Beast Island will likely be determined. It is evident that the top 5 will consist of the current 5 guild leaders. Yet, that is not set in stone. The 6th-ranked leader of the Iron Lion Alliance, Li Tong, has surged from outside the top 10 to 6th place in a single day. He may very well be a dark horse. Let us not forget about Qin Chuanju. Though his guild ranks lower, he has consistently been ahead since the very beginning. Even if he does not secure 1st place, he is likely to claim 2nd or 3rd. We must also strive harder. Even if we cannot reach the top 5, we should aim to accrue as much prestige as possible to exchange for resources. At this moment, countless lords of Beast Island are fervently discussing. This first Beast Tide will undoubtedly claim many lives. Yet, those who survive will certainly witness a transformation in their fates. Qin Chuan took a deep breath. My soul beast companion, the dinosaur, is poised to rise at an unprecedented speed. Securing a place in the top 5 should not pose much of a challenge. Nevertheless, one must not be complacent. With billions of lords of Beast Island competing, who knows how many dark horses may emerge? Should one be overtaken unexpectedly, it could spell disaster. For special rewards are undoubtedly capable of altering one's destiny. They must be obtained. At this moment, Qin Chuan resolved that before the Beast Tide arrives, he must exert every effort to enhance his power. Yet, in the Endless Sea, no events are currently unfolding. This implies that the scattered beasts upon the island are the only resource available to Qin Chuan. Previously, he had surveyed the island from above on his wind god Pterosaur and noted that the resources were rather scant, merely a transitional phase for novices. Even if one were to slay every beast on the island, it is unlikely to yield more than 200 essence. While there is a marketplace, it remains the 3rd day of the novice period, and it is improbable that anyone would be willing to sell their essence. At this moment, it is not only Qin Chuan who is seeking ways to enhance himself. Others are doing the same, albeit without the fortune of recruiting Chen Yahweh into their ranks. For those wishing to grow stronger before the Beast Tide, there appears to be but one method: plunder. Perhaps the divine forces at play have designated the first 2 days prior to the Beast Tide as a period of silence to compel the lords of Beast Island to venture forth and raid. This will further eliminate the weak. It will render the strong even stronger while the weak become weaker, and some may even meet their demise. For the powerful lords of Beast Island, this is a feast. For the weaker ones, it spells death and destruction. A massacre sweeping across the boundless sea shall unfold in the coming days. Chapter 20, Survival of the Fittest. With the emergence of the Beast Tide rules, the nature of the chat channel has shifted. Everyone, I am setting forth to plunder. Prepare your essence swiftly, or do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. It seems many wish to strengthen themselves in these final 2 days. Even my fierce tiger beast pet is ravenous. I am about to depart. Those nearby my Beast Island should beware, for I shall show no mercy. Alas, those fortunate enough to randomly receive formidable beast companions have begun to abandon their humanity. For those like me, cursed with misfortune, does this not spell certain doom? Fellow players, human nature cannot withstand the test. Lacking sufficient strength, we can only seek temporary refuge. Otherwise, we shan't endure the beast tide. Meanwhile, Chen Yahweh, equally engrossed in the chat, found herself frightened by the restless lords of the Beast Islands. Although she possessed 5 snow foxes, most of her essence had been taken by Qin Chuan, leaving her foxes merely in their adult forms. Furthermore, their attributes consisted of common water and mutated earth types, providing little advantage against the powerful beasts. Oh heavens! Am I to perish? Chen Yahweh's delicate face paled, and she regretted giving all her essence to Qin Chuan. Had she allocated it to her snow foxes, they could have ascended to Beast King level. While the enhancement of a Beast King level snow fox might not be monumental, it would at least possess some combat capability. In haste, Chen Yahweh sent a message to Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, have you seen the chat channel? These individuals have begun their rampage. What should I do? In response to her fearful message, Qin Chuan reassured her. Rest assured, if anyone logs into your Beast Island, promptly inform me, and I shall teleport to your aid at once. All right. Thank you, Brother Qin. At that moment, Chen Yahweh felt a slight sense of relief. Conversely, Qin Chuan was unperturbed by the impending massacre. With his 4 Beast King-level dinosaurs, he faced no threat unless an overwhelming number of Beast Island lords descended upon him at once. He then mounted his wind god pterodactyl and ventured deep into the Beast Island to hunt the scattered exotic beasts. Releasing his colossal dragon, he commenced his onslaught. For the Beast King-level colossal dragon, the adult exotic beasts on the island posed no threat whatsoever. He did not even need to utilize skills, engaging in one-sided slaughter instead. However, searching for the scattered exotic beasts proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. After several hours, Qin Chuan had only slain 15 exotic beasts, acquiring 15 essence and divine value. 3 to 4 hours had yielded so few exotic beasts. It appeared that the novice period of the Beast Island was no longer sufficient for rapid development. He stored the colossal dragon in the dimensional space, preparing to continue his search. Just then, Qin Chuan suddenly noticed 12 black dots moving swiftly along the coastline of his Beast Island. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the 12 dark figures were comprised of 6 black panthers and 6 gray wolves. Additionally, 2 men trailed behind the beasts, one in his 30s, tall and slender, clad in a suit, while the other, in his 40s, bore a corpulent physique. The 2 appeared to be conspiring to raid Beast Island. Lu Yi. My dear brother, this marks our inaugural collaboration. My gray wolf shall initiate the attack, while your black panthers lie in wait for an opportune moment. Once we vanquish the lord of this island, we shall split the spoils evenly. You must not betray me. The stout middle-aged man spoke slowly. Ha ha, Brother Zhou. Do you doubt my integrity? Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Lu Yi replied with a smile. Clearly, their presence near Qin Chuan's Beast Island was a prelude to a predatory venture with a clear objective. Upon landing on the island, they would head directly for Qin Chuan's dragon nest. These 2 were the very island lords Qin Chuan had previously observed, lurking perilously close to him. Typically, island lords only engage in raids near their own territories, as venturing too far would pose a risk. How intriguing. I had no intention of hunting you. Yet you have so graciously come to me. Qin Chuan mused with a subtle smile, promptly mounting his wyvern and soaring toward the dragon nest. Upon reaching the nest, Qin Chuan released 2 carnivorous bull dragons to lie in ambush, preparing to catch his adversaries off guard. Meanwhile, he reclined atop the sanctuary, resting his head upon his hands, patiently awaiting their arrival. Before long, the 2 men reached the dragon nest. Lu Yi commanded his 6 black panthers to conceal themselves amidst the bushes on either flank, seemingly intent on launching a surprise attack. Unbeknownst to them, Their every move had been observed by Qin Chuan from the very beginning. After all, his vision had remarkably sharpened after attaining the Dark God status. Goodness, what a wealthy individual. This crystal sanctuary is truly colossal, Lu Yi exclaimed, awestruck by the magnificent structure in the distance. Indeed, it is rather impressive. Just how many crystal giant scorpions must he have slain? Zhou He mirrored Lu Yi's astonishment. Observing these reckless individuals, Qin Chuan gradually revealed himself from above the crystal sanctuary, stating, "Friends, you have overstepped your bounds. This is my Beast Island." Startled, the two men gazed upwards at Qin Chuan in disbelief. "You startled me," Lu Yi exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of him standing above the sanctuary. Zhou He, with a smile, addressed Qin Chuan, "My friend, we harbor no ill intent. We are merely in dire need of essence. Just 100 will suffice, and we shall depart immediately without causing any trouble." As he spoke, the 6 gray wolves beside him bared their teeth menacingly, fixated on Qin Chuan, as if poised to pounce and rend him to pieces at a moment's notice. In response to their audacious proposition, Qin Chuan remarked, "I have yet to encounter thieves so courteous." Upon hearing this, Zhou He chuckled, "Harmony brings prosperity. After all, it would be unwise to risk our lives over such a trivial amount of essence. That makes sense, but 100 units is far too little. Let us settle on 200, Qin Chuan replied with a calm demeanor. "Oh, quite astute," Lu Yi remarked, his interest piqued. However, as they observed Qin Chuan, they realized he had no intention of parting with any essence. Qin Chuan looked at the two and said, "What are you waiting for? Take the essence." What do you mean?" Lu Yi paused, bewildered. "Damn it, this kid is pulling our leg." Lu Yi's expression darkened immediately. Initially, he thought Qin Chuan was offering them 200 units, but it was evident now that he was demanding it from them. "Young man, you truly do not know when to quit." Zhou He wasted no time and raised his hand. "Go." With Zhou He's command, the 6 gray wolves, which had been poised for action, surged forward, ready to leap onto the shelter and launch an assault on Qin Chuan. Without a beast king-level companion, did they truly believe they could prevail? Such ignorance! Qin Chuan also slowly raised his hand. A fearsome dragon roar erupted, accompanied by thunderous footsteps from the jungle behind Qin Chuan. In an instant, the 6 gray wolves charging forward were shattered by the force of 2 colossal cow dragons. "Your pet gray wolf has died too." Shortly thereafter, 2 more gray wolves fell, succumbing to their severe wounds. This sudden turn of events left Zhou He pale with fear, exclaiming, "What on earth is that creature? How can his pet be so enormous? This defies logic." Lu Yi was equally stunned, his mouth agape. With another roar from the cow dragon, it charged forth, its massive form nearly crushing everything in its path. "Your pet gray wolf has died too." In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 6 gray wolves were annihilated, leaving the remaining 2 trembling in fear, too terrified to advance. Zhou He, overwhelmed by the bizarre occurrence, completely forgot to control his wolves. By the time he regained his senses, he saw the 2 massive cow dragons preparing to finish off the last 2 gray wolves. The adrenaline surged through Zhou He, snapping him back to reality as he shouted, "Lu Yi, what are you waiting for? Use the Black Panther to take this kid down. This creature is no ordinary pet. It's a dinosaur. Damn it." Yesterday in the chat channel, someone mentioned encountering a dinosaur-like beast near our Beast Island. This was no mere beast. It was evidently Qin Chuan as companion. Lu Yi's face was filled with terror as he struggled to comprehend how someone could have bred a dinosaur. What? How can such a pet even exist? This is unfair. Zhou He trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. The dinosaur incident from yesterday had even alarmed Zhang Li of the Galaxy Alliance, who had brought a large group to hunt but found nothing. To their astonishment, they unexpectedly encountered each other. "What are you still doing? Run." Li understood that even if he summoned his Black Panther to join the fray, it would be no match for the 2 4-ton dinosaurs. Thus, he turned and fled, fearing that a moment's delay would see him overtaken. "I shall not allow you to leave alive," Qin Chuan declared, raising his hand. "Giant beast dragon, unleash yourself." With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as the 15-ton southern giant beast dragon was summoned forth in an instant. "Damn it, he has more." Lu Yi turned around, instantly paralyzed with terror. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant beast dragon surged forth, it swiftly obstructed the path of the 2 men. Its razor-sharp fangs gleamed like military blades. A single bite could sever one in 2. "Boss, spare me. I realize my mistake." With no escape in sight, Lu Yi fell to his knees. Zhou He followed suit. Prostrating himself, Please spare my life, boss. I shall never dare again. Observing their frantic bowing, Qin Chuan approached slowly, hand over all the essence. Upon hearing this, the two men were on the verge of tears, having initially planned to join forces to prey upon others. Yet, they had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance after their first kill on Beast Island. All right, I'll give it all. Lu Yi, trembling, immediately produced his remaining 45 essences. Zhou He, too, did not hesitate, offering up 63 essences. Witnessing the essences they presented, Qin Chuan was astounded. He had not expected to acquire over 100 essences in such a short span. It seems that this method of looting is far more efficient than laboriously slaying monsters. What about the gold? Qin Chuan inquired. Boss, I spent all the gold on materials. I truly have none left. Can you let us go now? Liu stammered. Run. Run quickly. Qin Chuan raised his hand slightly. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. After bowing in gratitude, the two men dashed towards the coastline. Observing this scene, Qin Chuan slowly lifted his hand. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the giant beast dragon, which had been poised to strike, charged forth in a frenzy. Damn it. Did you not promise not to kill us? Li turned to see the pursuing giant beast dragon, instantly filled with dread. Zhou He's face turned ashen as he ran for his life. I said to let you run, but I never said I wouldn't kill you. Qin Chuan replied coldly, raising his hand, Wrath of the Ocean. As the skill activated, the giant beast dragon slammed its feet into the ground, radiating an eerie blue light, causing fractures to spread across the earth beneath it. Countless water columns erupted from the crevices, forming a colossal wall of water ahead of it. Roar. With the giant beast dragon's ferocious roar, the water wall collapsed violently, transforming into a surging tidal wave that obliterated any trees that stood in its path. Impossible. Even at the Beast King level, such a skill cannot be that powerful. Zhou turned his head, terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground. Utterly stripped of any courage to flee. You beast. I shall fight you. Lu Yi exclaimed furiously, immediately commanding 6 Black Panthers to surge upstream, poised to launch an attack. A thunderous roar followed, and in the next moment, a colossal wave, imbued with the terrifying force capable of shattering cities, crashed forward. The 6 leaping Black Panthers simultaneously unleashed their skills, their bodies crystallizing momentarily, but they were soon engulfed entirely by the monstrous wave. Damn it, Lu Yi lamented. His face drained of color as he beheld the advancing torrent. In an instant, both men were completely submerged in the deluge. It seemed that it was not merely the prowess of the Beast King level skill that was formidable, but rather the strength of my beast companion, Qin Chuan mused, equally astonished. This was his first time unleashing the skill of a colossal dragon beast at the king level. He had anticipated its potency, but had never imagined it would be so overwhelmingly powerful. As the massive wave gradually receded, the remnants of Lu Yi and his companion had already been torn asunder, their demise absolute. Similar carnage was unfolding throughout Beast Island. Qin Chuan now harbored concerns for Chun Yahui, aware that her island could also be vulnerable to invasion. He promptly opened the chat window to inquire, Hui, are you safe? At that moment, Chun Yahui, who was hiding in the forests of Beast Island, saw Qin Chuan's caring message and quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, Qin Ge. So far, there have been no intruders here. It is quite safe. That is good to hear, Qin Chuan responded. However, do not let your guard down. Stay hidden. And if danger arises, notify me immediately. Thank you, Qin Ge. By the way, my beast companion is quite weak. What should I do if the beast tide arrives? In that case, I will temporarily lend you one of my beasts to help guard your nest. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan would share a beast, Chun Yahui felt grateful but feared she might become a liability. Qin Ge, one beast probably won't be enough to defend the nest. We should have at least 2 or 3, considering the scale of the beast tide. Perhaps I should forego my nest altogether and just teleport to your island. Surprised by her thoughtfulness, Qin Chuan reassured her, Do not worry, one of my beasts is sufficient. The nest must not be compromised, otherwise, you would lose your chance at supremacy. Seeing Qin Chuan's determination, Chun Yahui ceased to resist, believing his beast must be a large one, perhaps a lion or tiger, or even an enormous creature like a rhinoceros or elephant. Chapter 22. Bravado. After concluding his conversation with Chun Yahui, Qin Chuan casually glanced at the chat channel, discovering it was bustling with activity. Ha ha ha, it seems that killing and looting is indeed the swiftest way to riches. I have already slaughtered 2 beast islands and amassed over 100 essences. Humph, a mere 100? What is there to boast about? I have obliterated 4 islands, accumulating nearly 300 essences. Damn it, you wretches are truly inhumane. You don't even spare someone like me, who has only a handful of essences. The individual upstairs should really quiet down. Their mere existence is quite fortunate. I recently took a stroll and discovered that several Beast Island lords next door have been eliminated. This group, cowards who prey on the weak. Why don't they dare to confront Qin Chuanju? He has managed to win over the affluent Chun Yahweh, undoubtedly possessing a plethora of resources. Nonsense about Qin Chuanju. He simply hasn't crossed paths with me. Should he encounter me, I would not hesitate to strike him down. At this moment, a certain Beast Island lord, consumed by rage, was speaking quite boastfully, exuding arrogance. It's easy to boast, if you truly met him. It would likely be you who faced annihilation. Do not underestimate me. 2 of my beast companions have already ascended to the Beast King level. If I were to confront him, I would surely defeat him. After all, I have a score to settle with that fellow. You have a grudge against Qin Chuanju? I joined the Galaxy Alliance today, and this fellow has stolen Qin Yahweh, who rightfully belongs to the Alliance. Isn't that a grudge? If I ever meet him, just watch as I dismember him. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, observing the conversation, found himself rather speechless. Surely, this person must be quite deranged, having stolen Qin Yahweh himself. He claims to have a grudge, when it should be against Zhongli. This individual has barely been a member for a day and has already made an enemy of me? It seems the members of the Galaxy Alliance have been brainwashed by Zhongli. Lost in themselves, they have transformed into keyboard warriors, unleashing their fury. Then Qin Chuan typed a message. Hey, fellow upstairs, care to share your coordinates? I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. With Qin Chuan's sudden remark, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Even Qin Chuan can't tolerate it anymore. That kid claims he wants to kill Qin Chuan. Let us see those coordinates. Indeed, if he is so bold, he should reveal his location. This fellow only knows how to boast. If Qin Chuan truly showed up, he would surely wilt under pressure. After all, Qin Chuan is a dominant figure. Leading from day 1 in the Endless Sea, his strength rivaling that of the top Alliance lords. At this moment, the boastful youth was further incensed by the messages in the chat. A bunch of sycophants. If I really revealed my coordinates, he would surely back out. Just like all the other types I've encountered. He might manage to defeat some mindless beasts, but if he meets a Beast Island lord, he would be finished. Yet, it was he who kept babbling incessantly. Why not just reveal his coordinates? This fellow is nothing but a clown, too timid to disclose his location. Qin Chuan, shaking his head in resignation, could not deny that his growth rate was remarkably swift, at least in terms of resource plundering. He had already surpassed this so-called chosen one with a singular dinosaur beast companion. I suspect Zhongli and Yi Chi-Wan are also indulging in rampant slaughter. Such rapid development is undeniably significant. As the lords of Beast Island engaged in their banter, that audacious youth unexpectedly released his coordinates. I've revealed my location, Qin. Care to come and challenge me? My fiery rhinoceros is eager for a fight. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. His beast companion was a rhinoceros, and a fire attribute one at that. This fire rhino, capable of both enduring and striking, would indeed be a formidable adversary. At this moment, Qin Chuan gazed at the coordinates and, upon clicking, discovered they were not too far away. With the speed of his wind god wyvern, he estimated he could arrive in no more than 2 or 3 hours. Initially, he held little interest in venturing out to hunt, but considering the youth's reckless desire for confrontation, he thought, I wouldn't mind escorting you to your demise. With that, Qin Chuan mounted his wind god wyvern, preparing to eliminate this arrogant individual. Meanwhile, the youth seemed utterly unconcerned about the impending threat. After all, within just half a day, he had amassed nearly 300 essence orbs and secured 2 fire attribute beast kings. His rate of growth was undeniably swift. Qin, do you dare to come? I await you on Beast Island. The youth continued. However, the chat box had gone silent, devoid of any messages from Qin Chuan. I knew it. This kid is all talk. Now he won't even show his face, probably has his chat box closed, he sneered. Don't get too cocky, who knows? Qin Chuan might already be on his way to you. If he dares to show up, I'll seize the essence orbs from him and perhaps ascend to the Beast Emperor level. Qin Chuan, don't let your head get too big. That fire rhinoceros is no ordinary foe. If you misstep, it could spell disaster. Indeed, he clearly aims to provoke you. Rest assured, everyone, Qin Chuan isn't that foolish. 2 Beast King level fire rhinoceroses are not to be trifled with, especially with the beast tide approaching in 2 days. There's no need to waste time rushing over for mere provocations. At this moment, the chat channel was abuzz with various comments. Yet, Qin Chuan was already soaring toward the opposing Beast Island. In the chat box, Yi Qingwan was equally attentive to the updates. She was taken aback that the Xinghe Guild had recruited another powerhouse, a fire rhinoceros, a core of a rare fire attribute beast. It seemed to her that Qin Chuan was rather cowardly, as he did not dare to confront the fire rhinoceros. After all, she had invited him to hunt the beast dinosaur the previous day, and he had shown considerable reluctance. It appeared that these incidents indicated he was not particularly strong. Killing the armored giant crocodile and the crystal giant scorpion might have been mere coincidences. After all, he had not sold the snow ape hides after last night, suggesting he had not slain many snow apes, perhaps even lacking sufficient hides for himself. It seemed unnecessary to keep an eye on him going forward. He might not even measure up to my strength, Yi Qingwan mused. 3 hours later, within the confines of the chat box, the young man continued to make his presence known, his bravado increasingly audacious. Little did he know that, at that very moment, the wind god pterodactyl soared swiftly above. According to the coordinates, it should be descending upon Beast Island below. Qin Chuan glanced downward and immediately spotted the brash youth's Beast Island. In an instant, the wind god pterodactyl swooped down. Chapter 23. The Beast King Showdown. At this moment, the young man incessantly flooded the chat channel, seemingly relishing the feeling of superiority it afforded him. Youth, diehard fans. Haven't you always been worshipping that Qin fellow? This guy has been silent for 3 hours, not daring to utter a sound. Now you see who the true giant is, don't you? Damn, this kid is truly arrogant. But on another note, Qin Chuan really seems to have shrunk in fear. My lofty image of him has collapsed. Everyone disperse, as Qin Chuan has fallen silent. He probably doesn't want to confront the fire rhino at such a critical juncture, especially with the beast tide looming. Observing the messages in the chat box, the young man couldn't help but smile broadly. This act of belittling others to elevate himself filled him with immense satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, the self-satisfied youth suddenly turned sharply, as if sensing something amiss. "Who is there?" he shouted, glancing toward the dense forest behind him, his alertness instantly heightened. In an instant, the 5 massive rhinos beside him assumed a defensive stance. Among them, 2 were engulfed in flames, clearly having reached the Beast King level of fire attribute beasts. Just then, Qin Chuan emerged slowly from the shadows. Upon seeing this young man, who appeared to be of a similar age, the youth's expression darkened. "Who are you? How dare you invade my Beast Island?" Gazing at the other's vigilant demeanor, Qin Chuan merely smiled. "Haven't you been searching for me all this time? Why inquire about my identity now?" Upon hearing this, the youth's mind raced. "Qin Chuan, you actually dared to come. Is there any place in this endless sea that I would fear to tread?" Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed, his tone exuding dominance. This left the youth in disbelief. Could it be that the opponent's Beast Island was in such close proximity? Otherwise, how could he have arrived in just 3 hours? After a brief moment of shock, the youth burst into laughter. "Qin, I never imagined you would dare to come to your demise. Let us cease the chatter and engage in battle." As the young man's words fell, the 5 rhinos immediately glared menacingly at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan assessed the 5 rhinos, each weighing nearly 2 tons. No wonder the opponent had the audacity to boast. In the endless sea, the size of a beast companion determined its combat prowess. "What? Aren't you curious about what beast companion I possess?" Qin Chuan was taken aback by the youth's arrogance. "Is it necessary? Even if you have a large beast companion, it matters not to me. You only need to know that the one who will end your life is named Wang Yong." The youth grinned slightly, brimming with confidence in his fiery rhino. "Since you are so eager for demise, I shall oblige." Qin Chuan slowly raised his head, ready to unleash the colossal beast, the dragon, as its aquatic attributes would aptly counter the fiery ones. However, before Qin Chuan could proceed, Wang Yong immediately raised his hand, saying, "Wait a moment. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for fame and fortune cannot be squandered." Upon finishing his words, he promptly opened the chat channel. Qin Chuan quickly discerned Wang Yong's intentions. As expected, Wang Yong began typing 2 lines in the chat. "Everyone, I retract my previous statement. The person named Qin is not merely a coward. He is a fool, daring to seek me out. It is a pity that the chat channel does not support live streaming. Otherwise, you would surely relish this one-sided slaughter." With Wang Yong's words echoing in the chat, the room erupted. "No way. Qin Chuan truly went after that guy? No wonder he hasn't shown up for 3 hours." He must have been busy engaging in keyboard bravado. Qin Chuan, you've been duped. This guy is clearly trying to provoke you. He possesses 2 Beast King level pets. Observing the messages in the chat, Wang Yang smiled slightly and continued, Everyone, I only need 3 minutes to eliminate this fool. I shall show you what true prowess looks like. This guy is incredibly arrogant. 3 minutes to dispose of Qin Chuan? What a far-fetched notion. Damn it. It's unbearable not to witness the clash between Qin Chuan and this braggart. What kind of beast does Qin Chuan possess? Can it possibly contend with this loudmouthed adversary? At this moment, Yi Qingwan coincidentally saw the contents of the chat channel and was taken aback. Did Qin Chuan really confront the opponent? Is he that reckless? Seeing Wang Yong's smug demeanor, Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation, affirming that the world was indeed vast, accommodating all sorts of personalities. He had encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. Shall we commence? I am pressed for time, Qin Chuan stated. Reveal your beast. Wang Yong commanded, immediately raising his hand to command 5 raging rhinoceroses. In an instant, the 5 beasts became alert, exhaling hot vapor from their nostrils, eager to engage. Without further ado, Qin Chuan raised his hand. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as 2 colossal dragons manifested, crashing heavily onto the earth. Roar. With 2 fearsome roars, the dragons' terrifying forms loomed like twin mountains. Wang Yong's previously smug expression froze upon glimpsing the dragons, his pupils dilating in shock, momentarily questioning his own perception. Is this a dinosaur? How is this possible? How could you possess such a beast? As the amber vertical pupils of the dragons locked onto Wang Yong, his face drained of color, the earlier bravado evaporating entirely. Did you just claim 3 minutes? Qin Chuan mused, stroking the blue-patterned skin of the dragon, casting a knowing glance at his opponent. Wang Yong, now rendered speechless by shock, found himself confronted with a creature that exceeded the limits of his comprehension. This defies logic. How could you cultivate such a monster? This is impossible. At this moment, Wang Yong was teetering on the brink of madness. After all, no one could remain composed in the face of a 15-ton behemoth. Enough of your prattle, Qin Chuan uttered, slowly raising his hand and pointing forward. Attack! With a furious roar, the colossal beast, the dragon of the giants, charged toward the 5 charging rhinoceroses. Wang Yong's face contorted with rage. If I kill you, this beast will belong to me. Flamestorm. Clearly, witnessing Qin Chuan's beast companion ignited a sense of greed within Wang Yong, prompting him to stabilize his emotions and command the rhinoceroses to attack. As the 2 king-level rhinoceroses positioned themselves, they lifted their horns and surged forward toward the dragon of the giants. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying inferno erupted from within the flaming rhinoceros, the intense heat causing nearby trees to spontaneously combust. The rhinoceros horns glowed a fiery red should they make contact. The searing flames would immediately engulf the dragon of the giants, inflicting immense burn damage. Sensing the scorching heat approaching, Qin Chuan likewise raised his hand. With a crack and a series of thunderous booms, torrents of water erupted from the ground, transforming into towering waves that surged toward the flaming rhinoceros. This is impossible. Even at the king level, how can your water attribute be so formidable? At that moment, Wang Yong, witnessing the overwhelming deluge, turned pale with fear. Chapter 24. A stroke of fortune. As the mighty waves crashed, Wang Yong, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly raised his hand. Defend. The 5 rhinoceroses halted their assault, bowing their heads to shield Wang Yong from the impending onslaught, bracing themselves to withstand the deluge. With a resounding splash, the waves descended, extinguishing the flames engulfing the 2 king-level rhinoceroses and causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Fortunately, Wang Yong remained unscathed, shielded by the massive bodies of the rhinoceroses amidst the tumultuous waters. Once the waves receded, Wang Yong was left drenched, resembling a drowned rat, while the 2 king-level rhinoceroses were rendered completely ineffective. Initially, Wang Yong could have relied on the rhinoceros' sheer size to withstand attacks from water attribute beasts. However, the dragon of the giants was simply too colossal, unleashing skills of astonishing magnitude. Through his encounters with the Beast Island's master, Qin Chuan had come to a definitive conclusion. The larger the creature, the more potent its skills. This notion led him to ponder the terrifying power that would arise if his dual-chamber dragon reached Wang Yong's size, or that of an adult, coupled with widespread destructive abilities. Of course, now is not the time for such musings. After extinguishing the flames of the rhinoceros, the dragon of the giants swiftly transitioned to close combat, charging toward the rhinoceroses. Counterattack! Counterattack! Faced with the sudden onslaught of the two dragons of the giants, Wang Yong was thrown into a panic, hastily commanding the rhinoceroses to retaliate. Before they could respond, the dragon of the giants opened its gaping maw, its primal hunting instincts ingrained in its very genes, rendering it exceedingly ferocious. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as one adult rhinoceros was swiftly dispatched, its neck severed by the dragon of the giants in an instant. At the other end, the colossal beast dragon swung its tail, effortlessly sending two rhinoceroses flying. In a mere encounter, 3 adult rhinos were instantly dispatched. The remaining 2 king-class rhinos, under Wang Yong's command, began to retaliate. With a resounding impact, the 4 giants collided, becoming locked in a fierce struggle. Despite the rhinos reaching the king class, the disparity in size was simply too immense. In just one exchange, the 2 king-class rhinos were firmly subdued by the colossal beast dragon, unable to mount any resistance. Damn it! How could such a monster exist in the endless sea? Wang Yong, drenched in sweat, felt his legs weaken with fear. With 2 sharp cracks echoing through the air, the 2 king-class rhinos were caught by the dragon's jaws, meeting their demise on the spot. This was indeed the most straightforward attack method employed by dinosaurs when hunting herbivorous prey. Qin Chuan glanced at the time. It seemed the battle had lasted just over a minute. Witnessing the complete annihilation of the rhinos he had painstakingly nurtured, Wang Yong's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Where's your earlier arrogance? Why so silent now? Qin Chuan observed the terror in Wang Yong's eyes and spoke calmly. Suddenly, Wang Yong fell to his knees, exclaiming, Qin Chuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have boasted. Please spare me. I was once your fan. Damn it. I thought your bones were as tough as your words, but it seems you're merely spineless, Qin Chuan remarked, bemused by Wang Yong's sudden capitulation. He slightly raised his hand, preparing to end it. As the colossal beast dragon approached, Wang Yong's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily, Qin, I'm a member of the Star River Alliance. If you dare to kill me, my alliance leader will not let you go. Let him confine me then, Qin Chuan replied, raising his hand immediately. No. Wang Yong screamed desperately, but it was too late. With a swift bite from the colossal beast dragon, Wang Yong was torn in two before he could even resist. Looking at the information list, Qin Chuan smiled slightly. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would be so wealthy, yielding over 300 essence. A small fortune indeed. After dispatching his opponent, Qin Chuan recalled the colossal beast dragon and summoned the wind god Pterosaur, leaping onto its back and soaring towards his beast island. At that moment, the chat channel erupted with activity. It's been almost 3 minutes. How's Qin Chuan's battle going? Oh my, that arrogant guy's avatar is blacked out. He has been taken out. Indeed, Qin Chuan is impressive. He dispatched him in under 2 minutes, simply incredible. What kind of beast pet does Qin Chuan have? How could he eliminate 5 rhinos so swiftly? 2 of those rhinos were even king class. Haha, no one can question Qin Chuan's strength now. It feels so satisfying to crush keyboard warriors offline. Witness who dares to defy Qin Chuan. Quickly reveal your coordinates. At this moment, Yi Qingwan, who was closely monitoring the battle, was utterly stunned. The prowess of Qin Chuan was simply absurd. It defied logic. Even with my 3-headed, Beast King level polar bear, it would take several hours of fierce combat to vanquish his 2 Beast King level rhinos. What manner of beast is he commanding? Yi Qingwan was profoundly shaken. She had believed she could contend with Qin Chuan, but in an instant, she found herself outmatched. This disparity was insurmountable. Qin Chuan, I shall eventually surpass you in strength. The turmoil within Yi Qingwan was immense, igniting her competitive spirit. However, not long after Qin Chuan departed from Wang Yong's Beast Island, a sudden hum reverberated. 3 beams of light descended unexpectedly near the beast nest. This was a privilege exclusive to the Silver Alliance. With permission, one could teleport directly to an ally's beast nest. Naturally, fallen allies could be teleported without consent. The one activating this teleportation was none other than Zhongli. What a fool Wang Yong is. I told him to remain low-key, yet he never learns. Zhongli gazed at the severed corpse on the ground, his anger palpable. I had just sent him a message urging him to agree to the teleportation, and he failed to respond in time for assistance, a nearby man remarked solemnly. Clearly, Wang Yong had been paralyzed with fear after his confrontation with Qin Chuan and was oblivious to messages, let alone consenting to the teleportation of other allies. That Qin has taken Chun Yahweh, who rightfully belonged to my Galaxy Alliance, and now he has eliminated one of my newly recruited generals. This scoundrel must be punished. Zhongli said gravely. Alliance leader, how could those rhinos meet such a demise? The man crouched down to inspect the fallen rhinos, his face a mask of horror. Zhongli also noted that the deceased rhinos had all been dispatched with a single strike, each wound inflicted upon the nape of their necks. What kind of beast is this? How could it inflict such horrific injuries? Zhongli was taken aback. The wounds on the napes of the 5 rhinos resembled those inflicted by a series of expertly delivered stabs, utterly terrifying. Chapter 25. Attribute Expansion. This Qin poses a substantial threat to us. If we aspire to dominate the Endless Sea, these top-tier strongholds must be eradicated entirely. Zhongli remarked slowly as he surveyed the brutally slain rhinos. For him, those ranked among the powerful had never been a genuine threat. Rather, it was the deeply concealed and inscrutable strong figures that posed the greatest danger. Take Qin Chuan, for instance. Since his arrival in the Endless Sea, he has maintained an unassailable lead, even amassing a fervent following. Thankfully, Qin Chuan has not publicly sought allies. Otherwise, with his charisma, he would likely instantaneously establish the strongest alliance in the Endless Sea. Yet, this is precisely the source of Qin Chuan's apprehension. Currently, the Endless Sea is a chaotic blend of individuals, and the extent of hidden formidable contenders remains unknown. After all, the sheer number of over 7 billion Beast Island lords is indeed terrifying. Should Qin Chuan's prowess become too pronounced, the existence of his singular beast companion, the dinosaur, would inevitably be exposed. Envy will undoubtedly breed hostility, and the number of those wishing to eliminate him will escalate exponentially. The adage "a tree that stands out will inevitably be uprooted by the wind" encapsulates this reality. With the beast tide looming, the immediate concern is to strategize how to garner prestige during the onslaught. Only by securing special rewards can one achieve rapid growth. A sentiment echoed by the man beside him. There are 5 special rewards, and given our capabilities, securing one should pose no challenge. The question remains as to whom the remaining 4 will fall. If this Qin fellow's brilliance becomes too glaring, one may have to devise a means to eliminate him. Zhongli remarked thoughtfully. After 3 hours of flight, Qin Chuan had returned to his Beast Island. Upon casually opening the chat channel, he noted that many were still discussing his defeat of Wang Yong. Qin Chuan surmised that the Star River Alliance would not let the matter rest easily. However, he remained unconcerned, as the coordinates of his Beast Island had not been revealed, nor did anyone know the true nature of his beast companion. His focus was solely on how to secure a top 5 position and obtain special rewards once the beast tide arrived. I currently possess over 400 essences. It seems I can elevate the dual-chamber dragon to its youthful phase. As my strongest trump card, it must fulfill its potential, Qin Chuan contemplated. Retrieving the essences to enhance the dual-chamber dragon. Essence 100. Total essence 328. Species. Fragile dual-chamber dragon. Weight 120 tons. Maximum 220 tons. Level. Youthful phase. Requires 1,000 essences to mature to adult phase, as the enhancement concluded. The dual-chamber dragon, which originally weighed only 1 ton, experienced a remarkable growth spurt. Its new form, weighing 120 tons, seemed to extend from the very earth itself. With each inch of its skeletal muscle embodying tremendous power, the dual-chambered dragon merely raised its head, and its shins resembled undulating mountain ridges. Its robust tail, with a mere flick, could sever nearby trees with ease. Each movement of its sturdy limbs sent tremors through the ground. This was merely the youthful phase. Envisioning its potential in adulthood was truly staggering. Indeed, it rightfully holds the title of the largest creature in Blue Star's history, without question. However, the sole drawback lies in the fact that such a colossal size comes at the expense of speed. At this stage, the dual-chambered dragon can only serve as an unexpected trump card, even in its youthful phase. Its sheer size would likely render it more than capable of dealing with typical Beast King-level beasts. Nonetheless, I am now left with only the mutated Earth and Water attribute cores, both of which possess limited lethality and cannot be used indiscriminately. At this moment, Qin Chuan pondered the suitability of the colossal dual-chambered dragon for various beast cores. Thus far, he was aware of 8 fundamental attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. Among these, water, fire, and earth were relatively common attributes, providing other beasts with considerable growth potential. However, for the dual-chambered dragon, these attributes fell woefully short, given the immense essence required for its growth. Simply endowing it with basic attributes would scarcely unleash its full potential. Qin Chuan inquired, beyond these conventional 8 attributes, how many more exist? The Endless Sea possesses only these 8 fundamental attributes, yet beyond them lie mutated attributes, superior attributes, and the extension of dual attributes, came the response. For instance, the mutated form of the Earth attribute is the crystallization attribute, while its superior form is the Earth vein attribute. With this revelation, Qin Chuan grasped the concept of attributes being categorized into 3 levels: basic, mutated, and superior. What, then, is the mutation of the fire attribute? And what does its superior form entail? He asked. The mutation of the fire attribute is the magma attribute, while its superior form is the fission attribute, was the reply. You mentioned that the superior form of the Earth attribute is the Earth vein attribute. What powers does it possess? Can it manipulate the very Earth itself? Qin Chuan questioned. The Earth vein attribute grants beasts the ability to control the energies of the crust, capable of triggering earthquakes and tsunamis. Triggering earthquakes and tsunamis? That is indeed formidable. Qin Chuan was astounded. It seemed that had he not inquired, he would have remained oblivious to the vast extensions of attributes. I wish to know how one might obtain the Earth vein attribute, Qin Chuan promptly asked. Upon the conclusion of the first phase of the Beast Tide, the subterranean world will be accessible. The master of the Beast Island can mine the veins to acquire evolution cores, which may enhance attributes, came the explanation. I see. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. As the first phase of the Beast Tide had yet to commence, the dungeon of the subterranean world would remain closed, thus rendering the acquisition of superior attributes impossible. It was evident that the Endless Sea harbored many secrets and dungeons yet to be unveiled. At this stage, the exploration of the Endless Sea by the masters of the Beast Islands was still at a nascent level. Only those who could survive the Beast Tide would be qualified to delve deeper into its mysteries. Now that he understood the superior form of the Earth attribute was the Earth vein attribute, Qin Chuan felt no need to hesitate. His initial intention had been to provide the dual-chambered dragon with beast cores that would enhance its speed, but such considerations were now unnecessary. The Earth vein attribute was indeed highly compatible with a creature of the dual-chambered dragon's immense stature, and the earthquakes and tsunamis it could provoke would be nothing short of terrifying. After all, the damage inflicted by a skill is proportional to the size of the beast. Thus, he decided to bestow the mutated Earth attribute upon the dual-chambered dragon, promptly retrieving the mutated Earth attribute beast core and granting it to the creature. Species: Fragile double-cavity dragon. Weight: 120 tons. Level: Youth. Attribute: Mutated Earth primary skill, local reinforcement, passive skill, hardened skin with the bestowal of attributes. The originally coarse skin of the double-cavity dragon has become even more resilient, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. After upgrading the double-cavity dragon, it was already late in the day. Tomorrow marks the final day before the Beast Tide arrives, and Qin Chuan eagerly anticipates the random dragon eggs that fate may bestow upon him. Chapter 26. National Preparations. As the sun ascends from the horizon, it seems to offer little warmth to this frozen realm. The temperature of the Endless Sea has plunged further after a night's stillness. Although many Beast Island lords have attained the level of darkness deity, the biting cold is still a formidable adversary. While reaching the darkness deity level ensures one does not succumb to the frigid temperatures, the numbing chill remains uncomfortable. Qin Chuan donned the fur of a snow ape, which provided slight relief. At that moment, he noticed that his dragon nest had birthed 3 dragon eggs. However, these eggs were not particularly large, even smaller than ostrich eggs. Could it be that these eggs are merely the remnants of inferior small dinosaurs? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Just as he was preparing to incubate the eggs, a world announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: Only 1 day remains until the Beast Tide arrives. The temperature will continue to plummet, accompanied by blizzards, until it reaches -150 degrees Celsius. The Beast Tide will commence at 0000 hours and conclude at 0600 hours. This Beast Tide will last 6 hours and will feature 3 unnamed new types of aberrant beasts: agile, lethal, and defensive. All Beast Island lords are urged to prepare for the impending Beast Tide. With the emergence of the world announcement, every fleeting moment became exceedingly precious. Qin Chuan opened the chat channel, where the Beast Island lords were already abuzz with excitement. Everyone, the thrilling moment has arrived. I fear that 2/3 of us may be eliminated in this beast tide. Oh no, I surely belong to that unfortunate majority. So far, I have not even acquired a single Beast King level pet. I lack a Beast King level as well, but I have set numerous traps in advance, such as ground spikes, snares, and rolling logs. I wonder if these will be effective against the new aberrant beasts. Those traps will be of little use against the overwhelming numbers of the beast tide. It would be wiser to construct wooden walls to protect the beast nest. At least that would buy us some time. Indeed, the beast tide lasts 6 hours. If we can endure, it will be a victory. While you timid ones contemplate mere survival, I am strategizing on how to slay more aberrant beasts to amass prestige and surpass the prominent figures. Indeed, the first phase of the beast tide represents our prime opportunity for a remarkable leap forward. Surviving this ordeal will lead us to greatness. Failing to do so renders further discussions futile. Many of you possess insufficient crystals to construct a sanctuary, so it is imperative to focus on fortifying defenses. Now, I must prepare for the impending onslaught. I extend my best wishes to all. May you excel beyond expectations, striking down Qin Chuan and kicking Zhongli, ultimately becoming deities of the Endless Sea. As the chat channel gradually quieted, nearly all the lords of Beast Island devoted themselves to preparations for battle. Qin Chuan, too, closed the chat channel. 3 new types of exotic beasts, all of which have yet to be encountered, suggest that this beast tide will not be a trivial affair. However, there is little cause for my concern, for my singular dinosaur is unparalleled in strength. If I cannot prevail, then what hope do the billions of Beast Island lords possess? Murmuring to himself, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze to the 3 dragon eggs at his side. Let me see what new dinosaur emerges. Hatch. With a crack, the shell shattered, and 3 small heads emerged, emitting faint sounds. Is this a velociraptor? Qin Chuan pondered, momentarily taken aback. Hatching successful. Velociraptor 3. Species. Velociraptor. The velociraptor is inherently savage, possessing extraordinary agility and speed, adept at ambush, delivering lethal strikes to its prey. Weight, 5 kilograms, maximum 200 kilograms. Level, juvenile attributes, none. Main skills, none. Passive skills, none indeed. It truly is a velociraptor, which surprised Qin Chuan. After all, since his arrival in the Endless Sea, all the dinosaurs he had hatched were primarily of medium to large size. Even the pterosaur had a weight of 500 kilograms. This velociraptor, in comparison to the colossal beast dragon and Tyrannosaurus rex, is undeniably diminutive. Yet, this smaller carnivorous dinosaur is all the more ferocious, particularly due to its heightened agility and alertness, rendering it nearly invincible. Though it may be smaller, it can serve as a guardian dinosaur. Qin Chuan immediately contemplated the velociraptor's potential role. His collection of dinosaur species had grown remarkably diverse, including the aerial dominator, the pterosaur, the heavy cavalry, the bull dragon, as well as the formidable beast dragon and Tyrannosaurus rex. Not to mention the ace, the double-chambered dragon. Thus, the velociraptor's purpose is to safeguard Qin Chuan as a protector, considering the beast tide will occur during the night. Riding the pterosaur to command from above would render visibility impossible. Therefore, he must direct operations from the ground, with the velociraptor as a guardian. He need not worry about surprise attacks. Now, my dinosaur army has begun to take shape. Everything is in place, awaiting the beast tide. Qin Chuan smiled subtly. He then produced essence to elevate the 3 velociraptors to adulthood. Essence 33, total essence 295, species, velociraptor weight, 200 kilograms, level, adult. As the enhancement concluded, the 3 velociraptors immediately began to mature. Their agile, streamlined forms appeared remarkably vigorous, with amber vertical pupils that contracted like liquid metal. Furthermore, the irises of the velociraptors glimmered with a bluish-gray halo, granting them a field of vision that extended to 270 degrees, whereas humans possess only 120 degrees. This expansive perspective enables the velociraptors to effortlessly lock onto prey several kilometers away while moving at high speeds. Their dynamic vision is truly extraordinary. Additionally, their second toes sported scythe-like claws measuring 13 centimeters in length, gleaming with an obsidian luster under the sunlight. Once prey is targeted, they can swiftly eviscerate it in an instant. You 3 shall serve as my personal guards. When the beast tide arrives, you must always remain by my side, Qin Chuan said, gazing at the 3 velociraptors. Suddenly, they all let out a collective roar, as if they comprehended Qin Chuan's words. It seems their intelligence is not to be underestimated, Qin Chuan thought, somewhat astonished. Beep beep at that moment, his chat box chimed, revealing a message from Chen Yahui. Brother Qin, the beast tide is approaching, and I feel utterly unsafe. When will you send me the beast pets you promised? Qin Chuan replied, do not worry. I will teleport them to you right away. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's response, Chen Yahui's face lit up with joy. She added, Brother Qin, since you are so powerful, could you lend me two? I fear one alone may not safeguard the beast nest. You are negotiating conditions with me now? Rest assured. My one beast king level pet is equivalent to 3 others. One will suffice, Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Well, is that true? Hurry over. I want to see. Chen Yahui exclaimed, her interest piqued. After all, since Qin Chuan arrived in the Endless Sea, he had been steadily advancing. Yet the nature of his beast pets remained a mystery. Chapter 27. So touching Qin Chuan said, however, let me make it clear, if I lend you my beast pets, do not flaunt them in the chat channel. Hee, do not worry. I promise to keep it confidential, Chen Yahui replied, unaware of why Qin Chuan was so modest. Even if his beast pets were formidable, they were merely elephants or tigers, after all. Since Chen Yahui joined the alliance, nearly all her essence had been appropriated by Qin Chuan. It was precisely due to her generosity that Qin Chuan's strength surged in a short span. As a gesture of gratitude for her generous contributions, Qin Chuan intended to lend Chen Yahui a colossal dragon for the defense of the beast nest. With Qin Chuan sending the teleportation request, Chen Yahui promptly consented. Buzz. In the next moment, a beam of white light descended upon Qin Chuan, and his figure swiftly vanished in its radiance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on an unfamiliar beast island. At first glance, a woman with a ponytail, possessing an exquisite appearance and a tall stature, radiating an aura of purity, gazed at him with eager anticipation. At that moment, Chen Yahui, with her hands clasped behind her back, beamed with delight upon seeing Qin Chuan. Wow, Brother Qin, it's finally a pleasure to meet you in person. I always thought you were rather low-key and had envisioned you as a typical homebody, but you're quite handsome after all. Thank you for the compliment. But please refrain from flattering me, Qin Chuan responded, visibly at a loss for words. Chen Yahui, feeling embarrassed, playfully stuck out her tongue, hesitant to speak further. As Qin Chuan observed the snow foxes beside Chen Yahui, he noted there were already 6, all of which were adult forms, predominantly of earth and water attributes. Their combat capabilities were rather mediocre, though he could not entirely blame her, as much of the essence had been bestowed upon him. Brother Qin, what kind of beast companion do you have? Chen Yahui inquired eagerly. Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand and opened a dimensional space, summoning a southern giant beast dragon. With a resounding thud, the 15-ton creature landed, causing the ground to tremble slightly, which rendered Chen Yahui's expression almost frozen in disbelief. The terrifying creature momentarily led her to question her own senses, yet the overwhelming pressure it exuded sent her heart racing. Everything felt so palpably real. You call this a beast companion? This is no beast companion. This is clearly a dinosaur. This defies logic. How could you possess such a beast? Chen Yahui's mind was in turmoil, grappling with the surrealness of the situation. She had imagined countless possibilities regarding Qin Chuan's beast companions, yet none matched this reality. Gazing at the imposing giant beast dragon, she felt faint. But soon, a wave of exhilaration washed over her. Ha ha ha. I was right. I've truly latched onto a phenomenal ally. This is wonderful. I won T. Parrish. My leader possesses a dinosaur beast companion. Ha ha. So, the rumors in the chat about exotic dinosaur beasts must have been referring to Brother Qin as companion. Please, don't be so overly excited. Qin Chuan remarked with a hint of exasperation, having anticipated Chen Yahui's reaction but not expecting such a fervent display of enthusiasm. Yet, it was understandable. Who could remain composed in such a situation? Brother Qin, just this one will surely help me defend the beast nest. Thank you, Chen Yahui exclaimed, her worries dissipating as she gazed at the majestic giant beast dragon. I had previously asked you to trust me. The essence I received will not let you down. Qin Chuan replied with a gentle smile. Oh, I'm so moved. I will strive to ensure I don't hold you back, Chen Yahui said, tears streaming down her face. Given the typical odds, her random selection of a small beast companion like the snow fox would have likely marked her for early demise during an impending beast tide. But now, she felt completely at ease. I will have the giant beast dragon guard your nest, but since I want to be by your side, I want to be able to control it. Upon my departure, it is imperative that you keep your distance. I cannot ascertain whether the uncontrollable beast dragon will engage in indiscriminate slaughter, Qin Xuan cautioned. Understood. Qin Yahui quickly nodded in affirmation. Based on Qin Xuan's previous leniency towards the beast dragon, it would instinctively fight even in the absence of its master. This was precisely why he felt secure in leaving the beast dragon at Qin Yahui's beast island. A single beast dragon could adequately guard the beast nest. And Qin Xuan was not overly concerned about the beast dragon meeting its demise, for he possessed the ability to resurrect it. After ensuring that Qin Yahui was well informed of the necessary precautions, Qin Xuan activated the teleportation to return to his own beast island, quietly awaiting the impending beast tide. At that moment, the endless sea grew increasingly frigid as a fierce snowstorm swept through, heralding the approaching tide. Many island masters sharpened their blades and readied their steeds, preparing for this fateful battle. Yet, a considerable number of them trembled in fear, fervently praying for their survival amidst the impending chaos. As time slipped by, the sky darkened progressively. Just then, an announcement reverberated across the world. Announcement: 5 hours remain until the beast tide arrives. Reputation leaderboard activated. Reputation rules. The leaderboard will be updated in real time based on the number of exotic beasts slain by the island masters. Only those who remain in the top 5 after the tide concludes will receive special rewards. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, Qin Xuan observed through the virtual projection in his eyes 5 luminous orbs suspended at the top of the leaderboard. These orbs likely represented the special rewards, and he wondered what tangible items they might be. The chat channel was abuzz with speculation. The special rewards appeared modest in size. Could they possibly be the cores of super-rare exotic beasts? That seemed implausible, for if they were, there would undoubtedly be discernible attribute fluctuations, which these orbs clearly lacked. They must be something else. Regardless of their nature, acquiring them would undoubtedly enhance one's strength significantly. They resemble rings, don't they? Rings? Where do you see rings? If they were truly rings, what utility would they serve? We have dimensional spaces and do not require storage rings. Who decreed that rings must solely be storage rings? They could very well possess unique abilities. The previous comment is astute. Should they be rings, they would likely bestow formidable powers upon beast companions, and given their different colors, they surely possess diverse capabilities. Whatever they may be, the special rewards are mine for the taking. Everyone, cease your conjectures. The beast tide approaches. Enduring it is the only path to knowledge. Prepare for battle. Strive for the leaderboard and seize the rewards. As Qin Xuan gazed at the chat window, he noted that the orbs indeed appeared to be some form of rings. The rewards bestowed by the beast nest were unlikely to be trivial. They could very well be some extraordinarily miraculous artifact. Regardless of the circumstances, this beast tide is mine, unequivocally. Qin Xuan's gaze radiated an unprecedented determination as he prepared to surge toward the pinnacle. Chapter 28. The Arrival of the Beast Tide. 2,355 points. As time ticked by, merely 5 minutes remained until the beast tide descended. At this moment, the blizzard had ceased, yet the temperature plummeted to a chilling minus 150 degrees. Water droplets froze upon contact. The cold was utterly piercing. Boom. Suddenly, the vast expanse of the endless sea seemed to convulse violently. In the next instant, countless crawling aberrations erupted from the fractured ice. The first to appear were serpentine creatures, their elongated bodies encased in a tough hide, with sharp, slender claws. They were twofold the size of a human. Their mouths were adorned with menacing fangs, resembling a ghastly version of ghouls. The beast tide has arrived. The beast tide has arrived. My goodness, how many there are. A dark mass as far as the eye could see. How on earth can we fight this? These must be the first wave of agile aberrations, and their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Haha. My beast companion is a beast king-level cheetah, and when it comes to speed, I am not lacking. The first wave of aberrations poses no real threat. But do not rejoice too soon. Our number of beast companions is, after all, quite limited. With this dark mass of countless creatures charging forth, we certainly face a formidable challenge. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. The time for our trial has come. Oh no, there are too many aberrations. I am doomed. Who can save me? I feel I too am destined to perish. I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to die. A bunch of useless fools. It's best you are eliminated early to spare us the competition for resources. At this moment, the chat channel was filled with fervor and despair. Yet, Qin Xuan paid little heed, for those agile aberrations were already advancing towards his beast island. With a mighty leap, Qin Chuan ascended to the crystal sanctuary, then slowly raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 2 Rexes and 1 southern behemoth materialized, ready to engage as Qin Chuan's 3 primary beast kings. Eager for action. Following closely were 2 carnivorous bull dragons, maneuvering under Qin Chuan's command, poised for a charge. Meanwhile, 3 velociraptors stood guard beside him, loyal and resolute. The formation is in place. Come forth. The time to test the fruits of these 5 days has arrived. Qin Chuan's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon the dark. Frenzied army of aberrations rushing toward him. Hiss. In unison, the beast army emitted a chilling screech, surging forth toward Qin Chuan's sanctuary. Prepare to charge, Qin Chuan commanded. The 2 bull dragons pawed the ground relentlessly, nostrils flaring with hot steam, undeterred by the throng of adversaries. At this moment, the beast tide surged forth like a frenzied horde, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a plague of locusts. Every tree in their path was ruthlessly shattered. They amassed in ever greater numbers, appearing from a distance like a relentless, surging wave of dark aberrations, crashing mercilessly onward. Qin Chuan gazed ahead, then slowly raised his hand. Pointing forward, charge. At his command, the 2 carnivorous bull dragons surged forth like untamed stallions, leading the charge. In an instant, the bull dragons' heads crystallized, plunging directly into the tide of ferocious beasts. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, any beast struck by the bull dragons met an almost immediate demise. From a distance, it appeared as though the tide of beasts had been forcibly torn apart, creating 2 substantial breaches, throwing the horde into disarray. However, this chaos did little to hinder the relentless wave of beasts that continued to surge forward. Qin Chuan exerted every effort to control the bull dragons, ensuring they did not falter. The advantage of the carnivorous bull dragons lay in their remarkable speed and collision damage. Should they halt, they would swiftly be overwhelmed by the encroaching beasts. Huff, huff. Just as Qin Chuan commanded the bull dragons to initiate the assault, 4 or 5 beasts suddenly swooped in from behind the shelter. The moment they appeared, they locked onto Qin Chuan with intensity, launching themselves at him. Without even glancing back at the impending ambush, Qin Chuan remained focused. At that very moment, 3 velociraptors sprang into action, their sharp claws rending the beasts as they leapt, spilling copious amounts of blood and ensuring their instant death. After dispatching the unwary foes, the velociraptors returned to Qin Chuan's side, seemingly reassuring him that their presence rendered him safe from ambush. As the tide of beasts grew more ferocious, even the bull dragons, despite their fierce assault, struggled to hold their ground. Roaring. Suddenly, the massive behemoth dragon ceased its observation, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the ground beneath. Boom. In the next heartbeat, torrents of water erupted from the earth, transforming into tumultuous waves that crashed upon the beast horde. Crack, crack. In the extreme chill of -150 degrees, the colossal waves froze within mere seconds, encasing the encroaching beasts in lifelike ice sculptures before they could draw near. With a resounding roar, Qin Chuan commanded the Tyrannosaurus Rex to unleash its beast king-level skill. Roar. Boom. As both tyrannosaurs released their roars simultaneously, an ear-splitting thunder erupted. Bang, bang. Almost instantaneously, the frozen beasts were shattered into countless fragments. Those that had not been encased in ice were left reeling from the Tyrannosaur's deafening roars, succumbing to fatal injuries. Up. Qin Chuan raised his hand immediately. In an instant, the behemoth dragon and the Tyrannosaurs joined the fray, launching an assault against the ceaseless tide of beasts. Numerous agile creatures leaped onto the Tyrannosaurs, attempting to tear them apart with a flurry of attacks. Yet, nearly half of their strikes were converted into electric energy by the Tyrannosaur's energy cells. As arcs of electricity crackled across the Tyrannosaur's surfaces, they reached a critical point and erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Thunderbolts erupted in all directions, centered around the Tyrannosaurus Rex, incinerating any aberrant beast struck by their wrath into mere cinders. Indeed, it was formidable. Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned by this terrifying spectacle. Hiss. Just as Qin Chuan was wholly engrossed in maneuvering his beast companion in battle, another 6 or 7 aberrant beasts breached the Tyrannosaurus's defenses, charging towards him. Despite the valiant efforts of the 3 velociraptors to obstruct them, one particularly tenacious creature slipped through and lunged at Qin Chuan. Crack. However, as the beast pounced, Qin Chuan swiftly seized it by the neck. Humph. Though I may be weak, I am still a shadow god. Did it truly think it could ambush me? Presumptuous. As Qin Chuan's words fell, he tightened his grip. With a resounding snap, the creature's neck was twisted, resulting in its instant demise. While Qin Chuan may not possess the overwhelming prowess of his beast companions, who could effortlessly eliminate hundreds with a single skill, his formidable physical attributes were more than adequate to handle a few errant beasts, albeit only just. Having fought fiercely, he had vanquished numerous aberrant beasts. He wondered what his reputation ranking might be. Opening his panel, the rankings immediately revealed themselves. Chapter 29. The King in the Bronze, Reputation Leaderboard. First, Zhang Li. Reputation value, 18. Second, Li Tong. Reputation value, 17. Third, Yi Qingwan. Reputation value, 16. Fourth, Wang Ji. Reputation value, 15. Fifth, Guo Tu. Reputation value, 14. Sixth, Qin Chuan. Reputation value, 13. 15th, Chun Yahui. Reputation value, 2. As the leaderboard appeared, Qin Chuan was rendered speechless upon seeing his rank. Was he not in 6th place? Failing to break into the top 5 was utterly absurd. Qin Chuan was utterly bewildered. Given his recent performance, a spot among the top 5 seemed assured. Yet it was far from the reality he had anticipated. What could have gone awry? He was completely at a loss. Glancing further down, he noticed Yi Qingwan had surged to 3rd place, a perplexing development that left him scratching his head. Surely, he could not be weaker than Yi Qingwan. That would be sheer nonsense. Did this mean that his sole beast companion had become a grand joke? No. This was undoubtedly a mistake. How could he not be among the top 5? What was amiss? Had he fought too conservatively? Qin Chuan's expression was one of utter confusion. Meanwhile, atop Zhang Li's Beast Island, his pride of 12 lion-like beasts wreaked havoc, half of which were at the Beast King level. With the battle prowess of 6 Beast King lions, he was firmly seated at the pinnacle of the leaderboard. It was only natural for Zhang Li to claim the top position, as his Star River Alliance boasted numerous powerful members. As its leader, Zhang Li had access to greater resources and rare aberrant beast cores. In a brief span, by concentrating the essence, the beast nest has ascended to a remarkable stage, resulting in the emergence of 12 formidable lions. Among the 6 Lion Kings, 3 embody the fire attribute, wielding an extensive and devastating flame prowess. Securing the first position is but a trifling task. I harbored concerns that Qin Chuan might surpass me. Yet it is evident now that he lacks even the qualification to enter the top 5. In contrast, Yi Qingwan has seamlessly secured the 3rd position, indicating that her threat far outweighs that of Qin Chuan. Zhang Li stands above the sanctuary, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of dominance. Clearly, the menace posed by Qin Chuan has dissipated entirely at this moment. Meanwhile, on Yi Qingwan's Beast Island, although her Arctic bears number merely 10, their combat prowess is equally impressive, with 4 of them reaching the level of Beast Kings. Splendid. I have firmly established myself within the top 3. It appears I have indeed surpassed Qin Chuan. I once thought he could match Zhang Li in a contest of strength, but it seems I have overestimated him. Yi Qingwan is exceedingly pleased with her current ranking, as it guarantees her a special reward. At this moment, the chat channel is abuzz with speculation. What is happening? How can Qin Chuan, possessing such formidable strength, fail to break into the top 5? This is perplexing, based on Qin Chuan's consistent performance. A place in the top 3 seems well-deserved. Something must be amiss. It appears that the prowess of the esteemed Qin Chuan is not as formidable as imagined. The top 5 truly represent the dominant masters of the Beast Islands. It seems that this beast tide serves as a mirror, revealing the strengths and weaknesses of all, rendering those who boast of Qin Chuan's might as mere jesters. At this juncture, many in the chat channel begin to revel in his misfortune. Observing his ranking, Qin Chuan feels utterly speechless. The stark contrast is hard for him to accept. Can someone explain why my ranking is so low? This defies logic. Qin Chuan is exceedingly dissatisfied with his position and immediately demands clarification. Due to your beast pets engaging in dual island combat, your average reputation has been adversely affected. Please withdraw your beast pets to see your ranking improve. Upon hearing the notification, Qin Chuan pauses momentarily, suddenly enlightened. So that is the case. It appears the reputation mechanism indeed accounts for an average score. This is akin to a classroom where high-achieving students raise the average, while underperformers drag it down. This unique mechanism of the beast tide exists to prevent island masters from banding together against it, rendering it particularly unfriendly to lone wolves. In simpler terms, this exemplifies the balance of the endless sea. However, if Qin Chuan retrieves the colossal beast, it would be tantamount to condemning Qin Yahui. Yet if he does not withdraw it, how can he ascend the rankings? Qin Chuan is indifferent to the resources and materials bestowed upon the top 5. His concern lies with whether the special rewards differ significantly. He inquires once more to weigh the pros and cons. Is there a substantial disparity between the special rewards given for 1st and 5th place? The special rewards granted for the top 5 positions on the prestige leaderboard are uniformly potent, with only the resource rewards differing. Upon receiving this information, Qin Chuan understood that he merely needed to maintain his position within the top 5 rankings. Of course, if an opportunity arose to ascend further, he would certainly strive to do so. Just then, a message arrived from Qin Yahui. Brother Qin, I noticed your ranking has not reached the top 5. I inquired, and it seems my presence has lowered your average score. Perhaps I should forfeit Beast Island. I cannot allow my actions to impede your chance for special rewards. At this moment, Qin Yahui was filled with guilt and was contemplating abandoning her claim to Beast Island. Ultimately, she could teleport to Qin Chuan's Beast Island, though this would mean relinquishing her opportunity for supremacy. However, at least she would not hinder Qin Chuan's progress. In response to Qin Yahui's request, Qin Chuan did not acquiesce. Could he, a king, not support a mere bronze? Such news would surely provoke mockery. Since I have made a promise to you, I shall not go back on my word. It's merely an average score. I will recover it. Your task is simply to rest. Qin Chuan's tone grew serious. Upon witnessing his response, Qin Yahui was profoundly touched. Observing the ongoing battle of the Dinosaur Legion, Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand. In that case, I shall take this seriously. Dual Chamber Dragon, arise. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature weighing over 100 tons descended upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble in response. Localized crystallization occurred as Qin Chuan activated his skill. In an instant, the long tail of the Dual Chamber Dragon transformed into crystal. With a resounding crash, the dragon swung its massive tail, sweeping away all creatures in its path with overwhelming force. The sheer impact obliterated nearly all beasts that made contact, their remnants and entrails raining down as a crimson storm. Even the surrounding trees were violently shattered in a fan-like explosion. The destructive power displayed was extraordinarily formidable. Although the Dual Chamber Dragon moved slowly, it was an absolute weapon against these reckless, mindless beasts. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus also unleashed its thunderous might, resulting in a massacre of numerous creatures. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Chuan glanced at the leaderboard and was astonished to find himself ranked 4th. Qin Yahui had also risen to 10th place, clearly indicating the pivotal role played by the Dual Chamber Dragon's tail. Chapter 30, Sprint to First. Observing his rising rank, Qin Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the beast type encountered its most formidable phase yet, featuring not only agile types but also attacking and defensive types. The attacking beasts were significantly larger than their agile counterparts, their claws sharper and adorned with menacing fangs, resembling demons from the underworld. The defensive creatures are characterized by their bulky forms, covered in tough, hardened skin. Although they are relatively few in number, they undoubtedly pose a significant challenge compared to the agile types. However, for Qin Chuan, this presents no real issue, as the weight of the bizarre beasts pales in comparison to that of the colossal dragon and the Tyrannosaurus. Each time the colossal dragon and the Tyrannosaurus plunge into the throng of bizarre beasts, tearing, trampling, and roaring, an astonishing number of these creatures are obliterated nearly every moment. Although the double-chambered dragon moves with extreme slowness, given the opportunity, a single swipe of its tail can eliminate hundreds. With just a few strikes, it has amassed a death toll exceeding 1,000. Amidst this one-sided slaughter, Qin Chuan's reputation has skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Examining the top 5 ranks in reputation, Qin Chuan noted: 1st, Zhang Li, reputation 20. 2nd, Li Tong, reputation 185. 3rd, Qin Chuan, reputation 17. 4th, Yi Qingwan, reputation 165. 5th, Wang Ji, reputation 16. If he maintains this momentum, a steady ascent to the top spot is certainly within reach. However, this scene left the individuals in the chat channel utterly astounded. What just transpired? How did Qin Chuan leap from 6th to 3rd in the blink of an eye? Wasn't his reputation just 13 moments ago? How did it surge by 40,000 in an instant? 40,000 reputation points. How many bizarre beasts must have been slain? Surely, it must be in the thousands. The most terrifying aspect is the rapid accumulation of 40,000 reputation points in such a short span. It is nothing short of a massacre. Huh. I told you, Qin Chuan is the strongest. A bunch of clowns were reveling in his misfortune. But who is the fool now? I am eager to know what Qin Chuan has accomplished. I am just as curious about the mystery surrounding Qin Chuan's beast companions. Damn it. I have tirelessly slain so many bizarre beasts, and my reputation has barely surpassed 10,000. It seems that breaking into the top 5 is a distant dream. Curse it. They are all monsters. I simply cannot compete. It appears I should focus on defending my beast nest instead of aiming for the top 5. However, the shock was not limited to the numerous masters of Beast Island. Zhongli, who believed himself securely seated atop the throne, was equally taken aback by the sudden shift in the leaderboard. How is this possible? How could this fellow's reputation have skyrocketed so unexpectedly? Could it be that he was merely pretending until now, and is now truly making a push for the top? Zhongli felt a palpable sense of urgency. If this continues, he might very well lose his first-place position. Damn it! Is this forcing me to take serious action? Zhang Li's face darkened, and without further hesitation, he commanded his lions to launch a fierce assault. At that moment, the dozen or so lions, having endured several grueling battles, were physically and mentally exhausted. Yet, under their master's absolute command, they charged into the tide of beasts without hesitation. In the ensuing chaos, 2 adult lions succumbed to fatigue and were overwhelmed and killed by the onslaught. However, Zhang Li, blinded by his ambition, cared not for anything but the coveted first place, which he would never allow anyone to snatch away. Simultaneously, Yi Qingwan, who had previously reveled in her apparent superiority over Qin Chuan, was left utterly astonished upon witnessing the peculiar fluctuations in the prestige rankings. My 3rd place has been taken? How infuriating. This fellow is truly nerve-wracking, a veritable prodigy. Yi Qingwan felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. After all, the powerful beast companions of the Beast Island Lord were largely similar in nature, typically comprising ferocious tigers, mighty lions, and colossal elephants or rhinos. Given the similarity in types, to exhibit such extraordinary potential was undoubtedly indicative of an innate talent. Yet, Yi Qingwan was unaware that Qin Chuan's beast companion was a unique dinosaur, nor did she realize that he was currently engaged in a dual island battle. Had it not been for Chen Yahui's efforts to lower the average score, he would have long secured the top position. At this moment, Qin Chuan glanced at the prestige values, noting the gap of several tens of thousands between himself and Zhang Li. Although there was hope of claiming first place if the current momentum continued, the ever-shifting rankings revealed that Zhang Li was also making a desperate sprint, maintaining a relative equilibrium in growth speed, albeit slightly inferior to Qin Chuan. Is this fellow truly intent on exhausting his beast companions? Qin Chuan murmured to himself as he studied the prestige chart. As seconds ticked by, Qin Chuan's prestige steadily climbed over the next few hours, even dragging down the dark horse, Li Tong, who had been in 2nd place. At this juncture, Qin Chuan's prestige reached an astonishing 600,000. Zhang Li's prestige stood at 610,000, with the gap narrowing to merely 10,000. The number of beasts in the tide was beginning to dwindle, and this 10,000 gap would likely prove difficult to bridge. Qin Chuan mused with a slight furrow of his brow. After all, with Chen Yahui assisting in lowering his average score, for every beast Zhang Li defeated, Qin Chuan had to vanquish 5 or even more. Thus, should the beast tide decline, the first position might remain elusive. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, with a slight lead, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his grip on first place was secure, and the sacrifice of 5 beast companions would not be in vain. Qin, you remain just a step behind, yet I cannot deny you are a formidable rival. Zhang Li thought, quietly relieved. With less than an hour remaining until the beast tide concluded, the remaining scattered beasts were insufficient to close the gap, which was why Zhang Li felt at ease. Conversely, Yi Qingwan's rank had plummeted to 5th place, teetering on the brink of elimination. Fortunately, she managed to hold on, still possessing a significant chance of securing a special reward. In this moment, Qin Chuan, observing the stagnating prestige rankings, furrowed his brow, and then opened the chat box to inquire of Chen Yahui. Oui, is it safe on your end? Chen Yahui, brother Qin, the beast tide is receding. Your dinosaur is truly formidable. One skill after another, the beast lair has been frozen by glaciers, and the aberrant creatures cannot penetrate. Qin Chuan, that's excellent. I am now preparing to reclaim my beast companions, which may significantly affect your ranking. Chen Yahui, brother Qin, please reclaim them. I am already content with being able to defend the beast lair. Once it was confirmed that Chun Yahui was no longer in peril, Qin Chuan promptly activated the teleportation to retrieve the colossal dragon. Upon returning to his beast island, the disadvantages of dual island combat vanished. First, it's mine, Qin Chuan declared, gazing at the remaining 1,000 aberrant beasts, raising his hand in preparation for a final assault. Chapter 31. Special rewards as Qin Chuan reclaimed his beast companions. He launched his ultimate charge. With 4 beast kings initiating the onslaught, the remaining forces offered no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, Qin Chuan's reputation surged dramatically. He swiftly surpassed Zhongli. At that moment, the beast tide was nearing its conclusion. 5 minutes remaining until the beast tide ends. Top 5 rankings announced. First, Qin Chuan. Reputation, 66. Second, Zhongli. Reputation, 62. Third, Li Tong. Reputation, 58. Fourth, Huitu. Reputation, 55. Fifth, Yi Qingwan. Reputation, 51. With the rankings revealed, it was clear who occupied the top position. Zhongli, who had been closely monitoring the leaderboard, could hardly contain himself upon witnessing this turn of events. Impossible. This cannot be happening. How can this fellow surpass me by 40,000 in reputation when the battle is nearly over? Zhongli roared in frustration. Little did he realize, Qin Chuan's reputation was amassed even while engaged in dual island combat. Had Qin Chuan not assisted Qin Yahui from the outset, his reputation would have started at a minimum of 100,000. The chat room erupted with excitement. There is no doubt now, Qin Chuan is truly remarkable. The number 1 in the Endless Sea. Who would have thought? Even the mighty Zhongli was overshadowed by Qin Chuan. How terrifying. There is a saying, until the final moment, no one knows the outcome. Qin Chuan embodies that perfectly. It seems the tides of the Endless Sea are about to change dramatically. Qin Chuan, does your Transcendence Alliance still accept members? I wish to join. Qin Chuan, I want to cling to your success. At this moment, the chat channel was abuzz, filled with those who had survived the beast tide. Remarkably, half of the total participants had been eliminated during the onslaught. This meant that over 3 billion Beast Island lords had met their demise, and countless billions had managed to survive, yet lost their lairs and their chance to compete. However, there was little that could be done. Since the onset of the universal migration to the Endless Sea, everyone had become a gladiator in this arena of beasts. At this moment, the Star River Alliance was embroiled in intense disputes. Leader, before the beast tide commenced, most of us dedicated our essence to you. You elevated the beast lair and enhanced the beast companions, yet you did not secure the first place. You promised that should you achieve first, you would distribute the rewards among us. What shall we do now? Enough of your bickering. The leader has exerted every effort, if blame is to be assigned. It must be directed at Qin, whose prowess is simply astonishing. Qin Chuan was already formidable, and with the resources obtained from first place, he is bound to soar to greater heights. In short, this individual cannot be allowed to remain. His existence poses a continual threat to us. At this juncture, Zhongli surveyed the turmoil within his alliance, his countenance a mask of fury. He bore the weight of collective hope, yet he had failed to surpass Qin Chuan. Most importantly, the Qin Chuan alliance consisted of merely 2 individuals, who, without any external assistance, had triumphed in securing the first position. The merit of this achievement is self-evident. Zhongli spoke slowly. I have disappointed you all. This is my fault. However, my score is only a mere 40,000 points shy of his. A gap that can certainly be overcome in the second phase of the subterranean world. You must trust in me. The leader is correct. A 40,000 point disparity is not insurmountable. And we have not yet reached an irrevocable point. Once we enter the second phase of the Endless Sea, we will truly transition from the novice period into the genuine competition among myriad races. Opportunities still abound. Indeed, as long as there is a chance, we shall certainly surpass him. In that moment, the Star River Alliance once again found unity, for they shared a common adversary, Qin Chuan. End of the beast tide. Commencing distribution of resource rewards. With the sound of the notification, the first phase of the beast tide was declared concluded. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan awaited in silence. Congratulations on securing first place in this beast tide. Resource rewards have been granted. Essence, for 1,000, gold, 10. Divine value, 800, 5 of each of the 8 attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, the resources awarded for first place were exceedingly generous. Setting aside the 4,000 essence and 40 beast cores, The 800 divine value alone rendered this reward exceptionally worthwhile, bringing him one step closer to becoming a domain god. Moreover, he was granted 100,000 gold, equivalent to his accumulated wealth over this period. As the 800 divine value coursed through him, Qin Chuan distinctly sensed a profound transformation within his being, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of power surged within him. If these resources were judiciously allocated, the potential for growth and strength would be formidable. Qin Chuan had already formulated a plan for the distribution of resources. The first order of business was to upgrade the dragon lair. Only with a sufficiently elevated lair could he ensure steady growth each day. Next, the enhancement of his beast companions was paramount. The Tyrannosaurus and giant dragon, as his primary forces, must not be neglected. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan's mind was preoccupied with awaiting one crucial element, the special reward. At this moment, the Lord of Beast Island in the chat box felt a greater urgency than even Qin Chuan and his companions. The beast tide had subsided. Yet the special rewards had yet to be announced. Hurry up with the distribution. We wish to see what treasures await us. It had been mentioned previously that the special reward was a ring, yet the specifics of its utility remained a mystery. Had it already been distributed without our knowledge? The top 5 had not been revealed. That seemed implausible, as the resource rewards were clearly displayed in the announcement board, let alone the special rewards. Announcement: the divine ring of special rewards is now ready for distribution. 5th place, Yi Qingwan, special reward, evolution ring. 4th place, Guotu, special reward, symbiosis ring. 3rd place, Li Tong, special reward, forge ring. 2nd place, Zhongli, special reward, ring of all beasts. 1st place, Qin Chuan, special reward, fusion ring. The divine ring of special rewards has been fully distributed. With the conclusion of the announcement, the chat box erupted with excitement. Wow, the special reward is the divine ring? The names of these rings sound incredibly formidable. I had a hunch about this. These rings are no ordinary items. They bestow immense power upon beast companions. Curse it, the top 5 were already formidable enough, and now they have received such divine rings. They will surely soar to new heights. Oh no, it seems there will be no chance for us to compete in the endless sea. These 5 ring masters will dominate. At this moment, Qin Chuan gazed in astonishment at the ring that had materialized in his hand. The ring bore a peculiar design, resembling 2 fish intertwined, their mouths and tails connecting. Furthermore, it was adorned with intricate and esoteric runes, emanating an intense energy wave. Chapter 32. The tyrant Tyrannosaurus Rex. The rings of the other 4 sounded quite imposing, suggesting their abilities would be formidable. But what purpose could my fusion ring serve? Qin Chuan placed the ring upon his index finger, and it immediately conformed snugly to his digit, as if only he could remove it, signifying a bond of ownership. Fusion ring allows the merging of 2 designated beast companions into a single entity, creating a new beast companion. The fusion can be undone at any time after battle. Note: if the 2 beast companions do not belong to the same category, their roles must be clearly distinguished. So that is how it works. It can indeed merge. Qin Chuan's face was awash with astonishment. It seemed the fusion ring was perfectly suited for him. If he merged Rex the Tyrannosaurus as the primary with the raptor as the secondary, would he not create the tyrant Tyrannosaurus Rex? Qin Chuan immediately envisioned its application. Let us give it a try. After contemplating, Qin Chuan slowly directed the ring toward Rex the Tyrannosaurus and the raptor. Fusion. Buzz. As the fusion ring radiated a brilliant light, the bodies of Rex and the raptor swiftly transformed into intertwined beams of light. In the next moment, a brand new colossal beast thunderously emerged. Species: Tyrannical Tyrannosaurus. Weight: 15 tons. Level: Beast King. Attribute: Thunder. Primary skill: Thunderous Roar. Passive skill: Energy accumulation. The forelimbs of the Tyrannosaurus, once feeble due to evolutionary regression, have now transformed into remarkably robust appendages, while its hind limbs appear more solid and elongated. Furthermore, its thick skin is adorned with sharp, keratinous spines, extending from its cranium down to its back. Although its size has diminished by 5 tons, its agility and lethality have been significantly amplified, rendering it even more imposing than before. This creature embodies the swiftness and speed of a velociraptor, while simultaneously retaining the terrifying destructive power of a Tyrannosaurus. With the prowess of a beast king, it could potentially challenge even a beast emperor. The fusion ring truly is formidable. Qin Chuan's face radiated with surprise. Following this line of thought, Merging the giant beast dragon with the velociraptor would yield the tyrannical giant beast dragon. Conversely, merging the velociraptor as the primary component with the Tyrannosaurus would result in the tyrannical velociraptor. At this moment, Qin Chuan realized that his velociraptor appears to be a universal fusion material. Naturally, the Tyrannosaurus and the giant beast dragon can also merge, giving rise to new beast companions. As Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus immediately reverted to its original state. It can be said that with the fusion ring, Qin Chuan's adaptability on the battlefield would be greatly enhanced. By the way, since my fusion ring allows for the merging of two beast companions, what abilities do the rings of others possess? Qin Chuan inquired. Evolution ring can forcibly elevate a designated beast companion by consuming its life force. Advancing it by one level, symbiotic ring establishes a symbiotic bond with the beast companion. Both the companion and its master must be slain simultaneously for total annihilation. Furnace ring fuses the beast companion and its master, significantly augmenting the inherent power of the Beast Island's ruler. All beast ring can command lower intelligence exotic beasts or unclaimed beast companions as the information materialized. Qin Chuan glanced over and noted that the rings of the other four individuals were equally impressive, particularly those of Yu Qinwan and Zhang Li. The evolution ring's ability to elevate a level is tantamount to advancing from Beast King to Beast Emperor, which is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Zhang Li's all-beast ring commands myriad creatures, making it exceptionally powerful in skilled hands. I wonder if there are only these 5 divine rings in the entire Endless Sea? Is it possible for one individual to possess multiple divine rings? Qin Chuan posed 2 critical questions once more. There are currently 12 rings in the Endless Sea, and one individual can wield multiple divine rings simultaneously. With 12 rings in existence, it implies that 7 more divine rings remain undiscovered. If one can wield multiple divine rings, does that mean one can seize the rings of others? Qin Chuan frowned slightly, realizing that possessing a divine ring also necessitates corresponding strength. Otherwise, it would merely be a hot potato. Those who can pose such questions are not unique. Others can inquire as well, for these matters are not shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, having acquired the Ring of 10,000 Beasts, has dispelled the shadow cast by his second-place ranking. The members of the Starry River Alliance have also received the exhilarating news of their leader's acquisition of the ring, igniting a fervor among them. Who would have thought our leader turned misfortune into fortune? Although he incurred some loss in precious materials for securing second place, he has obtained the Ring of 10,000 Beasts. This will significantly bolster his combat prowess by allowing him to control exotic beasts and untamed pets. Indeed, while the individual named Qin claimed the first position, his reward was merely the fusion ring. Even if he were to merge his beasts, the number would be limited, rendering him far inferior in comparison to our leader. At this moment, Zhang Li caressed the ring on his index finger, intricately carved with countless beast heads. Yet his heart was devoid of exuberance. Do not let your elation cloud your judgment, he cautioned. Remember, we are a coalition of hundreds, while Qin operates alone. A lone wolf, capable of suppressing a collective force bolstered by our resources, is not to be underestimated. His words quelled the jubilant spirits of the Starry River members, prompting them to reflect. Indeed, aside from the Guardian Alliance, nearly every faction has concentrated resources solely on their leader. In contrast, Qin has persisted in solitary endeavors, yet he has managed to overpower those who have pooled the resources of hundreds or even thousands. This is an exceedingly daunting reality. How can such a prodigy exist? The pressure is mounting exponentially, one lamented. Let us not compare ourselves to such a monstrous talent. Instead, let us contemplate our forthcoming paths. Indeed, this beast tide signifies the end of our novice phase. Those who survive will undoubtedly possess resources, presenting us with an opportunity to dominate the Endless Sea. Zhang Li appeared somewhat swayed by this notion. You speak the truth. Those who endure the beast tide will possess a wealth of essence. Leader, do not heed his words. Our immediate focus should be on preparing for entry into the underworld, while simultaneously seizing the divine rings from other ring bearers. Precisely. One individual can possess multiple divine rings. If we can procure several from the other ring bearers, we shall be truly invincible. I concur. I too am in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li fell into contemplation. The allure of the divine rings is indeed compelling. However, I am unaware of the coordinates of the other 4 ring bearers, making it a daunting task to seize them. Leader, I previously dispatched my food ape to scout the Endless Sea and discovered a region where nearly all the Beast Island lords have been vanquished. Moreover, I encountered a solitary individual, and I strongly suspect that he is none other than Qin Chuan. Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. You suspect him to be Qin Chuan? Do you have any evidence? I believe that to eliminate all the Beast Island masters within a radius of several hundred kilometers in such a brief period is a feat only a handful can accomplish. And among them, we stand out. Furthermore, this individual operates as a lone wolf. Has Qin Chuan not been battling singularly all along? Zhang Li furrowed his brow slightly. Should it indeed be Qin Chuan, he would not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly declared, if it is truly Qin Chuan, he must be eradicated. Not only do we need to seize his fusion ring, but this grudge he has caused me over the past few encounters must also be settled. Leader, command us, and we shall muster hundreds to decisively eliminate this foe before he gathers momentum. After weighing his options, Zhang Li responded resolutely, very well. Let us settle both new and old grievances together. Everyone, rest well. Tomorrow we march against Qin Chuan. Chapter 33, A Surge in Power. At this moment, Qin Chuan held over 4,000 essence points, ranking among the wealthiest in the Endless Sea, at least within the top 3. Yet, for Qin Chuan, this wealth was still insufficient, as his beast companions continued to multiply daily. If he did not judiciously utilize this essence, it would profoundly impact his combat prowess. The allocation of 4,000 essence would prioritize the Dragon Nest, followed by the need to elevate the twin tyrant dragons to the Beast Emperor level. The remaining 1,000 essence could be considered for maturing the double-chambered dragon into adulthood, as its combat effectiveness was unquestionable. Having devised his subsequent strategy, Qin Chuan commenced the upgrading process. The reason for not upgrading the giant beast dragons was due to their water attribute being more supportive than offensive, necessitating a temporary postponement. Upgrade the Dragon Nest, Qin Chuan commanded. Essence, 1,000, total essence, 3,295, Dragon Nest level. 4. The Dragon Nest produces 4 random dragon eggs daily, activates a warning function, and will alert the Beast Island Master if any dangerous creatures approach within 1,000 meters. Upon reaching level 5, there is a probability of hatching a leader dragon species. Dragon Nest Experience, 01. As the Dragon Nest shimmered with golden light, it visibly expanded, radiating concentric halos that continuously spread outward. This appeared to be the unique ability of the Dragon Nest at level 4, akin to a radar warning system. Thus, even in Qin Chuan's absence from Beast Island, he need not worry about his home being attacked, for he would be promptly informed of any danger. Coupled with the Crystal Sanctuary, his defenses would be utterly foolproof. Of course, should he venture far, he could always leave his beasts behind as a third line of defense. Since the Dragon Nest had already randomly produced 3 dragon eggs before the upgrade, he would have to wait until the next day for 4 more. A level 5 Dragon Nest has a chance of hatching a leader dragon species? Qin Chuan was taken aback. The leader dragon species is a rare breed, with only 1 existing per species. It possesses a brain more intelligent and a physique stronger than that of ordinary beast companions, capable of alleviating the control burden on the Beast Island Master. Understood. This is akin to the king of a pride of lions or the leader of an elephant herd, endowed with decision-making authority. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. As the number of beast pets increases, Qin Chuan finds himself expending considerable energy in their management. If only he had a leader dragon species, his burden would be significantly alleviated. Simply put, Qin Chuan is akin to an emperor, while the leader dragon species functions as a general. In the heat of battle, he need only assign a target to the leader dragon species, which would then lead the tribe in autonomous assault. However, this does not imply that Qin Chuan can become a mere bystander. Despite the dragon species' intelligence, no one can match the efficiency of direct command. While conventional combat can rely on this structure, when confronted with formidable foes, Qin Chuan must still take charge. Nevertheless, this arrangement would conserve much of his strength. Yet, to upgrade to the leader dragon species requires a staggering 10,000 essence, a target currently beyond Qin Chuan's reach. He proceeds to upgrade his Rex Tyrannosaurus, utilizing 2,000 essence for the enhancement. Essence, 2,000. Total essence, 1295. Species, Rex Tyrannosaurus. Weight, 20 tons. Level, Beast Emperor level. 1 essence required for upgrade to Sovereign level. Attribute, Thunder. Primary skill, Thunderstorm Domain. Can evolve into Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity upon reaching Sovereign level. Passive skill, energy storage cells as the upgrade concludes. The muscles of the Rex Tyrannosaurus become even more formidable, as if each cell is brimming with immense thunder energy. Originally known for its ferocity, the Rex Tyrannosaurus has now attained the Beast Emperor level, further enhancing its explosive power. Had the Beast Tide reached the Beast Emperor level earlier, it likely could have defended the Beast Nest single-handedly. In the vast expanse of the Endless Sea, few would reach dual Emperor status shortly after their novice period, causing Qin Chuan to smile subtly. However, he cannot overlook the other four, particularly Yi Qingwan and Zhongli. It is likely that after achieving Beast Emperor status, Yi Qingwan could ascend to sovereign level through her evolution ring. While Qin Chuan previously held little interest in Yi Qingwan, he now finds himself somewhat intrigued, particularly regarding the evolution ring she possesses. Next, he turns his attention to upgrading the double cavity dragon, raising his hand slowly. Essence, 1000. Total essence, 295 species, fragile double cavity dragon. Weight, 220 tons, level, adult, 1 essence required for upgrade. Attribute, mutated earth primary skill, localized reinforcement. Passive skill, hardened skin with the final enhancement complete. The double cavity dragon reaches its maximum size, an astounding 220 tons. Its length approaches a terrifying 70 meters, an impressive scale comparable to 2 adjacent passenger aircraft. This marks the pinnacle of evolution for carbon-based life forms, a feat unmatched in the annals of history on Blue Star. This creature stands as Qin Chuan's strongest trump card. Once all upgrades are completed, Qin Chuan finally stores his beast pets within the dimensional space. At this moment, he notices he has 3 dragon eggs yet to be opened. Curiosity piqued, he contemplates what they might yield. Hatch. With a crack, 3 dragon eggs began to fissure, heralding the birth of 3 dinosaur hatchlings. Hatching successful, Carnotaurus X2. Velociraptor X1. It appears that fortune does not always favor the fortunate. I had hoped for additional formidable behemoths, or perhaps a Tyrannosaurus. Nevertheless, the current outcome is acceptable. The Carnotaurus is indeed essential for charging into battle. All have been elevated to adulthood, and I have bestowed the mutated Earth attribute core upon the Carnotaurus. Essence 33. Total Essence 262. Earth attribute mutated core X2. At this moment, Qin Chuan's heavy cavalry and guards have welcomed new members. There are now 4 Carnotaurus and 4 Velociraptors. Our strength has once again surged. Meanwhile, the Endless Sea is not solely witnessing Qin Chuan's relentless pursuit of power. On a distant beast island, Yi Qingwan, having acquired the evolution ring, is also experiencing significant enhancement. I now possess 14 polar bears, 2 at the Beast King level and 2 at the Beast Emperor level. Should I utilize the evolution ring, these polar bears could ascend to the Dominator level. At this juncture, I must be the first Beast Island Lord in the entire Endless Sea to possess a Dominator level creature. It is regrettable, however, that the evolution ring's enhancements are limited. Otherwise, I might have been the foremost among all in the Endless Sea. The evolution ring bears a considerable drawback. While it can elevate a Beast Emperor to Dominator status, it can only do so for one, and at the cost of burning their vitality. Most critically, once a beast's vitality is depleted, death is inevitable. This demise is irreversible. Even at the level of the Dark God, revival through the Beast Nest remains unattainable. Thus, the evolution ring should only be employed in dire circumstances. Even if Qin Chuan possesses formidable strength, he cannot afford to disregard me at this stage. It is a pity that this fellow is rather obstinate. If only he would ally with me, the Endless Sea could easily be dominated. At this moment, Yi Qingwan caressed the ring on her finger, resembling a genetic chain, her heart brimming with excitement. Even now, she harbors the desire to ally with Qin Chuan, for the allure of the strong is irresistible to anyone, particularly in light of this beast tide. Where Qin Chuan has decisively claimed first place, numerous individuals are eager to form an alliance. Yet, Qin Chuan remains steadfast in his principles. Although his charisma could effortlessly rally a potent team, he refrains from doing so, for the allure of his beasts is too great. Who could resist the temptation of a dinosaur companion? If he were to gather a group of strong individuals into the Dustless Alliance, there is no telling how many might covet his beasts. Thus, the immediate priority is to develop and strengthen steadily. Chapter 34. The Struggle of All Races. World Announcement. Congratulations to all Beast Island Lords, for you have successfully passed the Beast Tide trial. The novice period has concluded, and the subterranean world is now open, heralding the commencement of the great struggle among all races. The subterranean world is replete with boundless mineral resources and opportunities. Yet it is also home to formidable beasts and intelligent beings. The remaining 7 divine rings will be scattered throughout the subterranean realm in the form of treasure maps. Should you possess sufficient strength and fortune, immortality shall be yours. There are only 3 portals leading to the subterranean world, located at various points in the Endless Sea. Rest assured, you need not worry about the distance to the portals, as you may directly reach them via coordinates. Warning: the creatures of the subterranean world are powerful. Do not enter unprepared. With the emergence of the world announcement, it signified that they were no longer novices. After all, those who survived the initial phase of the beast tide could hardly be deemed weak. At this moment, the chat channel surged with excitement. It appeared that the subterranean world was akin to an expansive open-world dungeon, far removed from the petty skirmishes of Beast Island. Not only are there mineral veins, but also treasure maps for the 7 divine rings. The subterranean world is indeed bountiful. Do not be deceived by appearances. Did you not notice the warning in the world announcement? The beasts and indigenous intelligent beings of the subterranean world are formidable. Ordinary individuals may find themselves overwhelmed. Esteemed players, who shall form a party? Let us venture into the subterranean world together for mutual support. Nonsense. Anyone still capable of speech is a survivor of the beast tide, wielding at least a few hundred essences. What if we are betrayed in a party? That makes sense. It is wiser to team up with members of one's own alliance. Do not ally with strangers, lest you enter the subterranean world only to fall victim to deceit before encountering the beasts. Esteemed players, do you desire mineral veins? Do you seek the treasure maps of the divine rings? Then go forth and seek them. Everything awaits you in the subterranean world. The era of great struggle has arrived. Charge forth. I shall blaze a trail in the subterranean realm. At this moment, all the Beast Island lords had turned their attention to the subterranean world. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, upon reading these announcements, gleaned 3 pivotal pieces of information. First, mineral resources. A rich vein not only holds the potential to unearth essential evolution cores for beast companions, but also essences and other materials. However, where there are people, there exists contention. Conflicts over mineral resources are inevitable, whether against fellow Beast Island lords or the indigenous creatures of the subterranean world. Second, the divine rings. There are a total of 12 divine rings in the Endless Sea. The 5 that have emerged are rewards for the beast tide, and the remaining 7 will undoubtedly become coveted prizes among various factions. After all, the powers conferred by the divine rings are immensely extraordinary, enough to incite fierce competition and bloodshed among all. Thirdly, there exists a portal within the boundless sea, and only 3 locations host it. The master of Beast Island must teleport from his own domain to the vicinity of the portal to gain access to the subterranean world. Qin Chuan is perplexed as to why there are 3 portals rather than 1 for each individual. Perhaps the celestial beast god has its own inscrutable reasons. However, this arrangement necessitates that the masters of the Beast Islands, who typically remain ensconced within their realms, must congregate when seeking entry to the underground world. Even Qin Chuan must expose himself. Although none have laid eyes upon him, should anyone attempt to engage in predation near the portal, it would inevitably incite chaos, compelling Qin Chuan to take action for self-preservation. Moreover, alliances such as the Star River Alliance, the Pioneers Alliance, and the Guardians Alliance, if they were to unite in controlling the portal, could create significant complications. They might even impose tolls, where a single essence per passage could yield substantial profits. Indeed, any one of these 3 pivotal pieces of information could plunge the boundless sea into conflict. In the days to come, Qin Chuan found himself resigned to the situation, shaking his head in exasperation. He would not only become entangled in the interests of the various powers within the boundless sea, but also contend with the indigenous intelligent beings upon entering the subterranean world. The path to immortality appeared fraught with thorns and tribulations, and merely contemplating it was enough to induce despair. Thankfully, he was the sole beast pet dragon. Otherwise, navigating the daunting struggle among myriad races would be exceedingly challenging. Ding ding. As Qin Chuan pondered, a notification from his chat box interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, have you seen the announcement? She inquired. I have. Is there something you need? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, uncertain of Yi Qingwan's intentions. Ever since he had declined her initial invitation to join her alliance, she had persistently sought him out, undeterred by his repeated refusals. The portal has opened, and I plan to take some strong individuals to explore it. Would you care to join? Yu Qiwan proposed. Taken aback by her words, Qin Chuan replied, "Why must you insist on accompanying me? You are the leader of the Guardians Alliance and possess the evolution ring. Your strength surpasses mine. There is no need for us to team up." Surprisingly, rather than becoming upset upon receiving Qin Chuan's message, Yu Qiwan felt a sense of delight at his acknowledgement of her superiority. Little did she know that Qin Chuan's words were merely a courteous gesture. In her eyes, it was a validation of her prowess. With a satisfied smile gracing her lips, Yi Qingwan responded, "Mr. Qin, I concede that I am indeed strong, but a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Holding the evolution ring will surely incite envy, particularly from Zhang Li of the Star River Alliance. If we venture together, we shall have each other's backs in the event of conflict, shall we not?" Though Yi Qingwan's strength had significantly increased, she was still a girl and felt a twinge of apprehension when confronted with a ruthless powerhouse like Zhang Li. However, the prospect of venturing to the portal alongside Qin Chuan alleviated her fears. After all, he was ranked first on the prestige list and undoubtedly the strongest in the Endless Sea, which provided a sense of security. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating that there was indeed no reason to refuse. Forming a temporary team to explore the underground world seemed prudent, providing mutual support. Since Leader Yi had made the suggestion, he felt compelled to agree. Rejecting her would seem lacking in charm. With a faint smile, he replied. Yi Qingwan felt a surge of excitement at Qin Chuan's agreement. She had invited him to the Endless Sea more than once, only to be declined each time. His sudden consent was an unforeseen delight. Wonderful. Once I gather my teammates, we shall proceed to Portal 3. She exclaimed eagerly. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Qin Chuan responded. Chapter 35, The Lone Wolf. As the portal to the underground world opened, the masters of Beast Islands from various regions began to stir restlessly. However, not many of them were prepared to take action, as a significant number had suffered grave injuries during the Beast Tide and were ill-equipped for exploration. Moreover, the gathering of numerous masters was not necessarily a good omen. Before the onset of the Beast Tide, many had engaged in brutal slaughters across the Endless Sea, leaving survivors with lingering psychological scars. Thus, those brave enough to assemble were primarily genuine powerhouses, numbering merely in the tens of thousands, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast population of Beast Island masters. Mr. Qin, I have gathered 30 capable teammates and am ready to teleport. Are you prepared? Yi Qingwan messaged. Ready. Upon arriving at Portal 3, I will keep my distance from the crowd. If you see only one person, that will be me, Qin Chuan replied. Understood, Yu Qiwan said. Before the teleportation, Qin Chuan, to prevent being ambushed, left 2 colossal beasts to guard the dragon nest. Once everything was in place, he initiated the teleportation. Inputting the coordinates for Portal 3 into the virtual projection, his form swiftly transformed into a myriad of light points, vanishing from sight. With a hum, as a dazzling light emerged, Qin Chuan's figure instantaneously materialized upon a vast ice expanse. At the center of the icy plain stood a magnificently grand portal. Resembling a small mountain, its surface shimmering with ripples reminiscent of a mirror. Surrounding the portal, over 10,000 Beast Island masters had already gathered. Some in small groups of 3 to 5, while others traveled in larger contingents, seemingly united in their endeavors. Qin Chuan scanned the crowd, as he had never seen Yi Qingwan's visage, making his search rather challenging. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Qin Chuan had no choice but to proceed towards a less populated area, ensuring that Yu Qingwan would be able to spot him upon her arrival. Meanwhile, the masters of Beast Island gathered near the teleportation portal, their restlessness palpable. Everyone has been here for half an hour. Why has no one entered? Are we to merely stare at each other? A voice from the crowd broke the silence. Why don't you go in? Don't you know that the early bird catches the worm? The first to enter is the first to perish. Indeed. The world announcement had warned of the lurking dangers within the underground realm. One must be thoroughly prepared before venturing forth. Even if they were to enter, it would be prudent to have a formidable leader guiding them. One might well ask, who among you possesses a beast of the Emperor level? Evidently, these masters had merely survived the Beast Tide, with most only achieving the King level. The Emperor level was reserved for the most powerful, those ranking at the pinnacle. I'm in no rush. I'll wait for a strong leader to guide us, one remarked. Exactly. Consider it a sightseeing trip. If it becomes too perilous, we can always retreat and continue to bide our time, another agreed. As this discussion unfolded, a group of over 10 individuals appeared not far from Qin Chuan, led by a tall, slender man in his 30s. This man, however, was not focused on the teleportation portal. Instead, he was scanning his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. After a prolonged observation, his gaze finally settled on Qin Chuan. Look at that young man over there. I've been watching him for a while. He is standing alone in the distance, likely a lone wolf, the tall man remarked slowly. Huh, a lone wolf is perfect. I'm quite bored. Let us find some amusement. Another young man chimed in, grinning broadly. The tall man smiled in agreement. Since the beast tied, Wei found that raiding and plundering is the quickest way to gain wealth. Encountering a lone wolf like him is akin to finding free loot. Having spoken, the tall man led his group towards Qin Chuan with a sense of purpose. Clearly, they viewed him as an unprotected individual devoid of allies. And eliminating such a target would bear no risk of retaliation. What could be more advantageous? As the tall man approached, he greeted Qin Chuan with a smile. Friend, are you here alone? Noting the sudden appearance of over 10 individuals, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, but responded politely. At the moment, yes. Oh, would you be interested in forming a team with me? My name is Su Ming, and I've established a small alliance of several dozen members. Though our numbers are few, we are all elite, the slender man inquired with a friendly demeanor. Apologies. But I've already made plans with friends and do not require a team at this time, Qin Chuan declined. Upon hearing this, the young man beside Su Ming's expression darkened. Kid, our leader is extending an invitation to team up out of respect for you. How dare you refuse? Are you disregarding our kindness? In an instant, Qin Chuan comprehended the situation. Initially, he had thought they approached him seeking companionship due to his solitude. Now it was clear they intended to take advantage of his isolation for nefarious purposes. Heh, you truly possess an audacious spirit. Not even inquiring about my identity before contemplating murder and theft? Qin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Hey, damn it, we've encountered a fearless one. Alliance leader. Cease the idle chatter and take action. The young man immediately unleashed several hyenas, their aggressive demeanor suggesting they were on the verge of violence. After all, prior to the beast tide, they had amassed hundreds of essences through ruthless slaughter, having tasted the sweetness of power. Su Ming raised his hand slightly, halting the young man's movements, and smiled. My friend, do not misconstrue our intentions. My brother here is rather impatient. In truth, we mean well. As a lone wolf in this chaotic environment, you are easily targeted. Regret would come too late. Why not join us? A mere 1,000 essences will ensure your safety here. Qin Chuan was genuinely amused by the other's words, but his expression soon darkened as he declared, You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, or I shall not hold back. Damn it, this fellow is quite arrogant. I shall see how you 1T hold back. The young man immediately raised his hand. Grr. Several hyenas bared their teeth at Qin Chuan, emitting threatening growls. Qin Chuan squinted his eyes, even if he wished to remain low-key. This unperceptive pack of creatures denied him that opportunity. Thus, he had no choice but to take action. Just as tensions escalated, a terrifying bear roar suddenly echoed from nearby. A graceful woman, exuding an enchanting charm, appeared alongside a polar bear, flanked by over 30 companions. The unexpected arrival was none other than the delayed Yi Qingwan. Is that Mr. Qin? She inquired, noticing Qin Chuan standing alone at a distance, with a group of dubious individuals before him. It is I, Qin Chuan replied. Upon confirming his identity, Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the reality before her. In her mind, Qin Chuan was either an antisocial recluse or an aloof individual shunning company. Yet, he now appeared to be a handsome young man with a refined demeanor and a scholarly air. Chapter 36. Intimidation. Yi Qingwan approached with her comrades. Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to finally behold your true self. You truly are impressive, she said with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze, extending her hand. Qin Chuan reciprocated the gesture, smiling. I did not expect the alliance leader to be such a stunning beauty. What a delight to meet you. Their exchange of pleasantries left Su Ming and the others standing nearby in utter astonishment. This guy is not alone. He actually has friends? Over 30 of them. What brings you here? Yi Qingwan asked, noticing Su Ming and the others. Nothing much, just that these friends of mine are seeking a bit of protection money. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan first paused in surprise, then turned to Su Ming with an exaggerated expression, saying, Have you all lost your minds? What were you thinking? At this moment, Su Ming was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had stumbled upon an unassailable obstacle. Tentatively, he inquired, May I ask who you are, beautiful lady? Without hesitation, Yi Qingwan, the leader of the Guardian Alliance, proclaimed her name. The mere utterance of Yi Qingwan rendered Su Ming's face as pale as if he had tasted poison. Who was Yi Qingwan? She was the leader of one of the top 3 alliances in the Endless Sea and a formidable figure ranked among the top 5 in the Beast Tide reputation list. Just the mention of her name was enough for someone like him to recognize the peril of offending her. Even the young man who had been shouting boisterously moments before seemed to have lost his voice, rendered speechless. Alliance leader Yi, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to target you. Please don't kill me. At this moment, Su Ming was genuinely terrified. Kill you? Why would I do that? It's utterly nonsensical, Yi Qingwan replied, bemused. I've offended your ally, Haven Ti? You want to kill me? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingwan burst into laughter and said, Brother, even if you truly offended him, would it require my intervention? Do you know who he is, daring to commit such acts? Who is he? Su Ming turned to gaze at Qin Chuan, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. This gentleman before you is Qin Chuan, ranked first on the reputation list. Do you understand now? Yi Qingwan said slowly. With those words, Su Ming felt as if thunder had struck him, and his companions nearby appeared equally stunned, nearly losing their footing. The significance of the name Qin Chuan was beyond words. He was undoubtedly a deity in the Endless Sea. You are Qin Chuan. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, and he suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Mighty One, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare my life. I truly know my error. Had I known it was you from the start, no amount of courage would have compelled me to act rashly. Witnessing Su Ming's sudden submission, Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback, surprised that his mere name could wield such intimidation. He recalled his past life on Blue Star, where he was merely a pitiful soul on the brink of despair. Yet, upon arriving in the Endless Sea, he had unexpectedly become a figure of reverence among humanity. The stark contrast was indeed disconcerting for Qin Chuan. Leave. I have no interest in slaying insignificant pests like you, Qin Chuan said, raising his hand slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming bowed repeatedly, hastily retreating with his companions, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to his demise at Qin Chuan's hands. Mr. Qin, you have always been solitary. To them, you appear as a tempting target. Have you considered expanding your alliance to avoid such troubles? Yi Qingwan inquired. I'm not particularly interested in forming cliques. I find solitude much more comfortable, Qin Chuan replied with a slight gesture. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan expressed surprise, then smiled knowingly. Only we sheep huddle together for warmth, while Mr. Qin is a born dragon, bold and skilled. Are you implying something about me? Qin Chuan responded with a hint of amusement. In comparison to you, Lord Yi, I am indeed far inferior, Qin Chuan sighed helplessly, once again receiving praise from Qin Chuan. Yi Qingwan felt a delightful warmth, her proud little eyes instinctively lifting a tad higher, yet she quickly composed herself, waving her hand slightly. Oh, not at all. We are quite similar, really. Initially, Qin Chuan's repeated rejections had left Yi Qingwan feeling disgruntled, and secretly, she had already regarded him as a surpassable goal, even as a rival. Now, with the beast's nest concluded, she had achieved unprecedented growth, seemingly believing herself to stand on equal footing with Qin Chuan. Furthermore, during their first encounter, Qin Chuan exuded a kind and amiable aura, which unknowingly heightened Yi Qingwan's fondness for him. Of course, her admiration was largely rooted in his formidable personal strength. Such powerful individuals must either be befriended or eliminated to avoid becoming stumbling blocks. Yi Qingwan favored the former, especially with the imposing Zhongli still ahead of them. Thus, having multiple strong allies was indeed essential. Mr. Qin, I am your fan. I even criticized those who slandered you in the chat channel. Mr. Qin, I am also your admirer. Your audacity to confront Zhongli head-on is simply magnificent. Mr. Qin, could I please have your autograph? At this moment, several powerful individuals beside Yi Qingwan gazed at Qin Chuan with adoring eyes. Ahem. This made Yi Qingwan feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to clear her throat. Observing their leader's jealousy, the powerful individuals could only close their mouths in disappointment. Since I have agreed to temporarily team up with you, we are friends now, so let us refrain from the fanfare. It feels too distant, Qin Chuan chuckled. Indeed, they responded with laughter. Now, let us not waste any more time. While it is still early, we should explore the underground world. Several new veins and exotic beasts have been uncovered, and we cannot let others gain the upper hand, Yi Qingwan stated thoughtfully. Very well, let us set off, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Subsequently, The group made their way to the portal entrance. The crowd that had been lingering at the entrance became animated upon seeing Yi Qingwan leading over 30 individuals. Is someone going in? Who is that so bold? Doesn't that person resemble the leader of the Guardian Alliance, Yi Qingwan? What? You know Yi Qingwan? I don't. But I've heard her beast companion is a polar bear, and she is indeed a great beauty. It's obviously her. Wonderful. With Lord Yi leading the way, we can bask in her glory. Everyone, with Lord Yi personally leading us in, we cannot fall behind. Let us follow the steps of the strong. In an instant, the crowd erupted into excitement, eagerly converging towards Yi Qingwan's position. At this moment, Yi Qingwan walked at the forefront of the crowd, basking in the attention, seemingly relishing the feeling of being adored like a star surrounded by admirers. Accompanying Qin Chuan noticed that Zhang Li and his companions were absent from the throng. Otherwise, Yi Qingwan would not have taken the lead. Thus, it could be inferred that Zhang Li and several formidable individuals likely ventured towards either the first or second teleportation portal. Nonetheless, this arrangement suited Qin Chuan, as he was reluctant to engage in conflict with them. His primary focus remained on exploring the subterranean realm. Chapter 37. A bounty of treasures under Yi Qingwan's guidance. A multitude of over 10,000 Beast Island lords converged towards the teleportation portal. Yi Qingwan, leading the charge, positioned herself before the entrance. At that moment, Qin Chuan gazed at the portal's smooth, mirror-like surface, his brow furrowed, inexplicably. He harbored a sense that the underground world was far from simplistic. Esteemed friends, since you place your trust in me, I shall take the lead into this unknown. However, let me make this clear. Should any peril arise within, we must unite our strengths to confront it, for otherwise, our demise is inevitable, Yi Qingwan proclaimed, addressing the vast assembly of Beast Island lords behind her. Fear not, Leader Yi. As long as you lead the way, we shall certainly lend our utmost support. Many voices chimed in unison. Indeed, this is a new world, and we all yearn for a share of its wonders. We shall strive to assist you. Leader Yi, proceed. We are fully prepared for battle, echoed the enthusiastic crowd. Upon hearing their assurances, Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, gently caressing the formidable Arctic bear by her side before stepping boldly into the portal. Qin Chuan and 30 of the strongest warriors followed closely behind, witnessing Yi Qingwan's lead. The throng of over 10,000 Beast Island lords hesitated no longer and surged into the portal. As they entered, they were met with an expanse of desolate black earth stretching endlessly before them. Not a single blade of grass could be found. The terrain resembled a volcanic landscape, shaped by countless eruptions. Scattered throughout this obsidian expanse were uniquely shaped monoliths, resembling the bones casually cast aside by ancient deities. Jagged rocks protruding from the ground like fierce teeth. Moreover, the rocks were riddled with honeycomb-like cavities. As the gentle breeze flowed through these openings, it emitted a mournful whistle, akin to the whispers of countless lost souls. Is this truly the underground world? How can it be so barren? Do otherworldly beasts truly inhabit this place? We must remain vigilant. Who knows what dangers lurk in this cursed land? I see only self-imposed fears among you. This place is devoid of any life. What is there to fear? Regardless, I shall venture forth to explore. Perhaps I shall uncover something of value. As the crowd grew restless, they began to disperse, eager to investigate the surroundings. The sound of over 10,000 footsteps echoed, each step producing a crisp crack, as if treading upon the bones of ancient epics. Do not scatter recklessly, Yi Qingwan admonished, her voice rising above the clamor. We should first send our flying beasts to scout the area, ensuring safety before proceeding with our exploration. However, the restless crowd was heedless of her directives, viewing this barren black earth as a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Cease your cries. They are merely a rabble, unworthy of our expectations, Qin Chuan remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan decided to disregard the crowd entirely. Alas, I have unearthed a precious essence. This place truly harbors treasures. Just then, a sudden shout erupted from the throng. A young man had excavated an essence from the pile of rubble beneath his feet, his excitement palpable. I have found one too. My heavens. This place can yield essences with such ease? I have one as well. Ha ha ha. We are destined for riches. This subterranean realm is indeed replete with treasures. And with a mere flick of our tools, we can uncover essences. My brothers, this is far more lucrative than mere skirmishes. With a stroke of fortune, one could extract hundreds of essences in a single day. Do not linger in stupor. Summon your beast companions. Such a bountiful ground is rare. In an instant, the majority of the Beast Island lords summoned their beast companions, descending into a frenzy of excavation. The area soon became shrouded in dust and chaos. Some lords, impatient with the pace of excavation, commanded their beasts to unleash skills, obliterating the earth. Boom. In that moment, a cacophony of explosions resonated from all directions, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves besieging a feast, driven by unbridled greed. Mr. Qin, do you believe we should join in? Yi Qinghuan, too, felt a surge of impulsiveness. Just as Qin Chuan wavered in his decision, he sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet, small stones trembling in unison. This vibration was unlike that induced by Beast's skills. Its rhythm was distinctly ordered. Trouble. We must retreat. Qin Chuan reacted almost instantaneously, darting towards the portal. What is happening? Wait for me. Yi Qinghuan, bewildered at Qin Chuan's sudden flight, followed suit. The other 30 or so individuals also distanced themselves from the crowd. Boom. Just as Qin Chuan had sprinted a few hundred meters, the ground erupted, revealing towering stone giants awakening from their slumber. There were easily 1,000, forming a formidable circle that ensnared everyone within. What in the world is happening? They are aberrant beasts. The Beast Island lords still digging for essences were struck with terror at the sight of the myriad stone giants. Damn it! How can mere stones gain sentience? Run. We are surrounded. Teleport back to the Beast Island. In the subterranean world, teleportation was impossible. One had to escape this place. Why are you fleeing? In this situation, we should band together and retaliate. The crowd descended into chaos, some heedlessly charging towards the portal, while others attempted to counterattack with their beasts. Yet, the quality of their beasts was too low. Even their skills merely chipped away at the stone giants' outer layers, failing to penetrate their core. Roar! The stone giants unleashed a furious bellow, raising their colossal stone fists to smash down upon the ground. Thud! A series of thunderous roars erupted, and the terrifying destructive force of the stone giant instantly felled the Beast Island lords before it. Even though the bodies of these lords had been enhanced by divine attributes, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the wrath of the stone giant's strike. Some had their heads smashed, others had their legs shattered, and still more had their innards ruptured. Many were sent flying by the sheer force. Ah, help! Help me! I do not wish to perish. Who will come to my aid? In an instant, cries of agony and pleas for rescue echoed in tandem, as thousands of Beast Island lords suffered casualties within mere moments. Tragically, a portion of these lords had been inadvertently harmed by the reckless skill releases of their comrades. The scene was a veritable chaos. What a wretched bunch. I warned against hasty actions, yet they were lured by trifling gains, awakening all the hidden beasts beneath the ground. Yi Qinghuan gazed at the turmoil, her expression a blend of exasperation and disbelief. The reason Yi Qinghuan had chosen the third teleportation portal was the belief that the stronger individuals had flocked to the first and second, leaving the third relatively uncompetitive for exploration. Yet now, exploration seemed a distant dream. The very question was whether they could survive to escape. Qin Chuan surveyed the chaotic scene and promptly initiated a scan. Beast Stone Giant, weight, 30 tons, level, Adult Beast King, attribute, Earth Skill, Mountain Splitter Fist. Upon completing the scan, Qin Chuan discovered that among the thousands of stone giants, the majority were adults, with a notable portion having reached the Beast King level. Furthermore, their weight of 30 tons translated to a formidable destructive power, marking them as exceptionally troublesome foes. Chapter 38. Ruthless and Unyielding Roar. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Qin Chuan conducted his scan, an adult stone giant spotted their group and immediately charged towards them with heavy strides. It then raised its colossal stone fist and struck down with ferocity. Seeking death, Yi Qinghuan exclaimed, swiftly commanding her beast emperor-level polar bear to engage. Roar! The polar bear leapt forward with a magnificent bound, its paw crystallizing as it struck directly upon the stone giant's forehead. Boom! With a resounding crash, the stone giant's head was obliterated, revealing the polar bear's considerable combat prowess. They had thought that this single blow would suffice to dispatch the stone giant. Yet, in the next moment, the decapitated giant casually lifted a boulder from the ground and pressed it against its neck, its head miraculously regrowing. Is it truly indestructible? Yi Qinghuan gasped in astonishment. Let us concentrate our fire. I refuse to believe this creature is that resilient. Indeed, altogether, over 30 powerful individuals beside Qin Chuan summoned their beast companions, charging en masse to unleash a barrage of attacks. In an instant, torrents of water, flashes of lightning, crystallizations, and fiery blasts erupted, each skill intertwining in a dazzling display. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke and dust billowed, the stone giant, besieged by concentrated firepower, could not withstand the overwhelming damage and was reduced to mere powder. Behold, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. With ample might, nothing is invincible, a warrior proclaimed with a grin. However, Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation, cautioning against premature celebration. Although the stone giant had been obliterated, an unusual phenomenon occurred. From beneath the ground, blue gas surged forth incessantly. This ethereal vapor clung to the remnants of the stone giant, swiftly coalescing and restoring it to its former state within mere seconds. This was not an isolated incident. Elsewhere, stone giants, regardless of the severity of their injuries, exhibited the same miraculous ability to resurrect. They were akin to the indomitable cockroaches of the battlefield. Mr. Qin, aren't you going to intervene? Yi Qingwan inquired, observing Qin Chuan's passive demeanor. You've reduced it to powder, yet it can revive. What purpose would my intervention serve? Qin Chuan replied, shaking his head. In truth, he had contemplated taking action, but after careful observation, he discerned that even summoning Rex, the Tyrannosaurus, would merely lead to a cycle of destruction and rebirth, an exercise in futility. What then shall we do? We can't simply retrace our steps. Yi Qingwan expressed her urgency, feeling disheartened at the prospect of returning empty-handed. Upon closer inspection, I noted that these stone giants lack a core. Their ability to resurrect seems entirely reliant on the blue gas emanating from the ground. I suspect this gas is a byproduct of some powerful treasure. As long as the source remains intact, their resurrection will be perpetual, Qin Chuan elucidated. Yi Qingwan felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had observed that whenever a stone giant was injured or slain, the blue gas released energy. What treasures lay hidden beneath the surface? Perhaps an evolutionary core or artifacts previously unseen by them. Securing such an item would justify their arduous journey. Mr. Qin, if what you say is true, we might not even pass the threshold of the underground realm, a weary warrior lamented. It was worth noting that this underground world was vast, rivaling the endless sea above. Their current location merely scratched the surface of this subterranean expanse. Yet, if they could not overcome even this minor obstacle, the prospect of exploring other mineral veins or encountering the intelligent beings of the underground seemed bleak. Perhaps our preparations were insufficient. Shall we return and seek a solution for another day? Yi Qingwan contemplated retreat. Given their capabilities, breaking free was not insurmountable, and prolonging their stay seemed unnecessary. I do have a potential solution, contingent upon two prerequisites, Qin Chuan interjected. What is this solution? Yi Qingwan inquired, suddenly invigorated. I require a beast of at least the Beast King level with water attributes, in addition to a mutated water creature, specifically one of ice attributes, Qin Chuan stated. In truth, Qin Chuan possesses a water attribute behemoth dragon, albeit it is stationed in the dragon's lair, thus he must consult others. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan remarked, my other beast of royal caliber, the Arctic bear, embodies the water attribute, yet it appears there is no ice attribute present. The ice attribute is a mutation of the water attribute and is exceedingly rare. Even Qin Chuan does not have it at present. However, fate has its own designs. As a young man promptly spoke up, Mr. Qin, my beast companion is a royal-level Arctic wolf, which utilizes an ice attribute core. Surprised, Qin Chuan had not anticipated that by mere coincidence, someone had indeed acquired the ice attribute. How could I forget Li Shua's Arctic wolf? Yi Qingwan instantly realized, adding, Mr. Qin, now that we have both water and ice attributes, what shall we do? It is rather simple. You need to unleash the skills of your royal-level Arctic bear in this area, and then Li Shua must immediately employ his ice attribute skills to freeze the ground. In doing so, we should be able to isolate those blue gases, Qin Chuan explained. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. We can only ascertain its effectiveness through trial. At this moment, Yi Qingwan was astonished by Qin Chuan's words. Mr. Qin, I truly did not perceive your ruthless side. How could you devise such a malicious scheme? There are still 7,000 to 8,000 Beast Island lords present. If I were to unleash the Sea Emperor's wrath with my royal-level Arctic bear, they would undoubtedly be collateral damage. Yi Qingwan expressed her shock. After all, the skills of a royal-level beast are incredibly formidable. Once unleashed, they could result in catastrophic devastation. There would likely be very few survivors left at the scene. Should word of this leak, her reputation as a female tyrant would be firmly established. Mr. Qin. This seems improper. The Guardian Alliance could easily become public enemies. The young man, named Li Shuo, immediately began to retract his support. This was no trivial matter. If the other Beast Island lords were to learn of it, the Guardian Alliance would be reviled. Even the notoriously ruthless Zhang Li would likely reconsider engaging in such an act, mindful of the negative repercussions of becoming public enemies. I have provided a solution. Whether you choose to pursue it is entirely up to you. Qin Chuan shrugged. Then why don't you take action? Yi Qingwan replied, her expression darkening, feeling as though Qin Chuan intended to ensnare her. My water attribute beast companion is not with me, and I lack any ice attribute abilities. Otherwise, would I still need to consult you? Qin Chuan retorted, exasperated. At this juncture, Yu Qiwan glanced at the others beside her, seemingly torn about what course of action to take. There are already stone giants watching us. You must make a decision swiftly, Qin Chuan urged gently. Yi Qingwan. The others. Chapter 39. The ugly side of humanity. Yi Qingwan also sensed that treasures were undoubtedly hidden beneath the ground. To depart without acting would be akin to discarding a feast before her. After much deliberation, Yi Qingwan resolved, Li Shuo, prepare yourself. I shall strike first. Li Shuo summoned the Beast King-level Arctic Wolf, preparing for a decisive confrontation. As Yi Qingwan slowly raised her hand, the Beast Emperor-level Arctic Bear was instantly unleashed. Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Without hesitation, Yi Qingwan activated her skill. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding thud, the earth fractured, and towering columns of water surged skyward, rapidly coalescing into an unceasing celestial river, akin to ominous dark clouds looming over a fortress. Oh no. Leader Yi, please refrain from unleashing your skills. We might be caught in the crossfire. Leader Yi, wait until we retreat before you strike. I cannot withstand your assault. Disaster. Instead of being crushed by the stone giant, I'm being betrayed by my own. At that moment, many Beast Island leaders still grappling with the stone giant were stricken with terror upon witnessing the celestial river forming above. Yi Qingwan, however, did not release her attack immediately. She declared, you have 10 seconds to escape as far as you can. If you are caught in the crossfire, do not blame me. With her commanding shout, those still engaged in battle against the stone giant were filled with dread and frantically fled in all directions, fearing that a moment's delay would result in being engulfed by the deluge. After all, the prowess of a Beast Emperor-level pet was undeniable. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Yi Qingwan disregarded the presence of any survivors and waved her hand. Boom. In an instant, the relentless celestial river plummeted from the heavens, transforming into a torrential flood that surged toward the ground. Wherever the flood swept through, both Beast Island leaders and stone giants alike were swept away. How infuriating. Why are we being struck too? Leader Yi, we haven't escaped yet. What are you doing? Damn it, do you not consider us human? Enraged, those caught in the deluge protested vehemently. In a mere moment, nearly 2,000 individuals were engulfed by the flood. Although they did not perish immediately, should Li Shuo unleash his skill, they would be instantly encased in ice. If there are no treasures hidden underground, all my efforts today would be in vain. Yi Qingwan reflected, feeling quite helpless as this approach was undeniably detrimental to her reputation. Yet, Qin Chuan remained remarkably composed and remarked, Leader Yi, do not be so hard on yourself. Did you not notice that your skill has awakened the potential within these individuals? In truth, even if Yi Qingwan had refrained from intervening, the surrounded Beast Island leaders would eventually perish. They were too far from the teleportation portal and surrounded by the infinitely respawning stone giants. Ironically, Yi Qingwan's intervention had prompted most of the Beast Island leaders to rally and escape, sacrificing a few to save the majority. Let us hope that is the case. Yi Qingwan sighed helplessly. At that moment, Li Shuo raised his hand and declared, icebound for 1,000 miles. As the ice attribute skill was unleashed, the Arctic Wolf erupted with frigid energy, swiftly spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the earth was enveloped in frost, transforming both the Beast Island Lord and the stone giants into mere ice sculptures. The ground itself was entirely frozen, and the once emerging azure gas had vanished without a trace. Alliance leader, nearly 2,000 individuals have been encased in ice. However, I have taken precautions. Their internal organs remain unfrozen, and if we thaw them promptly, there is still a possibility of survival, Li Shuo remarked. Before them lay over 2,000 ice sculptures, a sight both astonishing and disheartening. We have done our utmost to minimize casualties, This is all we can achieve, Yi Qingwan replied with a slight nod. She then turned her gaze towards the fleeing Beast Island lords and continued, esteemed allies, while the stone giants have been frozen, many have also suffered unintended harm. Those possessing fire attributes should assist in rescuing as many as possible. Yet, as her words lingered in the air, not a single one of the thousands who had escaped stepped forward to offer aid. Instead, many gazed at the ice sculptures with avarice. What are these individuals doing? Yi Qingwan observed their unsettling expressions, astonished. It appeared that they were coveting the frozen souls, attempting bounty indeed. It seems they have set their sights on those encased in ice. It is an opportunity too enticing to ignore, Qin Chuan remarked calmly. As if on cue, the surviving Beast Island lords surged toward their frozen counterparts, some unleashing their abilities to obliterate the ice-encased figures on the spot. With each shattering ice sculpture, the lives of those trapped within were irrevocably lost. Haha, this is a fortuitous chance. By vanquishing them, the essence they possess will rightfully belong to me. How dare they compete with me? I was the one to strike first. It is they who are usurping my claim. You fools, you court death. In an instant, chaos erupted. Some individuals relentlessly attacked the ice sculptures, seeking to seize the essence, while others engaged in fierce combat over the spoils. Have they lost their minds? Just moments ago, we stood united against the stone giants, and now, with the threat lifted, they turn upon one another? Yi Qingwan was left in shock. Only Qin Chuan discerned the deeper truth. Human nature has always been thus. We abide by the law out of fear of retribution. Yet, in the endless sea, there are no moral constraints, no legal shackles to bind us. The darker aspects of humanity are laid bare. Yi Qingwan was profoundly shaken. She had been concerned that her excessive killings might render her a pariah among the populace. Yet, it seemed her fears were entirely unfounded. Alliance leader, perhaps we should. At that moment, a man in his 30s beside Yi Qingwan began to stir with restless intent. Evidently, the man at this moment wished to partake in the spoils. Wang Chen, what do you say? Yi Qingwan gazed at him, her expression one of disbelief. Alliance leader, they are all taking advantage of the chaos. Since there are no longer any moral boundaries, why not join in and claim a share? No one would lay blame, Wang Chen suggested. At this moment, Yi Qingwan was slightly taken aback. It seemed that her team was not devoid of individuals lacking in ethical principles. This revelation cast a shadow over her countenance as she remarked, "Can you not discern what holds significance? Our purpose in this icy domain is to seek treasure, not to covet trifles." Upon hearing this, Wang Qing furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Alliance leader, these frozen beings are far from trifles. With a mere flick of the wrist, one could acquire thousands of essence. Why not pursue it? I have stated we must first seek the treasure. Do you not comprehend human language?" Yi Qingwan expressed her displeasure towards Wang Cheng, who constantly countered her words. Chapter 40. Fortune smiling noticing Yi Qingwan's rising ire. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he refrained from further comment. At that moment, Qin Chuan discerned that this man, Wang Cheng, did not exhibit absolute loyalty towards Yi Qingwan. Wang Cheng, a formidable warrior in his own right, had made considerable efforts to prove himself since joining the Guardian Alliance, but had yet to earn Yi Qingwan's recognition, leaving him with a sense of discontent. When Yi Qingwan saw that Wang Cheng had ceased speaking, she turned her attention to Qin Chuan, asking, "Mr. Qin, where do you believe the underground treasure may be located?" Based on the concentration of the blue gas, it should be approximately 50 meters ahead. "We must locate it before the stone giant thaws," Qin Chuan replied slowly. Yi Qingwan nodded subtly and promptly directed the Arctic bear towards the source of the blue gas. With a thunderous roar, the beast, a royal-level Arctic bear, brought its massive paw down, creating a large pit that spanned several meters in width. In the next moment, a torrent of blue gas erupted forth like a burst of natural gas. Yet, it dissipated within mere seconds. Concurrently, the stone giants, reliant on the blue gas for energy, crumbled into lifeless heaps of stone. "Indeed, it is here. Let us descend and take a look," Yi Qingwan exclaimed as she leaped into the deep pit. She observed that the sides of the pit were riddled with 7 or 8 interconnected tunnels, their destinations unknown. It felt akin to a labyrinth. What manner of entity had excavated this? Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly. "Alliance leader, look at this." At that moment, a man picked up a blue crystal core from the ground, his astonishment palpable. "It is an evolution core." Yi Qingwan analyzed the object and immediately recognized its significance. The evolution core is a treasure for enhancing attributes, found only in the underground world. No wonder these stone giants could resurrect indefinitely. It turned out this underground realm was a vein of evolution cores, leaving Qin Chuan equally astonished. After all, they now found themselves near the entrance of the third teleportation portal, and discovering a vein of, or upon entering, was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Mr. Qin, it appears that the 7 or 8 caverns lead to the area where the evolution cores are produced. We are bound to prosper, Yi Qi-Wan exclaimed with delight. Then let us send someone to explore and assess the yield of the ore here, Qin Chuan suggested. All right, Yi Qi-Wan nodded, then addressed the group beside her. Form teams of 2 to enter the caverns for reconnaissance. If you encounter danger, do not engage, retreat immediately. Understood. Subsequently, a dozen individuals swiftly divided into teams and began to delve deeper into the interconnected caverns, while Qin Chuan remained seated on a nearby rock, patiently waiting. During the wait, Yi Qi-Wan opened the chat channel, eager to discover any information regarding the first and second teleportation portals. As soon as she accessed the channel, it was abuzz with fervent discussions. How infuriating! Wasn't it said that the underground world held treasures? Upon entering the first teleportation portal, we were met with nothing but toxic gas. I nearly perished. Not only toxic gas, but also poisonous dragons. Even the bigwigs of the Star River Alliance couldn't withstand it. It was more terrifying than a beast tide. What are you talking about? The second portal is filled with subterranean demons. Just moments ago, thousands of Beast Island masters entered, and we nearly faced total annihilation. These demons are far too powerful. Demons? Are these the intelligent beings mentioned in the previous announcement about the underground world? Indeed, it seems that without sufficient strength, one cannot traverse the underground realm. Everyone, stop complaining. The third teleportation portal is no better. It is overrun with stone giants weighing over 30 tons, and they are indestructible. Fortunately, with Leader Ye's decisive action, the situation has stabilized. What? The third portal has been stabilized? Yes, just now, Leader Yi of the Guardian Alliance used a powerful move to freeze the stone giants, making this area relatively safe. Had I known earlier, I would have chosen the third portal as well. At that moment, Yi Qi-Wan, observing the chat channel, wore a somber expression. Who on earth was the fool that leaked information about the third teleportation portal? What is it? Qin Chuan inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Mr. Qin, take a look at the chat channel. The Beast Island masters who entered the first and second portals suffered severe losses, while our third portal remains relatively stable. Yi Qi-Wan explained. Qin Chuan glanced at the portal and confirmed her words. The first portal was filled with miasma and poisonous dragons, while the second portal was swarming with demons. Neither were safe paths. Only the third portal, having disrupted the energy supply of the stone giants, was assuredly secure. This poses a challenge. If this information spreads, the Beast Island masters will likely flock to the third portal, Qin Chuan said, slowly rising with a grave expression. I share your concern. If news of the evolution core or vein in the third portal circulates, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of Beast Island masters. I fear that with our current strength, we will struggle to defend it, Yi Qi-Wan replied, her face etched with seriousness. After all the Beast Island lords in the Endless Sea are fixated on the subterranean world. Once a vein is discovered, those ruffians swarm in like vultures scenting carrion, ready to strip the place bare. Just as Yi Qi-Wan's words fell, the group of explorers returned one after another. Ha ha ha, Alliance leader, we have struck gold. The regions accessed by these subterranean passages harbor evolution core veins. I have calculated that the surface veins alone can yield hundreds of evolution cores daily. A man exclaimed. What? Hundreds? Yi Qi-Wan instantly lost her composure. The evolution core is a treasure for enhancing attributes. Even a single one is immensely precious, let alone a daily output of 100. While 100 may seem modest when valued, it is akin to a colossal gold mine generating 100 tons of gold each day. Mr. Qin, having discovered such a substantial vein, we might struggle to defend it. Yi Qi-Wan glanced at Qin Chuan, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, it poses a dilemma. If the first and second portals cannot be breached, the third portal will become a coveted prize. With so many alliances and powerful individuals in the Endless Sea, everyone wishes to take a slice of the pie. Qin Chuan remarked. Let us excavate a portion of the evolution cores while those fellows have yet to arrive, and then abandon this place. Yi Qi-Wan's spirit had waned. In truth, anyone would think similarly. After all, no matter how formidable the Guardian Alliance may be, it pales in comparison to Zhang Li's Star River Alliance and the second-ranked Pioneer Alliance. Engaging in a fierce battle over a mine against these alliances is a fight Yi Qingwan knows she cannot win. The Guardian Alliance would suffer heavy losses, plummeting in rank, a scenario where the cost far outweighs the benefit. Chapter 41. Controlling the vein. To Yi Qingwan, the subterranean world is vast, and there is no need to plunge into crisis over a single vein. After all, their current exploration has barely scratched the surface, and they could seek veins elsewhere. However, Qin Chuan held a different perspective. Alliance leader, you must understand that evolution cores are essential materials for attribute enhancement. If you abandon this vein, it is tantamount to handing over resources on a silver platter. You would fall behind significantly. Qin Chuan spoke slowly. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan shook her head helplessly and replied, "Am I not aware of this principle? It's just that the major factions have undoubtedly received word of this. If they band together, a single Guardian Alliance cannot withstand them. Thus, we must relinquish this location and seek other veins." Qin Chuan shook his head, saying, "It is not as simple as you think. Our current position is the initial location of the subterranean world. Even the stone giants here are challenging to deal with, let alone other locations. If you abandon this place, you would not only forfeit a tremendous opportunity but might also jeopardize your current standing." Yi Qingwan frowned slightly, carefully contemplating the words spoken by Qin Chuan, and it indeed seemed plausible. "Mr. Qin, what do you propose we do?" Yi Qingwan inquired. "What I mean is, since we have joined forces, we should guard the mine together. Both of us are masters of and our prestige in the Endless Sea is significant. As long as we can intimidate those individuals, we will have ample time to mine and strengthen ourselves first," Qin Chuan advised. In truth, given Qin Chuan's capabilities, he believed that as long as he secured the mine, those reckless individuals would not dare to confront him directly. After all, the title of the foremost in the Endless Sea was not merely for show. Should they truly attempt to seize it forcefully, Qin Chuan would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. He was no longer a novice. He possessed 2 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs and a fusion ring. Thus there was no need to maintain a low profile. As long as he acquired a sufficient number of evolution cores, his beast companion's attributes would be greatly enhanced, making it relatively easy to maintain his dominant position. At this moment, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. "Since Mr. Qin has expressed his thoughts, I have nothing further to say. Let us unite to control the mine and extract as much as we can." Hearing this, Wang Chung interjected. "If we plan to defend the mine, how shall we divide the spoils? A 50-50 split? Mr. Qin, as the foremost in the Endless Sea, surely deserves 50%. Yi Qingwan suggested. Upon hearing this, the other dozens of strong individuals present nodded in agreement. "No objections here. Mr. Qin's combat prowess surpasses all of us combined, so he rightfully deserves 50%, Wang Chung affirmed. Qin Chuan had no objections, as he was but one individual, and his beast companions were too large to summon within the confines of the mine. Thus, he would let these others do the mining while he focused on deterring any ill-intentioned individuals, making the 50% request quite reasonable. "Very well, since everyone agrees, let us proceed accordingly. We shall begin the excavation now and swiftly procure the evolution cores," Yi Qingwan declared. After all, news of this location had already spread, and in order to grow stronger quickly, Yi Qingwan wasted no time. Subsequently, over 30 individuals began to form teams and entered the cavern to commence their mining efforts. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan remained stationed outside the entrance to prevent any other Beast Island masters from harboring ulterior motives. Thus, under the relentless pace of excavation, time passed unnoticed, and half a day slipped by. The sun was now nearing its descent. Although the safety of the third portal had been widely reported, no one was aware that an evolution core vein still existed here. Consequently, even when a few Beast Island masters teleported in, most were drawn towards the surface's essence. However, this was limited to the ordinary Beast Island masters. At this moment, Zhang Li and his group had just exited from the first portal. "Leader, not only did we fail to acquire anything from the first portal, but we also suffered losses. This is simply not worth it," a member of the Star River Alliance remarked slowly. At this moment, Zhang Li appeared utterly disheveled, his skin slightly darkened, clearly affected by the noxious miasma that had left him dangerously poisoned. He initially believed that with his current strength, he could contend with the formidable beasts within the first teleportation portal. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that this portal was saturated with toxic fumes and harbored a wily poison dragon. He had entered with more than 50 members of the Star River Alliance, but tragically, over 30 perished due to poisoning or ambushes from the dragon. Ultimately, Only 20 or so emerged, and even he himself was left in a rather pitiable state. It seemed that unless a solution was found to eliminate the miasma, re-entering the first teleportation portal was out of the question. The only portal available for access was the third one, yet it was currently occupied by that detestable woman, Yi Qi-Wan. Zhongli spoke. Leader, perhaps we should gather more powerful allies to seize the third teleportation portal, suggested one of the men. Not for the time being, Zhongli replied, shaking his head. I am gravely poisoned. My combat capabilities have significantly diminished. Furthermore, Yi Qi-Wan possesses the evolution ring. Engaging her directly would be exceedingly difficult. Had he not been poisoned, he would have readily mobilized their strongest members, but in his current weakened state, he lacked the vigor to command his beast companions in battle. The other members of the Star River Alliance were similarly despondent. It was supposed to be a straightforward plan to eliminate that Qin fellow tomorrow. But it seems we can't proceed as intended, one lamented. Alas, our leader is too deeply poisoned. It will take at least 3 days to purge the toxins. Then let that Qin brat live for 3 more days. After a brief respite, Zhongli prepared to take his leave, stating, All right, everyone. Return to your respective beast islands for now. Once the toxins are cleared, we will proceed with our next course of action. Just as the group was about to depart for their beast islands, a member of the Star River Alliance suddenly exclaimed, Leader, the third teleportation portal has a vein of evolution core. What? Zhongli's expression instantly shifted to one of shock. Someone has discovered an evolution core near the entrance of the third portal, and Yi Qi-Wan is guarding a mining site. They are clearly excavating. The Alliance member explained slowly. Zhongli, who had originally intended to leave, was now thoroughly unsettled. If they had merely found some essence, it would have been of little consequence. But the discovery of an evolution core vein changed everything. Should the Guardian Alliance grow stronger, his position as the foremost alliance in the Endless Sea would be jeopardized. Immediately inform the Alliance to assemble 200 powerful members. We are heading to the third teleportation portal, Zhongli commanded decisively. But leader, we are afflicted by the miasma. Can we even fight? A member expressed concern. This is not merely a question of our current fighting ability. If Yi Qi-Wan is indeed guarding the evolution core vein, it poses an extreme threat to us, Zhongli replied gravely. Understood. Chapter 42. A clash of wills. The evolution core has the potential to elevate attributes to a higher level, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Yi Qi-Wan was already formidable, but with the evolution ring, she became the first superpower in the Endless Sea to possess a Dominator-level beast companion. If she were to utilize the evolution core, Zhongli's position would be exceedingly precarious. This realization unsettled Zhongli, making the threat feel imminent. At this moment, Qin Chuan and Yi Qi-Wan remained vigilant near the mine. Any Beast Island master daring to approach was effectively deterred by Yi Qi-Wan's overwhelming prowess, relegating them to scavenging the outskirts for essence. This state of affairs persisted until deep into the night, during which over 100 evolution cores had been unearthed. Yi Qi-Wan promptly allocated 50 of them to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, I just reviewed the usage guidelines for the evolution cores, and it appears that they do not guarantee an attribute enhancement to the upper echelon. It is contingent upon probability, Yi Qi-Wan remarked, gazing at the blue core in her hand. Indeed, there is a probability factor involved, though I remain uncertain of its magnitude. Qin Chuan acknowledged with a slight nod. His foremost desire was to elevate the attributes of the dual-chambered dragon to the upper tier, thereby unlocking its seismic capabilities. However, if the probability were exceedingly low, even 50 evolution cores might prove insufficient. Perhaps I should attempt it first, to see if my Arctic bear can achieve upper-tier attributes. Yi Qi-Wan suggested. Very well, let us proceed, Qin Chuan replied, nodding slightly. Given that Yi Qi-Wan needed to distribute cores to other members, she only had 10 evolution cores remaining. Enhance attributes. Yi Qi-Wan immediately infused the evolution cores into her water attribute Arctic bear. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. As a series of failures appeared, Yi Qi-Wan's expression turned exasperated. Not a single success with 10 attempts? It seems the probability is indeed quite low, Qin Chuan remarked, furrowing his brow. He pondered whether his 50 cores would yield any better results. I feel we should accumulate more for a sustained enhancement. These incremental boosts are utterly ineffective, Yi Qi-Wan observed. Then let us gather 100 cores before attempting a mass enhancement, Qin Chuan agreed with a slight nod. He currently possessed 50, and with another 50 expected to be excavated by the next day, they could finally attempt to elevate the dual-chamber dragon to the geomantic attribute, significantly augmenting its combat prowess. Leader, this is urgent. I have just received word that Zhang Li may be coming with a contingent. At that moment, Li Shua hurriedly emerged from the cavern. What? Zhang Li is coming? Where did you hear this? Yi Qingwan exclaimed, alarmed. I have a friend within the Star River Alliance who informed me that Zhang Li has suddenly rallied 200 people to approach the third teleportation portal. If Zhang Li discovers that we are mining evolution cores, he will undoubtedly take action against us. Li Shua explained. This is troublesome. Zhang Li will certainly not allow us to grow stronger. Yi Qingwan sensed the looming threat and immediately instructed Li Shua. Notify the Alliance members to assemble 200 individuals at once. Understood. Li Shua responded promptly. Mr. Qin, this Zhang Li possesses the Beastmaster's ring, granting him dominion over the beasts of others, rendering him a formidable adversary. If he truly arrives, we may be on the brink of a significant battle, Yi Qingwan remarked. If we join forces, we need not fear a mere Zhang Li. Should he dare to come, we shall reckon with both old grievances and new, Qin Chuan said, his eyes narrowing slightly. After all, his animosity with Zhang Li was not born of a single encounter. A confrontation between them was inevitable. The strength of the Star River Alliance's warriors is exceptionally high, beyond my capabilities to contend with. If war were to erupt, even with the evolution ring, I cannot be entirely confident of victory, Yi Qingwan expressed her concerns. While the evolution ring can elevate a beast emperor to a dominator level, it exacts a toll on one's life force and its effects are fleeting. At the onset of battle, she might gain the upper hand with her dominator-level beast's immense combat prowess. However, once the life force of her Arctic bear is extinguished, she would not only lose a beast emperor permanently, but would also suffer a significant decline in her own strength. Thus, the evolution ring is a means of survival. It should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Rest assured, my 50 evolution cores are not without purpose. He may not be my match. Qin Chuan replied with remarkable calmness. Since Mr. Qin is confident, I shall take comfort in that. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhang Li had already assembled 200 formidable warriors at the entrance of the third teleportation portal. Most of these warriors possessed at least one Beast King level, showcasing extraordinary combat strength. Leader, the personnel are gathered. We may proceed, a member of the Star River announced. Very well, let us depart, Zhang Li declared, leading the way into the third portal. Upon entering, Zhang Li immediately spotted Yi Qingwan and an unfamiliar young man waiting for them several hundred meters ahead. Yi Qingwan was taken aback by the sheer number of powerful warriors approaching, although she was aware of the Star River Alliance's high caliber. She had not anticipated it to be so formidable. Should a conflict arise, the outcome was truly uncertain. Seeing is believing. I did not expect the esteemed leader Yi to be such a striking beauty, Zhang Li remarked, approaching Yi Qingwan with a hint of a smile. Zhang Li, this territory has already been claimed by me. If you seek mining resources, you may venture elsewhere, Yi Qingwan replied, her expression darkening. I have made no claims. Yet you have readily confessed. It seems this location indeed harbors evolution core mines. Zhang Li's eyes glinted with greed as he summoned 2 Beast Emperor-level lions. Roar. The lions turned their gaze upon Yi Qingwan, unleashing a deafening roar that radiated threat, as though at Zhang Li's command, they could pounce at any moment. Yi Qingwan, undeterred, summoned her own 2 Beast Emperor-level Arctic bears, who responded with furious growls. Zhang Li, do you truly wish to engage me in battle? Yi Qingwan's face was set in a grim expression, observing Zhang Li's predatory demeanor. Zhang Li was acutely aware that he had been poisoned, and engaging in combat would yield no benefits for him. Thus, he wore a smile and said, in truth, my intention here is not to provoke a conflict. The subterranean world has just been unveiled, and internal strife would only lead to mutual loss. Therefore, I propose a partnership. Let us jointly control this evolutionary core vein, develop it together, and share the proceeds equally. What say you? Clearly, Zhang Li aimed to stabilize his position with Yi Qingwan through this alliance, biding his time until he recovered in 3 days to seize the opportunity. In his estimation, as a woman, Yi Qingwan would have no grounds to refuse. However, he miscalculated. Yi Qingwan chuckled softly and replied, I apologize, but I have already allied with others. She was no fool. Even without Qin Chuan, she would never ally with Zhang Li, even if it meant relinquishing the evolutionary core vein. Others? Who? Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan slowly articulated. Chapter 43. Interest. The mere mention of Qin Chuan darkened Zhang Li's expression instantaneously. Not only he, but all the formidable members of the Star River Alliance shared a simultaneous grimace. After all, Qin Chuan was the arch-nemesis of the Star River Alliance, having forged enmities on more than one occasion. If one were to inquire who the Star River Alliance most desired to eliminate, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly top the list. No wonder the leader of the alliance exhibited such confidence. It turned out she had secured the backing of the foremost individual in the Endless Sea. It seemed that resolving matters amicably today was an impossibility. At that moment, Zhang Li gazed intently at Qin Chuan. Had it not been for his poisoned state, he would likely have already struck. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan squinted his eyes, warily observing Zhang Li from a distance. Should his opponent make any sudden moves, he would show no mercy. Zhang Li, since you are aware of Qin Chuan's prowess, do not seek your own demise. If it comes to blows, you may not fare as well as you anticipate, Yi Qingwan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li erupted into laughter. Huh? Do you think I am intimidated by your partnership? That lad's reputation merely exceeds mine by a few thousand. Does he truly believe himself invincible? Qin Chuan's expression remained cold, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as he spoke evenly. Shall we test that theory? Roar. At that moment, Zhang Li's smile faltered, his two mighty lions beside him growling fiercely, seemingly irate on their master's behalf. Just then, a portal shimmered with light, and 200 members of the Guardian Alliance appeared in formidable formation, seemingly summoned by Yi Qingwan's command. The members of the Star River Alliance, witnessing the arrival of this formidable reinforcement, wore expressions of concern. The Guardian Alliance has arrived. We are injured and cannot afford to engage. A member of the Star River Alliance murmured. Zhang Li, filled with frustration, longed to eliminate both Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan immediately, but his current state rendered him incapable of battle. Huh, truly, what a collection of detestable creatures dare to act so arrogantly before me. Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan. Today's events shall not conclude as they stand. Zhang Li, though amused by the situation, could only utter a harsh remark before leading his companions towards the teleportation portal. Observing this, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing it as an opportune moment to eliminate the adversary. However, he reconsidered, opting not to provoke them further, as the Star River Alliance possessed a formidable foundation and an overwhelming number of strong individuals compared to his own. In the event of a conflict, even if they were to emerge victorious, the casualties would undoubtedly be grievous. Yi Qingwan hastily intervened to dissuade Qin Chuan from taking action. Noting her reluctance to engage in battle, Qin Chuan did not press the matter, acknowledging her initial desire to abandon the mining rights. This indicated that Yi Qingwan was more suited for temporary alliances rather than enduring coalitions. Given her stance, Qin Chuan raised his hand slightly in acquiescence. Perceiving a hint of dissatisfaction in Qin Chuan's tone, Yi Qingwan explained, Mr. Qin, it is not cowardice on my part. Rather, I must consider the overall interests of the Guardian Alliance. Although our numbers are vast, our strength is insufficient. Should we engage in combat and suffer even a single defeat, morale would inevitably plummet, and I might even face personal peril. Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan nodded slightly, seemingly grasping her predicament. As a woman leading the third largest alliance in the Endless Sea, her position appeared enviable, yet it was fraught with vulnerabilities. Moreover, other factions were keenly eyeing her leadership, particularly the Wang City, which had long harbored grievances against her. Should Yi Qingwan choose to fight, victory would be favorable, but a loss could incite rebellion among the strong within the Guardian Alliance, as they had only recently arrived in the Endless Sea and lacked a foundation of trust among themselves. I understand your concerns. This is precisely why I prefer not to form dense alliances, Qin Chuan remarked. Everyone holds themselves in high regard. Temporary alliances are merely driven by self-interest. And should those interests falter, the backlash is inevitable. Yi Qingwan's eyes reflected gratitude upon hearing his words. It is reassuring that you understand, Mr. Qin. Let us take advantage of these few days to excavate more evolution cores. Once we are truly powerful, we shall have no fear of them. Indeed, you may handle the arrangements. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and shall return to Beast Island for a rest. Contact me should any developments arise, Qin Chuan replied, nodding in agreement. Very well, Yi Qingwan affirmed. After Qin Chuan's departure, under Yi Qingwan's guidance, the task of excavating the evolution core mine progressed methodically. Meanwhile, Zhongli, who had already left the teleportation portal, was not willing to simply concede. If we wish to recover, we will need at least 3 days. If we allow Yi Qingwan to develop unchecked, we may indeed find ourselves at a disadvantage after that time. Indeed, we cannot afford to ignore this. The evolution cores are too vital. If we cannot acquire them, we must ensure they do not, one of the members of the Star River Alliance suggested. Leader, shall we not consider allying with other top-ranking alliances to seize the mine? Several others chimed in. Zhongli slightly raised his hand and stated, "You need not speak. I shall not allow the likes of Qin and Yi Qingwan to develop peacefully. I have long devised a strategy, as long as we adhere to my plan. Even if Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan join forces, they will be compelled to relinquish the mineral veins." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately brightened. Leader, what strategy do you have? Pray, share it with us. Zhongli began, when we return to our respective Beast Islands. Instruct all Alliance members to disseminate negative information about Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan across the world channel. In simpler terms, we shall tarnish their reputations. Furthermore, we must publicize the matter concerning the evolution core mineral veins, amplifying its significance as much as possible. The goal is to incite hatred among these individuals, prompting them to attack Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan in their fury. Upon this declaration, the crowd exchanged glances. Leader, we currently lack the strength to confront them directly. Can these scattered individuals truly succeed? One member queried. Though the scattered individuals and lone wolves may not possess great strength, their collective force can be formidable. They're akin to locusts, individually harmless, yet when gathered in numbers, they become a force to be reckoned with. If we can incite them to assault via the third teleportation portal, even if Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan unite, they shall stand no chance, Zhongli replied slowly. This scheme was undeniably ruthless, effectively placing Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan upon a pyre. Haha, truly worthy of being the leader. This strategy is brilliant. We may even reap the benefits. Another chimed in. Indeed, when we seize the evolution core mineral veins, who shall stand against us in this boundless sea? At this moment, Zhongli felt immense satisfaction with his meticulously crafted plan, for it was flawless. After all, the strong are but a minority, the scattered individuals are the norm. Yet, once the leaders of the scattered Beast Islands unite, they transform from mere individuals into a devastating swarm, leaving nothing in their wake. However, Zhongli overlooked one critical issue. No matter how numerous they are, they remain locusts. At this juncture, Qin Chuan was far from the novice he once was. Chapter 44. The Wrath of the People. The following day, as time progressed, the fatigue of a night spent in toil weighed heavily on everyone. Yi Qingwan had no choice but to continue dispatching individuals for the rotation of excavation. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, having returned early to the Beast Island, found his spirit and stamina remarkably restored, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, thanks to the enhancement of his divine essence. Should he attain the domain god level, he might sustain a favorable condition for an extended period, eliminating the need for rest to regain his strength. At that moment, the chat box flickered with activity. It was a message from Qin Yahui. Qin, have you seen? Our Juechen Alliance has risen in ranking, climbing from 55 to 20. Qin Chuan opened the Alliance information to verify this unexpected ascent. Who would have thought a beast tide could propel us so swiftly? It seems we shall soon reach the golden level. Hee. Upon reaching the golden level, I shall receive 100 essences daily, Qin Yahui exclaimed, delighting in the imminent acquisition of essences. As Qin Chuan seemed to recall something, he remarked, by the way, Yahui, isn't your beast companion a small snow fox? I recently discovered a vein of, or at portal number 3. If you have time, you might try your hand at mining. You could also acquire some evolution cores. May I? That would be splendid. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your support. Qin Yahui readily agreed. After concluding his conversation with her, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards the 4 dragon eggs before him. However, before he could commence the hatching process, the chat box chimed once more. Yi Qingwan sent a message. Mr. Qin, you must come to the underworld. Something has occurred. Upon seeing Yi Qingwan's message, Qin Chuan replied, What is it? Is Zhongli being persistent and bringing others along again? No, you should take a look at the chat channel first. We can discuss the specifics when we meet. Furrowing his brow slightly, Qin Chuan opened the chat channel and scrolled upward. To his surprise, he found that the entire channel was abuzz with discussions about portal number 3. Brothers, a vein of evolution cores has been discovered at portal number 3. Who wishes to take a chance? Chance? Portal no. 3 is occupied by Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan. Both are formidable figures. If one values their life, they should steer clear. I heard that Qin Chuan and Yi Qin once slaughtered thousands to seize control of the Urvain. It's utterly despicable. What? They slaughtered thousands? Are you saying that the masters of Beast Island, who ventured to portal number 3, were killed? Indeed. Yi Qin and Qin Chuan resorted to such brutality to monopolize the Urvain. It's worse than mere plundering, utterly shameless. If they control the Urvain, why hasn't the Star River Alliance taken action? Let Zhongli confront them. Zhongli has already attempted to negotiate. He initially intended to discuss the public opening of the vein, allowing everyone to mine, but Qin Chuan and Yi Qin refused and ambushed him, injuring him in the process. Infuriating. Those two are inhumane. Even a good person like Zhongli has been attacked. They are practically enemies of the entire populace. I feel that Qin Chuan is the arch-villain of the Endless Sea. If we don't eliminate him, none of us will be able to develop. At that moment, Qin Chuan, upon reading the contents of the chat channel, wore a grim expression. It was evident that these were the machinations of the Star River Alliance's operatives, intent on vilifying him and Yi Qin, aiming to cast them as public enemies. As he continued to scroll down, his anger only intensified. It was as if they were courting death. The comments above were right. Currently, only portal number 3 offered the opportunity to mine. Why should Yi Qin and Qin Chuan monopolize it? This was profoundly unjust to the rest of us. Down with Qin Chuan. Down with Yi Qin. They must relinquish control of the Urvain. We must take action. Who is willing to join? Are you jesting? Qin Chuan is ranked first on the prestige list, and Yi Qin is 5th. Both are powerful leaders. What do you intend to confront them with? Why can't we confront them? If all the masters of Beast Island unite, what problem can't we solve? Indeed, as long as we stand united. Even Qin Chuan and Yi Qin should not instill fear in us. Enough of the idle chatter. I shall proceed to the 3rd teleportation portal. Those willing to accompany me, gather now. Those unwilling, when the mining veins are claimed, do not let envy take hold. I will join. Count me in merely a few minutes. The chat channel was inundated, nearly all messages expressing the intent to confront Qin Chuan and Yi Qin. Qin Chuan merely cast a cursory glance, noting that those willing to engage numbered over 10,000. Although these thousands were primarily ordinary Beast Island lords, typically possessing only adult-level beast companions. A select few boasted Beast King levels. Nevertheless, their collective strength was indeed formidable, a fact that understandably unsettled Yi Qin. Qin Chuan prepared to set forth to the 3rd teleportation portal, not overly concerned about hatching the dragon egg at this moment. After all, given his current resource reserves, the enhancement would be minimal. However, before departing, he took along 2 southern giant beasts for contingencies. Upon Qin Chuan's arrival at the mining veins, he found Yi Qin embroiled in a heated argument with the powerful members of her alliance. Leader, we have already aroused widespread ire. I believe we should abandon the mining site. Indeed, judging by the chat channel, they have amassed over 10,000. Who knows how many more will join? We simply cannot prevail. Leader, let us retreat. This mining site has become a hot potato. Whoever takes it over will be a public enemy. At that moment, numerous powerful members of the Guardian Alliance voiced their disapproval, leaving Yi Qin in a quandary. Deep down, she did not wish to relinquish this mining site. However, the members of the Guardian Alliance were wholly unwilling to engage in battle. Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Qin to arrive and hear his thoughts, Yi Qin suggested. Upon hearing Yi Qin's words, Wang Cheng, who had remained silent, interjected. What insights can he provide? Most likely, he will merely advocate for a stubborn defense. He is but a lone wolf. Should he falter, he can simply retreat. But what about us? With so many in the Guardian Alliance, becoming a public enemy poses a threat to our very survival. Wang Cheng's remarks were met with widespread agreement. He is right. I have no desire to engage in battle against tens of thousands. That is utterly terrifying. Leader, I apologize, but I must withdraw. I do not wish to perish here. I too shall retreat. As some led the retreat, those engaged in mining abandoned their tasks, preparing to depart. Qin Chuan observed this scene unfolding and remarked, What is this? Faced with a modicum of trouble, instead of seeking solutions, you choose to flee? With Qin Chuan's sudden appearance, the fervent debate among the crowd abruptly ceased. Mr. Qin, I was inclined to defend the site, yet the decision does not rest solely with me, Yi Qin expressed, her face wrought with frustration. As the leader, she found her position increasingly burdensome, unable to unilaterally dictate crucial decisions. Master Yi, there is no need for further words. Those who are already terrified before the battle has commenced are of little assistance. If you believe safeguarding the mineral vein is not a worthwhile venture, then depart. I shall defend it myself, Qin Chuan stated slowly. The moment his words fell, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Defend it alone? One person against 10,000? What a jest. Mr. Qin, you cannot be serious. You intend to guard it by yourself? Yi Qingwan was also taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacity. For Qin Chuan, it mattered not if there were 10,000 or even 20,000 adversaries. He was fully capable of holding his ground. The rationale was simple, being a solitary figure. Even if he could not withstand the onslaught, he possessed the means to break free. Yet, relinquishing this mineral vein would equate to forfeiting the entry ticket to the subterranean world. Thus far, they had merely explored a small expanse of the entrance to the underground realm, where formidable beasts and intelligent beings resided, alongside numerous opportunities. However, these prospects necessitated robust attributes to be viable, and therefore, Qin Chuan would never willingly abandon the evolution core mineral vein. Moreover, his strength had sufficiently developed, granting him the ability to protect himself, and he no longer felt the need to remain inconspicuous. What? Do you believe I cannot defend it? Qin Chuan inquired. At that moment, Yi Qingwan's expression was one of incredulity. Although she recognized Qin Chuan's prowess, did he truly possess the capability to contend with 10,000 island lords? It was utterly absurd. Mr. Qin, I acknowledge your strength, but there is no need for such drastic measures. Even if we were to abandon this mineral vein, we could still form a group to explore deeper. The underground world is vast. Surely, we can find a mineral vein that is both safe and unoccupied. Yi Qingwan attempted to persuade him. There is no need for persuasion. Once I have made a decision, it is unwavering. However, let it be known that if I succeed in defending it alone, upon your return, the division of spoils will not be equal, Qin Chuan remarked calmly, casting a glance at Yi Qingwan and the others. Naturally, Yi Qingwan replied without objection, as they had already withdrawn from the contention for the mineral vein. Very well. You may leave now. Do not linger until the forces gather, lest they trample you as well, Qin Chuan gestured lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan exchanged a glance with her companions, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, as the leader, she was unable to dictate the sentiments of her members and adhere to the principle of majority rule. Essentially, 90% of the Guardian Alliance's members opposed participating in the battle. Even though Yi Qingwan felt a sense of reluctance, she had no choice but to withdraw. Mr. Qin, take care, Yi Qingwan said before leading her companions away. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained at the entrance of the mineral vein, awaiting the arrival of those island lords. He was eager to witness how this motley crew intended to wrest the mineral vein from his grasp. Simultaneously, the Star River Alliance had also received news regarding the third teleportation portal. The leader received news from Portal 3. Yi Qingwan has unexpectedly chosen to forfeit the mine. Now, only Qin Chuan remains at Portal 3. Haha, the leader's strategy has proven effective. Upon seeing this news, Zhang Li also wore a smile and replied, as I suspected. Yi Qingwan could not withstand the dissent within the alliance, and has voluntarily withdrawn. Now, with only Qin Chuan left, no matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly defend the mine. Once the time is ripe, we shall strike immediately. Members of the Star River Alliance, upon hearing Zhang Li's analysis, were filled with immense excitement. After all, seizing the Evolution Core mine is of paramount importance to the Star River Alliance. Leader, let us also send a few individuals to join the expeditionary force, so we can monitor the situation at all times. Indeed, once Qin Chuan is eliminated, we will swiftly seize his fusion ring. Zhang Li responded, very well, let us dispatch a few people to keep watch. Notify me immediately upon Qin Chuan's defeat. Under Zhang Li's direction, several members of the Star River Alliance disguised themselves as lone wanderers and joined the expeditionary force, ready to observe the situation at any moment. Time passed slowly. At this moment, in the endless sea, spurred on by the Star River Alliance, numerous Beast Island lords began to gather. In front of the vast portal, flashes of light appeared continuously, heralding the arrival of the Beast Island lords. They had barely assembled, and their numbers had already reached the thousands. All gathered together, engaging in conversation. Are you all here to hunt down Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan? Indeed, we all are. To be precise, we are here to hunt Qin Chuan. I just received word that the Guardian Alliance has voluntarily withdrawn. Within Portal 3, it is only Qin Chuan now. Haha, that is splendid news. I was considering adding the Guardian Alliance. It may have been a challenge, but now that it's just Qin Chuan, there is nothing to fear. I estimate that within an hour, we will have gathered tens of thousands. I never imagined I would rashly follow you all to hunt Qin Chuan. He is the foremost figure in the endless sea. Heh, this is what happens to the bird that sticks its head out. Who told this fellow to be so arrogant? Monopolizing power just because he possesses some strength? Strength in numbers is indeed advantageous. Safety is guaranteed. If there were only a few of us, I would truly hesitate to confront the mighty Qin Chuan. Stop referring to him as the mighty Qin Chuan. This fellow is now the public enemy. When we storm Portal 3, do not hold back. I have a question. Does anyone know what beast pets Qin Chuan possesses? That would help us devise our tactics. I do not know, but it matters little. The most formidable beast pets are merely the fierce tiger or the lion, or perhaps the elephant or rhinoceros. These are not a concern for our tens of thousands. Indeed, whatever he has, we also possess. I see that among our ranks, many have fierce tiger beast pets. At this moment, the Beast Island lords, emboldened by the gathering of their forces, believed that even the foremost figure in the endless sea could be challenged. Among the crowd, many were ablaze with enthusiasm, their impatience palpable. My friends, we are all lone wolves. As we prepare for battle, it is imperative that we appoint a central commander to harness our collective strength. Indeed, without a leader, our individual efforts may inadvertently harm our own. But who shall take on this mantle? Just as the discussion ensued, a young man emerged from the throng. Handsome and exuding an extraordinary presence, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, my name is Su Hao, and I possess a Beast Emperor-level snow leopard as my companion. If I am not mistaken, I should be the strongest among us in this expedition." As Su Hao stepped forward, the crowd turned to regard him. Although numerous, most of their beasts had reached adulthood. With only a few attaining the Beast King level, none had a Beast Emperor-level beast. Su Hao indeed stood as the mightiest among them. I had thought the strongest in our forces would be at the Beast King level. It is a pleasant surprise to have a Beast Emperor to assist us. Su brother, since you are the strongest, we shall follow your lead. Su brother, when the battle commences, refrain from engaging immediately. Conserve your strength until we have sufficiently worn down Qin Chuan. Then you can strike decisively. I concur. So do I. The assembly quickly reached a consensus. Su Hao smiled subtly, for he had his own ambitions for this expedition. The endless sea was teeming with formidable warriors. And though he was among the few who had attained the Beast Emperor rank, he remained relatively obscure. By commanding this assault against Qin Chuan, he not only stood to seize the fusion ring, but could also elevate his reputation throughout the endless sea. Perhaps by the end of this campaign, he could rally a loyal following, establishing a new alliance that might even surpass the Star River Alliance. Very well, since you have chosen me as your leader, I expect strict adherence to my commands once the battle begins. Su Hao addressed the crowd. Of course, rest assured, Su brother, we are united in this endeavor. And we shall fight with unwavering resolve. Haha, I can hardly wait to defeat Qin Chuan. Who wouldn't? Defeating Qin Chuan would be a tale to tell for a lifetime. Let him serve as the stepping stone on our path to glory in the endless sea. Yet, let us not be overly complacent. We remain uncertain of the powerful beast Qin Chuan commands, and we must exercise utmost caution. Based on my estimates, he likely possesses at least 2 Beast Emperor-level beasts. A significant disparity from the Beast King level that we must not underestimate. Upon hearing this, Su Hao spoke, "Do not fear, should he indeed unleash a Beast Emperor. I will hold them at bay. You need only focus your strikes on his corporeal form." Agreed. We shall heed Su brother's guidance. However, let it be clear, once Qin Chuan is defeated, there shall be no squabbling over spoils. Rewards will be distributed according to merit. Whoever exerts more effort will reap greater rewards, and the same applies to the Evolution Core Mine. I concur, as this approach effectively prevents opportunists from taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, the Lords of Beast Island, having yet to encounter Qin Chuan, have already commenced discussions regarding the distribution of the spoils. It seems they believe that with the assembly of over 10,000 Beast Island Lords, Qin Chuan is destined for demise. The numbers have nearly gathered, and within 10 minutes, we shall proceed through the portal and engage in battle. With the continuous influx of participants, the number of Beast Island Lords has surpassed 10,000. The area surrounding the third portal is cloaked in darkness, teeming with the army of assailants. This grand spectacle has been broadcasted in the chat channels, naturally drawing some spectators. At this moment, Yi Qingwan has not returned to the Lords of Beast Island, but remains on the periphery with her alliance members, observing. It appears that Qin Chuan is indeed in grave peril. The sight of the countless assailants stretches endlessly, leaving one to wonder who could possibly withstand such an onslaught. Wang Qing gazes at the throng ahead, lamenting, "Alas, Mr. Qin has been too careless. Had he heeded my advice to withdraw, he would not face such overwhelming odds." However, Mr. Qin has made his stance clear. Retreating now would tarnish his reputation. Yi Qiwan sighs in agreement. Yet, observing the scenario, it is evident that none of the top 10 alliances have joined the fray. Those present are predominantly lone wolves. Li Shua speaks slowly, "Rest assured. The leaders of those alliances are astute. They shall not reveal themselves until they ascertain Qin Chuan's strength. What is certain, however, is that should Qin Chuan falter, those watching will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike." "Are you implying that there are hidden powers among the thousands present?" comes the reply. "Certainly. It is likely that the top 10 alliances have dispatched a few individuals to blend in and observe the situation," several members of the Guardians express. "Alas, I initially invited Qin Chuan to explore the third portal, yet now I can only watch helplessly. I feel responsible for his plight," Yi Qingwan admits, a pang of guilt washing over her. After all, had it not been for her, perhaps Qin Chuan would not have ventured alone to guard the Evolution Core Mine. "Guild leader, withdrawing would be a prudent decision. If you insist on participating, you are merely leading your comrades to their doom," Wang Cheng asserts. Yet, Yi Qingwan's heart is burdened with guilt. Should Qin Chuan fall in battle, she would bear responsibility and lose a formidable ally. Furthermore, if Qin Chuan manages to withstand the assault single-handedly, her aspirations of collaborating with him would be utterly fanciful. "You are merely fearful for your own lives. Do not speak as if you are acting in my interest," Yi Qingwan retorts, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Cheng. In response, Wang Cheng squints slightly and states, "Guild leader, if you feel compelled to act, you may join the fray. However, do not expect the members of the Guardians Alliance to come to your aid." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiwan is incensed. Although she founded the Guardians Alliance, she finds herself continually constrained by others. The Guardian Alliance is replete with formidable individuals. Yet many are discontented with her leadership, which is precisely why she cannot fully command the alliance. It is akin to an individual establishing a company. Although they may appear as the owner, significant decisions still require the approval of the board of directors. Wang Qing serves as the head of this board, not merely as a vice leader, but in a capacity that surpasses that role. He will seize any opportunity to undermine Yi Qingwan. "Leader, do not blame yourself, Mr. Qin is audacious and skilled, disregarding our counsel. Should calamity befall him, it is not our responsibility," others chimed in. Indeed, it was his insistence on guarding the mine vein. "We offered our advice, but he chose to ignore it. I cannot stand idly by. I must offer my assistance." Yi Qingwan thought increasingly of Qin Chuan, her desire to join the fray intensifying. "Leader, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. We are facing tens of thousands, although your evolution ring is powerful. It comes at the cost of the life of a beast companion. Even if, by some stroke of luck, you would stand the onslaught, you would permanently lose a beast emperor-level companion. What then would happen when other alliances turn against us?" Chen Shua urged, anxious to dissuade her. This statement holds truth. Utilizing the evolution ring signifies the sacrifice of a beast emperor's life. Even if the mine vein is defended, it cannot be held indefinitely. Thus, while the evolution ring appears formidable, it is a trump card that should only be employed in dire circumstances, akin to wounding oneself to slay the enemy. "Do not dissuade me. I can simply choose not to use it. I cannot bear to watch helplessly," Yi Qingwan declared, her resolve seemingly solidified. With the current inability to enlist the Guardian Alliance's aid, she decided to act alone. This course of action would not only prevent the alliance from suffering losses, but also assist Qin Chuan, albeit at the risk of her own safety. Since the leader is determined to go, we cannot obstruct her. We can only pray for her victorious return. Although Wang Cheng feigned concern, he was inwardly elated. Should Yi Qingwan venture alone and suffer injury or death, he could readily take her place. Yi Qingwan paid no heed to those around her and proceeded directly towards the portal. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan sat quietly upon a massive rock near the mine. His calm gaze was fixed on the portal's entrance, and against the backdrop of the desolate black earth surrounding him, he felt the profound solitude of a powerful warrior. One man can surpass thousands. Chapter 47. The terrifying array. At this moment, Qin Chuan recognized that this battle would not be easily won. With 10,000 Beast Island lords, their combined beast companions likely numbered at least 70 or 80,000. What does this signify? The overwhelming tide of beast companions approaching was akin to a massive beast wave. If Qin Chuan were to endure alone, the cost would be monumental, and it would be impossible to hold the line. Thus, this battle must deliver a formidable blow to the invading army with thunderous might. Only by inflicting pain can we instill fear in others. Therefore, Qin Chuan brought along the colossal beast, the dragon, and he intended to hold nothing back in this confrontation. If we are to fight, let us do so decisively, ensuring that these insignificant foes dare not disrupt us again. Of course, should his plans falter and these individuals prove to be reckless, Qin Chuan would have no choice but to retreat to Beast Island. Hence, this battle was clear-cut. If we can win, we shall fight. If not, we shall flee without shame. While Qin Chuan pondered these matters, he suddenly noticed a flicker at the portal. He initially assumed it was the invading army, only to be surprised by the arrival of Yi Qingwan. Leader Yi, did you not leave? What brings you back? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Mr. Qin, while I cannot dictate the comings and goings of the Alliance members, I can decide whether to assist you or not. The exploration of Portal 3 was my initiative, and I cannot simply stand by and watch you fall into crisis, Yi Qingwan replied slowly. Her words genuinely touched Qin Chuan. Leader Yi, you must consider carefully. We are not facing a mindless beast tide, but an invading army. You can still leave now. Once the battle commences, it will be challenging to extricate yourself. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan smiled. You underestimate me, Mr. Qin. Since I have come, I shall not depart. Very well, we shall advance and retreat together. We will defend this mine and share its bounty, Qin Chuan responded with a smile. Although Qin Chuan had previously held little interest in Yi Qingwan, it now appeared that she was a friend worth having. At the very least, she did not shy away when he faced the invading army alone. Indeed, Yi Qingwan nodded. Though uncertain if her decision would lead to her downfall, she resolved to exert her utmost effort now that she was here. Leader Yi, may I speak candidly? Qin Chuan suddenly asked. Mr. Qin, please speak your mind, Yi Qingwan replied. To be frank, your Guardian Alliance is rife with internal discord. Despite its lofty ranking, it is, in truth, fragile. If you cannot establish authority and maintain control over the Alliance, significant issues will inevitably arise, Qin Chuan articulated slowly. In reality, had the Guardian Alliance been united in purpose, collectively resisting the impending threat, with his combat prowess, Qin Chuan could have easily handled even double the invading force. Unfortunately, the decision-making power within the Guardian Alliance did not rest solely with Yi Qingwan. Alas, I am aware of this. When I founded the Alliance, I aimed to gather a group of strong individuals to secure a foothold in the Endless Sea. Who could have anticipated that these individuals would conspire against me? Had I not acquired the Evolution Ring, they might have revolted long ago, Yi Qingwan sighed. As Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan conversed, time moved forward. At this moment, the Beast Island lords gathered outside the portal had amassed a staggering 11,000 individuals. It seemed they were all desperate souls seeking to carve out a share from Qin Chuan's domain. Yet, there were those who possessed a modicum of insight. For instance, many in the World Chat channel displayed a pessimistic outlook. Everyone, the assault army has already rushed to the third portal, a grand procession of over 10,000. These fellows are indeed reckless, valuing wealth over life. If Qin Chuan dares to guard the mine, he must possess considerable prowess. Indeed, I am seriously suspicious that someone is deliberately orchestrating this, aiming to redirect the blame towards Qin Chuan, while they reap the benefits. The analysis upstairs is spot on. I just took a glance and saw that those heading there were merely independent lone wolves. None of the leading alliances have shown their faces. Wait. I just received news that Yi Qingwan has re-entered the fray? What? Did not the Guardians Alliance withdraw from the mine contention? How could they return? Unclear. It seems she went alone. Regardless of the numbers, this promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. Both Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan are ringmasters. Should they harness the power of the rings of God, it is bound to be an unprecedented clash. Damn it, I must witness this battle firsthand. Such a grand event is a rare occurrence. I think we should refrain. When titans clash, collateral damage is inevitable. It is wiser to remain safe at home and await news. The chat channel was abuzz with fervor. After all, this was a monumental event within the Endless Sea, warranting thorough discussion. Simultaneously, the Star River Alliance received word of Yi Qingwan's unexpected re-entry. Alliance leader, Yi Qingwan has entered the scene, which seems somewhat unforeseen. Zhang Li perused the messages in the chat channel, his expression darkening. This Yi Qingwan truly knows no bounds. How dare she participate in the battle? I wouldn't mind acquiring another Ring of God. Haha, the Alliance leader speaks true. Even if there were multiple Yi Qingwans, It would merely enhance their odds by a mere 10%. Their combined chances still do not exceed 30%. That is to be expected. With 11,000 Beast Island lords and tens of thousands of beast companions, even a beast tide pales in comparison. Everyone, once this battle concludes, the Endless Sea will undoubtedly undergo monumental changes. Our Star River Alliance shall undoubtedly emerge as the strongest in the Endless Sea. The members of the Star River Alliance were brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting the onset of battle. Meanwhile, Su Hao, stationed outside the third portal, observed the assembled assault army, ready to enter the fray. Everyone, the moment to achieve fame and fortune has arrived. Whoever can vanquish Qin Chuan will undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost figure in the Endless Sea. Su Hao proclaimed, standing at the forefront of the army. Eliminate Qin Chuan. Seize the mine. Eliminate Qin Chuan and become the paramount figure in the Endless Sea. At that moment, no one could resist the allure of the title of the foremost figure in the Endless Sea. Fervor ignited within them, blood boiling with righteous indignation. All right, charge into the portal with me. Su Hao raised his arm, and the army surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the portal. In the blink of an eye, a staggering 11,000 individuals appeared around the mine, forming an imposing presence. Once the army arrived, they swiftly organized themselves, unleashing their respective beast companions. Among them, wolves, tigers, leopards, lions, bears, elephants, and bulls predominated, complemented by a host of miscellaneous creatures, culminating in a grand army of nearly 100,000 beasts. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly terrify those of a more timid disposition. At this moment, Yi Qingwan, witnessing the scene before her, instinctively swallowed hard, her heart betraying a tinge of fear, for the display was indeed formidable. Chapter 48. Suppressing the scene. Qin Chuan, noticing the change in Yi Qingwan's expression, inquired, "What is the matter? Are you frightened?" To claim she was unafraid would be disingenuous. Facing such a multitude of beasts was indeed daunting, leaving Yi Qingwan's heart trembling. She found herself in a profound struggle, uncertain whether her impulsive decision was right or wrong. However, it was evident that there was no room for regret now. "Mr. Qin, are you not afraid?" Yi Qingwan turned to him and asked. "If these thousands were formidable warriors from various great alliances, I would certainly be concerned. But despite their numbers, they are merely a disorganized rabble, devoid of any real reason for fear," Qin Chuan replied, maintaining an air of calmness, regarding the vast army as little more than a collection of worthless entities. Despite the imposing number of over 10,000, the truth was that no more than 1,000 possessed beast companions of the king rank, and those of the emperor rank were even rarer, with only one or two being a cause for celebration. "Even a rabble can be deadly in battle," Yi Qingwan remarked. "That is precisely why strategy is essential. When the fight begins, your task will be to command the beasts to protect my rear. As for the charge into battle, leave that to me. Once we break through their front lines in the initial clash, the crisis will naturally dissipate," Qin Chuan stated thoughtfully. "Charge into battle? Your beast companion is not an elephant, is it?" Yi Qingwan asked. "Close enough. You shall understand shortly," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Yi Qingwan nodded. If it truly was an elephant, it would indeed be formidable enough to trample everything in its path. At that moment, Su Hao, leading the formidable army, reached the front of Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. "Qin Chuan, Yi Qingwan, you two have monopolized the mine and engaged in wanton slaughter, inciting the wrath of the populace. I represent all the lords of Beast Island and have resolved to take you down," Su Hao proclaimed, his voice ringing out. In response, Qin Chuan smiled slightly. "And you are just another worthless entity? Have you not heard of my reputation? Huh, the foremost of the Endless Sea, the top of the prestige list. And yet what of it? I possess over 10,000 brothers. In a real confrontation, you would not stand a chance." Su Hao sneered. "Very well, let us fight. I shall eliminate you first and make you the scapegoat," Qin Chuan declared, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the intensity of Qin Chuan's aura. Yet, the mere thought of thousands of brothers standing behind him instantly bolstered his courage. "Ha! I fear not the bite of my own tongue. If you promptly kneel and apologize to all the Beast Island lords and withdraw from the mine, I might consider sparing you. Your prattling is excessive. Will you fight or not?" Qin Chuan's brow furrowed, his impatience becoming palpable. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan, standing beside him, was visibly anxious, her palms betraying her with perspiration. "Brothers, prepare to charge and crush this fellow's arrogance," Su Hao commanded without delay. In an instant, the roars of countless beasts echoed through the subterranean realm. Suddenly, several hundred Beast Island lords, having received no command from Su Hao, unleashed their beasts to launch an attack. Thousands of beasts surged forth towards Qin Chuan. Damn it! I instructed you to prepare for battle. Who told you to charge first? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. The order had yet to be given when thousands of beasts had already rushed forward. From a distance, Qin Chuan observed this spectacle and shook his head in resignation. Indeed, they were a disorganized rabble. Yu Qiwan promptly released her dozen or so polar bears, positioning them around the two to provide protection. Do you truly believe the foremost of the endless sea is merely paper thin? Qin Chuan retorted, unceremoniously summoning his dragon legion. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, 12 dragons appeared, save for the less mobile dual-chambered dragon and the wind god pterosaur. The 4 carnivorous bull dragons led the charge, standing at the forefront of the dragon army, while the colossal dragon and the T-Rex roared menacingly from the rear. Even the 4 velociraptors emitted sharp shrieks, eager to engage, while the wind god pterosaur circled above, waiting for the opportune moment. Other than the dual-chambered dragon, which remained uninvolved due to its lack of mobility, Qin Chuan spared no resources, summoning every available beast to the fray. This terrifying display left Yi Qinwan momentarily speechless, her jaw agape as if one could fit a fist in it. You call this somewhat similar? This is vastly different. These are dinosaurs. How could you possibly possess such creatures? What on earth is happening? It defied logic. The endless sea was said to harbor only extant species, leaving her utterly bewildered and even resorting to expletives. Just moments ago, she had asked Qin Chuan if he had elephants, to which he had replied, sort of, but this was clearly an exaggeration. Not only was Yi Qinwan astonished, her complexion drained, but the thousands of opposing Beast Island lords also underwent a dramatic transformation upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal beasts. Is that a dinosaur? What the hell is happening? Why are all his beasts dinosaurs? Is this some kind of international joke? This is a dimensional assault. Our beasts are merely ordinary animals. Why does he command dinosaurs? This is utterly unfair. Why? Damn it. Had I known, I would not have come. Who among us could possibly contend with this? Indeed, the first among the endless sea, it was clear it would not be so simple. We may have fallen into a trap. The appearance of Qin Chuan's beast companion struck many with a shock akin to tumultuous waves. At this moment, Su Hao, who was still commanding the army, stood frozen in place, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He had envisioned countless possibilities of what beast companions Qin Chuan might possess, yet upon reflection, they were merely a handful. However, this sudden emergence of a colossal dragon had completely surpassed his comprehension. Su Hao found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The awe inspired by the dragon was overwhelmingly profound. At that instant, Qin Chuan understood that revealing the giant beast before everyone was not merely a display of intimidation, but also incited greed. After all, who would refuse the allure of a magnificent dragon as a beast companion? After a brief moment of shock, Su Hao bellowed, "Fear not, everyone. If we can vanquish Qin Chuan, his dragons will belong to us. Whoever can defeat him may seize his beasts. Charge!" With Su Hao's commanding shout, the stunned lords of Beast Island were instantly roused. Indeed, if we can eliminate Qin Chuan, the dinosaur companions shall be ours. Damn it. No one dares to compete with me. I want the T-Rex. Kill, kill. As the crowd surged with fervor, they were evidently more frenzied than before. With the unfolding chaos, Yu Qiwan likewise raised her hand to summon a Beast Emperor-level polar bear, accompanied by a dozen Beast King-level and adult creatures. Though Qin Chuan's strength was formidable, as an ally in collaboration, Yu Qiwan would not remain a passive observer. "Mr. Qin, leave the rear to me," she asserted. "Right. Hold the rear and strive for a decisive victory against them. For Qin Chuan, as long as we break through them at the onset, triumph in this battle is guaranteed." At this moment, as Qin Chuan unveiled his dinosaur companions, the allure was rivaled only by that of a rich vein of ore, perhaps even surpassing it. Prepared to strike. Qin Chuan glanced at Yi Qinwan. Understood. Yi Qinwan, recovering from her daze, nodded earnestly. Observing the situation, the dinosaurs facing Qin Chuan exhibited no fear. Yi Qinwan merely needed to secure her position and defend the rear, thus ensuring there were no concerns from behind. As he beheld the relentless advance of the army of beast companions, Qin Chuan, for the first time, did not deploy the carnivorous bull dragon to lead the charge. Instead, he commanded the colossal dragon to unleash its abilities. Raging seas. With both giant dragons simultaneously activating their skills, the ground trembled violently. Boom, boom. Columns of water erupted from the earth, transforming into surging waves that crashed towards the advancing army of beast companions. Damn it, this defies logic. Why are his beast skills so potent? Retreat. Do not engage head-on. There is no time. Quickly use water attributes to counter. As the crowd shouted, all water attribute beasts simultaneously unleashed their respective water skills. Boom. A torrent of water surged forth, coalescing into a mighty river. As two towering walls of water collided with a tremendous force, elevating the colossal waves by several dozen meters. With a thunderous crash, the waves cascaded down, reminiscent of a torrential downpour, engulfing all the beast companions caught in their path. In the realm of the thunderstorm, Qin Chuan swiftly unleashed the Tyrannosaurus skill. Roar. Two beast emperor-level Tyrannosauruses stepped forward, their bodies enveloped in arcs of lightning, expanding instantaneously by hundreds of meters. Crack. Within their domain, countless bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. Zzz. The lightning struck the ground, spreading at the speed of light, resembling towering trees with branching trunks extending outward in all directions, turning any beast companions lingering in the water into charred remains. The leading thousands of beast companions were obliterated in an instant. The scene was akin to the onset of an apocalypse. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Hao's face turned ashen, and he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Those with cheetah companions, organize and eliminate Qin Chuan. If this continues, defeat is inevitable." Under Su Hao's command, a battalion composed entirely of cheetahs, numbering in the hundreds, exploited their speed advantage to bypass the main battlefield and surged directly towards Qin Chuan. After all, rather than confronting the dinosaurs head-on, employing a surprise attack to eliminate Qin Chuan could prove to be a viable strategy. However, Yu Qiwan, stationed at the rear, would not allow them to succeed. Raising her hand immediately go. With a rush, a dozen polar bears, led by an emperor-level polar bear, charged forth in an instant. Roar. Bam. As the massive paws of the polar bears struck out, dozens of adult cheetahs were killed instantly, unable to breach the defense. Yi Qingwan, that damned woman. Su Hao trembled with rage at the sight before him. If it were only Qin Chuan, perhaps he could rely on a surprise attack. Though the odds would still be slim, at least he could make contact. But now, the front line was firmly under Qin Chuan's control, while the rear was guarded by Yi Qingwan, making it impossible to breach the defense. After dispatching the first wave of minions, Qin Chuan raised his hand. Heavy cavalry. It's your turn, charge. Roar. For carnivorous bull dragons, upon receiving the command, charged forward with great strides. Seeing these colossal beasts suddenly assaulting them, Su Hao immediately lost composure. Raising his hand, quick. Reform the counteroffensive, we cannot let Qin Chuan approach us. However, at that moment, the attacking army had already been thoroughly terrified by Qin Chuan. A veritable prehistoric beast. Damn it, I should have known better than to come here. This is impossible to fight. No, I cannot perish here. I must retreat. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. We've only lost a few thousand. We still have nearly 100,000 beast companions. What is there to fear? Just as Qin Chuan had anticipated, once he inflicted pain upon them, this disarrayed rabble would immediately lose their morale. In an instant, thousands from the vast army of tens of thousands dashed towards the portal, abandoning their mission. However, there remained a handful of resolute individuals who commanded their beast companions to launch a countercharge. Yet, under the ferocious onslaught of the carnivorous bull dragon, they were immediately scattered like leaves in a tempest. Following closely were the towering beast dragon and the Tyrannosaurus, akin to a tiger among sheep, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Once their arrogant demeanor was shattered, what remained was an abyss of fear. How formidable they are! Yi Qingwan covered her crimson lips, her heart aflame with astonishment. She felt grateful to be an ally of Qin Chuan rather than an adversary. To face such an enemy would indeed be a descent into despair. As the bull dragon and beast dragon charged, for swift raptors weaved gracefully through the chaotic battlefield. Their intention was not to slay beast companions, but to ambush the isolated lords of the beast islands. In the blink of an eye, wherever the raptors traversed, cries of anguish and pleas for mercy erupted in a dissonant symphony. Cursed be this wretched creature. How can it move so swiftly? No, do not kill me. I acknowledge my wrongs. Spare my life, Qin Chuan. I shall offer you all my resources. Just let me go. Many lords of the Beast Islands watched helplessly as their companions fell one after another, unable to discern the identity of their assailants. Yet, at this moment, Qin Chuan remained deaf to their pleas. He sought no resources. His sole focus was to unleash a tempest of destruction upon them. To subdue them utterly was his ultimate objective. Only in doing so could he establish his dominance in the Endless Sea. Perhaps this would hold little significance for the lofty alliances, but at the very least, these lone wolves would no longer be incited to trouble him endlessly. Ye Alliance leader, do you see? This so-called army of thousands is, before me, akin to mere chickens and dogs. With a mere gesture, they would be reduced to ashes. Qin Chuan stated calmly. You are formidable. Yi Qingwan echoed, beads of sweat dotting her brow, as the battlefield descended further into chaos. Most of the lords of the Beast Islands had already fled through the portal. Only a few thousand remained, desperately following Su Hao. Their faces pale with dread as they witnessed the overwhelming tide of battle. Damn it! Truly, they are a rabble. Su Hao cursed vehemently. This validated a poignant truth. No matter how many sheep there are, they remain sheep, even in numbers reaching tens or hundreds of thousands. A single fierce tiger could annihilate them all. This was a blatant slaughter. We should retreat. The morale has shattered, and persisting further serves no purpose. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, we have lost hundreds, and our beast companions have suffered grievously. Should this continue, we shall surely face total annihilation. The lords of the Beast Islands besides Su Hao sensed the shift in circumstances and cried out immediately. Su Hao, recognizing his inevitable defeat, gritted his teeth and commanded, retreat. As the command was issued, the remaining sovereigns of Beast Island, who were still struggling, immediately made their way towards the portal. In the distance, Qin Chuan observed this scene and swiftly raised his hand. With a powerful swoop, the wyvern soaring in the sky descended, and Qin Chuan leaped onto its back. Darting towards Su Hao, he would not let this audacious challenger escape. How dare he come at me? Su Hao, upon seeing the wind god wyvern rapidly approaching from the sky, was alarmed and hastily mounted his beast emperor-level snow leopard, racing towards the portal. You wish to flee? Do you remember what I just said? If a fight breaks out, I shall be the one to end you. Qin Chuan bellowed from atop the wyvern. Chapter 50. The world in turmoil as Qin Chuan decisively dismantled the expeditionary forces. The global chat channel erupted in chaos. Unbelievable. An alliance of thousands has been shattered in mere minutes. This is absolutely astounding. How could it not be? Qin Chuan's beast companion is a dinosaur. What an extraordinary concept. It's unparalleled across the Endless Sea. Where on earth did he acquire such a dinosaur beast? This is beyond exceptional. Haha. I mentioned before the battle that Qin Chuan must have a trump card to defend the mine alone. Those fools did not believe me, but now they see. This is brutality incarnate. Thank goodness I stayed out of it. Otherwise, I would have been the first to fall. It seems that after this battle, Qin Chuan will be a force to be reckoned with in the Endless Sea. Let us not speak too soon. The expeditionary army was merely a disorganized rabble. The leaders of the alliance have yet to make their move, and there are still 3 other ringmasters to consider. Regardless, at this moment, in terms of individual combat prowess, Qin Chuan undoubtedly reigns supreme in the Endless Sea. The dinosaur beast is simply too formidable. It appears we little fish should refrain from provoking the third portal. The chat channel buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, watching the unfolding battle from within Beast Island, wore a grim expression. The Star River Alliance was equally in turmoil. Leader, that Qin fellow's beast is astonishingly powerful, being a dinosaur. How can we possibly contend with that? Sigh, our plans were so well laid out, yet they have ended in such a manner. There's no choice. One Qin Chuan is already troublesome enough. And with Yi Qingwan providing support, a surprise attack is out of the question. It seems that unless we eliminate this Qin, he will always remain a colossal obstacle in our path. Leader, what should we do now? We cannot simply let this matter rest. Zhang Li listened to the murmurs of the alliance members, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "It is indeed unexpected. No wonder this fellow has maintained such a significant lead. Leader, can we still compete with him?" Although Zhang Li was profoundly shaken within, as the leader of the Endless Sea Alliance, he forcibly composed himself and said, "Everyone, do not be overly concerned. In the Endless Sea, no one is invincible. While his dinosaur beast pets are formidable, our warriors are equally capable. We shall surely find a way to counter them." From this battle, Zhang Li had already determined that Qin Chuan was to be regarded as the primary adversary of the Star River Alliance, a foe that must be eliminated above all others, far surpassing the other Beast Island lords and alliances. Leader, It seems that the third teleportation portal is nearing completion. Should we take advantage of Qin Chuan's recent battle to launch a surprise attack? One suggested. I believe it could be effective, as his beast pets would likely be fatigued. A sudden strike might yield remarkable results. Let us not be hasty, interjected Yi Qingwan, who had not participated in the battle at all. This individual possesses the evolution ring. If he utilizes it to summon a Dominator-level beast pet, our success is not guaranteed. After contemplating, Zhongli stated, "Is the vice leader present? I am here. What are your orders, leader? Select 500 elite warriors personally and accompany me to the third teleportation portal." The vice leader was taken aback by this request. "Leader, you cannot be serious about engaging Qin Chuan in battle. Many of our warriors are still injured. This is not the opportune moment for confrontation." "Indeed. We must not allow ourselves to be countered," added another. Zhongli replied, "Do not question the purpose of our mission. Simply follow my instructions." Upon hearing this, the vice leader could only nod in acquiescence. If they were indeed heading to confront Qin Chuan, uncertainty loomed over them, especially with their injuries still fresh. Meanwhile, after Qin Chuan had decisively defeated the punitive army, many had already departed the vicinity of the mine and returned to the outside world. Even Su Hao had ridden his snow leopard through the teleportation portal. Qin Chuan, however, was close behind, determined not to let him escape. "Big shot. I was wrong before. Please don't pursue me. Spare my life. I swear I will never oppose you again," Su Hao exclaimed, glancing back at the relentless Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, controlling the wind god Pterosaur, soared directly in front of Su Hao and leapt down, completely blocking his path. "If I let you go, will that not invite others to band together against me? For that reason alone, you are doomed," Qin Chuan declared coldly, seeing that his pleas had fallen on deaf ears. Su Hao's face contorted with rage. "Qin, do you think you are the only one with a beast emperor-level pet? If it comes to blows, I might not necessarily lose to you." "Oh, is that so? Then let us test that theory," Qin Chuan replied, immediately directing the Rex Tyrannosaurus behind him to charge forward. "Attack!" Su Hao raised his hand, and his beast emperor-level snow leopard lunged fiercely at Qin Chuan. In that instant, as the snow leopard pounced, the Tyrannosaurus pivoted sharply, swinging its tail in a sweeping motion. Boom! The strike, powerful enough to shatter a small mountain, landed solidly upon the snow leopard. The snow leopard, originally of a rather frail physique, was sent hurtling backward over 100 meters by a single lash of the whip. Upon regaining its footing, it shook its head, clearly dazed and suffering from the blow. Fortunately, it was a beast of the emperor level. Had it been of the king level, it would likely have been vanquished on the spot. Enraged, Su Hao's expression darkened. Given the vast disparity in size, victory through sheer strength was utterly unattainable. Frost Desolation Domain. Su Hao immediately unleashed his emperor-level skill. A chilling white mist erupted around the snow leopard, swiftly enveloping the area. In an instant, everything within the icy fog was frozen solid. Qin Chuan quickly leaped onto the wind god Pterosaur, distancing himself, for his current physical constitution could not withstand the ice attribute skills of an emperor-level beast. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus, caught off guard, was encased in ice, turning it into a frozen statue. "Huh, did you really think your emperor-level dinosaur was so formidable? It's merely another victim of my ice attribute snow leopard." Su Hao chuckled, reveling in his success. "Is that so? Take a closer look," Qin Chuan replied. Suddenly, the ice covering the Tyrannosaurus cracked extensively. Boom! Bolts of lightning erupted from within the dinosaur's body, illuminating the scene as if it were the height of day, causing the outer layer of ice to shed rapidly. Roar! With a deafening roar, the lightning storm domain instantly spread outward. How is this possible? Su Hao gasped in shock, hastily commanding the snow leopard to evade. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down, hitting the snow leopard squarely before it could evade, leaving it grievously wounded. Despite both being emperor-level beasts, the snow leopard's attributes and combat capabilities paled in comparison to those of the Tyrannosaurus, rendering this an uneven contest from the outset. "It's over." Qin Chuan prepared to command the Tyrannosaurus to deliver a decisive blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, countless beams of light suddenly flickered around the teleportation portal. Members of the Star River Alliance, led by Zhongli, appeared without warning. Chapter 51. Establishing Authority. Qin Chuan, who had intended to strike Su Hao, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the beams of light ahead. 500 formidable members of the Star River Alliance materialized before him, causing his expression to darken instantly. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's dozen or so dinosaur beasts, the faces of the Star River Alliance members, led by Zhang Li, were etched with profound shock and fear. Although they were already aware of his beasts, seeing them in person was simply astonishing. How did this fellow acquire such ancient behemoths? I recall previously hearing rumors of dinosaur-like creatures appearing. Could it be this individual? The others surrounding Zhang Li began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, Su Hao, upon seeing Zhang Li arrive with 500 strong allies, was overwhelmed with joy, clearly believing they had come to his aid. Do not be deceived by the mere presence of 500 individuals from the Star River Alliance. These 500 are the elite of the elite. With an average combat strength that has reached the level of Beast Kings, it can be asserted that their fighting capability surpasses that of thousands, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds of times. Leader Zhang, please save me. If you can preserve my life, I am willing to toil for you. In this moment, Su Hao gazed at Zhang Li, pleading with tears and desperation. Yet, Zhang Li merely stood at a distance, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Su Hao, witnessing this, felt a pang of confusion, but nonetheless scrambled towards Zhang Li in a frenzied dash. Not even the King of Heaven could save you. Qin Chuan showed no mercy upon Su Hao's plight, determined to eliminate him. Should Zhang Li dare to act, Qin Chuan would not hesitate to engage in battle with them. After all, up to this point, he had yet to utilize his fusion ring and dual-chambered dragon. With these two trump cards in his possession, Qin Chuan felt utterly unafraid. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the Tyrannosaurus surged forward. No, I do not wish to die yet. Su Hao, upon witnessing the terrifying beast barreling toward him, was consumed by fear and immediately commanded his injured snow leopard to block the attack. With a sickening crunch, the Tyrannosaurus opened its gaping maw and clamped down on the snow leopard. The beast Emperor-level snow leopard had no opportunity to resist before being dispatched on the spot. Before Su Hao could summon other snow leopards for escape, a velociraptor lurking in the distance pounced on his neck. With a swift motion, the velociraptor tore through Su Hao's throat, causing a fountain of blood to spray forth. Su Hao clutched his neck, gasping for breath, his face contorted in agony. Yet his body gradually succumbed to failure, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Even with Su Hao possessing the strength of the Shadow God, he was utterly defenseless against the agility of a velociraptor. A formidable warrior with a beast emperor-level companion met a tragic demise at the hands of Qin Chuan. Zhang Li, witnessing such brutality, narrowed his eyes, realizing that a single beast emperor-level companion could never hope to defeat Qin Chuan. Just one beast emperor-level Tyrannosaurus would require at least 3 beast emperor-level companions working in unison to have a fighting chance. Alone, a single beast emperor was practically destined to be overpowered. Are you all eager to challenge me as well? After dispatching Su Hao, Qin Chuan immediately turned his gaze towards Zhang Li and the others. Do not rush. We shall inevitably face each other in battle, but not at this moment. Zhang Li replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan discerned that Zhang Li was not inclined to engage in conflict at present. Similarly, Qin Chuan was reluctant to initiate a skirmish, for the Endless Sea harbored more than just Zhang Li's alliance. Countless spies from other alliances observed from the shadows. Should a confrontation erupt, even if Qin Chuan emerged victorious, there would surely be losses. By that time, it would be all too easy for others to benefit from the situation. After all, the allure of the dinosaur pets was undeniable, especially given his identity as the master of the. If a few alliances decided to launch a surprise attack, it could lead to a disastrous downfall. At that moment, Yi Qiwan emerged from the third portal, inquiring, Mr. Qin, why are Zhang Li and the others here? Are they here to fight? Qin Chuan replied. He probably came to take advantage of the situation and does not wish for a conflict. Take advantage? Yi Qiwan was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Li then stepped forward slowly, revealing the Beastmaster's ring adorning his finger. With a hum, as Zhang Li clenched his fist, the ring radiated a brilliant light. In the next instant, the unclaimed pets wandering around the portal were instantly enveloped by the glow. Realizing the intent behind their arrival, Qin Chuan understood they were there to seize the unclaimed beasts. This battle had claimed the lives of over 1,000, while nearly 3,000 beasts remained, rendered masterless after their owners had perished, now roaming freely. As expected, once the unclaimed pets were illuminated by the light of the Beastmaster's ring, they were promptly brought under control. Qin Chuan, I can collect so many beasts at once. And I must thank you, Zhang Li grinned, sweeping his hand. In an instant, nearly 3,000 beasts were drawn into his dimensional space. The power of the Beastmaster's ring was indeed formidable, leaving Yi Qinghuan astounded. After securing the 3,000 beasts, Zhongli stated, "Qin Chuan, when we meet again, we will determine our fates." With that, he and his companions activated the portal. With a hum, 500 individuals gradually vanished from sight. He's leaving just like that? Yi Qinghuan was surprised at Zhang Li's abrupt departure without a confrontation with Qin Chuan. What was there to stay for? If he chose to confront me directly, the outcome would only lead to mutual destruction. In that case, other Alliance strongmen would arrive to reap the benefits, and he would suffer more than I would. Qin Chuan remarked slowly. That makes sense. We hold the goddess ring. Many are undoubtedly coveting it. Yi Qinghuan nodded slightly. After this battle, we need not worry about those lone wolves causing trouble. We can properly develop the evolution core mines now, Qin Chuan continued. As the battle concluded, the chat channel buzzed with fervent discussions. Following this conflict, the prestige of Qin Chuan, the first among the infinite seas, soared once more. Indeed, it seems no one can rival Qin Chuan's individual strength anymore. Brothers, it would be wise to avoid the third portal from now on. Let us focus on the first and second portals. Alas, the third portal will likely become Qin Chuan's exclusive domain. What can we do? His power is unmatched. We mere minnows cannot contend. Amidst the lively discussions in the chat channel, Qin Chuan issued a declaration. Henceforth, the mineral veins at the entrance of Portal 3 belong to me. Although I lay claim to these veins, I shall not impede your explorations of the underground realm. As long as you pass through, I will not obstruct you. With this announcement, nearly everyone took notice. Qin Chuan is truly magnanimous. I had anticipated he would monopolize the entire Portal 3. Qin Chuan is formidable. I can now explore Portal 3. Brothers, who is forming a group for exploration? Count me in. Chapter 52, Annihilation. With Qin Chuan's opening of Portal 3, it signifies that as long as one harbors no intentions of encroaching upon his mineral veins, anyone is welcome to pass through. Mr. Qin, could this open portal pose a danger to us? Yi Qinghuan inquired. It will not. Following this battle, the solitary wanderers will think twice before causing trouble, Qin Chuan replied. The reason I chose to open it is to prevent them from harboring resentment towards me. After all, if I were to monopolize Portal 3, many would regard me as an adversary. By opening the portal, not only will they not resent me, but they will also feel gratitude. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghuan nodded. I understand now. I have learned much. After the battle concluded, Qin Chuan and Yi Qinghuan began to scour the battlefield, for the fallen Beast Island lords surely possessed precious beast cores and other valuable materials. After a thorough search, they accumulated over 4,000 essence, 100,000 gold coins, and more than 100 beast cores combined. Mr. Qin, you should take these essence materials. After all, I merely assisted and did not contribute significantly, Yi Qinghuan offered as she prepared to hand over 2,000 essence to Qin Chuan. Since we are partners, what we acquire should naturally be split evenly, especially since this is not our only collaboration. Essence, gold coins, and beast cores shall be divided equally, including future mineral extractions. Qin Chuan stated calmly. With this battle, Qin Chuan's essence reserves reached 2295, and his stock of beast cores had climbed to 90, with a diverse range of 8 elemental attributes. Furthermore, his gold reserve had surged to a staggering 250,000. At this moment, some individuals in the marketplace had begun selling essence and beast cores, albeit in limited quantities. Qin Chuan had no immediate plans to purchase, as his current stock of beast cores ensured he would not be lacking, regardless of the random beasts that might emerge. Mr. Qin, thank you so much. Yi Qinghuan expressed her gratitude upon hearing that Qin Chuan would indeed split the spoils with her, feeling fortunate for her prudent decision. For Qin Chuan, the extent of Yi Qinghuan's assistance in this battle was not the primary concern. He had always valued her evolution ring. In critical moments, the ability to evolve a beast of the Emperor level, such as a polar bear, to the Dominator level could potentially alter the course of a dire situation. However, despite his trust in Yi Qinghuan, he harbored reservations regarding her subordinates. Thus, Qin Chuan summoned Chen Yahui. The objective extends beyond merely having Chen Yahui in mind. It primarily serves to act as his eyes, observing these individuals. Given Chen Yahui's limited prowess and her status as a girl, she garners little attention. Oui, from now on, you shall accompany them in their mining endeavors. Regardless of the number of evolution cores you extract, there is no need to surrender them. They are all yours. Qin Chuan remarked, gazing at Chen Yahui. Thank you so much, Brother Qin. Chen Yahweh exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. She had not anticipated such a substantial reward for her previous contributions of several hundred essences. With Qin Chuan as her support, she was confident that her growth would be swift. After arranging matters concerning the mining veins, Qin Chuan intended to return to Beast Island, where he still had 4 dragon eggs awaiting hatching. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden world announcement emerged. World announcement: the second phase of the beast tide extinction will commence in 7 days within the subterranean realm. This beast tide will last for 1 day, featuring the unprecedented introduction of the mother of all beasts. If the mother of all beasts is not defeated within 1 day, the intensity of the beast tide will escalate tenfold with each passing day, continuing until the mother is vanquished. It is advised that the lords of the various beast islands unite against this threat. Should the beast tide breach the subterranean realm, it will engulf all beast islands. Lords who successfully defeat the mother of all beasts will receive a unique and special reward. All Beast Island lords are urged to strengthen their forces promptly before the onset of the second phase of the beast tide. With the abrupt emergence of this announcement, the world channel erupted in fervor. At last, a world announcement. I hadn't expected the second phase of the beast tide to grant us a 7-day reprieve. What does the term extinction signify in this context? Who are we meant to be extinguished? Isn't it obvious? We are the target. Did you not read the message? This beast tide differs from the first phase as it features the mother of all beasts, akin to a mastermind. How terrifying. If there is a brain controlling the beasts, they will be far more intelligent than mindless creatures. Indeed, the difficulty of the beast tide is set to soar. Solitary efforts will no longer suffice. Are we being called to collaborate against this adversary? Essentially, it seems the beast tide will emerge from the subterranean realm, and we, as lords of the beast islands, must join forces to defend 3 portals while finding a way to eliminate the mother. Even more alarming is the fact that if the mother is not defeated within a day, the intensity will surge tenfold. If it takes several days, we will be left with no hope. Is it any wonder they call it extinction? It seems the second phase of the beast tide will claim many lives. We must hasten our exploration of the subterranean realm and strengthen ourselves. Gather at Portal 3, let us collectively explore the depths. With the announcement echoing throughout, the lords of the Beast Islands sprang into action, flocking towards Portal 3. However, they exhibited remarkable discernment. Upon passing through, they deliberately circumvented Qin Chuan's mining veins, showing utmost respect. This clearly illustrated the impressive authority Qin Chuan had established. Mr. Qin, it appears that the second phase of the beast tide will necessitate collaboration with the other lords of Beast Island, Yi Qingwan remarked. Indeed, the first phase tested our individual combat prowess, while the second phase will assess our ability to cooperate. Given the current strength of the champions in the Endless Sea, if we do not significantly enhance our capabilities within these 7 days, it will be exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of a large-scale beast tide, Qin Chuan said earnestly. But isn't it you who will lead us? Yi Qingwan chuckled softly. Well, I am no savior. Since this beast tide requires collaboration, its scale will be unprecedentedly vast. Although the stipulated time is merely 1 day, it is utterly impossible to conclude within that time frame. If it extends to 2 or 3 days, my demise is assured. Qin Chuan shook his head, deeply concerned. The world announcement clearly stated that we must cooperate to slay the Mother of Wisdom. Failing to do so in 1 day would result in a tenfold increase in difficulty. Thus, the ferocity of this beast tide is not to be underestimated. And even someone as formidable as Qin Chuan cannot hope to breach it as he did in the first phase. It seems imperative that we explore the subterranean world, Yi Qingwan suggested. Yes, I shall return to Beast Island to recuperate briefly, and under the cover of night, we will delve into the depths to ascertain the situation therein. Qin Chuan replied. Since their arrival in the underground realm, Qin Chuan had remained at the edge of the teleportation portal, never venturing into the depths. With the second phase of the beast tide looming, Qin Chuan knew he must rapidly strengthen himself, at the very least. He needed to attain the domain god level before the tide arrived, and he required at least one of his beasts to be of the sovereign level. This was the goal Qin Chuan set for himself. Chapter 53. The Ring of Sovereignty. As the afternoon wore on, after nearly a day of excavation, Qin Chuan had amassed 100 evolution cores. He planned to return to Beast Island to enhance his abilities. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwan had already returned to the island ahead of him to rest. The two intended to explore the subterranean world together that evening. Brother Qin, don't leave just yet. I've unearthed a treasure. Just as Qin Chuan was about to depart, Qin Yahui suddenly called out to him. A treasure? Aside from evolution cores and a few essences, is there anything else in this place? Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled. Qin Yahui glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight. Before carefully producing half of a parchment, I believe I've stumbled upon a treasure map. Upon seeing the parchment, Qin Chuan took it from her and noticed a small ring depicted on the map. Is this a treasure map for the Ring of the Gods? Is it truly? My luck is extraordinary. Quickly, let us see which ring it pertains to. Qin Yahui exclaimed with excitement. Qin Chuan flipped the map over and observed 4 small characters inscribed on the back. The Ring of Sovereignty. The Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan was taken aback. As just the name alone suggested, it was no ordinary artifact. The Ring of Royalty bestows upon its bearer the power of kings, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of their beast companions while simultaneously suppressing enemies. By piecing together a complete treasure map, one may excavate at a designated location. As the capabilities of the Ring of Royalty manifested, Qin Chuan was astounded. He now possessed the fusion ring. When combined with the Ring of Royalty, his combat prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. Alas, the treasure map was only half complete. Had it been whole, it might have led to the discovery of a divine ring. Qin Yahui remarked thoughtfully. Be grateful, even though it is merely a fragment. It remains a treasure coveted by many, she continued. It is evident that while your strength may be lacking, your luck is remarkably fortuitous. At that moment, Qin Chuan regarded Qin Yahui with newfound respect, recalling her previous triumph in acquiring the essence and core of an extraordinary beast. Now, she could unearth treasure maps with ease. Truly the chosen one. It seemed luck was a form of strength in its own right, one that Qin Chuan could scarcely comprehend. Hee. I owe it all to Brother Qin's support. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to mine. Qin Yahui replied with a smile. You are far too modest. Since you unearthed this, you should keep it, Qin Chuan insisted. I would rather you have it. It would be of no use to me. And my beast combat power is too low to safeguard it. Qin Yahui shook her head. Having already resolved to cling to Qin Chuan's side, she was prepared to share any treasure she obtained. Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan found no reason to decline. Very well, I shall accept it for now. Rest assured. Having entrusted me with your treasures, I shall ensure your safety. That assurance from Brother Qin is sufficient for me, Qin Yahui nodded. Recognizing the significance of having a strong ally, Qin Chuan glanced at the first half of the treasure map. It appeared to be located in the Black Mountain region of the underground world, an area yet to be explored. However, to locate the Ring of Royalty within the Black Mountain, the second half of the treasure map was essential. Of course, with a stroke of good fortune, it might still be found without it. Yet, such luck would indeed require extraordinary serendipity. Nonetheless, Qin Chuan was unhurried. He intended to explore the underground world regardless. With ample luck, he was certain he would discover the Ring of Royalty before the Beast Tide descended. In the Endless Sea, Beast Island awaited. Upon returning to Beast Island, Qin Chuan prepared to hatch 4 dragon eggs, hoping they would yield powerful dinosaurs. Hatching successful, Triceratops X4. Species, Triceratops. The Triceratops possesses exceptional defense and destructive power. Belonging to the same era as the Tyrannosaurus, sharing comparable combat strength. Weight, 10 kilograms, maximum 15 tons. Level, juvenile with the simultaneous rupture of the 4 dragon eggs. 4 tiny heads emerged, wobbling as they let out faint calls. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, they were Triceratops. Initially expecting to hatch smaller dinosaurs due to the size of the eggs, he was surprised to find creatures weighing as much as a Tyrannosaurus. The Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus rex coexisted in the same era, both belonging to the category of colossal reptiles. In a one-on-one confrontation between these two titanic beings, the odds would not favor the Tyrannosaurus rex significantly. A mere thrust from the nearly 2-meter-long massive horn could easily lead to severe injury or even death. With the 3 formidable species gathered, the southern giant dragon, the Rex Tyrannosaurus, and the Triceratops, the likelihood of overcoming the impending beast tide has certainly increased. However, at present, I possess only a little over 2,000 essence, which is insufficient to elevate all 4 to the Beast King level, and thus must pause for now. Qin Chuan can only temporarily store the juvenile Triceratops in the dimensional space, as his current combat prowess is already formidable enough, negating the need for immediate enhancement. Following the current trajectory, when the second wave of the beast tide arrives in 7 days, his dinosaur army is bound to expand considerably. Presently, Qin Chuan lacks the cores of exotic beasts. What he truly needs is essence, as it is the hard currency of the endless sea. Therefore, his main objective for venturing into the subterranean world is to accumulate more essence, with the secondary goal of seeking the lower half of the treasure map for the Ring of Sovereignty. However, before that, Qin Chuan intends to enhance the Bicornis. After all, he possesses 100 evolution cores, which he can utilize to test the waters and facilitate the future enhancement of other beast companions. He hopes for a stroke of good fortune, praying that his hard-earned evolution cores will not be wasted. Qin Chuan rubbed his hands together, then raised them to summon the Bicornis, simultaneously retrieving 100 evolution cores. Previously, Yi Qingwan had conducted experiments, revealing that the probability of successful enhancement with evolution cores was alarmingly low. Even with 100 in hand, Qin Chuan felt a lack of confidence, as he did not possess Chen Yahui's remarkable luck. Enhance the attributes of the Bicornis. Qin Chuan extracted 10 evolution cores for the first attempt at evolution. Evolution Core 10. Remaining 90. Upgrade failed. As the 10 evolution cores sank into the ocean, as anticipated by Qin Chuan, the endeavor ended in failure. 10 cores proved ineffective. Thus, he decided to increase the quantity to 20 and persist in the enhancement. Evolution Core 20. Remaining 70. Upgrade failed. In an instant, 30 evolution cores were expended, yielding no sign of upgrade whatsoever. I refuse to believe it. Let us try another 20. Qin Chuan declared. Evolution Core 20. Remaining 50. Upgrade failed. Qin Chuan's face fell into a frown. He began to regret his hasty decision to upgrade. Yet, having already invested 50 cores, discontinuing would result in significant losses. If 20 cores were ineffective, then 40 must be the answer. I refuse to accept that my luck is truly that dismal. With gritted teeth, Qin Chuan directly committed 40 cores. Superior Attribute Enhancement Successful. Chapter 54. The Attributes of the Earth Veins Species. Fragile Double-Chambered Dragon. Weight 220 tons. Level Adult. Attribute Earth Vein Attribute. Primary Skill Cataclysm. The upper tier attribute skill cannot evolve further, but its power increases with the beast realm. Passive skill. Unmoved as a mountain, the beast's defense is significantly enhanced, capable of effectively withstanding 90% of damage. As the enhancement concluded, Qin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief, finally having leveled up. At this moment, although the double-chambered dragon was merely in its adult stage, it had evolved into the Earth Vein attribute. Consequently, its skin appeared more resilient, and its limbs were enveloped in thick, hardened scales, rendering it even more formidable. It resembled a moving mountain. When it unleashed its skills, it would undoubtedly cause cataclysmic upheaval. However, according to the description, it seemed that once an upper-tier attribute was attained, the skill became fixed. This was reasonable, as the skills that accompanied upper-tier attributes were already of extraordinary caliber. Particularly, the passive skill's superlative defense was impenetrable for ordinary beasts. With this substantial increase in power, it was evident that the demand for the evolution core was no less than that for the essence. Qin Chuan had consumed 90 pieces just to achieve this enhancement, and he could only wonder how much he would need for the next upgrade. Having determined their objective, Qin Chuan departed from Beast Island and ventured into the subterranean world. Yi Qingwan had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Qin, when shall we set forth? We can leave at any time. What? Are you not bringing along more powerful companions? Qin Chuan inquired. I won't be bringing anyone else. The situation in the depths of the subterranean world remains uncertain. Having too many people would hinder our mobility, Yi Qingwan replied calmly. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. The two of them were both high-level combatants from the Endless Sea and also the masters of their rings. Their combined strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, even if they encountered an insurmountable foe, he could summon the Wind God Winged Dragon to make a hasty retreat. However, with a larger group, they would face numerous constraints, making it more practical for just the two of them. Very well, let us set off, Qin Chuan declared, raising his hand to summon the Wind God Winged Dragon. Upon witnessing the colossal creature with a wingspan of 15 meters, Yi Qingwan couldn't help but feel envious. If only I could have a beast like this. Traveling the Endless Sea would be a breeze. It's so impressive. Do you like it? Qin Chuan asked with a smile. Indeed, I adore it. Yi Qingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's good to hear, Qin Chuan said, and they both mounted the back of the winged dragon. I thought you might gift me one, Yi Qingwan remarked, her expression turning slightly sour. This dragon is worth at least 10,000 essences. If you can provide me with 10,000 essences, perhaps I could gift you a hatchling, Qin Chuan jested. At his words, Yi Qingwan's face lit up with delight. Really? But can you actually provide 10,000 essences? I currently do not possess such a sum. 10,000 essences would be sufficient to upgrade to a Dominator-level beast. By the way, do you offer credit? Yi Qingwan laughed. Dream on. Let us go, Qin Chuan replied. Qin Chuan gently patted the back of the pterosaur, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they soared into the depths of the subterranean world. Ever since Qin Chuan activated the third portal, their exploration was far from solitary. Prior to Qin Chuan's departure, countless Beast Island lords had already embarked on their own ventures into the underground realm. The night in this subterranean world was not excessively dark, for above them lay the ocean floor of the endless sea, illuminated by various bioluminescent organisms. Although not as glaring as the sun, this light allowed them to discern their surroundings with some clarity. It appeared that this group moved with considerable haste immediately after I opened the third portal. They descended like locusts, leaving desolation in their wake, Qin Chuan observed, gazing downwards. Below, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of strange beasts and the remnants of shattered mountains. Clearly, these individuals sought to simultaneously scour for mineral veins while eliminating beasts to enhance their prowess. However, Qin Chuan's pterosaur was swift, and in no time, they spotted a handful of Beast Island lords engaged in the hunt. Yet, Qin Chuan regarded these meager beasts with disdain. For the essence and divine value they offered were negligible. Given Qin Chuan's current combat strength, it would require at least a couple of hundred beasts to warrant any engagement. Mr. Qin, do we have a target? Wandering aimlessly like this is hardly a strategy, Yi Qingwan remarked. It was then that Qin Chuan recalled the half of the treasure map he possessed. According to its markings, flying for another half hour should lead them to the Black Mountain region. The so-called Black Mountain was a geological formation resulting from volcanic eruptions, and the Ring of Sovereignty lay within this area. Let us venture towards the Great Black Mountain ahead, and allow my wind god pterosaur a moment's respite, Qin Chuan instructed before soaring onwards. After half an hour of flight, they arrived at the Black Mountain region. Initially, Qin Chuan had contemplated searching for the Ring of Sovereignty without relying on the latter half of the map. However, upon arrival, that notion swiftly dissipated, for the Black Mountain was overwhelmingly vast. A mountain range, resembling a colossal dragon, twisted and turned for hundreds of kilometers. Without an accurate treasure location, searching here would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the surface of the Black Mountain was cloaked in black volcanic rock that absorbed light, rendering it darker than other regions. Delving deeper not only risked disorientation, but also the potential encounter with formidable beasts. Run. Do not dawdle. If anyone lags, no one will wait for you. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to take a moment to rest, he suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps and urgent shouts nearby. He witnessed over 50 Beast Island lords sprinting desperately, most of them running on foot without their mounts, an odd sight indeed. Why are there so many Beast Island lords here? What are they doing? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, observing the scene ahead. Could they be fleeing from some powerful beast? Yi Qingwan speculated. I did not observe any extraordinary beasts behind. Could it be that a treasure has been discovered? Qin Chuan glanced back and remarked. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Why not follow and ascertain the situation? If there truly is a treasure, we shall seize it at once. After speaking, Yi Qingwan also ran forward, with Qin Chuan following suit. At this moment, Qin Chuan was nearing the realm of domain deities, even while running on foot. His speed was hardly inferior to that of the beast companions, and in just a few breaths, he had caught up with the majority of the group. Good sir, why are you all running so swiftly? Qin Chuan inquired of a Beast Island lord beside him as he ran. However, that Beast Island lord was too preoccupied to respond, merely continuing his frantic dash. Time passed, and among the 50 or so individuals, some began to show signs of exhaustion due to their insufficient stamina. I can no longer run. I must stop. One Beast Island lord came to a halt, unable to continue, and soon others, equally fatigued, collapsed onto the ground. They gasped for air, as if attempting to expel their lungs. Yi Qingwan observed one Beast Island lord sprawled on the ground and asked, Didn't you have beast companions to ride? Why are you not mounted? Upon hearing her words, someone in the crowd became enraged. Is that even a reasonable question? Where would we find beast companions? They are all dead. What? Yi Qingwan exclaimed in shock. All dead. There are no extraordinary beasts pursuing you from behind. How could they all have perished? What has slain them? Chapter 55. Earth demons, so you did not find treasures, but rather are being pursued. Yi Qingwan's expression turned to one of exasperation. She had initially thought they were running for their lives due to some extraordinary discovery. What treasure? It is a horde of Earth demons, one exclaimed. Damn it, we were over 200 strong, and in the blink of an eye. 150 have been taken down. Had I known, I would not have come. This is utterly terrifying. The group remained in a state of shock. Earth demons? Are they formidable? Yi Qingwan inquired. Formidable beyond belief. They are intelligent, extraordinary beasts that coordinate their efforts. Moreover, this group of Earth demons is carnivorous. They consider us mere two-legged sheep. Damn it, I witnessed several Beast Island lords being disemboweled while still alive. It was horrific. Were it not for us sacrificing our beast companions to delay them, we would have been devoured as well. The Beast Island lords were now trembling in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Yi Qingwan finally understood why they no longer had beast companions. They had all been used as shields against the Earth demons. Yi Qingwan turned to Qin Chuan and asked, given our uncertainty regarding the strength of the Earth demons, should we continue deeper? Qin Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I am contemplating whether slaying the Earth demons might yield substantial resources. If so, it may indeed be worth the endeavor. Upon hearing this, several Beast Island lords around them fell silent. Have you both lost your minds? You wish to take down the Earth demons? The average strength of the Earth demons is at least that of a beast king. Moreover, within the Earth demon tribe, there have been instances of beast emperors and sovereigns. Indeed, you two newcomers should not overestimate your capabilities. While you still can, hastily depart from this perilous place. Several leaders of Beast Island advised. Clearly, they were all from Beast Island and did not recognize Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. Nor did they realize that these two were the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Endless Sea. Beast Emperor and Sovereign levels. Yi Qingwan was taken aback. Indeed, based on our observations, there exists a massive tribe of over 2,000 Earth demons ahead. Ordinary Earth demon warriors possess the strength of Beast Kings. Elite warriors reach the level of Beast Emperors, while the tribe leaders attain the terrifying strength of Sovereigns. They are likely the indigenous inhabitants of these dark mountains. And to explore the Black Mountains, one must pass through their tribe. Alas, we have been too careless. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such heavy losses. Several leaders of Beast Island sighed, their eyes filled with regret. There were more than 200 of them who had banded together to explore the underground world. Initially progressing smoothly, slaying exotic beasts as if traversing an uninhabited realm. However, upon reaching the Black Mountains, the difficulty surged dramatically. This is not difficult to comprehend, after all. The Black Mountains are the hiding place of the Ring of Royalty, so how could there not be formidable exotic beasts guarding it? Perhaps this Earth Demon tribe exists solely to protect the Ring of Royalty, given the strength level of the Earth Demons. The second stage of the Beast Tide is likely to be horrific, Qin Chuan remarked slowly. Perhaps we should return first, and I will bring more powerful allies to test our luck, Yi Qingwan suggested. No need. With our strength, even if we encounter a horde of Earth demons, we can still fight. Let us observe first. Qin Chuan raised his hand. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. The conversation between the two was distinctly overheard by the surrounding leaders of Beast Island. Who gave you the audacity to confront the Earth demons? Do you think you are Qin Chuan? These two fools wish to court death. Do not drag us down with you. Brothers, if you can flee, continue running. The Earth demons will likely pursue us shortly. Let us depart swiftly. As several leaders of Beast Island took the lead, they hastily rose, preparing to leave. Just as the group had not yet begun to run, they suddenly heard a cacophony of rapid footfalls echoing from the distant mountaintop. Almost 50 Earth demons, riding upon colossal wolves, were racing towards them at great speed. These Earth demons were robust, their skin pitch black, with fearsome fangs bared, resembling enhanced versions of orcs. Each wielded stone spears crafted from an unknown material. These spears glimmered faintly, clearly weapons forged from some kind of crystal. Damn it! The horde of Earth demons is approaching. We are doomed. I do not wish to die. Run. Quickly flee. The leaders of Beast Island, in a state of utter panic, resembled frightened rabbits, attempting to flee for their lives. Yet how could 2 legs outrun 4 legs of the giant wolves? In the blink of an eye, 50 Earth demons had surrounded them, riding upon colossal wolves. At the forefront was a demon adorned with 2 prominent horns, its power vaguely reminiscent of the Beast Emperor level. It appeared that this was indeed an elite Earth demon. Delicious 2-legged lambs, we shall feast well. One demon licked its dark lips, and suddenly spoke in human language. This was not due to their ability to articulate human speech, but rather the Beast Island Lord's inherent system that automatically translated their words, giving the impression that they could converse in human tongue. Take them back, the females for amusement and the males to be disemboweled for their entrails. One demon brandished a spear with fervor. In an instant, all the earth demons erupted with excitement, as if they would rush forward to seize their prey at any moment. Meanwhile, the 50 or so Beast Island Lords trembled in fear, with some of the women paling to a ghostly white, collapsing onto the ground as if they could foresee the torment that awaited them. Just as the earth demons prepared to advance, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan immediately shifted into a combat stance. However, this subtle movement did not escape the keen eyes of the leading elite demon, who quickly noticed the rings adorning their fingers. Do not move. There are human ring bearers among them. The elite demon raised a hand, halting the eager advance of its kin. Upon hearing this, the horde of demons ceased their actions, turning their gazes toward Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. As expected, the gleaming god rings on their fingers signified their esteemed status and identity. The demons understood that any human capable of obtaining a god ring was undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings in the Endless Sea. An impulsive attack could lead to their complete annihilation. Ring bearers? You too are ring bearers. It truly is the god ring. Is that Leader Yi? Could it be the great Qin Chuan? They exclaimed in disbelief. Oh heavens, we are saved. It really is Qin Chuan, the foremost figure in the Endless Sea. Ha ha. We need not perish. With Qin Chuan here, what do we have to fear from earth demons? In a heartbeat, the Beast Island Lords were filled with exhilaration. Since only Yi Qingwan ranked as the sole female among the top 5 on the prestige list, her possession of the god ring made her easily recognizable. Furthermore, the alliance between Yi Qingwan and Qin Chuan was no longer a secret, leading the crowd to recognize Qin Chuan as well. Chapter 56. Fierce battle with the earth demons. With the presence of the ring bearers Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan, the earth demon horde hesitated to act recklessly. Qin Chuan, rather than rushing to attack, observed the spears in their possession, uncertain whether these crystal-forged weapons could inflict harm upon beast companions, as they were indeed unfamiliar. Human ring bearers. This group is my prey. You must leave at once, and I shall refrain from attacking you, the elite demon declared unexpectedly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Chuan chuckled softly. Realizing that this group of intelligent beasts was not as foolish as they appeared, they understood that they were not easily dealt with. Qin Chuan, please. You and Leader Yi cannot leave. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences. I beseech you to save us. I will bow to you. At this moment, many leaders of Beast Island, fearing Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan's departure, fell to their knees in supplication. The strength of these earth demons was formidable, and uncertain of the peculiar powers of their spears, they could only rely on their own fate. Qin Chuan turned to the crowd and suddenly exclaimed, "Do not despair, for you are our last hope. Qin Chuan, if you do not intervene, we will surely suffer grievously." Many lamented, their faces etched with despair. Just then, a particularly astute leader among them shouted, "Do not just stand there. Quickly, bring forth all your essence to offer to Qin Chuan." Yes, indeed, we possess essence. Hurry, everyone. In an instant, over 50 individuals produced their essence, collectively amassing more than 2,000 units. This was nearly all they owned, as their strength was modest. And managing to gather such a sum was no small feat. Upon seeing the essence, Qin Chuan finally smiled. "Since you are so considerate, I, Qin, shall do my utmost to protect you," Yi Qingwan remarked. "Ah, so this was your true intention." Initially believing that Qin Chuan was reluctant to engage in battle with the earth demons, she now realized her misunderstanding. "Leader Yi, I trouble you to safeguard them." "I will handle this group of earth demons," Qin Chuan declared, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward. Understanding his intent, Yi Qingwan nodded, aware that in the presence of Qin Chuan's formidable beasts, her role would merely be to assist. At this moment, the elite earth demons, witnessing Qin Chuan's readiness to act, erupted in fury. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. Calling you a human leader is a compliment. You are merely a slightly stronger bipedal sheep." With that, the elite earth demon's words echoed, and over 50 earth demons promptly raised their spears, while the massive wolves beneath them howled, as if they were about to charge. "In my eyes, you do not even measure up to a mere sheep," Qin Chuan declared, suddenly waving his hand. Boom! With a series of thunderous roars, 2 colossal dragon beasts and 2 Rex dinosaurs were unleashed, shaking the ground upon their descent. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar that reverberated through the air, the massive wolves of the earth demons recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. The overwhelming presence of the four gigantic creatures was truly astounding. Gasp! The onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Indeed, the unparalleled safety bestowed by the foremost figure of the endless sea was utterly overwhelming. Each appearance was so effortlessly grand, evoking envy in Yi Qingwan, who could not suppress her admiration. Meanwhile, the earth demon horde stood dumbfounded at the sight of such colossal beasts. What manner of beast is this? How can it be so immense? The elite earth demon was evidently taken aback. Charge! Qin Chuan immediately pointed forward. Boom, boom, boom. As four colossal beasts charged forth, they headed straight for the horde of earth demons. Annihilate them. The elite earth demon swiftly raised its spear and launched an attack. With a whoosh, more than 50 earth demon warriors surged forward, all raising their spears aimed at the giant dragons. Qin Chuan, be cautious. Those spears are formidable. Someone in the crowd promptly warned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, 50 spears soared through the air in a parabolic arc, hurtling towards the four dragons. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, immediately commanding the giant dragons to retaliate. With a powerful whip of their tails, the leading two giant dragons sent a multitude of spears flying away. However, several spears still managed to pierce the dragon's hide, blood splattering. Fortunately, the sheer size of the giant dragons mitigated the damage. Had it been any other beast of royal caliber, this barrage of spears would have likely proven fatal. This demonstrated the impressive penetrating power of the spears imbued with special crystals, rendering ordinary dragon armor ineffective. Roaring in pain, the two giant dragons were instantly enraged and unleashed their skills. Boom! In the next instant, water columns erupted from the ground, transforming into tumultuous waves that crashed towards the earth demon horde. Defend! The elite earth demon, witnessing this, promptly raised its spear and shouted. All the earth demons immediately followed suit. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and circular earthen fortifications sprang up from nowhere, establishing a formidable defense. Indeed, intelligent beast companions were not easily dealt with. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing that the subterranean realm was not so easily traversed. Although the initial water attack proved ineffective, he swiftly summoned four carnivorous bull dragons, commanding, charge. With a mighty roar, the four bull dragons initiated their assault, their heads rapidly crystallizing. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless onslaught of the bull dragons, the earthen fortifications crumbled in an instant. Following this, the Rex Tyrannosaurus immediately unleashed its skill. Boom. Bolts of lightning erupted from the T-Rex's body, instantly disorienting a large number of earth demons. After executing two skills, the giant dragons and the T-Rex swiftly entered the fray. Crack! The four colossal beasts, with their razor-sharp fangs, savagely tore at everything around them, obliterating both men and wolves alike. In a mere moment, over a dozen earth demons were dispatched. Truly impressive for a human summoner. I underestimated you. The elite earth demon realized something was amiss and quickly seized the reins of the giant wolf, preparing to flee. Thinking of escaping? Qin Chuan would not grant such an opportunity, swiftly releasing four velociraptors that darted towards the elite earth demon with astonishing speed. The elite earth demon, being an intelligent beast of royal caliber, immediately leaped down from the back of the giant wolf upon sensing the approach of the four velociraptors. Dare you chase me? Mere adult beasts. The elite earth demon ferociously swung its spear, propelled by immense power, sweeping it across with a resounding crash. The air echoed with two anguished cries as two velociraptors, unable to evade in time, were swiftly dispatched. The disparity between the velociraptors and the elite earth demon was insurmountable. However, the colossal beasts and the exposed ones could not keep pace. After eliminating the two velociraptors, the elite earth demon swiftly leaped onto a giant wolf, continuing its rapid advance. How dare you slay my beast companion? Qin Chuan seethed with fury. Although the fallen creature could be resurrected within the dragon's lair using dark divine power, the bitter taste of loss lingered. It was, after all, his first experience of battle losses. Humph, what does it matter if you kill them? With your cumbersome giants, you will never catch me. The elite earth demon continued to taunt recklessly. Unbeknownst to it, Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, causing the ring of divinity on his index finger to radiate brilliant light. The power of the fusion ring was unleashed. Let me see if you can outrun the rampaging Velociraptor. Qin Chuan commanded. Chapter 57. Rampaging Velociraptor. As the fusion ring shone, the Velociraptor and the Tyrannosaurus merged, resulting in the emergence of a new beast companion. Species: Rampaging Velociraptor. Weight: 7 tons. Level: Beast Emperor level. Attribute: Thunder. Main skill: Thunderstorm domain. Passive skill: Energy accumulation cells. This fusion was primarily based on the Velociraptor, endowing it with an added measure of cunning and savagery compared to the Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, its forelimbs were no longer the short, ineffective claws of the Tyrannosaurus, but rather two remarkably robust and sharp talons, complemented by fearsome exposed fangs, exuding an aura of intimidation. While its weight had decreased to 7 tons, its agility and lethality had been significantly enhanced. This was Qin Chuan's inaugural use of the fusion ring in actual combat. Now was the time to test the ring's potency. He hoped it would not disappoint. Raising his hand slowly, he commanded, "Go." With a series of throaty growls, the rampaging Velociraptor surged forward in a flash. The elite Earth Demon, mounted on the giant wolf, was taken aback. "Quick, stop it." In the next instant, the remaining 20 to 30 Earth Demons quickly reformed their ranks, retrieving their thrown spears to launch an assault on the rampaging Velociraptor. These spears can return to their master? Qin Chuan observed in surprise. It seems the crystals on those spears are materials that bestow additional abilities, Yi Qingwan analyzed. Regardless of the nature of the crystals, Qin Chuan focused on commanding the rampaging Velociraptor to attack, with a flurry of spears hurtling toward it. This time the adversary was not the colossal beasts, but a terrifying creature embodying agility, speed, and lethality. The Velociraptor adeptly dodged the incoming spears with astonishing speed, almost evading all of them. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, snapping a spear mid-flight, and charged straight toward the elite Earth Demon. What incredible speed! Indeed, the human's restraint is not so easily overcome. The elite Earth Demon swiftly raised its spear, unleashing the full might of its Beast Emperor-level power, preparing to execute a sweeping strike. However, before the spear could be swung, the 7-ton brutal raptor leapt into action, landing heavily upon the back of the colossal wolf. With a resounding crack, the wolf's spine was shattered under the weight of the raptor, its body crashing heavily to the ground, sliding several meters. Even the elite Earth Demon was struck down by a single claw of the raptor, furious at the sight of 3 deep gashes visible to the bone on its chest. The elite Earth Demon immediately brandished its spear to unleash its Beast Emperor-level skill, Blackstone Sandstorm. In an instant, as the spear was thrust forward, the black sand and gravel from the ground swirled violently, forming a sandstorm field nearly 100 meters wide around it. The tumultuous storm raged like a barrage of dense bullets, tearing apart any creature that dared to venture into its domain. Even the ground was uprooted in layers. Even those over 100 meters away, including Qin Chuan and others, could clearly feel the wind speed reaching nearly level 10. The weaker Beast Island lords were blown about helplessly, at risk of being engulfed by the storm. This elite Earth Demon is astonishingly powerful, capable of unleashing such a wide-ranging skill attack. Fortunately, Qin Chuan is formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have stood little chance of victory. "Go, Qin Chuan!" The crowd cheered relentlessly. Suddenly, countless grains of sand struck the surface of the brutal raptor, and this concentrated assault allowed the raptor to quickly accumulate energy cells. With a thunderous boom, as the energy cells released, arcs of lightning pierced through the sandstorm, spreading in all directions. The sandstorm transformed into a tempest of thunder. In the next moment, dozens of nearby Earth Demons were struck by the lightning, convulsing and collapsing to the ground. "Time to finish them off, bleed them dry," Qin Chuan commanded, directing the giant beast dragon forward. The enormous form of the dragon disregarded the surrounding sandstorm, methodically crushing the skulls of the fallen Earth Demons one by one. After eliminating the troublesome Earth Demon warriors, the elite Earth Demon was also struck by lightning, but managed to withstand the blow due to its Beast Emperor-level strength. At this moment, the brutal raptor, bolstered by the damage reduction from its energy cells, forcefully broke through the sandstorm field, directly entering the eye of the storm. The elite Earth Demon, witnessing this, was clearly taken aback. "How is this possible? It has breached my Blackstone Sandstorm." With a thunderous roar, the brutal raptor opened its massive jaws and lunged towards the elite Earth Demon's head to deliver a vicious bite. The elite Earth Demon quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. With a sudden snap, the elite Earth Demon was a step too slow, though his skull was not crushed. His entire left shoulder was violently torn away by the ferocious raptor. A scream of agony echoed, abruptly silencing the surrounding sandstorm. "Chief, save me." At that moment, the elite Earth demon sensed the imminent threat to his life and immediately took out a horn to blow. As the sonorous sound of the horn resonated, even the Earth demon tribe several kilometers away could hear it distinctly. "Qin Chuan, kill him quickly. This fellow is summoning reinforcements." The Earth demon tribe, numbering over 2,000, would easily overwhelm them if they all arrived. "Finish him off," shouted several terrified leaders of Beast Island in unison. Just as the elite Earth demon completed his horn's call, the claws of the ferocious raptor descended with brutal force. In an instant, the elite Earth demon's neck was torn open, gushing blood, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching the elite Earth demon, Qin Chuan slowly raised his hand. As the brilliance of the fusion ring faded, the amalgamation of the raptor and the Tyrannosaurus was immediately undone. Over 50 Earth demons lay defeated. However, these demons were indeed formidable, considering their current strength. They were no match for the 2,000-strong Earth demon tribe. Qin Chuan remarked, "If it weren't for the fusion ring, I doubt I could have slain the elite Earth demon." It seemed they had underestimated the underground world. The difficulty of this dungeon was exceedingly high. Yi Qiwan felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Had she come with her own team instead of teaming up with Qin Chuan, the losses would have been considerable. Defeated 54 Earth demons. Divine value, 111. Essence, 280. Gold reward, 27,000. Piercing spear, 54. As the notification of defeat sounded, a plethora of materials and gold flooded into the dimensional space, and even the divine value surged by over 100. Qin Chuan could distinctly feel another transformation within his body. "Check the divine value," Qin Chuan instructed. Divine value, 917 at this moment. Only a little over 80 divine values remained until he reached the domain god level. This was not a daunting task for Qin Chuan. Achieving the domain god status would unlock new abilities, undoubtedly providing a significant boost to his strength. Yet, just as Qin Chuan reveled in the exhilaration of his growing power, a series of horn calls suddenly echoed from afar. It seemed reinforcements from the Earth Demon tribe were arriving. "Run, everyone. If the Earth Demon tribe emerges in full force, none of us will escape." Qin Chuan urged those behind him. Yes, run." More than 50 leaders of Beast Island, having regained a measure of strength during the brief respite, scrambled to their feet and fled, fearful that even a moment's delay would result in being torn apart by the horde of Earth demons. Based on the sound of the horns, they must be quite close. "Should we continue fighting?" Yi Qingwan inquired. "A direct confrontation is certainly not advisable. Let's ascend and take a look," Qin Chuan declared, and with that, he and Yi Qingwan mounted the wind spirit pterodactyl, swiftly soaring into the skies. At that moment, a formidable battalion of nearly 500 Earth demons surged over the mountains, charging towards Qin Chuan's location. Among them, 5 Earth demons had reached the elite level, their combat prowess undeniably formidable. However, the elusive leader of the Earth demons was conspicuously absent. After all, it was a wise beast of sovereign caliber and would not reveal itself so readily. Over 500 Earth demons, this is quite a substantial force. It seems we would need to gather at least 100 formidable warriors to engage in battle. Yi Qiwan remarked thoughtfully. Given the speed at which the Earth demons were being reinforced, even gathering 100 powerful fighters would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps we should return and deliberate further. If necessary, we may have to circumvent them, Qin Chuan suggested slowly. That sounds prudent. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way, I'll share half of the essence I just acquired with you," Qin Chuan said softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan quickly waved her hand in refusal. "No, don't distribute it. You've been the one fighting all along. It feels inappropriate for me to take more. Let us divide it when I contribute as well." "Very well," Qin Chuan conceded, not wishing to press the matter further, especially since he was in dire need of essence. Just as Qin Chuan returned to the mine, Qin Yao Wei approached him privately. "Qin Ge, have you checked the chat channel?" "What about the chat channel?" Qin Chuan inquired. Qin Yao Wei whispered. "The lower half of the map has been discovered." "What?" Qin Chuan was taken aback, astonished that the lower part of the treasure map had surfaced so soon. The Ring of Sovereignty was immensely powerful, one that Qin Chuan was determined to possess. However, if the lower half of the treasure map fell into the hands of rival factions, acquiring the Ring of Sovereignty would become a daunting challenge. "Who obtained it?" Qin Chuan asked. "It seems to be Li Tong," the one who ranks among the top 5 on the prestige list, the same ring master as you. Moreover, he acquired this treasure map by spending a significant sum from another Beast Island lord, Chen Yahui explained. During Qin Chuan's exploration of the subterranean world, the lower half of the treasure map had been claimed by a lone wolf and later acquired by Li Tong. He had expended a considerable amount of essence to purchase it, and its location was pinpointed at the third teleportation portal. Qin Chuan's treasure map had been unearthed by Chen Yahui during mining, while the lower half was likely obtained by a Beast Island lord who had managed to defeat a beast at the same portal. Li Tong, if memory serves. His divine ring should be the Forge Ring, which is also quite powerful. Additionally, he appears to be the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance, currently ranked 6th. Qin Chuan mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, the very situation he had feared had come to pass. If the lower half of the treasure map had been taken by a solitary player, Qin Chuan might have had a chance to acquire it. However, in the hands of an alliance, the circumstances were markedly different. Nonetheless, Li Tong's lower half of the treasure map comprised only a small area and did not indicate which divine ring was involved, which is why he was currently offering a substantial reward for the upper half of the treasure map. Chen Yahui continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately opened the global chat channel, eager to assess the situation. As anticipated, he soon came across a message from Li Tong. Dear all, have any of you discovered a treasure map while exploring the underground world? If so, please contact me. There's a generous reward. A treasure map? Does such a thing even exist in the underground realm? Why have I not stumbled upon it? It seems that this treasure map pertains to the Ring of the Gods, of which Leader Li possesses merely half. The other half remains elusive. Goodness, Leader Li is already the master of the ring. And now he has obtained half of a treasure map. If he were to acquire the next Ring of the Gods, he would become a dual ring master. The Ring of the Gods is immensely powerful. We recently encountered a horde of earth demons while exploring the third teleportation portal, and it was solely due to Qin Chuan's fusion ring that we triumphed over them. How terrifying it would be for one individual to possess 2 rings of the gods. Surely even Qin Chuan would need to tread carefully in such a scenario. At that moment, seeing that no one had offered the upper half of the treasure map, Li Tong grew increasingly impatient and continued. I know that the upper half of the treasure map may be in the possession of one of you. If you are willing to share it, I can offer 3,000 essence in exchange, and I assure you, I will honor my word. Upon reading this, Qin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Given Li Tong's evident eagerness, it seemed unlikely that he could procure the upper half of the treasure map from him. Thus, it was essential to devise a strategy to compel Li Tong to willingly reveal the other half. What should we do, Brother Qin? Should we resort to force? Chen Yahui suggested. How can we resort to force without even meeting him? Besides, he is the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance. Though not numerous, they are all elite members. I have already embroiled myself with Zhang Li and do not wish to offend another faction. Qin Chuan firmly rejected Chen Yahui's proposal. Brother Qin, I have thought of a brilliant plan. Chen Yahui suddenly exclaimed. What is your idea? Qin Chuan inquired. We could sell the upper half of the treasure map to Li Tong and then discreetly follow him. Once he discovers the Ring of the Gods, we can swiftly seize it from him. Chen Yahui clenched her small fist, stating her proposal. This suggestion illuminated Qin Chuan's mind. He had not realized that Chen Yahui possessed such cunning ideas. This indeed seemed like a viable approach. After all, Li Tong had already proclaimed his intentions in the global chat channel. Once he set out for the third teleportation portal, it was likely that other powerful figures would follow suit. If Qin Chuan could blend in unnoticed, he could seize the opportunity once Li Tong located the position of the Sovereign Ring. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with your plan. Qin Chuan promptly agreed, adding, You should contact Li Tong and sell him the treasure map. Qin Chuan understood that he could not personally involve himself in such matters, as his identity was too sensitive. If he were to voluntarily offer the treasure map, Li Tong would undoubtedly become suspicious. While Qin Chuan and Chen Yahui were deliberating, Yi Qingwan approached them, curious about their hushed conversation. What are you two discussing so mysteriously? Qin Chuan and Chen Yahui are currently in an alliance. Thus, they have not concealed the situation regarding the treasure map, briefly recounting it to Yi Qingwan. What? The Ring of Royalty? Yi Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment. How about we join forces to seize the divine ring? Qin Chuan proposed. I'm in. Yi Qingwan readily agreed without a second thought. After all, she and Qin Chuan were staunch allies. As long as Qin Chuan grew stronger, she would undoubtedly benefit as well. Huawei, please reach out now, Qin Chuan instructed. Understood. Chen Yahui nodded and immediately began contacting Li Tong. Chapter 59. The winds rise. Meanwhile, on an island in the endless sea, a man in his 30s anxiously awaited a reply. However, the chat channel remained silent, deepening his disappointment. The man, robust and bald, bore a somewhat menacing appearance. This was none other than Li Tong, the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance. Accompanied by several lions, similar to the beast companions of Zhongli. Hasn't the upper half of the treasure map surfaced yet? How long has it been without any news? Li Tong pondered, holding the lower half of the treasure map, which was quite vexing. Although it indicated the precise location of the Divine Ring, without the upper half, he had no idea how to navigate the route. Ding! Just then, Li Tong's chat box suddenly chimed. Is Leader Li there? Qin Yahui messaged. Yes. Li Tong responded with immediate joy. I possess the upper half of the treasure map, and am willing to sell it to you, Qin Yahui stated. Really? Where are you now? Li Tong was instantly elated, finally feeling that his efforts had borne fruit. Though he too was a ringmaster, he could not compare to the prominence of formidable figures like Qin Chuan and Zhongli. One was the leader of the foremost alliance in the Endless Sea, while the other was the strongest individual in terms of combat prowess. If he could obtain the second Divine Ring, the title of the strongest might very well change hands. I'm currently at the third portal, Qin Yahui replied. The third portal? Li Tong furrowed his brow and added, that's Qin Chuan's territory. If I go there, won't he try to seize my treasure map? This treasure map is something I just acquired, and no one else knows about it. Besides, I'm concerned you might try to take my treasure map, Qin Yahui replied cautiously. In response, Li Tong assured her, rest assured, I, Li Tong, am the leader of the Iron Lion Alliance, and am true to my word. Since this is a purchase, I will not shortchange you on the 3,000 essence. How about this? We shall conduct the transaction outside the third portal. If anything arises, we shall retreat immediately, he proposed. Qin Yahui replied, all right, I will wait for you here. After closing the chat box, Li Tong quickly contacted his alliance members. Brothers, the upper half of the treasure map has appeared. Gather and follow me to the third portal. At Li Tong's summons, 200 formidable members of the Iron Lion Alliance assembled, ready to head to the third portal. On Beast Island, Zhongli maintained a vigilant watch over every action within the chat box. When he noticed that Li Tong had ceased his chatter, a frown creased Zhongli's brow. Could it be that someone intended to sell the treasure map to Li Tong? The leader mused that they could not allow this individual to acquire the second Divine Ring. One person named Qin was already causing them considerable trouble, and the addition of Li Tong would spell disaster. Indeed, the Star River Alliance still held a tenuous lead as the foremost alliance. But if the Iron Lion Alliance grew powerful, they might lose their position altogether. Zhongli sighed, recalling how their last exploration of the portal had left them severely injured, delaying their plans significantly. Yet, they had no choice. Despite their wounds, they could not forfeit the opportunity to contend for the Divine Ring. At that moment, Zhang Li's expression darkened. The exploration of the portal had substantially weakened the overall strength of the Star River Alliance, making them lag behind in battles against Qin Chuan and in their efforts to seize the Divine Ring. After pondering, he declared, it's fine. Although we are injured, we need not confront Li Tong directly. Let us send a few members to lie in wait at the portal. Very well. We shall proceed as you command, leader, came the response. Under Zhang Li's orders, several powerful members of the Star River Alliance disguised themselves as lone wanderers and headed towards portal number 3, preparing to assess the situation. At portal number 3, Qin Chuan had entrusted the treasure map to Qin Yahui, instructing her to meet Li Tong alone for the transaction. To ensure safety, Qin had placed a colossal beast in Qin's dimensional space, ready to respond should danger arise. Hui, return immediately after the transaction is complete. Do not reveal any weaknesses that might alert the other party, Qin instructed. Understood, Qin Yahui nodded before making her way to the portal. Meanwhile, Li Tong had gathered a significant number of powerful allies, clearly demonstrating his trepidation regarding portal number 3, given that the core evolutionary mineral vein within was Qin Chuan's territory. Leader, with so many of us assembled, do you think Qin Chuan will notice? One of the Iron Lion Alliance members queried. Last time, he commanded an army of over 10,000, and his reputation is formidable. As long as we conduct our transactions swiftly and depart, even if he becomes aware, he won't be able to do anything about it, another replied. Just as the members of the Iron Lion Alliance deliberated, Qin Yahui appeared. Are you the leader, Li? She called out. Are you the one here to trade with me? Where's the treasure map? Li Tong asked, lowering his guard upon seeing the frail girl. Let me see the essence first. We shall exchange goods simultaneously, Chen Yahui feigned caution. At that moment, Li Tong, intoxicated by the allure of the divine ring, was not inclined to ponder too deeply. He swiftly produced 3,000 units of essence, declaring, "Rest assured, there will be no shortage of essence for you." Upon witnessing this, Chen Yahui did not hesitate and promptly revealed the treasure map, saying, "Here, this is the upper half of the treasure map." Li Tong accepted the treasure map and, after retrieving his own, connected the two halves, confirming that it indeed formed a complete treasure map. The Ring of Royalty. Unexpectedly, this treasure map reveals such a powerful divine ring. Not only can it enhance our beast companions, but it can also subdue the adversary's beasts, far surpassing my furnace ring by tenfold. At this moment, Li Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Leader, where exactly is it located?" inquired a member of the Iron Lion. "In the Black Mountain region near the third teleportation portal. It is said that a large number of earth demons are gathered there, making it quite perilous to venture." Li Tong replied, his brow furrowed. "Indeed, I saw in the chat channel that thousands of Beast Island lords nearly faced annihilation," another member added. "If we were to charge in recklessly, the risks would be considerable. What shall we do then?" "We can't just leave the divine ring unclaimed," Li Tong said, slightly raising his hand. "Let us not be hasty. We won't have time today. Let us gather all members tomorrow. I refuse to believe that our Iron Lion Alliance cannot contend with a mere Earth Demon tribe. Everyone, return to your respective Beast Islands and enhance yourselves as much as possible," Li Tong commanded. After determining the time to head to the Black Mountain, he and the members of the Iron Lion Alliance departed from the third teleportation portal. Meanwhile, Chen Yahui returned to inform Qin Chuan of their situation. Regardless of the circumstances, the news of the divine ring had already spread across the endless sea. Naturally, those vying for it would not be limited to Zhang Li and Qin Chuan. Other formidable figures and dark horses would undoubtedly make their appearance as well. This foretold a grand battle in the Black Mountain on the morrow. The greatest obstacles would not only be the various factions, but also the Earth Demon tribe, a terrifying presence led by a Dominator-level Earth Demon. Chapter 60. The Tyrannosaurus Army. Brother Qin. They plan to go to the Black Mountain tomorrow, Chen Yahui reported upon her return. "All right, then we shall accompany them tomorrow. If the opportunity arises, we will seize the royal ring." Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Chen Yahui then transferred all 3,000 essence to Qin Chuan. "Why did you give it all to me? Aren't you keeping any for yourself?" Qin Chuan inquired slowly. "No need, as promised. I'll give the good stuff to Brother Qin first." Chen Yahui smiled brightly, fully aware of her role and not hesitating in such matters. Qin Chuan smiled gently. Despite Chen Yahui's lack of combat prowess, her exceptional luck and intelligence made her an indispensable ally. With these 3,000 essence, he now possessed over 7,500 essence, enabling him to significantly enhance his capabilities once more. "Hui, I'll gift you a dinosaur beast companion to bolster your combat strength," Qin Chuan offered. Upon hearing this, Chen Yahui instantly became animated. "Really? When have I ever deceived you?" Qin Chuan replied. "Hee, thank you, Brother Qin." Chen Yahui beamed with joy, having witnessed the terror of the southern giant beast dragon. She knew that if Qin Chuan truly gifted her one, she would gain the ability to protect herself. This scene left Yi Qingwan, who stood nearby, enviously awestruck. However, there was little she could do, for Chen Yahui was the sole member of Qin Chuan's transcendent alliance, making it difficult for her not to be treated like a cherished pet. During her novice period, Chen Yahui generously bestowed all her essence upon Qin Chuan. "Leader Yi, let us gather here tomorrow. You need not bring anyone," Qin Chuan spoke slowly. "Very well, then we shall meet without fail tomorrow." Yi Qingwan nodded and subsequently returned to her Beast Island. The reason Qin Chuan forbade Yi Qingwan from bringing her alliance members was his persistent distrust of them. If Yi Qingwan did not enact any changes, it was only a matter of time before she would be betrayed by her own alliance. Qin Chuan had long warned Yi Qingwan, but how she chose to handle the situation was an internal matter for them. The following day, 6 days remain until the second phase of the Beast Tide. After resting on the Beast Island for a night, the dawn of the next day arrived. At this moment, within the dragon's nest, 4 pristine dragon eggs emerged. These 4 eggs bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tyrannosaurus Rex eggs. Could it really be that I'm receiving 4 Tyrannosaurus at once? Qin Chuan's expression was one of astonishment. What he currently lacked most was top-tier combat power. 2 Tyrannosaurus were no longer sufficient to satiate his appetite. Hatch! With a crack, the eggshells shattered, revealing 4 tiny heads. Hatching successful. Tyrannosaurus rex X4. Species. Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight. 50 kilograms. Level. Juvenile indeed. They were Tyrannosaurus, bringing his total to 6. The Tyrannosaurus legion was beginning to take shape, significantly enhancing the chances of confronting the second phase of the beast tide. However, what attributes should be bestowed upon them? Qin Chuan pondered briefly. He currently possessed water, lightning, and mutated earth attributes. Bestowing them with lightning again would be redundant. Thus, he decided to grant them fire attributes and elevate all 4 Tyrannosaurus to the Beast Emperor level. Essence, 4444. Total essence, 3,131. Fire essence, 4. Species, Tyrannosaurus rex. Weight, 20 tons. Level, Beast Emperor. 1 essence required for upgrade to sovereign level. Attribute, fire. Main skill, Infernal Breath. Can evolve into Crimson Lotus Inferno upon reaching sovereign level. Passive skill, Molten Body. Enters combat state. Blood boils, significantly enhancing bodily functions. With the enhancements complete, Qin Chuan now possessed 6 Beast Emperor level Tyrannosaurus, while he still had 4 Triceratops awaiting upgrades. In order to conserve essence, he could only defer their upgrades as long as his combat power sufficed. However, having promised Qin Yahweh a dinosaur, he resolved to elevate one of the Triceratops to Beast Emperor level. This way, Qin Yahweh would no longer be the utterly defenseless novice. Elevate the Triceratops to Beast Emperor level, Qin Chuan declared. He did not assign attributes to the Triceratops, but allowed Qin Yahweh to choose for herself. Essence, 1111. Total essence, 2,020. Species, Triceratops. Weight, 15 tons. Level, Beast Emperor level. With the enhancement now complete, the Triceratops has grown immensely, its body enveloped in a tough, dark brown hide. The 3 formidable horns atop its head resemble long spears, exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. Not only does the Triceratops possess formidable defensive capabilities, but its offensive power is equally fierce, rivaling even the Tyrannosaurus at the same level. However, the sole drawback of the Triceratops lies in its lack of agility, rendering it incapable of swiftly pursuing foes, thus relegating it to defensive maneuvers. Nonetheless, for Qin Yahweh, this is more than sufficient. Indeed, it feels as though one has returned to the days of yore. Over 7,000 essences have dwindled to merely 2,000 in the blink of an eye. Clearly, accumulating essence remains of utmost importance. Qin Chuan raised his hand, summoning the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops into the dimensional space before making his way to the 3rd teleportation portal. The 3rd teleportation portal. Ever since news of the Divine Ring treasure map spread yesterday, today the portal bustles with activity. Scattered warriors can be seen loitering around the vicinity. Among them are lone wolves and scouts dispatched by various factions, all keenly observing the movements of the Iron Lion Alliance. After all, the allure of the Divine Ring treasure map is irresistible. Becoming the Ring Master is a dream cherished by every Beast Island leader. Since the conclusion of the first phase of the Beast Tide, the title of Ring Master has become synonymous with the might of the Endless Sea. Buzz. At that moment, as brilliant lights flickered at the portal's entrance, Li Tong, accompanied by over 200 powerful members of the Iron Lion Alliance, made their grand entrance. Alliance leader. The 3rd teleportation portal has gathered several thousand individuals, likely all those who have heard of the Divine Ring and come to try their luck. Among them, there are certainly scouts from other factions, a member of the Iron Lion remarked. Since Qin Chuan single-handedly defeated an army of over 10,000, these scattered individuals no longer pose a threat. They would not dare to attack the Iron Lion Alliance, especially with me as the Ring Master. Our greater concern lies with the scouts sent by these factions, Li Tong replied, raising his hand slightly. If we discover the Divine Ring, will these individuals attempt to seize it? A member inquired. Naturally, but I am not without preparations, Li Tong responded, adding, yesterday, I established a cooperative relationship with Guatu from the Endless Sea Alliance. Should these factions dare to seize the opportunity to snatch it away, the Endless Sea Alliance will promptly come to our aid. As the 4th-ranked powerhouse on the prestige list, Guatu holds considerable standing within the Endless Sea, and his symbiotic ring is of an entirely different caliber. As long as he is not simultaneously killed alongside his beast companion, he is virtually invulnerable. By concealing a beast companion in the dimensional space during battle, it is akin to possessing immortality. It is precisely because of this partnership with Guatu that Li Tong feels emboldened, fearing no one. Thus, the outcome of this contest for the Ring of Royalty remains an intriguing uncertainty. Chapter 61. Departing for the Black Mountain as Li Tong assembled the formidable alliance of warriors. Qin Chuan had already arrived at the mine to rendezvous with Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, I have just received news that Li Tong seems to have allied with Guotu's. This development undoubtedly escalates the difficulty of seizing the Ring of Sovereignty. Yi Qingwan spoke slowly. Guotu wields the Ring of Symbiosis, a potent divine artifact. It is no wonder that Li Tong dares to lead 200 men into the Black Mountain. However, the waters surrounding Portal 3 are quite murky. And having Guotu on our side may actually work to our advantage, Qin Chuan remarked, appearing unperturbed. For once Li Tong acquires the Ring of Sovereignty, there will be others who grow more anxious than he. Zhang Li will undoubtedly be at the forefront of that list. When the 5 Ring Masters become embroiled in a chaotic battle, with my 6 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs and Yi Qingwan, who possesses the Evolution Ring, our odds of claiming the Ring of Sovereignty remain quite high. Regardless, the Ring of Sovereignty must not fall into Zhang Li's hands. Otherwise, he will immediately turn against us. Yi Qingwan stated. Indeed, once we enter the Black Mountain, our priority must be to ensure that Li Tong secures the Ring of Sovereignty. Should Zhang Li dare to intervene, I shall deal with him swiftly, Qin Chuan replied, raising his hand slightly. Currently, both halves of the treasure map were in Li Tong's possession, rendering him the sole individual capable of locating the Ring of Sovereignty. Before that moment arrived, Qin Chuan planned to discreetly assist Li Tong by eliminating any obstacles. Otherwise, his contribution of the map's first half would be in vain. I will defer to your arrangements, Mr. Qin. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan then turned his gaze towards Chen Yahue, stating, Oui, I am granting you a Beast Emperor-level Triceratops. Your task is to safeguard the mine. Upon hearing this, Chen Yahue was instantly elated. Thank you, Brother Qin. I will certainly watch over the mine. Following this, Qin Chuan summoned the Triceratops and transferred its control to Chen Yahue. As she beheld the majestic and imposing Triceratops, tears of joy streamed down Chen Yahue's face. She had never imagined that she would transform from a mere novice into a formidable warrior with a top-tier beast companion. Thus far, within the Endless Sea, only the elite fighters of various alliances possess Beast Emperor-level companions. With the acquisition of the Beast Emperor-level Triceratops, Chen Yahue's combat prowess would undoubtedly rank among the finest. By the way, the Triceratops has no assigned attributes. You may infuse it with any attributes you desire and cultivate it as you see fit, Qin Chuan advised. Hee. I happen to have a core of a golden attribute beast, Chen Yue beamed in response. The defensive capabilities of the golden attribute beast core surpassed even those of the mutated earth attribute, making it perfectly suited for her. Moments later, Li Tong, accompanied by a grand procession of 200-strong warriors, had navigated past Qin Chuan's mine and set forth towards the Black Mountain. Following in their wake were thousands of scattered individuals and scouts from various factions. The independent wanderers followed Li Tong, seeking to scavenge whatever remnants they could, while the scouts closely monitored whether Li Tong would seize the Ring of Kings. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan ascended on their wind god pterodactyl, trailing Li Tong's group from a distance. As they delved deeper, the minutes slipped by, and Li Tong periodically consulted his map. How far are we from the treasure location, leader? Inquired a member of the Iron Lion. Not far, he replied, but we must traverse a canyon first, where the Earth Demon tribe resides. If we are not cautious, we may easily be discovered. Li Tong furrowed his brow slightly. We are over 200 strong, and with several thousand independent scouts following us, it will be quite challenging to remain undetected. Another Iron Rider shook his head. It matters not. As long as we can pass through silently, the fates of others are of no concern to us. Li Tong raised his hand gently. Once the route was determined, Li Tong signaled for everyone to prepare to stealthily cross the canyon. At that moment, within the ranks of the thousands of independent wanderers, several scouts from the Star River Alliance were dispatching secret messages to Zhang Li. Leader, Li Tong is about to enter the canyon. He is likely close to the treasure site. What should we do? Receiving the message on Beast Island, Zhang Li responded immediately. We cannot allow Li Tong to reach the treasure point unimpeded. You must provoke the Earth Demons into engaging him. But leader, aren't we planning to seize the Ring of Kings from Li Tong? What if he gets entangled with the Earth Demons? Zhang Li retorted, that is precisely my intention. By using the Earth Demons to wear Li Tong down, even if he obtains the ring, he will be too weakened to contest it with me. Upon hearing this, the Star River members understood immediately. Understood. I will create a disturbance to draw the Earth Demons. Zhang Li's goal was clear, to instigate a battle between Li Tong and the Earth Demons. Regardless of the outcome, Li Tong would surely suffer losses. At that moment, he envisioned himself reaping the rewards, and all would be well. Just as Li Tong anticipated a smooth arrival at the treasure point, a thunderous roar erupted from an unknown source. Suddenly, a massive boulder on one side of the canyon was struck by some unseen force, sending a cascade of rocks tumbling down. What the devil? What is happening? We were so cautious. How could there be a landslide? Several Iron Lion members exclaimed in shock. Li Tong gazed into the distance and soon spotted a shadow flitting above the canyon. Those scoundrels! It must be some alliance attempting to thwart my claim to the Ring of Kings. Li Tong's face darkened. Although the landslide was distant and posed no immediate danger, it would undoubtedly attract the patrolling Earth Demons. Sure enough, at the moment the boulder was shattered, a resounding horn echoed from afar. 100 Earth Demons riding giant wolves appeared atop the canyon, their eyes immediately locking onto Li Tong and his group stealthily advancing below. One of the elite Earth Demons suddenly rejoiced, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Tonight we shall feast upon delectable two-legged sheep once more. Charge forth and annihilate them." At the command of the elite Earth Demon, over 100 colossal wolves surged from the canyon above. "Prepare for battle," Li Tong immediately shouted. In an instant, more than 200 formidable warriors summoned their respective beast companions, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Damn it, there are far too many Earth Demons. And they are all of the Beast King level, with 2 elite Earth Demons of the Beast Emperor rank among them. A few members of the Iron Lion team exhibited palpable fear. Yet, Li Tong remained composed, slowly raising his hand. On his index finger gleamed a ring resembling a furnace, which he then grasped with force. Buzz! In the next moment, the furnace ring radiated brilliance, and Li Tong's Beast Emperor-level lion swiftly merged with him. In an instant, Li Tong transformed into a lion-headed humanoid, towering at approximately 3 meters tall. This was the formidable power of the furnace ring, which allowed him to fuse with his beast companion, unleashing Beast Emperor-level combat prowess while retaining a human form. Chapter 62. The Canyon Slaughter. As Li Tong morphed, the charging Earth Demons raised their spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of spears fell upon them like a tempest. Annihilating gale. Li Tong slowly lifted his hand, grasping at the void and sweeping it forcefully. Whoosh. Instantly, a fierce wind erupted, stirring up sand and stones within the narrow canyon, forming a barrier of wind. Under the influence of this wind wall, the incoming spears were almost entirely intercepted. Our leader is magnificent. Leader 666. The members of Iron Lion erupted in joy upon witnessing this scene. Li Tong's lion possessed the wind attribute, providing a perfect counter to the thrown spears. Especially after merging with the furnace ring, Li Tong not only wielded the combat strength of a Beast Emperor-level lion, but also maintained the agility of a humanoid. It is known that the Beast Island Lord controlling beast companions in battle incurs certain delays and limitations. However, once the Beast Island Lord himself is empowered, their adaptability is significantly enhanced. Each divine ring possesses its unique combat attributes, rendering them exceedingly potent. Brothers, swiftly eradicate these Earth Demons. We must not attract more. With that, Li Tong took the lead, charging into the throng of Earth Demons with remarkable speed. Whoosh, whoosh. With each swipe of his claws, he created whirlwinds that sent the surrounding Earth Demons reeling as he advanced through their ranks, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The 200-strong warriors behind him also commanded their lion beast companions to flood onto the battlefield. In an instant, fierce combat erupted within the narrow canyon. After all, the Earth Demon horde included 2 elite Earth Demons of the Beast Emperor rank, and upon realizing that their adversary was the human ring master, they immediately converged to attack. As the battle commenced, Li Tong was able to wield the furnace ring with remarkable prowess, engaging in fierce combat even against 2 elite Earth Demons. However, the 200 formidable warriors behind him were not as agile. Facing the Earth Demons' relentless onslaught of cold spears, they struggled to withstand the assault. In an instant, several members of the Iron Lion faction lost their beast companions, signifying a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, relying on their numbers, they managed to stabilize the situation, inflicting losses of over 20 Earth Demons upon the enemy through their united efforts. Meanwhile, the ongoing skirmish was fully visible to Qin Chuan from his elevated vantage point. It appeared that Zhang Li could no longer contain himself, seeking to exploit the Earth Demons to wear down their forces. Such cunning was truly insidious, mused Yi Qingwan. Indeed, the situation is manageable. The ringmaster is not easily trifled with, Qin Chuan remarked, observing the clash below. The alliance's warriors exhibited superior coordination compared to those lone wolves, showcasing their strength. To significantly weaken Li Tong's forces, they would need at least 200 earth demons, Yi Qingwan assessed. As the battle progressed, Li Tong swiftly eliminated one beast emperor-level earth demon, causing the balance to tip in favor of the Iron Lion Alliance. Witnessing the demise of over 100 earth demons amidst the frenzied onslaught, only 30 or so remained. Although this confrontation did not pose substantial trouble for Li Tong, over 50 of his 200 warriors had already lost their beast companions, rendering them combat ineffective. Swiftly conclude this battle. Let us not squander time, Li Tong commanded after vanquishing a reinforcements earth demon, calling to the rear. The remaining 150 warriors also surged forward with renewed vigor. The canyon erupted in a cacophony of thunderous roars as winds, dust, and flashes of lightning combined in a spectacular display. As the earth demon horde neared annihilation, the last remaining elite earth demon, in a fit of desperation, sounded a horn. With the resounding horn echoing through the canyon, it called for reinforcements. Leader, that wretched creature has summoned reinforcements. We must find a defensive position. If the earth demons flank us, we shall be overwhelmed, shouted several Iron Lion members. Indeed, if another 100 earth demons arrive, our losses could be catastrophic, they exclaimed. Assessing the situation, Li Tong commanded. Fall back to the side passage of the canyon and form a defensive formation immediately. I will summon Guotu for reinforcements. At this moment, Li Tong felt the gravity of the predicament. He could only send a message for Guotu to bring forth the might of the Endless Sea Alliance. Subsequently, under Li Tong's leadership, the warriors retreated to a defensive position within a dead-end canyon passage, where they would no longer need to fear rear assaults from earth demons. Once Guotu arrived, the looming crisis would be swiftly resolved. As they settled into their defensive formation, Li Tong's gaze remained fixed on the entrance, vigilant against the approaching earth demon reinforcements. Leader, how long until Guotu arrives? Inquired one of the Iron Lion members. It should take about 40 minutes. As long as we hold our ground, the situation should not pose a significant challenge, remarked Li Tong. Initially, Li Tong intended to let Guotu reveal himself after securing the Ring of Kings. After all, once he obtained the ring, the Iron Lion Alliance would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses, and at that moment, a fully energized Guotu, accompanied by formidable reinforcements, would surely dominate the battlefield. However, he underestimated the strength and rapid reinforcements of the earth demons, compelling him to summon Guotu prematurely. As for the thousands of scattered individuals lingering at the entrance of the gorge, they had no intention of entering. The scene within the gorge was terrifying, a fierce battle raging on. Fortunately, as the ring master, Li Tong had some leverage. Otherwise, this encounter would have resulted in utter annihilation. I believe it is about time. Once the earth demon reinforcements arrive, they will inevitably be trapped. Shall we venture in? What purpose would that serve? Can we scattered individuals contend with the earth demons? Indeed. We shall merely observe the unfolding events. Perhaps we might even benefit from the aftermath. Many scattered individuals conversed amongst themselves. Meanwhile, several scouts from the Star River Alliance wore expressions of glee. They believed that after this wave of attrition, even if Li Tong managed to navigate the crisis, his strength would be significantly diminished. Yet, they overlooked one crucial figure, Qin Chuan, who remained aloft, observing the scene. Mr. Qin, it seems reinforcements have arrived, 100 earth demons. Li Tong is likely in peril now, Yi Qingwan remarked, gazing at the approaching horde in the distance. Let us act. We cannot allow this individual to perish here. Qin Chuan replied, immediately directing the wind god Wyvern towards the earth demon group. His objective was to ensure that Li Tong secured the Ring of Kings, thereby inciting a conflict between him and Zhongli, allowing Qin Chuan to seize the opportunity. Thus, any obstacles must be removed before this condition was fulfilled. As the wind god Wyvern dove swiftly from the sky, it almost instantaneously reached the upper echelons of the earth demon horde. Let us proceed. Consuming this bounty will significantly enhance our capabilities, Qin Chuan declared as he leapt down first. His divine power was nearing the domain god level. Eliminating this group of earth demons would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. With a resounding thud, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan landed directly in front of the earth demon horde. Your adversary is me. Remain here, Qin Chuan stated calmly, his gaze fixed upon the multitude of earth demons. Chapter 63. the god of the hunt. At this moment, two elite earth demons were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two figures. Upon noticing the divine rings adorning their fingers, their expressions turned to fury. Despicable human ringmaster, you are the one responsible for the massacre of numerous members of our demon kin, roared the elite earth demon. Indeed, it was I. Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Exterminate them, the elite earth demon bellowed, raising his hand. In an instant, the 100 earth demons collectively surged towards Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan unleashed 5 Beast Emperor-grade Tyrannosaurs and 2 Beast Emperor-grade giant beasts. As the colossal Tyrannosaurus and the monstrous dragon descended to the ground, a cloud of dust was instantly stirred up. Roar! The terrifying roar of the dragons reverberated throughout the valley. Savage Raptor fuse. Qin Chuan promptly raised the fusion ring. Buzz! With a flash of dazzling light, a Savage Raptor materialized out of thin air. The lineup consisted of 5 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs, 2 monstrous dragons, and an additional Savage Raptor, a truly extravagant ensemble. Not to be outdone, Yi Qingwan unleashed 4 Beast Emperor-level polar bears and 10 Beast King-level polar bears, clearly showcasing her significant progress during this time. With such an abundance of Beast Emperor-level companions bolstering their strength, their combat capabilities soared to unprecedented heights. How could there be so many Beast Emperors? The elite Earth demons were evidently intimidated. Quickly, hurl the spears. Another elite Earth demon bellowed. Whoosh! Observing the rain of spears descending from the sky, Qin Chuan remained undeterred. Infernal breath. Boom! As a Tyrannosaurus stepped forward, it opened its massive maw. Rumble! A great ball of searing flames instantly erupted forth. The terrifying heat and high-velocity inferno incinerated the spears mid-air, leaving only crystalline remnants to fall to the ground. Without their spears, they are rendered useless. We shall divide the spoils, Qin Chuan declared. With the Tyrannosaurs and monstrous dragons leading the charge, they immediately opened their gaping maws to bite down while sweeping their tails to annihilate the surrounding earth demons. In an instant, over a dozen earth demons, along with their massive wolves, were obliterated. Yi Qingwan also exerted her utmost to control the polar bears, charging forward with tremendous force. Any earth demon that fell under the weight of their colossal paws had their skulls shattered. As for the 2 elite earth demons, Qin Chuan maneuvered the Savage Raptor, swiftly advancing with agility. This is impossible. The elite earth demons were struck with panic, just as they were about to pull the reins to evade. Whoosh! With a mighty leap, the Savage Raptor pounced, its enormous forepaw crashing down. Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding thuds, the 2 elite earth demons were simultaneously knocked away by the massive wolf, rolling several meters away. Hiss! The Savage Raptor let out a hoarse roar and charged forward once more. Quickly call for reinforcements. One elite earth demon shouted urgently. The other elite earth demon had just drawn a horn, yet had not the chance to sound it before witnessing Yi Qingwan directing the Beast Emperor-level polar bears racing towards them at breakneck speed, their enormous fangs sinking fiercely into the necks of the earth demons. Under the polar bears' frenzied, whipping bites, the elite earth demons, stripped of their spears, had virtually no means of defense. Just as they were on the verge of being eliminated, the 2 elite earth demons quickly joined forces to unleash their skills. Blackstone Sandstorm. With the combined might of the 2 Beast Emperor-level earth demons, a terrifying sandstorm vortex rapidly formed around them, larger than the one encountered during Qin Chuan's previous battle. Infernal breath. Qin Chuan once again commanded the Tyrannosaurus to unleash its skill. Whoosh! As the 4 Tyrannosaurs simultaneously unleashed their breath, the scorching flames were instantly engulfed by the swirling sandstorm. From a distance, it appeared as a terrifying fiery whirlwind. At this moment, Qin Chuan was engaged in a fierce battle with the horde of earth demons. Meanwhile, Li Tong, situated at the forefront of the canyon, gazed in astonishment at the entrance of the passage. Something was amiss. Logically, reinforcements from the earth demons should have arrived by now, yet there was nothing. This is strange, Li Tong remarked. Only moments ago, I heard peculiar roars. Surely, it must have been the earth demons, yet now there is silence. Look at the sky in the distance. It seems there's a fire whirlwind. What skill is that? Exclaimed another. Indeed, could it be that the earth demons are engaged in combat with someone? Surely not. Who would be so benevolent as to impede the earth demons on our behalf? Perhaps Guatu has arrived early and gone ahead to intercept them? As the members of the Iron Lion Alliance engaged in conjecture, Li Tong found himself perplexed. Logically, he was here to seek the Ring of Sovereignty. and other masters of Beast Islands and factions would undoubtedly conspire to hinder him. It was inconceivable that someone would be so kind as to assist him. Who could it possibly be? At that moment, amidst Li Tong's bewilderment, the two Beast Emperor-level Earth demons emitted wretched cries. Despite their strength, they could not surpass the four Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs unleashing their skills simultaneously. As the infernal flames continued to erupt, the temperature of the fire whirlwind soared, transforming the two Beast Emperor-level Earth demons into mere charred remnants, sizzling as they were roasted. In the next instant, the swirling sands and stones were melted into magma, the wind speed rapidly diminishing until it entirely dissipated. Upon closer inspection, the two elite Earth demons were reduced to mere skeletons. The remaining Earth demon warriors, witnessing this, fled in terror, scrambling to escape. Go! Qin Chuan commanded, summoning 4 bull dragons alongside Yi Qingwan's Beast King-level polar bear to finish off the remaining foes. Nearly 100 Earth demons fell effortlessly to Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan's might. Kill count, 48 Earth demons. Divine value, 106. Essence, 250. Gold reward, 24,000. As the battle concluded, Qin Chuan accumulated a substantial amount of divine value. In an instant, the transparent diamond-shaped divine core upon his forehead began to transform into a deep azure hue. An overwhelming surge of power emanated from within the divine core, significantly enhancing Qin Chuan's physical capabilities. Congratulations, Beast Island Master has reached Domain God status, unlocking new abilities. Beast Island Master Qin Chuan Divine Value 2, 310. 000 Divine Core. Domain God. The Divine Core radiates a brilliant azure light, capable of releasing an exclusive domain that greatly enhances the combat prowess of summoned beasts, albeit at a significant cost of Divine Core energy. View exclusive domain and rules. Qin Chuan commanded. Exclusive domain. God of Hunting. Domain rule. Upon activation, it simulates the climate and terrain of ancient times, causing beast companions to enter a frenzied hunting mode, indiscriminately attacking all creatures within the domain until none remain. As this information emerged, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the impressive title of the God of Hunting. Wait, does indiscriminate attack on all creatures within the domain mean that even those I deem as allies or beast companions could be slaughtered? Qin Chuan hurriedly inquired. Yes. What the hell? Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that this meant he could only operate the domain alone. Although the domain appeared exceedingly powerful and formidable, it was evidently not something to be utilized lightly. At the very least, he needed to ensure his allies were a safe distance away before activation. Otherwise, a horde of rampaging Tyrannosaurus beasts would indeed be terrifying. Chapter 64, Hidden Motives. Wow! Your divine essence emanates a blue glow. You have ascended to Domain God. Yi Qingwan exclaimed upon noticing the blue divine essence on Qin Chuan's forehead. Having been promoted, Qin Chuan nodded. What is a domain god like? What special abilities does it bestow? Yi Qingwan eagerly questioned. A domain god can unleash a unique domain. It appears that each individual's domain is distinct. What is your divine essence value? When do you expect to ascend to Domain God? Qin Chuan asked. My divine essence value still needs a bit more. But before the second wave of beast tides arrives, I will surely ascend, Yi Qingwan replied. Achieving Domain God status as early as possible is crucial, as the enhancement of beast companions through the domain is substantial. At this moment, Qin Chuan could already sense that once the God of Hunting domain was activated, it was unlikely anyone could withstand the relentless hunting of a pack of rampaging dinosaurs. However, activating the domain requires the consumption of divine essence. Based on the energy Qin Chuan currently sensed, it appeared that he could maintain the domain for only 5 to 10 minutes before his divine essence would be depleted. This also meant that during this time, Qin Chuan might find himself in a weakened state until his divine essence gradually replenished. All his activity energy was solely reliant on the divine essence, including sustenance. Everything depended on the divine essence's supply. Once weakened, his control over the beast companions would diminish. Thus, the domain of a domain god should not be activated recklessly. It holds both advantages and disadvantages. With the obstacles here concluded, let us depart. Qin Chuan suggested as he and Yi Qingwan mounted the wind god pterosaur, preparing to return to the skies. Mr. Qin, I feel that after we eliminate these hundreds of earth demons, they will soon deduce that we are responsible. Yi Qingwan spoke slowly. It is best if they cannot guess. If they do, it matters not, for in the end, a struggle for dominance is inevitable. My presence will only heighten their anxiety. And it is through their haste that we find our opportunity. With that, Qin Chuan immediately soared towards the vast sky. At this moment, Li Tong, still in the first half of the canyon, sensed something amiss after waiting for the reinforcements from the earth demons without success. It appeared that this group of earth demons had indeed been obstructed by some force. This is quite advantageous for us, Li Tong exclaimed. Without the hindrance of these earth demons, we can directly head to the treasure location. Leader, let us depart while this window of opportunity remains. With the spirit of the group revitalized, they were determined to press forward. I will instruct Guotu to refrain from joining us for the time being, allowing him to conserve his strength in case of unforeseen circumstances, Li Tong stated, sending a message to Guotuste. He then released the power of the forge ring and led his companions onward. After approximately half an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the spot where Qin Chuan had clashed with the earth demons. The site within the canyon was a scene of utter devastation. Hundreds of earth demon corpses lay scattered, their demise gruesome. Some were missing limbs, while others bore numerous bite marks. Some had been charred to the point of near carbonization, and even their once formidable spears had become mere scrap. What on earth transpired here? The chilling sight of the hundreds of earth demon corpses, devoid of any beast companion remains, left them in shock. Could it be that a powerful individual had traversed the canyon before them? Everyone gasped in astonishment at the sheer brutality of the earth demons' deaths, marveling at the immense power required to eliminate so many in such a short span. The absence of beast companion bodies indicated that these demons had likely been accidentally slain by an ally. Could it be Zhongli? Inquired a member of the Iron Lion. Impossible. That fellow would never be so benevolent to assist me. Who could it be? Li Tong furrowed his brow. I have an idea. Could it be Qin Chuan? I believe it is quite possible. His beast companion is a unique dinosaur. Who else possesses such capability? This complicates matters. If Qin Chuan is involved with his combat prowess, can we safeguard the Sovereign Ring? The group could not help but recall the monstrous figure who had single-handedly faced an army of tens of thousands. Qin Chuan's strength was indisputable, the foremost in the Endless Sea, ranked first on the prestige list, a distinction that required no further elaboration. At this juncture, Li Tong felt a surge of apprehension. It seemed that the Sovereign Ring would not be easily obtained. Should we acquire it, and if Qin Chuan were to suddenly intervene? Even with Guotu's assistance, it would be a formidable challenge to overcome him. Leader, I sense that the Sovereign Ring has become a hot potato. Whoever claims it will undoubtedly become the target. Yet, relinquishing it is not an option. The Sovereign Ring has the potential to significantly enhance the leader's strength. We cannot abandon it. Let us not dwell on the negatives. Assuming it was indeed Qin Chuan who dispatched the earth demons, it at least indicates that he harbors no hostility towards us. Indeed, I believe he is also waiting for an opportunity to profit from the conflict between us and the earth demons. As the group engaged in this analytical discourse, they swiftly identified the crux of the matter. After all, with over 200 individuals, there must be clever minds among them. It is implausible that they are all fools. And did Li Tong not contemplate this as well? This group is indeed intriguing. Some wish to set traps to hinder my smooth acquisition of the Sovereign Ring, while others covertly assist me in my quest to find it. Are they all merely using me as a pawn? Li Tong mused in silence. Leader, what shall we do? We cannot take it, nor can we leave it. This is quite the predicament. Indeed, it feels as though we are surrounded by peril on all sides. Several members of the Iron Lion faction also sense the immense pressure. They wish to witness me engage in a fierce battle with a rival faction, only to reap the benefits for themselves. Very well, I shall oblige their desires. In the end, who will be the prey, and who the predator remains uncertain. Although Li Tong appears robust, he possesses a keen and meticulous mind, swiftly devising a counter-strategy. Since neither side wishes the other to obtain the Sovereign Ring, why not escalate this contest into a full-blown melee? As the sole individual in possession of the complete treasure map, the decision to claim the Sovereign Ring rests solely with him. Just as Li Tong's plan began to take shape in his mind, he promptly led his companions to the treasure site. Meanwhile, at the Star River Alliance, scouts detected unusual activity and promptly relayed the unfolding events to Zhongli. The only ones capable of dispatching over 100 earth demons in such a short time are myself, Qin Chuan, and Yu Qi-Wan. No one else possesses the capability. Zhongli stated. The prowess of Qin Chuan is well known, while Yu Qi-Wan, wielding the evolution ring, commands a formidable level of power. Thus, only they could eliminate the multitude of earth demons. Leader, what shall we do? It seems everyone is eager for us to engage in conflict, one member remarked. Indeed. All hope for a struggle between us and the opposing faction. Yet, what if the divine ring appears and no one dares to claim it? Observing the discussions within the alliance, Zhongli remained unperturbed, stating, "They may have forgotten that there exists a crucial variable yet to emerge in this contest for the divine ring." Chapter 65. No solution. Zhongli had always intended to utilize the horde of earth demons to diminish Li Tong's combat capabilities. Thus, the leader of the Dominator-level earth demons represents that pivotal variable. After all, the exploration of Portal Number 1 has weakened the Star River Alliance, necessitating reliance on external forces to assist in seizing the divine ring. The combination of Dominator-level earth demons alongside thousands of earth demon warriors and elite demons would constitute an extraordinarily formidable force. If wielded effectively, the outcome could yield unexpected advantages for Zhongli. Leader, Li Tong has already proceeded to the treasure site. Shall we set off? Zhongli instructed. We depart immediately. Follow me to the Earth Demon tribe. Under Zhongli's command, nearly 200 formidable members of the Star River Alliance swiftly gathered and made their way to Portal No. 3. An hour later, Li Tong and his team traversed the Black Mountains, arriving at a basin below. The entire basin appeared as if it had been struck by a meteorite, its surroundings steep and treacherous, with only a few fixed slopes providing access in and out, creating an aura of peril. "My lord, is the Ring of Sovereignty truly within this basin?" inquired a member of the Iron Lion. "Indeed, it lies just beneath us," Li Tong replied, casting a glance at the treasure map. "Let us hasten to retrieve it and distance ourselves from this place of strife." Precisely. This barren basin leaves us vulnerable, and should we be surrounded, escape would be nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, Li Tong remained unperturbed, calmly settling beside a pile of stones. What is the rush? Even if I were to obtain the Ring of Sovereignty now, I could not carry it away. At this, the others quickly understood. Zhang Li and Qin Chuan, two formidable rivals, had yet to reveal themselves. It was clear they were lurking, observing from the shadows. The moment Li Tong brandished the ring, the two would likely emerge to confront him. Knowing this inevitability, Li Tong was not foolish enough to make himself a target. After all, he alone possessed the precise location of the treasure. Waiting a while longer would serve him well. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, who was hovering in the skies above, sensed the unusual stillness below. It seems the Ring of Sovereignty is indeed within the basin. Li Tong, despite his imposing stature, appears quite astute, he mused. He likely fears that upon acquiring the ring, we might turn against him. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. Li Tong seeks to wear us down, to see who falters first. Qin Chuan conjectured, beginning to grasp Li Tong's strategy. Faced with such a coveted prize, Li Tong's reluctance to seize it was a clear ploy to tantalize them. Banking on Qin Chuan's inability to remain patient, hidden in the shadows, Zhongli would similarly reveal himself, as none wished to see the Ring of Sovereignty fall into the hands of the others. At that point, the three factions would be at an impasse, each wary of instigating conflict, knowing that any fight would only benefit a third party. They were in a delicate balance, each hesitant to fire the first shot. This stalemate was perplexing. Neither action nor inaction seemed viable, and not everyone could afford to wait indefinitely. "What shall we do? We cannot simply wait here," Yi Qingwan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the throng of several thousand loose individuals trailing behind them. These lords of the Beast Island had followed, hoping for a chance to profit, yet none dared to act against Li Tong, the ring bearer. Perhaps we can turn this to our advantage. Since Li Tong wishes to delay, let us descend and incite this pack of lone wolves. Let us see how long he can remain composed, Qin Chuan declared, immediately directing his wind god wyvern downward. At that moment, the multitude of Beast Island lords surrounded the basin, casting wary glances, yet none dared to provoke Li Tong. After all, Qin Chuan's illustrious feat of single-handedly countering an army of 10,000 was still fresh in their minds. No one was foolish enough to directly offend the ring bearer. How strange. Why has Li Tong taken a seat? Is he no longer seeking the Ring of Sovereignty? It appears he wishes to wait. For the contest for the Ring of Kings cannot possibly involve only our motley crew. Alas, I had hoped they would engage in battle, allowing me to seize the opportunity and perhaps strike it lucky. Now we are left idly waiting, unable to do anything. Indeed. I came with the intent of picking up the scraps, but it seems I may return empty-handed. Let us disperse. Remaining here feels futile. Just as many were preparing to depart, Qin Chuan suddenly materialized before the crowd. having traversed mountains and valleys to arrive here. Do you not feel it would be a shame to leave now? He addressed the multitude of scattered individuals. Upon seeing Qin Chuan and Yi Qiwan appear, expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd. Soon, however, some noticed the rings adorning their hands. It's the ring master. Could they be Qin Chuan and the alliance leader Yi? Exclaimed one. Indeed. Look at the sky. That is Qin Chuan's beast pet, the wyvern. How could he be here among us? The presence of this true deity left many in awe. Yet, it was too long before someone regained their composure and declared, "We are merely here to observe the spectacle. With no spectacle to behold, we shall take our leave and will not interfere in the contest for the divine ring." Precisely. We dare not meddle in the affairs of the ring masters. Brothers, let us retreat. Observing this fearful bunch, Qin Chuan wore a bemused expression, saying, "What are you afraid of? The divine ring lies somewhere within this basin. With so many of you digging, surely one of you will uncover it. Do not jest. Qin Chuan, we are not fools. Li Tong is down there, and even if he permits us to dig, it will not belong to us," another retorted. Indeed. It seems Qin Chuan seeks to exploit us to shatter the current stalemate. Several astute individuals quickly discerned the underlying issue. Clearly, those who survived the initial wave of beasts were all shrewd individuals, unlikely to fall under Qin Chuan's manipulation. With a smile, Qin Chuan replied, "Dear friends, you are overly clever. Before Zhang Li and I reveal ourselves, Li Tong will not unleash his wrath upon you unless he desires to increase his adversaries. Moreover, should you unearth the divine ring, it will not only be I who competes for it, but also Li Tong and Zhang Li, a free-for-all among the three of us. Once we engage in conflict, the ultimate fate of the divine ring will be uncertain. Is this not an opportunity?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, seemingly swayed by his reasoning. Once the divine ring appears, Li Tong, Zhang Li, and Qin Chuan will undoubtedly be unable to remain idle, and conflict is inevitable. Perhaps these scattered individuals might truly find a windfall. Indeed, I do wish to utilize you to disrupt the tranquility, but that is the extent of my intentions. Given your lackluster combat prowess, what monumental feats could you possibly accomplish? Qin Chuan continued. As the saying goes, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. The assembled crowd gradually began to grasp the situation. Qin Chuan merely sought to instigate them into shattering the tranquility, without any intention of directly engaging them. Once the divine ring made its appearance, Li Tong would undoubtedly spring into action. Consequently, Zhang Li would likely not remain passive while the divine ring was whisked away. The ensuing challenge would be whether Zhang Li would lose his composure first, or if Qin Chuan would falter. Should either of them take action against Li Tong, the other would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for personal gain. Thus, this contest was as much a battle of wits as it was of strength. Chapter 66. The Emergence of the Royal Ring Brothers. Fortune favors the bold and punishes the timid. Since Qin Chuan has been so forthright, let us not hesitate. The prospect of their conflict would favor us. Since Qin Chuan desired to disrupt the peace, why not lend a hand? Let us plunge forward and unearth the divine ring while they are embroiled in combat. Charge. In an instant, thousands of Beast Island leaders, persuaded by Qin Chuan's mere words, surged downward. Meanwhile, Li Tong, seated atop a stone and intending to endure the moment, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What the hell? What is happening? Have these lone wolves lost their minds? Who gave them the audacity to descend and excavate the divine ring? Leader, give the command. We must eliminate these intruders. Several members of the Iron Lion Alliance could no longer contain themselves. Li Tong, witnessing the throng of Beast Island leaders rushing down like a mudslide, felt his expression darken. Stay calm. Clearly, someone is inciting them. As Li Tong spoke, he cast his gaze upward and, as expected, spotted Qin Chuan and Yi Qiwan soaring through the sky on a pterosaur. It was indeed a pterosaur. Qin Chuan was behind this incitement of the lone wolves. He sought to disrupt the calm, leaving us no opportunity to endure. Leader, what should we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch as these lone wolves discover the divine ring. The crowd began to grow restless. Do not act just yet. The situation remains unclear. Engaging these scattered individuals would only heighten our burdens, Li Tong quickly admonished his companions. While the 3,000 to 4,000 lone wolves did not pose an overwhelming threat to the ringmaster, they represented a force that could not be dismissed lightly. Li Tong had no desire to engage in battle with these lone wolves before even locating the divine ring. Ironically, Li Tong's inaction only served to invigorate the descending lone wolves further. Ah, just as Qin Chuan said, Li Tong will not strike against us. Brothers, since none of the three parties have made an appearance, let us stoke the flames and hasten our search for the divine ring. Indeed, I look forward to the chaos among their ring masters. Perhaps we might seize a great opportunity. As excitement spread among many, they summoned their respective beasts and began to excavate fervently within the basin. This left Li Tong watching with a grim expression. Leader, could it be that the divine ring will truly be unearthed? That would spell trouble, a member of the Iron Lion Alliance expressed with concern. At this moment, Li Tong remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on a particular corner of the basin, as if that spot harbored the greatest danger. With thousands of Beast Island lords tirelessly excavating, the emergence of the divine ring was merely a matter of time. Indeed, none of these formidable ring-bearers, capable of instilling fear across the boundless seas, were to be underestimated. Little did he expect that the man named Qin would incite these lone wolves to unearth the divine ring. Meanwhile, Zhang Li was an enigma, shrouded in mystery. The expressions of several Iron Lion members were grim, their concerns revolving around Zhang Li, who was currently en route to the basin. Lord, we are nearing the basin. I have just received word that Qin has already urged those lone wolves to dig for the divine ring ahead of us, reported a member of the Star River. Not to worry, the divine ring will eventually surface, and it poses no significant threat to us, Zhang Li replied, raising his hand slightly. Have my arrangements been completed? They are in place. At your command, our hidden forces will immediately strike the Earth Demon tribe. The Star River member nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Now everything is in readiness. We merely await the right moment. Zhang Li's face was alight with excitement. Each faction harbored its own ulterior motives, all seeking to gain from the chaos. However, Zhang Li had devised a counter-strategy. Once the divine ring appeared, he would promptly attack the Earth Demon tribe. By luring the Earth Demon tribe into the basin, it mattered not who possessed the divine ring. They would indiscriminately assault the demons. Zhang Li intended to leverage the Earth Demon tribe's strength to significantly weaken the ring bearers, achieving an unexpected advantage. Regardless of who ultimately triumphed, they would be left severely battered. At that moment, Zhang Li would strike decisively, and the divine ring would be his. This plan was, indeed, flawless. As their conversation unfolded, Zhang Li had already reached the summit of the basin, where he beheld thousands of Beast Island lords laboriously excavating below. Li Tong, observing the scene spiraling out of control, wore a grim expression, even tearing his treasure map to shreds in a fit of rage. Damn it! I am now seriously questioning whether the woman who sold me the treasure map was an accomplice of Zhang Li or Qin Chuan. Li Tong shouted furiously. Clearly, realizing the truth at this juncture was far too late. Initially, he had believed that if he could endure just a little longer. Once Qin Chuan and Zhang Li could no longer restrain themselves, a confrontation was inevitable. Should a conflict arise, he would promptly summon Guo Tu for reinforcements, ensuring that the divine ring could be safely claimed. However, the mindless excavation by thousands of Beast Island lords had severely derailed his plans. Once the divine ring manifested, it would undoubtedly fall into the hands of those lone wolves, compelling Li Tong to seize it for himself. In the end, he would become the one being used. Buzz. Just as Li Tong ground his teeth in frustration, a sudden, blinding beam of light erupted from a point within the basin. In the next instant, an unprecedented wave of overwhelming pressure radiated outward in all directions. Before one's eyes, a silver ring adorned with a crown slowly emerged, floating gracefully. The ring of the gods has appeared. I have unearthed it. Ah! At that moment, a young man, spotting the ring of the gods within arm's reach, burst into maniacal laughter. How is it that I was the one to discover it, yet it has become yours? The ring of the gods belongs to me. All of you, step aside. The recent lords of Beast Island immediately revealed their covetous intentions. Do not quarrel. The three factions are observing. If you seize it, you shall be beset upon. Do not dare to touch the ring of the gods. It is beyond our grasp. However, at that moment, the young man who had unearthed the ring of the gods was utterly enraptured by its power, paying no heed to the warnings of others. In his eyes, donning the ring of the gods would make him a master of the ring, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the 5 great masters of the endless sea. I am the true master. The youth clenched the ring of the gods in his palm, swiftly adorned his index finger with it, and then clenched his fist with fervor. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying aura radiated from the youth, expanding outward in all directions. Every beast companion caught in its wake was rendered powerless, as if confronted by a monarch. The ring of the gods is indeed formidable. The youth gazed intently at the ring upon his finger, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. However, he was oblivious to the fact that to wield the Ring of the Gods, one must possess a power that matches its own. Otherwise, no matter how potent the Ring of the Gods, it would be challenging to unleash its true combat potential. For instance, this youth's beast companion was merely a weak jackal, incapable of harnessing the might of the Ring of Kings. Chapter 67. The chaos of battle with the Ring of Kings in hand. The youth felt as though he had dominion over the world, and he immediately began to recklessly unleash his power. This resulted in many beast companions of the surrounding lords being suppressed. However, this suppression merely diminished their combat abilities, not incapacitating them entirely. Thus, it was not long before some managed to shake off the restraint. Kill this wretch. Seize the Ring of Kings. The Ring of Kings is mine. Charge. In an instant, hundreds of lords from the surrounding beast islands reacted, commanding their beast companions to pounce upon the youth. I am the master of the ring. Who dares to act against me? Seeing others take action against him, the youth was instantly enraged and commanded a dozen jackals to retaliate. Yet, the jackals were merely small beasts. Despite his possession of a beast king to bolster them, they were still at a loss against the overwhelming tide of beasts. Sizzle! Boom! In the next moment, a throng of wolves and leopards swiftly surrounded the dozen jackals, overwhelming them in a flurry, bringing them down. Under the relentless assault of the advancing beast army, even the enhanced jackals could not muster any skills before being torn to shreds. This is impossible. I am the master of the ring. Why can I not unleash its power? The young man stared at the ring in his hand, immediately plunging into confusion. However, before he could react, a beast king-level cheetah seized the opportunity, leaping directly towards the youth. In an instant, the entire arm of the youth was savagely bitten off by the beast king-level cheetah. A scream escaped his lips as he clutched his severed limb, rolling on the ground in agony. After obtaining the youth's arm, the cheetah swiftly retreated, darting towards a middle-aged man in the distance. Ha! Who can contend with me in the face of my absolute speed? The middle-aged man effortlessly removed the royal ring from the severed arm and adorned it upon himself. This audacious act undoubtedly drew the ire of those around him. The Beast Island lords, infuriated, commanded their beasts to charge at him. Chaos erupted instantaneously, as the scene devolved into a tumultuous melee. Meanwhile, Li Tong observed this spectacle from afar, his expression darkening. The royal ring had evidently transformed into a beacon of enmity. Whoever possessed it would invariably become a target. In scarcely a moment, the middle-aged man was overwhelmed by the wrath of the Beast Island lords and was swiftly killed. The royal ring changed hands repeatedly within a few brief minutes. Leader, it appears these individuals have succumbed to the allure of the royal ring. It is only natural, as ordinary mortals cannot withstand the temptation of becoming its master. It seemed that Qin Chuan and Zhang Li were still hesitating, unwilling to make a move for the prize. A few members of the Iron Lion looked around, noticing the lack of action from Qin Chuan and Zhang Li. If they do not intervene, then neither shall I. Let the royal ring be claimed by them, Li Tong said slowly. At that moment, Zhang Li stood above the basin, arms crossed, calmly surveying the chaos below. Leader, since Li Tong and Qin Chuan have not acted, shall we merely observe? A member of the Star River asked. Zhang Li's face darkened as he replied. Since they refrain from action, I shall stoke the flames. Let us immediately attack the Earth Demon tribe and draw the horde towards us. I am eager to see if they can maintain their composure. Under Zhang Li's command, the powerful beings lurking near the Earth Demon tribe sprang into action, inciting immediate fury from the tribe. Even the long-hidden Dominator-level Earth Demon leader emerged, revealing a scrawny, dark-skinned figure who wielded a golden spear. Although he appeared frail and on the brink of decay, there seemed to be an immense and terrifying explosive power within his desiccated form. This was indeed the Earth Demon leader, a true Dominator-level beast. These mere bipedal sheep dare to assault my Earth Demon tribe. Assemble at once and annihilate this group of two-legged creatures. With a furious roar, the Earth Demon leader raised his golden spear, prompting 1,500 Earth Demons to rally in response. They mounted their giant wolves and charged towards the assailants from the Star River Alliance. This was precisely Zhang Li's scheme. Lured by several powerful individuals, the demon army surged toward the basin with wild abandon. Once the chaotic scene enticed the demon horde, the disorder would inevitably escalate further, a scenario that Zhang Li eagerly anticipated. The moment a demon overlord emerged, Qin Chuan and Li Tong could not remain passive. After all, if the ring of sovereignty fell into the hands of the demon leader, the ramifications would be far more severe. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, who was still circling high above, furrowed his brow. Mr. Qin, can they truly remain idle and refrain from seizing it? Yi Qingwan remarked, her expression one of concern. What on earth is Zhang Li up to? Qin Chuan questioned, casting a puzzled glance at the seemingly unperturbed Zhang Li below. After a brief moment, an epiphany struck Qin Chuan. I understand. Zhang Li must be intent on exploiting the demons. What? Yi Qingwan gasped, astonished. The Ring of Sovereignty had been in existence for quite some time. And yet he had remained inactive and indifferent, clearly indicative of a hidden agenda. Given their proximity to the demon tribe, should he divert their wrath? It would compel us to take action. Qin Chuan swiftly pieced together the situation. This behavior aligned perfectly with Zhang Li's character, after all. He had previously spread rumors to incite the Beast Island Lord to rally forces against him. Now, employing the same tactic, although he was not attracting the Beast Island Lord. The demon tribe was undoubtedly a far more formidable adversary. If this were indeed the case, then Zhang Li was exceedingly treacherous. And Yi Qingwan felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Sure enough, just as Qin Chuan grasped the crux of the matter, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance of the basin. 1,500 demons were charging toward the basin in relentless succession. Leading them was a figure astride a massive gray-white wolf, exuding an aura of formidable oppression. It was none other than the demon leader. Master level. Yi Qingwan instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. You scheming Zhang Li. Are you truly willing to risk the chance of losing everything by relying on the demons to seize the Ring of Sovereignty? Qin Chuan's countenance darkened. He knew that even he would hesitate before such 1,500 demons. Once the demons joined the fray, it would be uncertain whose hands the Ring of Sovereignty would ultimately fall into. In the next moment, the horde of 1,500 demons reached the basin. They quickly spotted the Beast Island Lords engaged in mutual slaughter within. This group of bipeds is in disarray. Tonight, we shall feast well. An elite demon exclaimed in delight. Attack immediately. Annihilate all the bipeds. The demon leader raised his spear and bellowed, prompting all demons to brandish their spears, aiming at the several thousand Beast Island Lords below. Chapter 68. Fierce Battle with the Demon Leader. Whoosh. 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 At the demon leader's command, over 1,000 spears fell like a torrential storm upon the unsuspecting foes. Thud. What the hell is attacking us? Not good. It's the demon horde. How could there be so many? In just a fleeting moment, hundreds of Beast Island Lords were pierced through by spears, meeting their demise on the spot. Following this, the Earth Demons, after depleting their initial wave, surged forth on their colossal wolves towards the basin below. This unexpected turn of events prompted Li Tong, who had been merely observing, to lose his composure. Damn it! This must be the doing of Qin Chuan or Zhang Li. Those two truly deserve their fate. Li Tong seethed with fury. Leader, take action. If we delay any longer, the Royal Authority Ring will be snatched by the Earth Demons, urged the anxious members of the Iron Lion. All right. You force my hand, do you? Very well, I shall grant your wish. As Li Tong's voice fell, he slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist with fervor. Buzz. In the next instant, the furnace ring radiated brilliance, and Li Tong transformed once more into a monstrous being with a lion's visage. Under his command, over 100 formidable warriors swiftly joined the fray, charging towards the Royal Authority Ring. At that moment, the Beast Island Lords found themselves ensnared between the onslaught of the Earth Demons and the assault of Li Tong, causing utter chaos. Li Tong had finally taken action. How infuriating! We were played by Qin Chuan. Did he not say that Li Tong would not attack us? Why is he now targeting us? Lamented some of the Beast Island Lords. We cannot trust Qin Chuan again. He has led us to our doom. Enough chatter. Quickly discard the Royal Authority Ring, or we are as good as dead. In the midst of the panic, many Beast Island Lords no longer cared for the ring, prioritizing their very lives. As the Royal Authority Ring was flung away, Li Tong surged ahead, breaking through numerous obstacles to reach its location. Roar. Just as Li Tong was about to seize the Royal Authority Ring, a terrifying dragon roar echoed from afar. 3 Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs charged forth, barreling towards Li Tong. The overwhelming sense of dread sent shivers through the hearts of the surrounding Beast Island Lords. Meanwhile, the Earth Demons in the distance also sensed the imminent threat, turning their attention towards Qin Chuan. At last, they could no longer contain themselves. Li Tong immediately recognized the formidable dinosaur beast companion of Qin Chuan. At this moment, Qin Chuan had already swooped down. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to act. for if the royal authority ring fell into Li Tong's hands, empowered by the two divine rings, he would undoubtedly break free from the encirclement. Perhaps this was exactly what Zhang Li had anticipated. He had surmised that Qin Chuan would inevitably intervene. Consequently, Qin Chuan decided to play along with the scheme, since a confrontation was unavoidable. Why not engage in a grand battle? He would seize the royal authority ring by strength. Similarly, Li Tong was unwilling to stand idly by as Qin Chuan claimed the royal authority ring. Go. Hold off Qin Chuan's beast companion, Li Tong commanded without hesitation. With the combined efforts of over 100 strong warriors, countless beast companions surged towards the Tyrannosaurus. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of hellfire that swept across the battlefield. Under the intimidating prowess of the beast emperor-level Tyrannosaurus, the Iron Lion Alliance warriors found themselves too intimidated to advance. Hurry, Qin Chuan urged, turning to Yi Qiwan. Yi Qiwan nodded slightly, summoning 4 beast emperor-level polar bears, which swiftly charged toward the Ring of Sovereignty. This scene did not go unnoticed by Li Tong, who, with a powerful stomp, surged forward. In his indiscriminate assault, both the Earth Demon and the Beast Island Lord were mercilessly slaughtered. The Ring of Sovereignty is mine. No one else is qualified to vie for it. As Li Tong approached, he swung his hand with force. A fierce gust of wind swept through, pinning Yi Qiwan's 4 polar bears in place. What a splendid opportunity. Li Tong felt a surge of elation. However, before he could retrieve the fallen Ring of Sovereignty, a wyvern swooped down from the sky, flapping its wings. Get lost. Li Tong roared in anger, seizing the wyvern's wing and tearing it down with brute strength. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Yi Qiwan quickly regained her composure, commanding the polar bears to dash away. Yet, Li Tong also reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping several meters into the air, raising his hand to unleash a fierce gust of wind in a powerful slap. Boom! A heavy thud reverberated as one beast emperor-level polar bear was sent crashing to the ground. The Ring of the Furnace is indeed formidable, Yi Qiwan thought, astonished, yet she continued to command her polar bears to engage in a fierce battle with Li Tong. This chaotic scene was fully observed by Zhang Li from above the basin. Aha! Alliance leader, just as you planned. Qin Chuan and Li Tong have become embroiled in a fierce melee. Should we intervene? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can already envision the moment the Alliance leader becomes the master of the dual rings, commanding respect across the endless sea. Several members of the Star River were already eager to act. No rush, let them battle a while longer. Zhang Li raised his hand slightly. They have not yet sustained injuries. If we intervene now, we would immediately draw their attention to ourselves. Zhang Li was not so reckless. As the battle raged on, Qin Chuan was restrained by over 100 strong members of the Iron Lion Alliance, needing to divide his focus to contend with the surrounding Earth demons. Fortunately, the 3 beast emperor-level Tyrannosaurus Rexes possessed sufficient combat strength. Any other type of beast companion would likely struggle to withstand such pressure. However, the sight of Qin Chuan's valiant display was not lost on the Earth Demon leader in the distance, who immediately raised his golden spear, seemingly preparing to strike. Mr. Qin, be careful. Yi Qiwan, still engaged in combat with Li Tong, sensed the murderous intent and shouted a warning, just as Yi Qiwan issued her alert. The Earth Demon leader aimed his spear at one of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Whoosh! In the next moment, the golden spear, cutting through the air with an unstoppable trajectory, hurtled toward the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Chuan swiftly maneuvered the Tyrannosaurus Rex to evade the attack. Boom! However, he was a moment too late. Although the spear did not strike the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, it pierced through its back horizontally. Moreover, it struck the lightning attribute Tyrannosaurus Rex. And even with the damage reduction from the energy cells, the spear could not be halted, resulting in a fearsome eruption of lightning. Hiss! The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a piercing roar as it staggered and fell to the ground, clearly in pain. The Dominator-level Earth Demon was indeed formidable. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that a single strike from such a creature could severely injure his beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Li, observing from above, was equally astonished, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated the combat prowess of the Dominator-level Earth Demon. The other members of the Star River were also left dumbfounded. After all, Qin Chuan was the foremost figure in the Endless Sea. If he could not withstand the attack, it was needless to say they stood no chance. Qin Chuan promptly stored the injured Tyrannosaurus in a dimensional space before raising his hand and clenching his fist. As the fusion ring emanated its radiant glow, He initiated the fusion, centering it around the Tyrannosaurus with the Velociraptor as a supplementary component. Species: Savage Tyrannosaurus. Weight: 15 tons. Level: Beast Emperor. Attribute: Fire. Primary skill: Infernal Breath. Passive skill: Molten Body. Chapter 69. The Fierce Battle with a Resounding Boom. The Savage Tyrannosaurus made its dramatic entrance. Although it lacked some agility compared to the savage Velociraptor, its destructive power was immense. Attack. Qin Chuan immediately commanded the savage Tyrannosaurus to charge at the Dominator-level Earth Demon. As the savage Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws, a torrent of infernal flames surged forth. In response to the overwhelming blaze, the Earth Demon leader raised his hand to summon back his golden spear, spinning it in his grasp. The resulting tempest effectively shielded him from the flames, even granting him the strength to unleash a sandstorm to assault the savage Tyrannosaurus. Qin Chuan remained intensely focused on his control, fully aware that a single strike from that golden spear could spell doom for the savage Tyrannosaurus. If the disparity between Beast King level and Beast Emperor level was tenfold, the gap between Beast Emperor level and Dominator level was not merely tenfold, but rather dozens or even hundreds of times greater. Although the savage Tyrannosaurus he had fused helped bridge some of that gap, it still found itself at a disadvantage. The human ringmaster is no match for me, proclaimed the Earth Demon leader as he dodged the flames, leaping down from the giant wolf and charging towards the savage Tyrannosaurus with his spear raised. In response, Qin Chuan released the remaining 3 Tyrannosaurs, coordinating their assault alongside the savage Tyrannosaurus. In an instant, thunder and fire intertwined, forming a colossal wave aimed at the Earth Demon leader. Any Earth Demons caught in its path were engulfed and reduced to charred remains. Yet, the Earth Demon leader remained unfazed by the concentrated attack from the 4 massive beasts. He leapt to avoid the incoming skills and swung his spear with ferocity. With a resounding thud, one of the Tyrannosaurs was struck by the spear, its massive form sent hurtling nearly 10 meters away. This, however, afforded the savage Tyrannosaurus an opportunity. It charged forward, delivering a fierce tail whip that connected with the Earth Demon leader. A thunderous crash echoed as the Earth Demon leader was propelled several meters away. Yet, thanks to his formidable physique, he managed to halt his momentum, sustaining only superficial injuries. Indeed, the dominance of the sovereign-level Earth Demon far surpassed that of the Beast Emperor-level demon, and Qin Chuan found himself in a daunting predicament. Simultaneously, Zhang Li, positioned above, wore an increasingly grim expression. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the legion of Earth Demons would prove too formidable for Qin Chuan and Li Tong. However, his current anxiety centered on the possibility of their demise. After all, should Qin Chuan fall in battle while the Earth Demon leader remained unscathed, even Zhang Li's intervention would yield no advantages. What a miscalculation! Qin, do not perish too soon, Zhang Li fretted inwardly. In his perspective, the optimal outcome would be mutual destruction between the two, allowing him to reap the rewards thereafter. Yet should one of them be eliminated first, his plans would be thwarted. At that moment, Li Tong, beleaguered by Yi Qingwan's relentless pursuit, bellowed, "Are you still fixated on me? Have you not seen that Qin Chuan is struggling? Our immediate priority is to unite and vanquish the Earth Demon leader." With Li Tong's commanding shout, Yi Qingwan ceased her assault and turned to observe Qin Chuan, who was indeed engaged in a grueling battle. "Mr. Qin, I shall assist you," Yi Qingwan declared, preparing to redirect her attack toward the Earth Demon leader. "Do not be deceived by this individual. Keep a close watch on him," Qin Chuan commanded, realizing that Li Tong was now making a beeline for the Ring of Sovereignty. Yi Qingwan's fury ignited. "How dare you deceive me?" she seethed, unleashing all her polar bears and launching an assault on Li Tong. Confronted by nearly 20 polar bears, Li Tong, while engaged in his own skirmish, summoned all his lions, resulting in a fierce exchange with Yi Qingwan. "Guotu, come quickly to my aid." Li Tong sent out a desperate signal for help. At that very moment, not far from the basin, in a secluded gorge, a tall, lean middle-aged man awaited silently. Beside him lay 4 Beast Emperor-level rhinoceroses, and he wore a ring adorned with 2 intertwined serpents on his index finger, the Ring of Symbiosis. This man was none other than Guotu's. As a bearer of a divine ring, Guotu was both skilled and audacious. He had come alone, without any companions, to provide support. Having received a call for assistance, Guotu discerned that the battle for the divine rings had escalated into a fierce confrontation and promptly set off toward the basin. Meanwhile, within the basin, the conflict remained fiercely contested. Qin Chuan struggled to hold his ground against the Earth Demon leader with the aid of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus. While over 1,000 Earth Demons clashed with thousands of Beast Island lords, Yi Qingwan was equally determined to thwart Li Tong's advance. At this juncture, Qin Chuan recognized Zhang Li's intention to wait until they were thoroughly exhausted before swooping in to claim victory. Thus, realizing he could not eliminate the Earth Demon leader, Qin Chuan resolved to employ his trump card, seizing the opportunity to snatch the Ring of Sovereignty amidst the chaos. This maneuver might draw all attention toward him. Yet should he escape the fray, he could make his exit. However, as Qin Chuan pondered his next move, he observed 4 Beast Emperor-level rhinoceroses barreling down from above toward the basin. Haha, my reinforcements have arrived. None of you shall lay claim to the Ring of Kings. Upon witnessing this, Li Tong was instantly elated, and he commanded, Guitu, take the Ring of Kings and leave this place at once. Fear not, for I shall ensure your success. As Guitu's words echoed, he surged towards the location of the Ring of Kings. Truly, one who does not know their own demise. Qin Chuan was instantly furious, raising his hand to unleash 2 colossal beast dragons. Boom! As the massive creatures struck the ground, they charged towards Guitu's Qin Chuan. Preoccupied with confronting the demon leader while simultaneously thwarting others from seizing the Ring of Kings, found himself under immense pressure. You think to obstruct my path? It shall not be so simple. Guitu raised his hand immediately. Bang! 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 The 2 Beast Emperor-level rhinos swiftly turned and raced towards the beast dragons. With a thunderous crash, the collision of the 4 titanic beings unleashed a shockwave that sent the Beast Island masters and the demons soaring through the air. The beast dragons, relying on their massive size, were able to contend with the Beast Emperor-level rhinos. However, this did not impede Guitu's advance. Leader Yi, Qin Chuan exclaimed as he witnessed Guitu's impending success, urgently calling towards Yi Qingwan. At that moment, Yi Qingwan understood that if she did not reveal her trump card, the Ring of Kings would be lost forever. I understand, she replied, slowly raising her hand as the evolution ring began to radiate brilliance. Buzz! As a beam of light shot skyward, a Beast Emperor-level polar bear was instantly enhanced, its pristine white fur transforming into a deep crimson. Its aura surged from Beast Emperor to Sovereign level. Yet, this also signified that the polar bear's vitality was rapidly depleting. Above, Zhang Li observed Yi Qingwan activating the evolution ring, and a smile crept across his face. Ah, she has finally decided to employ it. It seems this contest is nearing its conclusion. The Ring of Kings shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 70. The earth trembles and cracks as Yi Qingwan unleashed the evolution ring. The terrifying aura of the sovereign-level polar bear expanded rapidly. Up, with a graceful gesture of her delicate fingers, she pointed towards Guitu's boom. In the next instant, the sovereign-level polar bear darted forth like a bolt of lightning, reaching Guitu in an instant, its massive paw striking down with tremendous force. Bang! With a deafening sound, Guitu's head was crushed beneath the paw of the polar bear. Hiss! In that moment, everyone gasped in shock. Yet at that instant, the ring on Guitu's index finger emitted a faint glow, and his shattered head began to regenerate at a visible pace. Though I may not perish, the pain is indeed real, Guitu remarked as he moved his neck, revealing a sinister grin. Haha, with Brother Guo by my side, how could we not seize the Ring of Kings? Li Tong burst into laughter. Guitu then dashed once more towards the Ring of Kings. But the sovereign-level polar bear was hot on his heels, charging forward with lightning speed, its gaping maw poised to strike. With a sharp snap, it sank its teeth into Guitu's neck, tearing frantically. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the assault, Guitu's body swiftly regenerated. He was nothing short of an indestructible monster. The Ring of Symbiosis was infuriating. Yi Qingwan's face was also a mask of rage. At that moment, while both sides were locked in a stalemate, Qin Chuan was engaged in a fierce battle with the Earth Demon leader not far away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was now not only exhausted but also covered in wounds, though the Earth Demon leader was no better off, battered and bruised but still alive. It could be said that the Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed the strength to contend with a Dominator-level opponent, yet it could not deliver the fatal blow. After all, the gap between Beast Emperor and Dominator was vast. Qin Chuan's ability to reach this point already spoke volumes about the combat prowess of his dinosaur companion. At that moment, Zhang Li, standing above the basin, noticed that all parties were exhibiting signs of fatigue. It seemed it was time for us to make our move. Everyone, prepare to rush for the Ring of Sovereignty. Once we obtain it, we leave immediately. Zhang Li commanded. Understood. In an instant, Over 200 Star River experts summoned their respective beasts almost simultaneously, and Zhongli also called forth a mighty lion, charging downwards. Many among them, despite their injuries, felt significantly better than the weary others and were fully capable of participating in the contest for the Ring of Sovereignty. That cunning rascal, trying to seize the opportunity. While blocking Guitu, Yi Qi-Wan also noticed the approaching horde of beasts in the distance. Li Tong's face darkened upon witnessing this. Qin Chuan, Yi Qi-Wan. Are you both satisfied now? None of us will claim the Ring of Sovereignty. It will fall into Zhang Li's hands, and we shall all meet our doom. Forgive me, everyone, but I shall graciously accept the Ring of Sovereignty. Zhang Li, seeing his meticulously crafted plan come to fruition, revealed a chilling smile. At that moment, Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Li charging down and also displayed a hint of a smile. It seems you can no longer restrain yourself. I have been waiting for this moment. After battling the Earth Demon leader for so long and severely wounding two of his foes, Qin Chuan had kept the dual chamber dragon in reserve, waiting for this very instant. Suddenly, as Zhang Li barreled forward, he heard Qin Chuan's words and his expression changed in shock. Could it be that the opponent still had an extra beast emperor-level companion yet to be unleashed? This seemed improbable, as possessing 6 beast emperor-level beasts already surpassed most individuals. It was unlikely there would be more. Dual chamber dragon, come forth. With a thunderous roar from Qin Chuan, boom. A terrifying explosion echoed as a colossal creature weighing 220 tons crashed to the ground. Its immense form, reminiscent of a giant mountain, nearly dominated the entire battlefield. What is happening? Yi Qi-Wan gasped in astonishment from afar. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the dual chamber dragon, resembling a mountain of terror. What a jest! Li Tong, you did not mention that this fellow had such a heavyweight beast in reserve. Guitu was equally astonished. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Li, who was on the verge of obtaining the Ring of Kings, was momentarily paralyzed by the emergence of a terrifying creature. The earth trembled. Qin Chuan immediately unleashed his skills. With a resonant hum, the two-headed dragon raised its formidable forelimbs, akin to towering pillars, and then forcefully stomped down upon the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth shattered, debris flew, and the very mountains quaked. Under the impact of the earth's elemental power, fissures resembling a spider's web radiated outward from the two-headed dragon, spreading in all directions. Almost everyone was thrown off balance amidst the upheaval, struggling even to maintain the most basic equilibrium. Ah, damn it! How could such a monster exist? Help me! Help! Many lords of Beast Island plummeted into the unfathomable chasms, leaving the scene in utter chaos. Even the formidable members of the Galaxy Alliance led by Zhang Li were momentarily hindered by the sudden appearance of these massive crevices. Damn! How many more tricks does this creature have up its sleeve? Alliance leader, we have miscalculated. This is infuriating. The Ring of Kings is right before us. Many members of the Galaxy Alliance were seething with rage. Zhang Li, gritting his teeth in frustration, had meticulously orchestrated this plan, believing it would proceed smoothly. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Chuan still had such a terrifying beast in his grasp. Leader Yi, take the Ring of Kings and retreat immediately. I will meet you later, Qin Chuan shouted. Yi Qi-Wan quickly reacted, for only her sovereign-level polar bear possessed the ability to breach defenses. She mounted the sovereign-level polar bear and, before anyone could respond, dashed toward the Ring of Kings with lightning speed. It's mine. Yi Qi-Wan grasped the Ring of Kings tightly in her hand and, riding on the sovereign-level polar bear, leapt out of the basin, overcoming numerous obstacles. Pursue. Relentlessly chase them down. Zhang Li bellowed in fury. Immediately, everyone redirected their efforts, charging furiously toward Yi Qi-Wan. Brother Gua, let us go? Seeing the situation, Li Tong realized there was no need to linger and swiftly departed. At that moment, Qin Chuan was visibly fatigued. After an extensive battle with the Earth Demon leader, he could no longer hinder the oncoming chaos, opting instead to summon all his beast companions and soar into the sky on the Wind Spirit Dragon. Enraged by the retreat of all humans from the basin, the Earth Demon leader roared furiously, "Damn two-legged sheep, you think escaping is so easy? Kill them all. Leave none alive." Instantly, over 1,000 Earth Demon warriors surged forth on their colossal wolves in hot pursuit. This left Yi Qi-Wan clutching the Ring of Kings, in a dire predicament, as her polar bear's vitality had already diminished by half. The relentless pursuers surged behind her, if they caught up. And the sovereign-level polar bear's life force was depleted. She would be utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan above was also in swift pursuit. But after continuous flight on the Wind Spirit Dragon, he too began to exhibit signs of exhaustion. However, Qin Chuan could not afford to be concerned with anything else. He had to rendezvous with Yu Qinhuan before Zhang Li and the others. As long as they could successfully escape from the subterranean world, they would be able to teleport back to Beast Island. At that point, the Ring of Sovereignty would truly be in their grasp. Chapter 71. Abandonment. At this moment, Yi Qinhuan, with the Ring of Sovereignty in her possession, raced towards the entrance of the third teleportation portal. Behind her, a dark throng of pursuers relentlessly followed. Li Tong, Guotu, and Zhang Li, along with the leader of the Earth Demons, formed a formidable lineup. If they were to catch up, it would be nearly impossible for her to escape. Damn that wretched woman. The Ring of Sovereignty is mine. You shan't take it from the underground world. Li Tong shouted in fury as he pursued her. Guotu, who was in pursuit as well, sensed the gravity of the situation and remarked, brotherly. Her sovereign-level Arctic bear is far too swift. This chase is futile. I will immediately instruct the members of the Endless Sea Alliance stationed at the third teleportation portal to set an ambush. Only then can we block her. Upon hearing this, Li Tong felt a surge of hope. Then I shall count on you, Brother Gua, he replied eagerly. However, for my assistance, I shall require a bit more compensation. Guotu said slowly. Rest assured, as long as I obtain the Ring of Sovereignty, the essence will be no issue, Li Tong responded confidently. That is reassuring. Guotu nodded. The reason Guotu was willing to assist was that prior to their collaboration, Li Tong had promised him 10,000 essence upon success. Of course, Li Tong did not currently possess such an amount, but once the Ring of Sovereignty was secured, acquiring 10,000 essence would be trivial. Under Guotu's orchestration, the formidable members of the Endless Sea Alliance swiftly mobilized, with over 300 strong warriors teleporting to the third teleportation portal. Should such a multitude of powerful beings confront Yi Qinhuan, her escape would become exceedingly arduous. This scene was fully observed by Chun Yahui, who remained at the mining site, and she promptly alerted Qin Chuan. Brother Qin, the powerful members of the Endless Sea have mobilized. There are over 300 of them. Where are you? Upon receiving Qin Yahui's message, Qin Chuan, currently suspended in the air, wore a grim expression. It seems these fellows are investing heavily, intent on completely securing the Ring of Sovereignty, but it shall not be so simple. Just as Qin Chuan was rapidly contemplating a strategy, Yi Qinhuan was already less than 5 kilometers from the third teleportation portal. Meanwhile, under the command of the Earth Demon leader, a group of relatively swift small squads surged from the flanks, obstructing Yi Qinhuan's path. As Yi Qinhuan, in full flight, spotted the 30 to 40 Earth Demons ahead, her face turned ashen. You shall all perish. With that, the sovereign-level Arctic bear leapt fiercely, its paw striking the ground with immense force. In an instant, the sovereign-level Arctic bear unleashed its skill, rapidly transforming the ground into a mutated earth attribute. Sharp crystalline spikes erupted from the earth. Within the blink of an eye, 34 Earth Demons were impaled on the spot, meeting a tragic end. Clearly, the combat prowess of a sovereign-level being was not something ordinary Earth Demons could withstand. Even though the Earth Demons were effortlessly dispatched, the vitality of the polar bear was swiftly waning, compelling Yi Qinhuan to beseech for Qin Chuan's assistance. Mr. Qin, my sovereign beast can only endure for another 10 minutes. These bothersome Earth Demons are continually reinforcing, and I am on the brink of collapse. Seeing Yi Qinhuan's message while in flight, Qin Chuan sensed the gravity of the situation and responded. The third portal is still swarming with formidable members of the Endless Sea Alliance. It seems unlikely that we can escape. Perhaps you should relinquish the Ring of Sovereignty. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinhuan was taken aback. How can I abandon it? If it falls into Zhang Li's hands, we will be at a distinct disadvantage in the future. Qin Chuan replied with resignation, survival is paramount. Without life, what use is the ring? Yi Qinhuan found herself in a precarious position. While she contemplated donning the Ring of Sovereignty for a final stand, it was evident that the sovereign-level polar bear would not hold out until that moment. Even if she wore the ring, she would not stand a chance against Zhang Li and his 2 companions, not to mention the looming threat of the Earth Demon leader. After much deliberation, Yi Qinhuan reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Chuan's suggestion. Very well, I will forfeit the Ring of Sovereignty. Qin Chuan instructed, after abandoning the Divine Ring. You must immediately exit the underground world. What will you do if I leave? Yi Qinhuan inquired. Do not worry. As long as they remain in the underground world, I still have a chance to obtain it, Qin Chuan reassured her, with Qin Chuan's words weighing heavily on her mind. Yi Qinhuan felt she had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, as she resolved to relinquish the ring, Li Tong, Guotu, and the pursuing Zhang Li swiftly closed in. In an instant, they surrounded Yi Qi-Wan. The sovereign-level polar bear was panting heavily, its body marred with blood, clearly on the verge of collapse from overexertion. Yi Qi-Wan, you have reached your limit. You cannot hold onto the ring of sovereignty. Do not be foolish, Li Tong admonished. Observing Yi Qi-Wan's exhaustion, Zhang Li remarked. In your current state, you will struggle to last even 5 minutes, and the Earth Demon Leader is rapidly approaching. Do not continue to resist. Yi Qi-Wan, aware of the three men's predatory gazes, felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was akin to a pack of vultures awaiting the demise of her polar bear. Once the sovereign-level polar bear perished, they would descend upon her, leaving nothing but bones. Zhang Li, I will never give this ring to you, Yi Qi-Wan declared. Shifting her gaze to Li Tong, Alliance Leader Li, I bestow upon you the ring of sovereignty. As she spoke, Yi Qi-Wan flung the ring towards Li Tong. The sudden turn of events left Li Tong both astonished and elated. He had not anticipated that Yi Qi-Wan would so willingly relinquish the ring of sovereignty. Zhang Li, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. He had expected Yi Qi-Wan to make a desperate stand while the sovereign-level polar bear still breathed, at least to delay until Qin Xuan arrived. Yet, Yi Qi-Wan had defied all expectations, relinquishing the ring with such resolute determination. As Zhang Li watched the sovereign ring soar into the air, he was the first to react, immediately commanding the lion to seize it. Zhang Li, with me here. You shall not have it. Li Tong was quick to act, leaping into the air and striking the beast emperor-level lion down. Observing this, Guotu swiftly maneuvered to grasp the still-falling sovereign ring tightly in his hand. Brotherly, we have it. Upon seeing the sovereign ring finally in their possession, Li Tong let out a sigh of relief and remarked, Ah, after all the twists and turns, the sovereign ring has ultimately fallen into my hands. Damn it. Zhang Li's face turned a dark shade of anger as he shouted, Attack! We must seize the sovereign ring. In an instant, the formidable members of the Star River Alliance surged forth, targeting Guotu's day. However, Guotu remained unhurried, slipping the ring onto his index finger. Buzz! The moment the ring adorned his finger, a terrifying aura of sovereignty spread across the surroundings with overwhelming force. All beast companions enveloped by this aura felt an immense pressure, diminishing their combat prowess. Indeed, the sovereign ring was powerful. Guotu's face lit up with delight. Brother Gua, do not forget your promise. Li Tong, apprehensive that Guotu might leave with the sovereign ring, urged him. Rest assured, we are allies. I shall not go back on my word. Allow me to experience its power first, Guotu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Li Tong felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, a resounding horn echoed from behind, heralding the arrival of the Earth Demon Leader and his army. Chapter 72. The Fisherman Prophets. Meanwhile, Yi Qi-Wan's Dominion-level polar bear had reached its limit, gradually petrifying and turning to ash as its life force waned. Sigh, though the evolution ring is formidable, the cost is exorbitant. I have permanently lost a beast emperor-level polar bear, Yi Qi-Wan lamented. She had now forfeited her chance to seize the sovereign ring and could only heed Qin Xuan's instructions to swiftly vacate the battlefield. After all, with the ring no longer in her possession, no one would pursue her. As Yi Qi-Wan departed, a new round of contention for the sovereign ring commenced. Guotu, now wielding the ring, instantly became Zhang Li's target, with numerous members of the Star River Alliance launching an all-out assault against him. At this moment, the Earth Demon Leader had also arrived, commanding over 1,000 Earth Demons to attack indiscriminately. In an instant, the scene was once again engulfed in chaos. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan, arriving late, hovered above the fray and observed the tumult below. It appears my suspicions were correct. The sovereign ring is not so easily extracted from the subterranean realm. He mused with a slight smile. He then glanced at the wind spirit wyvern perched nearby. Since hatching the wind spirit wyvern, he had merely regarded it as a means of transportation, never considering its potential for training. He had believed that all his limited resources and beast cores should be allocated to his primary combat beasts. However, through this battle, Qin Xuan realized the folly of his approach. Moreover, the essence required for cultivating the wind god pterosaur is relatively modest. It necessitates merely 50 essences to elevate it from adulthood to beast king, and 500 essences to ascend to beast emperor. When complemented with a wind attribute exotic beast core, its speed would undergo a qualitative transformation, elevating the wind god pterosaur to the status of beast emperor and endowing it with the wind attribute exotic beast core. Qin Xuan used. Essence, 550. Total essence, 1710. Wind attribute exotic beast core, 1. Species, wind god pterosaur weight, 500 kilograms level. Beast Emperor requires 5,000 essences to progress to Dominator level. Attribute: Wind primary skill, rending wind by flapping its wings. It conjures a tempest that inflicts significant slashing damage on the target. Upon reaching Dominator level, it can evolve into King S Wind. Passive skill: Sky Bloodline. Flight speed is enhanced, allowing swift movement without energy consumption. As the enhancement concluded, the wind god Pterosaur was enveloped by faint spirals of wind, delicately fluttering its wings to hover effortlessly, substantially reducing its energy expenditure. Meanwhile, as Qin Chuan sharpened his resolve, the battle below raged on. With the blessing of the Ring of Royalty, Guotu embodied the essence of a war god, wielding his immortal form to unleash devastation upon his foes with his beast companions. Conversely, Zhongli had to contend with both Li Tong and the Earth Demon, which further burdened his already ailing body. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring the Ring of Royalty compelled him to risk further injury. Cursed two-legged sheep. No one shall leave today alive. At that moment, the Earth Demon leader, brandishing a golden spear, launched a sudden assault on the nearest Zhongli. This unforeseen attack ignited Zhongli's fury as he exclaimed, "A bunch of simple-minded brutes dare to challenge me." Enraged, he commanded 2 Beast Emperor-level lions to attack the Earth Demon leader. Strangely, at the instant the 2 lions surged forth, the Earth Demon leader failed to react in time. Before its golden spear could be swung, one of the lions delivered a crushing blow. "Hm?" Zhongli was taken aback. He had anticipated that the 2 Beast Emperor lions would merely delay the Dominator-level beast, yet they had managed to strike a hit. Clearly, the Earth Demon leader was at the end of its strength. Having battled Qin Chuan's ruthless Tyrannosaurus for so long, it was utterly fatigued. With its combat prowess diminished by at least 60%, coupled with the suppressive influence of the Ring of Royalty in Guotu's possession, the Earth Demon leader was unable to exert its Dominator-level might, operating at no more than 20 to 30% of its original capacity. It seems today I shall not only acquire the Ring of Royalty, but perhaps also a Dominator-level Earth Demon as a beast companion. Zhongli chuckled. His 10,000 beasts ring could manipulate weaker exotic beasts and unclaimed companions. While he could not subdue the Earth Demon leader at its peak, its current weakened state rendered it entirely susceptible to his control. By that time, Zhongli not only possessed the dual rings but also commanded a sovereign-level Earth Demon and a multitude of untamed beast companions. One must ponder, in the boundless sea, who could possibly rival him? Contemplating this, Zhongli immediately lifted the ring of beasts and directed it towards the Earth Demon leader. A resonating hum ensued as shimmering halos enveloped the leader, gradually exerting control over him. The insufferable 2-legged creature. The Earth Demon leader instantly sensed his consciousness beginning to wane, and his body grew increasingly unmanageable. The Earth Demons still engaged in battle sensed that their leader was behaving unusually, prompting them to halt their assault altogether. Their leader is under control. Flee. Withdraw. Withdraw. In an instant, over 1,000 Earth Demons ceased their offensive maneuvers and scattered like birds and beasts. This spectacle was witnessed from a distance by Li Tong, who was taken aback. Guotu, do not allow this fellow to succeed. Should he gain control over the Earth Demon leader, it would be disastrous. Guotu, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly commanded his beasts to charge towards Zhongli. Whoosh! Just as Guotu directed his beasts forward, a golden spear was hurled towards him. With a sickening thud, the golden spear pierced through Guotu's chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Curse this wretch! Guotu, in pain, clutched the spear, realizing he was utterly immobilized. I ask, who in this infinite sea could contend with me? Zhongli cackled loudly, exuding arrogance. He then approached Guotu step by step, as if the Ring of Kings was already within his grasp. High above, Qin Chuan, who had been observing the scene, smiled faintly. For it is said that when the clam and the fish fight, the fisherman benefits. As the fisherman, he could not afford to remain idle any longer. With this thought, Qin Chuan promptly commanded the wind god Wyvern to swoop down swiftly, aiming directly at Guotu. As Zhongli drew near, a fierce gust of wind surged from above, targeting Guotu's swish. With a cry of agony, Guotu's entire left arm was severed by the wind blade. Subsequently, Qin Chuan grasped Guotu's arm effortlessly and removed the Ring of Kings with ease. My apologies, everyone, but I shall graciously accept the Ring of Kings. Qin Chuan, holding the ring, smiled slightly before hastening towards the third teleportation portal. Meanwhile, Zhongli, momentarily dazed, realized he had completely forgotten about Qin Chuan. "You scoundrel! Dare you seize my Ring of Kings? I shall ensure your suffering is profound, your bones ground to dust." Zhang Li bellowed in fury. Chapter 73. Alliance. Despite Zhang Li's impotent rage, Qin Chuan was not incensed by his words. The immediate priority was to escape the subterranean realm. Had he been in his prime, with the Ring of Kings unleashing the domain of the god of hunting, he might have had the chance to confront 3 foes alone. However, after these fierce battles, half of his 6 beast emperor-level tyrants were injured, and a rash engagement could lead to his downfall. After all, with the indomitable monster Guotu still lingering, Qin Chuan naturally refrained from taking unnecessary risks. Damn it! The treasure map, painstakingly acquired with thousands of essences, has now become the dowry for this guy. Li Tong trembled with fury, yet felt utterly powerless. "Zhang Li, are you not going to release me? Are you intent on creating enmity with me?" At that moment, Guotu remained firmly pinned to the ground, bellowing in frustration. Reluctantly, Zhang Li could only command the Earth Demon leader to retract the golden spear. As the spear was withdrawn, Guotu's injuries swiftly healed. This is a disaster. This fellow was already extraordinarily powerful, and now with the dual rings in his possession, he has become virtually invincible. Guotu seethed. "It's all your fault. If you had given me the divine ring from the start, this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Li's face darkened with anger. "Are you still complaining? At least you have acquired a Dominator-level Earth Demon leader, while I, having suffered so many losses among our alliance as strong, have gained nothing." Li Tong retorted vehemently. Zhang Li took a deep breath, calming his fury somewhat, and said, "Gentlemen, you can see the current predicament. Qin has not only acquired the dual rings, but has also allied with that wretched woman Yi Qingwan. If we do not unite, we will inevitably fall one by one." Upon hearing this, Li Tong and Guotu exchanged glances, seemingly acknowledging the truth in Zhang Li's words. In the Endless Sea, there are no eternal friends or foes, only perpetual interests. If they had been at odds over the Ring of Kings, they now found themselves devoid of such conflicts. With the departing Qin Chuan becoming their common menace, let us join forces against him. He possesses 3 divine rings, and we have ours as well, Guotu stated, turning to Li Tong, and added, "Brotherly, what do you think? Given that the situation has escalated to this point, there is nothing left to discuss." "We shall unite against Qin Chuan," Li Tong affirmed. After some contemplation, Zhang Li remarked, "We cannot confront Qin Chuan with conventional means, with our current strength. A direct clash would yield only a 50% chance of success. What does the alliance leader propose?" Li Tong inquired, slightly frowning. "My suggestion is that once the second phase commences, we should act opportunistically," Zhang Li replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Tong and Guotu exchanged knowing glances, seemingly grasping Zhang Li's intent. "That is to strike from the shadows. Then let us proceed as you suggest." "We can allow this fellow to prance about for a few more days," Guotu responded. Although Zhang Li did not achieve his desired outcome in the contest for the Ring of Kings, he had at least secured a Dominator-level beast, rendering the endeavor not entirely fruitless. After the 3 reached an accord, they departed from the subterranean realm. Meanwhile, upon acquiring the Ring of Kings, Qin Chuan immediately commanded the wind god dragon to soar through the air, swiftly making his way through the 3rd teleportation portal back to his Beast Island. With a hum, a dazzling flash enveloped him as he appeared atop Beast Island, with the dimensional space opening. Exhausted, the 6 Beast Emperor-level tyrants were also released. "Dear comrades, it is essential that you take a moment to rest, for you have sustained considerable injuries in this battle," Qin Chuan gently remarked, caressing the Tyrannosaurus that lay upon the ground. The creature emitted a low, plaintive sound, as if comprehending his words, before settling down to rest. At that moment, the dragon's nest emanated a radiant glow, aiding the Tyrannosaurus in its gradual recovery. Qin Chuan also sensed that, following this encounter, his divine value seemed to have increased somewhat. The intensity of the battle had caused him to overlook the feedback from his kills. "Refresh the kill feedback. Let me see what I have gained from this skirmish," he commanded. Killed 108 Earth Demons, divine value, 224, essence, 560, reward, gold, 54,000, piercing spear, 108, with the sudden chime of a notification. The tally of the Earth Demons Qin Chuan had vanquished was revealed. It appeared that the majority of these over 100 Earth Demons had perished due to the cataclysmic tremors caused by the dual-throated dragon. Qin Chuan had not specifically aimed to slay the Earth Demons, as he had been engaged in combat with their leader. Nevertheless, an increase of over 200 in divine value was still commendable. However, since the domain gods required tens of thousands of divine value points, this level of gain no longer satiated Qin Chuan's ambitions. Oh, I nearly forgot. The two velociraptors that fell in battle have yet to be revived, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled, making his way to the dragon's nest and slowly raising his hand. Buzz. In the next instant, the blue divine emblem upon his forehead radiated brilliance, and the two velociraptors were resurrected. However, reviving his beast companions came at a cost. Qin Chuan could distinctly feel the power of the divine emblem rapidly depleting. It was evident that the resurrection of beasts demanded a substantial expenditure of divine energy. He would need to exercise greater caution in future battles, for restoring divine power would require a considerable amount of time. Estimating the sacrifice involved in reviving the two velociraptors, Qin Chuan concluded that at least two-thirds of his divine energy had been consumed. This was merely the revival of adult velociraptors. If he were to resurrect a beast king or beast emperor, his divine energy would likely be entirely drained in an instant. Divine power could not be swiftly replenished by any means. It could only accumulate gradually. Thus, divine energy was an exceedingly precious resource. Mr. Qin, I noticed you departed from the teleportation portal just now. Have you obtained the Ring of Royalty? Yi Qingwan inquired through a message. I have secured it. This endeavor was greatly aided by your assistance, though it cost you a beast emperor-level companion, Qin Chuan replied. Upon reading Qin Chuan's message, Yi Qingwan smiled and responded. You are too kind, Mr. Qin. We are allies, and as long as we can acquire the Ring of Royalty, the sacrifice of a beast emperor-level companion is but a trivial matter. Although I have acquired the Ring of Royalty, that scoundrel Zhang Li has seemingly stumbled upon good fortune, taming a Dominator-level Earth Demon. It is likely that those three ring-bearers will unite against us, Qin Chuan remarked. I surmised that initially. The forces at play were relatively balanced. However, now that you have become the master of the dual rings, it is certain that they will unite against you. Yet we, too, are forming alliances, and in comparison, our strength is not significantly inferior to theirs. Yi Qingwan remains quite optimistic. Previously, her collaboration with Qin Chuan was merely a partnership, but this battle has deepened their bond. Likewise, the visible factions within the Endless Sea have established opposing relationships, namely between Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan on one side, and Zhang Li, Li Tong, and Guotu on the other. This is merely the surface, behind the scenes. There are undoubtedly many low-key, yet formidable individuals quietly growing in strength. These individuals prefer to remain inconspicuous, focusing on amassing wealth in silence. After all, it is improbable that the Beast Island's dominion is solely held by a handful of ringmasters. Countless prodigious talents surely exist. These individuals may only reveal themselves when the second wave of the beast tide arrives. Chapter 74. The Birth of a New Ringmaster. Following this battle, discussions in the World Chat channel are fervently underway. It seems the competition for the Divine Ring has come to a close. Though it remains uncertain who has secured the Divine Ring, one need not guess that it is undoubtedly Qin Chuan. How can you be so sure? I just saw Zhang Li, Li Tong, and Guotu exit the portal together amicably. It is clear that Qin Chuan has triumphed. Goodness, this is significant. Qin Chuan was already extraordinarily powerful, and with the acquisition of the second Divine Ring, he is bound to soar to new heights. However, I have heard that Zhang Li has also obtained a Dominator-level Earth Demon, which should allow him to contend with Qin Chuan in the short term. That is indeed true. Yet it must be noted that there are currently 6 divine rings extant in the Endless Sea, and the whereabouts of the subsequent 6 remain a mystery. One need not speculate. They are likely located at Portal 1 or Portal 2, though it seems neither has been breached as of yet. Portal 1 has indeed been breached, and the toxic miasma has been cleared. Numerous onlookers among the powerful have already entered to explore. What? Portal 1 has been breached? When did this occur? It happened while Qin Chuan was contending for the Divine Ring. A powerful leader found a way to dispel the miasma. Excellent. Does this mean that Portal 2 will soon follow suit? However, it would be wise not to hold too much hope, for the third portal harbors terrifying earth demons, and we cannot ascertain what formidable beasts may lurk within Portals 1 and 2. Perhaps it is best to wait for those eminent figures to clear the way before we scavenge the remnants. As the chat channel buzzes with excitement, Qin Chuan's renown rises to new heights, and his hidden points surge significantly. The increase in hidden points naturally leads to an elevation in alliance rank. Previously, the Jetchen Alliance was ranked 20th in the Endless Sea, but it has now ascended to the 10th position, successfully promoted to a Golden Alliance. This heralds that Qin Chuan will receive 100 essence points each day. However, these essence points hold little value for Qin Chuan at this stage. At that moment, Qin Yahui suddenly sent a message. Brother Qin, our alliance has been elevated to the golden level, and we can now collect 100 essence daily. I see. But this amount of essence is still rather meager. Even combined, we only have 200, Qin Chuan replied. Brother Qin, would you like to acquire more essence? Qin Yahui inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan quickly grasped her implication. Are you suggesting that I expand our alliance's membership? Indeed. If we can recruit additional members who can contribute daily, it would yield a substantial income, Qin Yahui articulated. Qin Chuan pondered this notion. It indeed seemed a promising strategy to amass essence swiftly. Currently, whether for enhancing his beasts or upgrading the dragon nest, he required thousands of essence. Relying solely on hunting exotic beasts would be a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, leaders like Zhang Li could collect essence from the members of their golden alliances. If this continued, Qin Chuan would inevitably fall behind. How about you take charge of this matter and try to recruit some powerful individuals? Qin Chuan suggested. Given the expansion of alliance members, the paramount criterion must be strength. After all, enlisting weaklings would not only diminish the alliance's hidden points, leading to a drop in ranking and level, but would also necessitate Qin Chuan's assistance, rendering the effort counterproductive. For instance, Yi Qingwan's Guardian Alliance, despite appearing as the largest alliance in the Endless Sea, is predominantly composed of weaklings, accounting for 90% of its members. This compelled Yi Qingwan to initiate a sharing mode to average out the hidden points and stabilize the alliance's standing. However, this approach resulted in the entire alliance being unable to consolidate resources, thus falling into a vicious cycle. Yet, having chosen this path, Yi Qingwan found herself with no way back. Once she curtailed resources, the alliance's ranking would undoubtedly decline, potentially even dropping to silver level. Qin Chuan's desire to expand membership follows a similar rationale. He could only select the strong. Rest assured, Brother Qin, I will meticulously screen the candidates to ensure we form a formidable alliance, Qin Yahui assured him. Though Qin Yahui may lack strength in combat, she is nearly flawless in other aspects. With her at the helm of the alliance, Qin Chuan was relieved of considerable burdens. Subsequently, Qin Chuan settled on Beast Island to recuperate, both to restore his divine power and to allow his beasts to recover fully. As the sun set and the moon rose, the day came to an end. The next day, 5 days remain until the second phase of the beast tide, as the Endless Sea welcomed a new day. Qin Chuan awoke early from his rest. At that moment, his divine power had completely restored after a night of gathering. The injuries of several Beast Emperor-level Tyrannosaurs had also healed to 70% of their peak condition, thanks to the continuous treatment during the beast tide. It appeared that with just one more day of rest, they would fully recover. Meanwhile, within the dragon nest, for brand new dragon eggs had randomly appeared once more. However, Qin Chuan did not hastily proceed with his incubation. Instead, he opened the global chat channel, eager to discern whether any significant events had transpired. Upon glancing at the news, he was taken aback, for during their night's respite, the underground realm had indeed encountered a momentous occurrence. Attention, everyone! A monumental revelation. The first teleportation portal has inexplicably yielded 2 divine rings simultaneously, both of which have reportedly been seized by 2 enigmatic individuals. What? Wasn't the first teleportation portal breached just yesterday? How could divine rings be discovered so swiftly? Is that truly so strange? The first teleportation portal could not even be breached by Zhang Li. The fact that it has now fallen to mysterious individuals speaks volumes about their formidable prowess. Goodness, who are these 2 rascals? They are rather cunning, seizing the opportunity to plunder while the other ring bearers are recuperating. It appears they must have meticulously orchestrated their plan, possessing a means to breach the first teleportation portal all along, biding their time until the other ring bearers were preoccupied. It seems the Endless Sea is on the verge of welcoming 2 new ring bearers, with only 4 divine rings remaining. It is likely that these remaining rings are situated within the second and third teleportation portals, considering that only 1 divine ring has been discovered at the 3rd portal thus far. At this moment, as Qin Chuan absorbed the contents of the chat channel, he felt a twinge of astonishment, for it seemed to validate his previous suspicions. Among the billions of Beast Island lords in the Endless Sea, it was improbable that only a handful of ring bearers held dominion. There must be other deeply hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows. Though 2 more rings had been discovered, this did not diminish Qin Chuan's standing, as he remained the sole dual ring bearer in the Endless Sea. Nonetheless, he needed to remain vigilant against potential alliances among them. Zhang Li had already forged a coalition with Li Tong and Guotu, and should they manage to recruit these two new ring bearers, Qin Chuan would find himself in a perilous situation. Ding ding. Just as Qin Chuan pondered these matters, a message suddenly arrived from Yi Qingwan. Mr. Qin, are you there? Yes, what is it? Qin Chuan replied. I believe I know who these two new ring bearers are. Should we attempt to win them over? If Zhang Li gets to them first, we could be in serious trouble, Yi Qingwan warned. Chapter 75. Tensions rising currently. Zhang Li had allied with Li Tong and Guotu. Should they gain the support of two additional ring bearers, even Qin Chuan, the dual ring bearer, would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, it was imperative to thwart their alliance. Qin Chuan was not keen on facing 5 ring bearers simultaneously. Who are they? And how do you know them? Qin Chuan inquired. One is named Lu Yun, and the other is Chen Feng. I previously attempted to court them, but they declined. Yi Qingwan responded. Do you know what divine rings they have acquired? Qin Chuan continued to probe. It seems Lu Yun possesses the ring of division. While I am uncertain about Chen Feng's, Yi Qingwan replied. Upon hearing the name of the ring of division, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he immediately set about investigating the capabilities of the ring of division. The splitting ring. It possesses the remarkable ability to generate a multitude of avatars from the corporeal form of a beast companion, each avatar wielding 10% of the original's combat prowess. The number of splits is contingent upon the divine rank of the ring's master. Upon encountering this information, Qin Chuan felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated the existence of such a divine ring. If the beast companion's original form is formidable, the resultant endless avatars could pose a considerable challenge in battle. Where are they now? Qin Chuan inquired. They remain at the first teleportation portal and have yet to depart. I have just received word that Zhang Li and his companions are also on their way, Yi Qingwan replied. Let us go and take a look. Even if we cannot win them over, we must prevent their second alliance, Qin Chuan declared, setting off towards the first teleportation portal. At this moment, outside the first teleportation portal, 2 men appeared to have just emerged from the underworld. One man, in his early 30s, possessed a well-proportioned physique and handsome features, complemented by a pair of frameless glasses that lent him an air of scholarly elegance. One might mistake him for a teacher. Perched upon his shoulder was a raven, entirely black, which seemed to be his beast companion. The other man, in his 40s, was scruffy and clad in flip-flops, presenting a stark contrast to his well-groomed counterpart, and was accompanied by several fierce tigers. Chen Feng, do you believe that within 10 minutes, the other ring masters will undoubtedly seek us out? The scholarly man remarked with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Let them come. Since we arrived in the Endless Sea, we've maintained a low profile. Now that we have become ring masters, remaining inconspicuous has become quite challenging. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Lu Yun smiled faintly and asked, do you think we should join them? Chen Feng, absent-mindedly picking his nose, responded indifferently. That depends on you. I have no particular preference. Lu Yun shook his head in resignation, realizing that his partner was unwaveringly committed to his indifferent stance. Just as the two were conversing, 3 beams of light materialized almost simultaneously not far from them. The first to appear were Zhang Li and his companions. Congratulations to both of you on becoming the new ring masters. The dynamics of the Endless Sea shall soon shift, Guotu said with a smile, approaching them first. You two possess the strength to challenge the first teleportation portal, far surpassing my own. I failed to notice it at first, Zhang Li remarked with a slight smile. You two truly are the epitome of low profile, quietly becoming ring masters, Li Tong added. Initially, Zhang Li and his companions had focused their attention on Qin Chuan, paying little heed to those powerful individuals hidden in the shadows. Now, with Lu Yun and Chen Feng successfully navigating the first teleportation portal, they had made a striking impression. You flatter us. We are but mere wanderers, possessing humble strength. Fortunate to have acquired the divine ring, Lu Yun replied humbly, smiling. To achieve fame upon the Endless Sea is no humble feat. After Zhang Li spoke, he candidly addressed the matter at hand, stating, since you are wanderers, what are your future plans? Would you be willing to join us in dominating the Endless Sea? Upon receiving Zhang Li's olive branch, Lu Yun remained composed, responding with a smile. Let us not rush, for 2 heavyweight figures have yet to arrive. It would be prudent to discuss matters once they are present. The individuals Lu Yun referred to were none other than the Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly grasping the implication behind Lu Yun's words, waiting for Qin Chuan. At that moment, two beams of light emerged, heralding the arrival of Qin Chuan and Yi Qi-wan. The sudden appearance of Qin Chuan caused Li Tong, who harbored resentment, to turn pale with fury. "You little rascal. We had not yet sought you out, and yet you come knocking on our door." Zhang Li and Guotu also exhibited expressions of murderous intent. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, as if a battle were imminent. "I, Qin, am more than willing to engage," Qin Chuan declared, prepared for a confrontation, his dual rings glimmering with faint light. Yi Qingwan, undeterred by the trio's provocation, remained fearless. If she could thwart their alliance, she would not hesitate to sacrifice a beast emperor-level polar bear. When the fight breaks out, Guotu will hold Yi Qingwan, while I and Li Tong will take care of this fellow. Zhang Li swiftly devised a strategy. Just as both sides were on the brink of conflict, Lu Yun interjected. "Gentlemen, let us temper our tempers. There is no need for such hostility upon first meeting." He cleared his throat, then continued. "I possess information regarding the second phase of the beast tide occurring 5 days hence. Perhaps you might calm yourselves and listen. Brother Lu, that Qin scoundrel has stolen my royal ring. This is no trivial grudge," Li Tong retorted angrily. "The royal ring is meant for the capable. If you lack the strength to protect it, how can you blame another?" Qin Chuan countered. "You insufferable wretch, reaping benefits while feigning innocence. You seek death." Li Tong erupted in fury, instantly activating the furnace ring, transforming into a monstrous figure with a lion's head. As tensions escalated, Lu Yun felt exasperated, slowly raising his hand. The rings on his fingers, resembling cells undergoing division, suddenly radiated brilliance. With 2 calls of cawing ravens, the beast emperor-level raven perched on Lu Yun's shoulder multiplied into thousands, darkening the skies as they circled overhead. While the individual combat prowess of these ravens may be modest, their simultaneous assault in such numbers constituted a formidable force. Qin Chuan surveyed the swirling ravens with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the foe's beast companion would be a raven. Yet, paired with the splitting ring, it indeed evoked a sense of dread reminiscent of a dark lord. This spectacle also illuminated Lu Yun's prowess. Acquiring the splitting ring through the raven beast companion was no ordinary achievement. "Friends, should any of you take action first? Do not blame me for allying with the opposing party against you," Lu Yun stated. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had appeared rather nonchalant, revealed the ring upon his hand, which emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, quite extraordinary indeed. Chapter 76, Survival Rate of 3%. This ring is peculiar. Why does it display such a spectrum of colors? What kind of ring is it? Yi Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly unable to identify it. Generally, one can only discern the specific abilities of another's divine ring through system prompts or by knowing the name of the opponent's divine ring. However, Chen Feng did not disclose the nature of his divine ring, and since it was not a reward from the system, it remained challenging to ascertain its powers. "I am uncertain, but divine rings are never worthless. It certainly possesses some unique ability unknown to us," Qin Chuan responded. Under Lu Yun's intervention, those eager to engage, such as Zhang Li, momentarily calmed. After all, the 3 had come to court Lu Yun's favor. Should they strike, it might inadvertently push Lu Yun towards Qin Chuan's faction. After much contemplation, Li Tong reluctantly retracted the furnace ring. "Gentlemen, we have approached you with an invitation to join us, not to act as mediators. Please clarify which side you wish to align with, so I may determine if you are friend or foe," Zhang Li insisted, puzzled as to why Lu Yun sought to prevent their conflict, which seemed rather illogical. Before any alliance was established among the Beast Island leaders, mutual animosity should prevail. After all, everyone desires more divine rings, eagerly anticipating the opportunity for their rivals to clash, thus allowing a third party to gain advantage. "Zhang Alliance leader, I shall not join either of your factions. Chen Feng and I have always been lone wolves, and becoming a ring master will not alter that," Lu Yun replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately grasped the other's intention. This was a bid for neutrality. "Leader Yi, let us depart. These 2 pose no threat to us." Qin Chuan raised his hand slightly. If Lu Yun intended to side with Zhang Li, he would not have articulated such sentiments, but would have immediately intervened to assist Zhang Li against them. "Very well," Yi Qingwan nodded slightly. "In that case, let us take our leave. We shall settle accounts with Qin Chuan another time." Zhang Li too recognized the lack of interest from the other party in aligning themselves with either side, rendering their continued presence unnecessary. Though they had failed to recruit the two, their refusal to align with Qin Chuan preserved the balance, at least for the moment. Observing both sides prepare to depart, Lu Yun felt somewhat exasperated. I do not wish to join you. If I turn to leave, is this not rather pragmatic? Since you do not wish for us to engage in battle, what purpose do we serve by remaining here? Zhang Li retorted. Lu Yun replied, the reason I intercede to prevent your conflict is not out of benevolence. Who would be so idle as to halt your skirmish? Were it not for pressing matters elsewhere, I would not concern myself, even if you were to battle for 10 days and nights. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Li suddenly comprehended that there was indeed another underlying reason. What is so urgent? Qin Chuan inquired. While exploring the first teleportation portal with Qin Feng, we encountered the Mother of Wisdom, the progenitor of the second stage Beast Tide. Initially, we intended to eliminate her while she was still in the gestation phase, which might have alleviated the challenges posed by the impending Beast Tide. However, I miscalculated. The Mother of Wisdom merely employed passive defenses and nearly claimed our lives. Lu Yun recounted slowly. The moment these words struck their ears, astonishment washed over Qin Chuan's face, and Zhang Li and the others exchanged incredulous glances. After all, Lu Yun and his companion were formidable individuals who had single-handedly traversed the first teleportation portal and were also the masters of the ring. It seemed unimaginable that they could perish merely due to the Mother of Wisdom's passive defenses. Do you wish to prevent us from engaging in battle so that we may accompany you to the location of the Mother of Wisdom? Zhang Li asked. Indeed. That is precisely why I disseminated this information in the World Chat channel. Beckoning you here, Lu Yun replied calmly. Li Tong furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, if you could not even approach her, how do you expect us to vanquish her? Even if we cannot defeat her, inflicting severe injuries upon her would suffice. I have calculated that, based on the current overall combat capability of the Endless Sea, the probability of surviving the second stage Beast Tide is less than 3%. This calculation assumes a tenfold increase in your current strength. Do you understand what a 3% chance signifies? Lu Yun adjusted his glasses and stated slowly. Lu Yun's words caused Li Tong and the others to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. A survival probability of less than 3% was tantamount to a death sentence. They certainly did not believe that a mere 3% could turn the tide in their favor. Qin Chuan, too, furrowed his brow tightly. Although he had anticipated that the second stage Beast Tide would not be straightforward, he had not expected it to be this formidable, simply outrageous. It seems this indeed poses a significant problem, yet this alone does not suffice to persuade us to abandon our adversarial stance, Zhang Li said slowly. Indeed, this fellow has usurped my ring of sovereignty. There is no way we can coexist peacefully. Li Tong continued to harbor resentment. After all, Qin Chuan had seized the ring of sovereignty from Guotu amidst their fierce battle, and no one could simply set aside such enmity. In their hearts, the only path to peace lay in eliminating Qin Chuan, regardless of the circumstances. Vanquishing him remained their utmost priority. Leaderly. Anger can be detrimental to one's health. Do temper your emotions. The ring you possess will eventually belong to me. Do not let your ire consume you before I even make a move. Qin Chuan chuckled. You scoundrel. Li Tong erupted in fury. Zhang Li raised a hand slightly, suppressing Li Tong's urge to strike. After all, should a conflict erupt, if Lu Yun intervened, the consequences would be dire. Observing the irreconcilable opposition between the two parties, Lu Yun felt exasperated. I do not seek for you to reconcile. At the very least, refrain from infighting until we have passed through the second stage Beast Tide. Even if you were to slay one another, it would merely weaken our defensive capabilities. In 5 days, none shall survive. Lu Yun's words momentarily quelled the animosity Zhang Li and the others harbored towards Qin Chuan. After all, winning a battle now would be futile if death awaited them in 5 days. Very well, I shall accompany you to the first teleportation portal. I am eager to witness the true strength of this so-called Mother of Wisdom, Zhang Li declared. Observing the concession, Lu Yun turned to Qin Chuan and inquired, what is your stance, Mr. Qin? In that case, let us proceed, Qin Chuan replied, showing no reluctance. Then let us not delay any further. Let us depart, Lu Yun said as he made his way towards the teleportation portal behind him. Qin Chuan glanced at Yi Qingwan beside him and instructed, once we enter, keep a close watch on Li Tong. I suspect he may suddenly launch an attack against us. If he dares to make a move, strike him down without hesitation. Understood. Yi Qingwan nodded in agreement. As the wielder of the Ring of the Furnace, Li Tong possessed formidable combat prowess once transformed. A sudden ambush could catch Qin Chuan and his companions off guard. Thus, remaining vigilant was undoubtedly prudent. Chapter 77. The Mother of Wisdom. Although Qin Chuan and Zhang Li had temporarily set aside their grievances through Lu Yun's mediation, it did not imply that they could coexist harmoniously. Both Qin Chuan and Zhang Li continued to regard each other with considerable suspicion, uncertain if an ambush might befall them at any moment. With various ulterior motives in mind, they entered the first teleportation portal, advancing towards the Mother of Wisdom. The interior of the first portal was originally a desolate expanse filled with toxic gas and inhabited by venomous dragons. However, at this moment, the world within appeared remarkably clear, with the remains of various deceased beasts and venomous dragons strewn about. Clearly, this was the handiwork of Lu Yun and Qin Feng. Moreover, unlike the third teleportation portal, the poisonous miasma had dissipated here, revealing towering trees that created a verdant realm. Lu, you and your companion have truly hidden your capabilities well. It is impressive that you managed to vanquish so many beasts and venomous dragons, Li Tong remarked, gazing at the scene before him. Haha, you flatter us. It was merely by chance, Lu Yun chuckled. Qin Feng casually added, in truth, the endless sea conceals more formidable beings than just the two of us. There are others far superior. With billions of Beast Island lords in the endless sea, it is hardly surprising that some possess exceptional talents. Our strength is merely superficial. Wu commented. As the group conversed, they had walked for nearly an hour and gradually approached the location Lu Yun had indicated as the Mother of Wisdom. We have arrived. Ahead lies the abode of the Mother of Wisdom, Lu Yun said, pointing towards a distant mountain. Are you suggesting that the Mother of Wisdom resides beyond this mountain? Li Tong queried. Indeed. The Mother of Wisdom is still in its developmental stage and requires a substantial amount of essence for sustenance daily. If we wish to draw near, we must proceed with caution, otherwise, the Mother of Wisdom may activate its passive defenses. Given our current strength, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Yun spoke slowly. Subsequently, the group lowered their voices and stealthily made their way toward the rear of the great mountain. Upon reaching their designated position, the so-called Mother of Wisdom came into view. It resembled a fleshy entity, intricately woven with blood vessels, pulsating like a heart, and within its depths, a colossal being lay in slumber. Its size dwarfed even Qin Chuan's twin-chambered dragon by 100-fold, akin to a mountain itself. Surrounding this immense mass of flesh were numerous exotic beasts. Some were diminutive humanoid creatures, tirelessly excavating essence from the mountainside to transport to the Mother of Wisdom. Others were massive beasts, reminiscent of deep-sea draconic lizards, their green scales identifying them as poison dragons. These diminutive beings belonged to the goblin race, closely related to the earth demons of Portal 3. Though their combat prowess was feeble, with the strongest barely reaching the Beast King level, they excelled in mining. Thus, the Mother of Wisdom had enslaved the poison dragons to compel them to extract essence for her. Lu Yun continued speaking. Yet, at that moment, Qin Chuan's attention was not on the Mother of Wisdom, but rather fixated on the essence held by the goblins. He observed as they lined up to feed the essence to the Mother of Wisdom, each absorption strengthening her further. Mr. Qin, did you see all that essence? If we could seize it, our strength would undoubtedly surge, whispered Yu Qi-wan. Indeed, Qin Chuan was eager. He was in dire need of essence, especially since he had yet to nurture his three-headed triceratops, and the newly hatched dragon egg would also require it. The sight of such a massive essence vein was akin to a sumptuous feast. It was undeniably tempting, yet this group of goblins was no trifling matter, Qin Chuan mused. Goblins. Yi Qingwan paused momentarily. Despite their small stature, these creatures possessed impressive mining speed and were tireless. If we could capture a few to explore the essence vein at Portal 3, it would be a tremendous advantage, Qin Chuan remarked, just as Qin Chuan's gaze lingered greedily. Lu Yun said, Everyone, let us unite our strengths and summon our most formidable beasts to attempt an assault on the Mother of Wisdom. If we can severely wound her during her developmental phase, the pressure of the beast tide in 5 days will be greatly alleviated. As Lu Yun's words concluded, Zhang Li stepped forward, declaring, Then let us not waste time. Let us act. With that, Zhang Li unleashed his Beast Emperor-level lion alongside a Dominator-level Earth Demon leader, immediately setting the stage for battle. Li Tong also unhesitatingly activated the Ring of the Furnace, transforming into beast form. Simultaneously, Yi Qi-wan, Guo Tu, Lu Yun, Qin Feng, and all the other ring bearers summoned their strongest beasts. With everyone showcasing their prowess, Qin Chuan felt compelled to keep pace. After all, confronting the Mother of Wisdom was a shared responsibility, and there was no reason to hold back. Uncertain of what new beastly companion might emerge from the fusion of the giant beast dragon and the Tyrannosaurus, Qin Chuan seized this opportunity to experiment, slowly revealing the fusion ring. Fusion. As the Tyrannosaurus and the giant beast dragon manifested, they swiftly transformed into two intertwining beams of light. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying creature, far exceeding the weight of a solitary Tyrannosaurus, crashed to the ground. Species: Giant Beast Tyrannosaurus. Weight: 30 tons. Level: Beast Emperor. Attribute: Fire. Primary skill: Infernal Breath. Passive skill: Molten Body. The giant beast Tyrannosaurus, primarily fused from the Tyrannosaurus, reached an astonishing weight of 30 tons. For a carnivorous dinosaur to attain such a weight is almost a miraculous phenomenon. This colossal size endowed it with an immensely terrifying explosive power, albeit at the expense of considerable agility. However, against a fixed entity like the Mother of Wisdom, such attributes were more than sufficient. This spectacle left Chen Feng, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Truly, the foremost among the endless sea. Although he was already aware that your beast was a dinosaur, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as everyone prepared to strike. The Mother of Wisdom seemed to sense the impending danger, its flesh writhing incessantly. Meanwhile, the surrounding dozen or so poison dragons swiftly reacted, lunging fiercely toward the group. I will hinder those poison dragons. You all attack the Mother of Wisdom simultaneously. We must inflict severe damage before it turns crimson. Lu Yun immediately raised his hand and unleashed the splitting ring. In an instant, thousands of ravens emerged, darkening the sky as they surged toward the attacking poison dragons. Engage. Chen Feng promptly commanded the fierce tiger to initiate the assault. Boom. A towering pillar of fire erupted from the tiger's maw. At the same time, everyone concentrated their firepower on the Mother of Wisdom. Qin Chuan swiftly unleashed his skill, Infernal Breath. Boom. A pillar of searing heat, surpassing that of the Tyrannosaurus, erupted forth, directly striking the Mother of Wisdom. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the combined onslaught of the 6 ring masters blasted a gaping hole through the flesh of the Mother of Wisdom. Instantly, torrents of blood gushed forth like a dam bursting. Roar! This strike elicited a chilling scream from the Mother of Wisdom. Chapter 78. Perilous Situations. Did we succeed? Lu Yun exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the scene. However, the gaping wound began to heal rapidly within mere moments. The flesh of the Mother of Wisdom turned a deep crimson. Suddenly, blood-red tendrils sprouted from the flesh, resembling the tentacles of an octopus, and began to frantically attack the group. It seemed that a passive defense mechanism had activated. Be cautious, Li Tong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he shouted urgently. As Qin Chuan gazed at the multitude of tentacles surging towards him, he unhesitatingly severed his fusion with the colossal beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, despite the Tyrannosaurus's remarkable explosive power, its sluggish speed rendered it vulnerable. A single hit would result in catastrophic losses. Leaders Zhang and Li, let us combine our strengths to confront the tentacles while Leader Qin seizes the opportunity to launch an attack with the others, Lu Yun promptly declared. However, upon hearing these words, Zhang Li not only refrained from taking any defensive action, but also withdrew his beast companion, stating, "This creature possesses formidable self-regeneration. Our efforts would be in vain. I refuse to sacrifice myself." With that, Zhang Li swiftly retreated to the rear. Seeing this, Li Tong followed suit, retreating as well. Lu Yun, exasperated by their cowardice, exclaimed, "If we allow it to grow unchecked now, none of us will survive in 5 days." In response, Zhang Li appeared indifferent, replying, "Defending against the beast tide is a shared responsibility of the lords of the countless beast islands in the endless sea. Why should we be the first to perish? If you wish to fight, go ahead. I shall not accompany you." With his words still hanging in the air, the overwhelming tentacles launched their assault. Due to their proximity, Qin Chuan and his companions quickly became the primary targets of the attack. "Lu Yun, you have doomed us," Yi Qiwan cried out, at a loss for what to do. If she continued to activate the evolution ring, the losses would be dire. "I apologize, Leader Yi. It seems I underestimated them. Those 3 only wish to safeguard their own lives and are utterly uncooperative. How can we expect to defend against the beast tide in 5 days with such a mindset?" They might as well await their doom. Lu Yun seethed with rage at Zhang Li's retreat in the face of danger. If the Seven Ring Masters had united their efforts, they could have at least severely wounded the sentient Mother of Wisdom, even if they could not defeat her. But now, with Zhang Li prioritizing his own safety and Li Tong and Guotu wavering, the absence of three Ring Masters rendered further combat futile. As the multitude of tentacles approached, Qin Chuan immediately summoned the Wind God Pterodactyl, seizing Yi Qingwan's wrist and leaping onto the creature, rapidly ascending into the sky. Suddenly, several tentacles ensnared the hind limbs of the Wind God Pterodactyl, attempting to drag it down. Cutting wind, Qin Chuan activated his skill, with a powerful flap of its wings. The pterodactyl unleashed a barrage of sharp wind blades that severed the tentacles. However, for every 3 tentacles he cut, 6 more emerged, forcefully yanking the Wind God Pterodactyl from the air. Consequently, Qin Chuan and Yi Qingwan plummeted, barely regaining their footing upon landing. Chen Feng, since the battle began, you have yet to utilize your divine ring. Are you saving it for future offspring? Yi Qingwan queried, eyeing Chen Feng, who had been avoiding combat. If I could use it, I would have done so already. Do I need your reminders? Chen Feng retorted before swiftly mounting his fierce tiger and retreating. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Chuan's curiosity regarding the nature of the divine ring possessed by the other party intensified. Was there perhaps some prerequisite for its usage? The situation was dire. Once those tentacles locked onto a target, they would relentlessly pursue it, leaving no chance for escape. While manipulating the raven to obstruct the tentacles, Lu Yun shouted in alarm. Since there was no way to flee, Qin Chuan declared resolutely that he would no longer attempt to escape, immediately raising his hand to unleash the dual-chambered dragon. With a thunderous crash, the over 200 tons of the dual-chambered dragon descended, its immense form instantly shielding Qin Chuan from dozens of tentacle strikes. Though the dual-chambered dragon was merely in its adult stage, its formidable upper-tier attributes endowed it with the passive ability of being as immovable as a mountain, which maximized its defensive capabilities. The tentacle assaults merely inflicted superficial lacerations upon the dragon's exterior, failing to reach its vital organs. What manner of beast is this? How can its defense be so formidable? Lu Yun marveled at the colossal creature that resembled a mountain, his jaw dropping in astonishment. You all should retreat. These tentacles cannot harm me for the time being, Qin Chuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun and Chen Feng promptly withdrew. As the earth trembled and cracked, Qin Chuan, witnessing Lu Yun and Yi Qingwan's retreat, unhesitatingly unleashed his most potent skill. The dual-chambered dragon lifted its forelimbs and forcefully stomped down upon the ground. With a resounding roar, the earth shattered under the powerful impact of its geokinetic attributes, causing a nearby mountainside to collapse due to the violent tremors. Countless boulders and logs cascaded down, crashing onto the dual-chambered dragon. However, its passive ability, being as steadfast as a mountain, mitigated 90% of the damage, leaving it relatively unscathed. Yet, due to the sheer size of the mountainside and the fact that its interior had been hollowed out by the earth spirits, a chain reaction ensued, resulting in Qin Chuan being buried beneath the ground. Nevertheless, with the dual-chambered dragon serving as a colossal shield, a small sanctuary was forcibly maintained, preventing most of the debris from crushing him. Although temporarily safe, the adult form of the dual-chambered dragon possessed limited strength, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate itself from the rubble. At that moment, the Mother of Wisdom was clearly enraged, thrashing her tentacles around wildly. Anything that came into contact with them, be it the venomous dragon or the boulders, was obliterated without discrimination. Mr. Qin, Yi Qingwan cried out in distress upon seeing him buried. It was evident that the Mother of Wisdom was not an adversary to be trifled with. Should it fully mature in 5 days, it would become an invincible monstrosity. After retreating to a safe distance, Lu Yun felt a surge of trepidation. We should pull back. Even someone as formidable as Qin Chuan has been buried. Remaining here will only heighten our risk of attack, Chen Feng suggested. Yi Qingwan, overhearing this, immediately became incensed. What do you two mean by this? Mr. Qin was buried because of you. You wish to abandon him without lending a hand? Leader Yi, you have witnessed the situation. Any attempt to approach results in immediate targeting by the tentacles. How can we save anyone? Lu Yun expressed his helplessness. If you choose not to assist, so be it. Yi Qingwan had little hope left for them. Instead, she raised her right hand, and the evolution ring swiftly radiated brilliance. She intended to sacrifice a beast emperor-level Arctic bear to elevate herself to the dominator level, thus forcefully breaking through the boulder to rescue Qin Chuan. Chapter 79. Sacred Body of Cattle and Horses. Just as Yi Qingwan was preparing to save him, a notification chimed in her chat window. It was a message from Qin Chuan. Leader Yi, do not waste a Dominator-level beast companion here. I am not in immediate danger. Leave at once. If the Mother of Wisdom detects anyone nearby, there will be no peace. Upon reading Qin Chuan's message, Yi Qingwan halted her rescue attempt. Leader Yi, it would be prudent to follow us too and retreat for now. Otherwise, Zhang Li and the others will surely target you if they see you alone, Lu Yun advised, casting a glance at Yi Qingwan. Let us go, Yi Qingwan acquiesced, not lingering further as she followed the two towards the first teleportation portal. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and his group, having distanced themselves, gazed back at the collapsing mountain and instantly grasped the situation. It seems that the lad named Qin has summoned that several hundred-ton beast again, Li Tong remarked. Let us disregard them. We cannot remain at the first teleportation portal. We shall proceed to the second one, where a few divine rings await us. We must become stronger before the second wave of beast tide arrives, Zhang Li declared, departing the scene without a backward glance. As several ring masters gradually left, the Mother of Wisdom, upon detecting no imminent danger, began to settle down, her crimson form transforming to a normal translucent hue. Beneath the mountain, Qin Chuan awaited quietly. Once the double-chambered dragon regained some strength, it could unleash its skill once more. At that time, he could shatter the surrounding boulders again. However, during this waiting period, Qin Chuan noticed faint glimmers flickering above him. These lights, densely populated like stars in the sky, revealed themselves to be essence. To his astonishment, so much essence was concealed within the mountains. No wonder the Mother of Wisdom chose to dwell here, Qin Chuan mused. He then began to excavate the essence around him. In merely a few minutes, Qin Chuan had collected 200 pieces of essence, far more efficient than the exhausting endeavor of slaying exotic beasts. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qin Chuan continued to unearth the essence, a sudden thudding noise erupted from the mountain beside him. He quickly summoned 4 velociraptors for protection. Suddenly, the mountain side was breached, revealing a large hole. 3 goblins, wielding chisels, were busily carving into the wall. Upon discovering the presence of someone within the wall, the 3 goblins froze in place. With a sudden burst of energy, the velociraptor beside Qin Chuan lunged forward, pinning 3 goblins to the ground, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Please, spare us. We are but feeble goblins. One of the subdued goblins cried out in terror. Return, Qin Chuan commanded. And the velociraptor obediently returned to his side, standing like a loyal sentinel, ever vigilant of their surroundings. You lot, assisting the Mother of Wisdom. Do you intend to unite against us when the second beast tide arrives? Qin Chuan glared at the 3 goblins. This is an injustice. We are a peace-loving goblin clan, enslaved by the venomous dragons under the control of the Mother of Wisdom. One goblin stammered, trembling in fear. I see, Qin Chuan replied, observing their frail forms. Indeed, they posed no threat. These goblins were merely weak adults. Even without his beast companion, his prowess as a domain god would suffice to vanquish them effortlessly. One goblin cautiously approached and said, My lord, you must be the great among humans, right? We witnessed your battle with the Mother of Wisdom. In your boundless mercy, could you rescue us? Rescue you? Are you fond of mining? Qin Chuan retorted. My lord, you do not understand. These venomous dragons delight in feasting upon us. If we assist the Mother of Wisdom in her growth, those dragons will devour us within 5 days. Another goblin quavered. Initially, Qin Chuan had intended to capture a few goblins, as they were adept at exploring mineral veins. Bringing them to the 3rd teleportation point could not only aid in excavating the evolution core veins but might also uncover other precious deposits. Such resources would undoubtedly provide him with an inexhaustible supply of essence and evolution cores. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan inquired, How many of you are there in total? Our goblin tribe originally numbered in the thousands, but after the dragon's feasting, only 200 remain, the goblin responded. Upon hearing that there were 200 goblins, Qin Chuan's spirits lifted. These industrious and capable goblins were akin to diligent beasts of burden. Very well. If you 200 goblins submit to me, I shall lead you to safety, Qin Chuan declared slowly. At his words, the 3 goblins exchanged ecstatic glances. Yet one of them cautioned, But there are 5 formidable venomous dragons guarding this mountain. Only 5 wretched pests. I shall eliminate them for you, Qin Chuan said, raising his hand slightly. The goblins were overjoyed at such a bold proclamation, their excitement palpable. However, Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the numerous essences embedded within the mountain. The prospect of leaving such riches untapped ignited his greed. My lord, there are currently 20,000 essences within this mountain. If we exert ourselves fully, we could excavate them within a day, the goblin reported. Upon hearing of the 20,000 essence, Qin Chuan found himself nearly salivating. The acquisition of such a bounty would significantly enhance his abilities. Take me to find those 5 pests, Qin Chuan instructed. Lord, follow me. A goblin hastily led Qin Chuan into the depths of the mountain. The mountain had recently been affected by Qin Chuan's seismic waves, resulting in substantial collapse. However, certain areas were fortified by the goblin's defensive structures, alleviating concerns of sudden cave-ins. Under the goblin's guidance, Qin Chuan ventured further into the mountain. As anticipated, in the central region of the mountain, over 200 goblins were tirelessly excavating. If I were to take all this essence away, would the Mother of Wisdom suffer from stunted growth and weakened combat capabilities? Qin Chuan pondered. After all, they could not contend with the Mother of Wisdom and could easily sever the essence supply. Without it, her development would undoubtedly be hindered. Responding to Lord, the Mother of Wisdom possesses teleportation abilities. As long as this mine ceases to yield essence, she will relocate to another mine to continue her growth, the goblin explained. Oh, it seems I was overthinking. Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Look, those 5 venomous dragons are right there. The goblin pointed to a distant clearing. He beheld 5 venomous dragons currently slumbering on the ground, surrounded by scattered goblin remains, likely having just feasted. Chapter 80. The pitiful goblins seeing the venomous dragons. Qin Chuan immediately activated his scanning ability. Beast, venomous dragon, weight, 9 tons level, Beast King, attribute. Mutated wood skill, toxic breath, description. The scales of the venomous dragon are laced with potent toxins. Contact results in poisoning, leading to sluggish movements. Upon analysis, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. So the mutated wood attribute is, in fact, toxic, rather intriguing. Just then, the 5 venomous dragons detected an unfamiliar scent and quickly awakened. Roar. In an instant, the 5 dragons emitted a simultaneous roar. This fierce sound caused the already frightened goblins mining nearby to collapse in terror. Mercy, Lord Venomous Dragon! Please do not eat me. Some goblins frantically kowtowed before the dragons. At that moment, a goblin beside Qin Chuan stepped forward, declaring, Fear not. The human has come to save us. He will surely vanquish the venomous dragons. With this proclamation, all goblin eyes turned toward Qin Chuan. Could he truly defeat the dragons? Given his seemingly frail stature, many feared that if he failed and angered the dragons, they would all face dire consequences. Lord Venomous Dragon, this has nothing to do with us. We did not summon this human. At this moment, several goblins appeared skeptical of Qin Chuan's capabilities, hastily dissociating themselves from him, fearing that should the dragons dispatch him, they would be next on the menu. Unperturbed by the unfolding chaos, Qin Chuan stepped forward with a measured grace, his hand gently raised. Boom. With a resounding crash, 2 colossal Rex Tyrannosauruses descended, their formidable weight causing the very earth to tremble. Roar. The echo of the Tyrannosaurus's roar reverberated within the mountains, sending tremors through the already unstable terrain. The once skeptical goblins, who had doubted Qin Chuan's prowess, stood dumbfounded at the sight of such fearsome beasts unleashed before them. Roar. The 5 venomous dragons, momentarily intimidated by the Tyrannosaurus's imposing presence, unleashed their own furious roars. Qin Chuan, unwilling to engage in a protracted battle, recognized the mountain's inability to withstand such a confrontation. Thus, before the clash commenced, the ring of royalty on his finger began to emit a radiant glow. Let me witness the true power of the ring, he thought, slowly clenching his fist. Buzz. In an instant, the silver ring erupted in brilliance, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloping the surroundings, casting a pall over the entire mountain. The feeble goblins, succumbing to the pressure of the ring, collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. The 5 venomous dragons, trembling under the ring's might, struggled to remain upright. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus, invigorated by the ring's influence, exuded scalding steam, clearly enhanced. Originally possessing only the strength of beast kings, the 5 venomous dragons were now utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the beast emperor. With the ring of royalty suppressing their power, their capabilities were further diminished. Indeed, The ring's true strength could only be harnessed by a genuine master. A smile crept upon Qin Chuan's lips. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two Tyrannosaurs charged forward. Recognizing the mountain's fragility, Qin Chuan forewent his skills and opted for a direct confrontation. As the two heavyweight creatures barreled toward them, the 5 venomous dragons, under immense pressure, also surged forward. One Tyrannosaurus initiated the attack, its massive jaws clamping down on the neck of a venomous dragon. With a sickening crunch, the scales of the neck shattered, and a torrent of toxic blood gushed forth. However, for the Beast Emperor, this minor venom could only slightly hinder its movements, failing to affect its combat prowess. Crack! A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed as one venomous dragon was instantly slain. Bang! Another venomous dragon attempted a sneak attack, only to be met with a powerful tail swipe from the Tyrannosaurus, sending it crashing backward. The remaining 3 venomous dragons, still yearning to resist, found themselves firmly under the Tyrannosaurus's relentless pressure. Splatter! All 3 venomous dragons unleashed a barrage of toxic fluid, but upon contact with the Tyrannosaurus's fiery skin, it was swiftly neutralized. Under the relentless assault of the 2 Tyrannosaurs, the 5 venomous dragons stood no chance, swiftly meeting their demise. With the demise of the 5 venomous dragons, the rewards materialized: 10 divine values, 20 essences, 2,000 gold coins, 5 toxic scale armors, and 5 mutated wood attributes. As the battle concluded, the surrounding goblins erupted in joyous cheers at the ease with which the dragons had been vanquished. Thank you, Lord of the Ring, for saving us. You are indeed the benefactor of the goblin tribe. It was but a trifling task, Qin Chuan replied modestly, raising a hand slightly. He then turned to the 3 goblins beside him and said, I have dealt with the venomous creatures. It is now your turn to communicate. Yes, Lord of the Ring. One goblin eagerly nodded and hurried towards the crowd, conveying Qin Chuan's intentions to unite them and the situation regarding the extraction of essences. Soon, a fervent discussion erupted among the goblins, their murmurs indicating deliberations concerning their subjugation. After a short while, the goblin who had approached returned, stating, Lord of the Ring, after our discussions, we are willing to submit to you, but we have 2 requests that we hope you can accommodate. Requests? Pray, share them, Qin Chuan prompted. Our goblin tribe survives on essences. We must absorb 1 essence periodically to maintain our vitality, the goblin explained. That is not an issue. You may absorb essences as you mine, without needing my approval, Qin Chuan responded, raising his hand slightly. After all, essences are the energy source for exotic beasts. And for goblins, who possess limited potential, it is essential to replenish their strength regularly. We also request to mine for 10 days and rest for half a day. However, if you find this rest period excessive, we could mine for 30 days and rest for half a day instead, the goblin continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Such demands were utterly outrageous. I cannot agree to that, he promptly rejected. The goblins, witnessing his refusal, displayed a hint of disappointment in their eyes, yet there was no uproar, for survival remained their priority. Just as the atmosphere turned somber, Qin Chuan proposed, join me, and you shall mine for 6 days and rest for 1. Moreover, those who exceed in mining shall receive an additional day of rest. What? Truly splendid. Long live the Lord of the Ring. Long live the Lord of the Ring. In an instant, over 200 goblins erupted in elation, venerating Qin Chuan as a deity. With a wry smile, Qin Chuan reflected on the plight of these poor goblins. Had they been brought to the former Blue Star, the avaricious bosses there would have surely reveled in their misfortune. Nevertheless, despite having a semblance of greed himself, he at least granted them a day of respite. Chapter 81. A frantic ascendancy following the subjugation of this goblin group, they immediately dedicated themselves to mining. In a gesture of gratitude towards Qin Chuan, the goblins toiled diligently in the mines. Within the mountain's embrace, Qin Chuan observed as streams of essence flowed steadily into his pockets. He could already envision that once these goblins were transported to the 3rd portal, it would not merely be a matter of wealth. It would be akin to a veritable mint of essence. As time ticked away, the veins of, or within the mountain gradually diminished. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the mountain, causing it to sway slightly. Have you unearthed something? Qin Chuan sensed the disturbance and inquired. Lord of the, it appears that the Mother of Wisdom is initiating a transport. One goblin responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan swiftly peered through the tunnel excavated by the goblins and noted the radiant aura surrounding the Mother of Wisdom, indicating her intention to teleport. Perhaps due to her colossal size, The transportation took nearly 10 minutes before she vanished completely. With the greatest threat now dissipated, Qin Chuan finally retracted the dual-chambered dragon. With a thunderous rumble, the immense boulders that had been held at bay collapsed, yet no significant damage ensued. For the following day and a half, Qin Chuan remained within the mountain until the afternoon of the second day. Only 4 days remain until the second phase of the beast tide. At this moment, only 4 days remained for Qin Chuan to develop further. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that this expedition had not been in vain. Lord of the essence within the mountain has been fully extracted, reported a goblin, yielding a total of 24,000 essence. Excellent. With this 24,000 essence, my strength shall ascend significantly, Qin Chuan replied. You have all worked hard. Now, enter my dimensional space, and I shall lead you away from here. Although goblins belong to the humanoid beast category, and Qin Chuan was unable to exert control over them as Zhang Li did with the beast ring, if they submitted willingly, they could enter his dimensional space, facilitating their transport through the first portal. With a wave of his hand, 200 goblins and the 24,000 essence entered the dimensional realm. Qin Chuan then exited the mountain via the tunnel excavated by the goblins. Having amassed sufficient essence, the backlog of dragon eggs could now be properly incubated for enhancement. Qin Chuan murmured, before summoning the wind god Wyvern and soaring towards the first portal. After flying for approximately half an hour, he successfully departed from the portal, activated the transport, and returned to his beast island. As a brilliant light illuminated the island, Qin Chuan's figure gradually materialized. At that moment, 8 dragon eggs resided within the dragon's lair. First, I shall elevate the dragon's lair by 1 tier, Qin Chuan declared. Essence 1. Total essence, 16,590. Dragon nest rank. 5th rank. The dragon nest generates 5 random dragon eggs daily, with a chance to hatch a leader dragon species. However, only 1 leader dragon egg will appear, and no additional dragon eggs will be produced. Dragon nest experience. 0-10. Upon reading the prompt, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, understanding that if a leader dragon egg were to emerge, it would not be 5 dragon eggs, but rather 1. It signifies that 5 dragon eggs amalgamate into 1, resulting in the appearance of a leader dragon species. Qin Chuan had previously learned that leader dragon species are significantly stronger than ordinary dragons, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess and intelligence. This would greatly alleviate Qin Chuan's burden of control. With over 16,000 essence remaining, the next enhancement would undoubtedly be the dual-chamber dragon, as it is currently his sole upper-tier attribute dragon species. Enhance the dual-chamber dragon. Essence 1. Total essence, 6,590. Species, fragile dual-chamber dragon. Weight, 220 tons. Level, Beast King level, requires 10 essence for enhancement. Attribute, Earth Vein attribute. Primary skill, Mountain Collapse. Passive skill, unmovable as a mountain. As the dual-chamber dragon ascended to the Beast King level, its destructive power multiplied several times beyond its adult form. At this moment, the dual-chamber dragon truly possessed the capability for widespread devastation, not to mention the Beast Emperor level. Even when encountering the Dominator level, a single stomp could not be withstood by just anyone. Alas, it seems that even with over 20,000 essence, it is insufficient. After a few enhancements, merely 6,000 remains, and Qin Chuan wore a helpless expression. He aspired to elevate all his beast companions, but essence was like a salary, never enough to spend. First, let us hatch the dragon eggs and see what can be produced, then selectively enhance as needed. Hatching dragon eggs. Crack. As the 8 dragon eggs began to fissure, 8 little heads immediately emerged. Hatching successful. Southern Behemoth Dragon. 3 species, Southern Behemoth Dragon. Weight, 40 kilograms. Level, juvenile. Hatching successful. Spinosaurus. 5 species, Spinosaurus, known as the largest amphibious carnivorous dinosaur. Its elongated mouth can inflict fatal tearing wounds upon prey, and its long forelimbs possess considerable lethality. Weight, 60 kilograms, maximum 30 tons. Level, juvenile. Consuming 1 essence can advance to the youth stage with the completion of hatching. Qin Chuan's Dragon Legion gained new members. Weighing 30 tons, another heavyweight monster emerged, and Qin Chuan found himself grappling with a dilemma of choice. Given his current essence reserves, he could at most elevate 6 beast companions to the Beast Emperor level. However, with the addition of the previous 3 Triceratops, he now had 11 dinosaurs still in their juvenile stage. To elevate all to the Beast Emperor level, one must possess at least 14,000 essences. At this moment, Qin Xuan recalled that he seemingly had over 300,000 gold coins remaining. Perhaps he could explore the possibility of purchasing some essences. Upon opening the shop, he indeed found numerous individuals offering essences and various materials. The exchange rate stood at 50 gold coins for one essence, which was not exorbitant. With 300,000 gold coins at his disposal, he could procure 6,000 essences. Coupled with his existing essences, he would amass over 12,000, still falling short. Should he elevate all to the Beast Emperor level, or opt to enhance a singular beast pet to the sovereign level? At this juncture, Qin Xuan found himself once again ensnared in the throes of indecision. Considering the prowess of the sovereign level, prioritizing that enhancement was undoubtedly a commendable choice. However, with the fusion ring and the twin-chamber dragon in his possession, both formidable assets capable of contending with the sovereign level, he pondered that augmenting his overall combat strength would substantially improve his margin for error. Furthermore, with 200 goblins at his command, placing them through the third portal would surely accumulate a significant quantity of essences in the short term. Before the impending second wave of the beast tide, he would undoubtedly cultivate one or even several sovereign-level beasts. At that time, his strength would experience yet another surge. Having solidified his developmental direction, Qin Xuan hesitated no longer and promptly expended 300,000 gold coins to acquire 6,000 essences. Gold, 30, remaining, 7,000, essences, 6,000. Total essences, 12,590. As the essences were received, Qin Xuan prepared to elevate his primary battle beast to the Beast Emperor level. Chapter 82, Transformation. All beasts as emperors first. He would elevate 5 giant beast dragons to the Beast Emperor level, while also endowing 3 attribute-less giant beast dragons with electric attribute cores, Qin Xuan declared. Essences, 5333. Total essences, 7,257. Electric attribute essences, 3. Species. Southern Giant Beast Dragon 2 weight, 15 tons level. Beast Emperor, 1 essence required to upgrade to Sovereign. Attribute. Water, main skill. Wrath of the Sea Emperor, can evolve into dark water upon reaching Sovereign level. Passive skill. Aquatic Affinity Species. Southern Giant Beast Dragon 3, weight, 15 tons level. Beast Emperor, attribute. Electric, main skill. Electromagnetic Impact, can evolve into Electromagnetic Pulse upon reaching Sovereign level. Passive skill. Electric Fangs, bite the enemy, inflicting electric shocks that induce a state of paralysis. As the first wave of enhancements concluded, Qin Xuan discerned the fundamental distinctions between the thunder and electric attributes. The thunder attribute pertained to large-scale destructive capabilities. Although potent, it lacked precision in targeting a singular point. In contrast, the electric attribute represented a direct release of single-target output skills, with the passive skill generating additional effects through biting. Not bad. With this, the 5-headed Beast Emperor class Southern Giant Beast Dragon can serve as a primary battle companion. Qin Xuan stroked his chin, feeling quite satisfied. Next came the Spinosaurus. All 5 Spinosaurus were elevated to Beast Emperor class. Additionally, they were endowed with a water attribute core. Essence, 5555. Total essence, 1702. Water attribute core, 5. Species. Spinosaurus 5, weight, 30 tons level. Beast Emperor class, attribute. Water, main skill. Wrath of the Sea Emperor, passive skill. Affinity with aquatic creatures as the second wave of enhancements concluded. Qin Xuan's essence was completely depleted. This upgrade was unprecedentedly powerful, bringing the total number of Beast Emperor class companions to a staggering 17. What does this signify? It is nearly equivalent to the total number of Beast Emperor class creatures in the top 3 alliances, alleviating the fear of insufficient firepower. This bolstered Qin Xuan's confidence in confronting the second phase of the Beast Tide. Given his current combat strength, he could undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the Mother of Wisdom in her developmental stage. Alas, the Mother of Wisdom had already teleported away, making her retrieval a challenging endeavor. Although 3 Triceratops still could not be upgraded to Beast Emperor class, 17 Beast Emperors were more than sufficient. Such a considerable quantity proved far more advantageous than enhancing a single Dominator class creature. After all, the margin for error was significantly increased, allowing him to face multiple ringmasters without fear. Now that his power had been extraordinarily enhanced, it was time to take the initiative. With the surge in strength, Qin Xuan's ambitions naturally expanded. Although he was currently the only dual ringmaster in the Endless Sea, possessing 17 Beast Emperor class companions was not enough for him. He aspired to adorn all 10 of his fingers with divine rings. Only then would he become truly invincible in the world. Zhang Li Guotu. Li Tong. Who should he target first? Qin Chuan pondered. Firstly, Zhang Li, although his beast ring was formidable, capable of absorbing various beasts and companions. It held little allure for Qin Chuan. After all, no matter how many he absorbed, if the overall combat strength was lacking, it would be futile. Next was Li Tong. The furnace ring could enhance oneself, which could preserve him in the ever-changing battlefield, making it quite a powerful divine ring. Yet, none of these were what Qin Chuan desired. The most extraordinary was undoubtedly Guotu's symbiotic ring. That was truly a divine artifact. Once donned, it would grant him immortality. However, acquiring it posed a challenge. Although Qin Chuan had previously severed Guotu's arm, curiously, the symbiotic ring did not fall with the severed limb. Instead, it manifested on the newly grown fingers of Guotu's day. This indicated that, just as described, the symbiotic ring could only be relinquished if both the beast companion and the master were slain together. Certainly, one could compel him to surrender voluntarily. This task is far less arduous than simultaneously eliminating both the beast companion and its master. Once Qin Chuan apprehends Guotu, he possesses the means to torment him until he willingly divulges the necessary information. Subsequently, Qin Chuan perused the latest updates in the World Chat channel. Everyone, the second portal has finally been breached. It is said that a new divine ring has emerged. Just yesterday, 2 new ring bearers appeared, and to our astonishment, another divine ring has been discovered. What manner of divine ring is this? Rumor has it that this divine ring is particularly peculiar, although it has manifested. No one has yet been able to acquire it. What does it mean that no one can obtain it? Quite literally, this divine ring seems to possess the ability to choose its master. If it does not bestow its approval, one cannot come into contact with it. Such a divine ring exists? Does that imply that the ring bearers, like Zhang Li and the others, cannot acquire it if they are not acknowledged? Indeed. Zhang Li has already ventured forth with his companions, yet it appears that this divine ring has not recognized him. Nearly all the formidable beings of the Star River Alliance have attempted to claim it, but they have all met with failure. The only ring bearer yet to be revealed is Qin Chuan. It is likely that this divine ring will select the strongest among them. Perhaps if Qin Chuan were to arrive, he might gain its approval. Oh dear, that would be alarming. Qin Chuan is already a dual ring bearer. Should he gain recognition from this new divine ring, he would possess 3 divine rings. Meanwhile, numerous Beast Island masters continue to seek their fortune, yet all have returned defeated, leaving only luck to determine the victor. At that moment, while reviewing the chat channel, Qin Chuan received this information. To think a new divine ring would appear so swiftly, it seems as if it is destined for me, he mused with a slight smile. Fortuitously, several other ring bearers were also at the second portal, providing him with an opportunity for acquisition. Should he succeed, it would be no mere single divine ring he would obtain. However, prior to his journey to the second portal, Qin Chuan first made his way to the third portal, intending to ensure the proper arrangements for the goblins before proceeding to the second portal. As a brilliant light enveloped him, Qin Chuan was immediately transported to the third portal. At this moment, within the Evolution Core mine, the Guardians Alliance was still engaged in their excavation. Hui Hui, Qin Chuan called out. Before long, a disheveled Qin Yahue emerged from the mine pit. Brother Qin, hold off on the excavation for now. I have a task for you, Qin Chuan instructed. What task? You are to take these 200 goblins and seek out the Essence Mine. Their combat prowess is woefully inadequate, so you must protect them throughout the entire endeavor until the Essence Mine is located, Qin Chuan explained. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Qin Yahue promptly accepted the assignment. After all, with the Beast Emperor-level Triceratops bestowed upon her by Qin Chuan, no ordinary individual or beast would pose a challenge, allowing her to serve as a bodyguard, thus sparing Qin Chuan the need to escort them personally. Once the arrangements were made, Qin Chuan prepared to set forth to the second portal. Chapter 83. The Blood-Killing Ring. Just as Qin Chuan was preparing to depart, Yi Qingwan approached him slowly. Mr. Qin, when did you come out? Not long ago, Qin Chuan replied. Weren't you at the second teleportation gate? How did you return? Don't mention it. I wandered around aimlessly. The Ring of the Gods chooses its master autonomously. I tried many times, but was unable to obtain it. Yi Qingwan shook her head. Indeed. I saw that in the chat channel as well. I was just about to take a chance myself. By the way, are Zhang Li and the others still at the second teleportation gate? Qin Chuan inquired. Like me, Zhongli tried a few times and left after failing to acquire it. However, Guitu and Li Tong are still there. They seem unwilling to give up. Yi Qiwan responded, "Well, as long as they are there." Qin Chuan nodded slightly and prepared to set off. By the way, here are the evolution cores mined over the past few days, a total of 150. I've noticed that the difficulty of mining the evolution core vein has increased. There likely isn't much left. Yi Qiwan handed the evolution cores to Qin Chuan. Yes. While we can still mine, we should extract as much as possible. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, and then readied himself to head towards the second teleportation gate. These 150 evolution cores should suffice to enhance a beast companion to a higher attribute. However, Qin Chuan was not in a hurry. He wanted to wait a bit longer in case a leader dragon species appeared randomly, as resources would naturally need to be concentrated on that. Mr. Qin, would you like me to accompany you? It could be dangerous if you attract their attention alone, Yi Qiwan suggested. Rest assured, they are the ones in danger. Qin Chuan raised his hand slightly. This time at the second teleportation gate. Qin Chuan intended not only to obtain a new Ring of the Gods, but also to secure Guitu's symbiotic ring. He aimed to elevate his strength to its utmost before the second phase of the beast tide arrived. Not bringing Yi Qiwan along was also due to Qin Chuan's current main battle beast companions being sufficient. And unleashing the domain of the god of hunting would be restricted by her presence. All right, Yi Qiwan nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to her, in the time they had been apart, Qin Chuan's combat power had reached an exceedingly formidable level, far surpassing his previous self. Subsequently, Qin Chuan left the third teleportation gate and arrived at the second teleportation gate. With a hum, a dazzling light enveloped him as Qin Chuan's figure gradually appeared at the entrance of the second teleportation gate. Upon arrival, Qin Chuan observed a continuous stream of Beast Island lords queuing to enter the second teleportation gate. A cursory glance revealed that the number exceeded 50,000. And this figure was steadily increasing, making the second teleportation gate extraordinarily bustling. This count did not even include those inside the second teleportation gate, or those who had already departed. After all, this time, the Ring of the Gods did not require bloodshed to seize. One merely needed to gain its recognition. It could be said that everyone had a chance to become the ring's master. Upon his arrival, Qin Chuan joined the throng and stepped into the teleportation gate. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by an expanse of boundless grassland. Qin Chuan subsequently summoned the wind god Terrasor and soared deep into its heart. After approximately half an hour of flight, he beheld an immense altar nestled beneath the vast prairie. Atop the altar, a blood-red ring glimmered with an eerie crimson light, quietly suspended in the air. Below, throngs of people approached, eager to touch it. Yet, without exception, they were thwarted by an invisible barrier, unable to make contact. Those who failed in their attempts could only depart the altar in disappointment, their frustration palpable. Qin Chuan found a relatively uncrowded spot to descend and blended into the mass of humanity. It was likely that tens of thousands had attempted to claim the ring that day. Who would ultimately become its master remained uncertain. With billions of Beast Island lords, surely one would be acknowledged. It was merely a matter of whose fortune would shine brighter. As long as those current ring owners were kept at bay, it would be preferable. Otherwise, their might would be exceedingly formidable. You must be referring to Qin Chuan, the only one who possesses dual rings, someone remarked. After all, he was the only ring master yet to attempt the challenge. What if he were to be recognized? As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Qin Chuan scanned the area, searching for Guitu and Li Tong. However, with so many people, locating just one or two among nearly 100,000 was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he decided to abandon his search for the moment and instead followed the crowd towards the ring atop the altar, intending to secure it first. As Qin Chuan pushed into the throng, his sudden intrusion sparked discontent among several Beast Island lords nearby. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know how to queue? One shouted. We've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Why should you cut in line? Get back to the end. Another added. Kid, if you don't scram, don't blame me for being ruthless. Several lords bellowed in unison. With a calm demeanor, Qin Chuan turned his head slightly. Initially, the crowd did not recognize the audacious figure, but upon noticing the dual rings adorning his fingers, their expression shifted dramatically. It's Qin Chuan. Indeed, he possesses 2 rings. All the ring masters are here now. How infuriating. It seems the divine ring will be claimed by Qin Chuan. Impossible. The other ring masters have not been acknowledged. Even Qin Chuan may not succeed. As the surrounding individuals conversed, Qin Chuan had already ascended the altar. Suddenly, the blood-red ring burst forth with a radiant crimson light. Trembling slightly, this spectacle left the nearby Beast Island lords in astonishment. The divine ring is moving. Is it about to be taken? Indeed, Qin Chuan possesses the strength. The other ring masters cannot compare. Just as everyone believed the divine ring was destined to be claimed by Qin Chuan. A peculiar scene unfolded as the divine ring trembled incessantly, its crimson energy surging outward. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that he sensed a faint undercurrent of fear emanating from the divine ring. Are you afraid of me? Qin Chuan was utterly astonished. After all, the faint dread he discerned from the ring resulted in its relentless quaking. This bizarre occurrence was indeed quite astonishing. In that very moment, the information of the divine ring surged into Qin Chuan's mind. Blood-killing ring enhances the combat prowess of its bonded beast by absorbing other beasts. The willful master of the Beast Island will be deeply bound by it, and any beasts absorbed by the blood-killing ring cannot be revived through the beast nest. As the information about the divine ring materialized, Qin Chuan's brows knitted tightly. This ring certainly did not appear to be a benevolent artifact. It exuded an ominous aura. Nevertheless, having it was better than not having it at all. After all, the decision to utilize it lay solely with him, Qin Chuan mused, extending his hand to grasp it. Buzz! Just as Qin Chuan was about to touch the blood-killing ring, it suddenly soared away into the distance. Chapter 84. Ambush. The series of bizarre phenomena left Qin Chuan utterly baffled. Could it be that the blood-killing ring was fleeing out of sheer fear of him? Or perhaps it realized it could not bind him deeply and chose to escape instead. This spectacle rendered the surrounding Beast Island master speechless. What in the world? Why did the ring fly away? I thought it would be seized by Qin Chuan. It appears the ring is more reluctant to associate with him than we are. This is utterly absurd. As everyone stood in astonishment, Qin Chuan began to comprehend the situation. The ring genuinely did not wish to be worn by him, hence its flight. It was a ring with its own will. Well, if it does not want to be with me, I shall not force it. This worthless ring, Qin Chuan muttered. However, the ring that Qin Chuan deemed worthless was regarded as a supreme artifact by the other Beast Island masters. Consequently, a multitude of them surged forward, pursuing the divine ring. Upon ascending to a certain height, the divine ring abruptly veered back, darting toward the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it vanished among nearly 100,000 people. Damn it, who took the divine ring? Why did it suddenly disappear? It was just here. How could it vanish so abruptly? Someone must have hidden it. Who has it? Hand it over. If you lack the strength, you cannot wield the divine ring. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar, all searching for the whereabouts of the divine ring. Amidst the throng, a slender, unassuming young man, appearing anxious and frail, struggled to weave through the crowd, seemingly desperate to escape their gaze. Perhaps due to his unimpressive appearance and diminutive stature, no one paid him any mind. Yet, it appeared that the divine ring had chosen him as its master. At this moment, Qin Chuan was no longer focused on the blood-killing ring, but instead, his gaze continually swept over the crowd. It was then that a man, accompanied by dozens of others, began to distance himself from the throng. Infuriatingly, he had initially intended to seize the second divine ring and subsequently reclaim the royal authority ring from the man surnamed Qin. However, the ring resolutely refused to acknowledge him as its master. Initially, he had contemplated waiting for someone else to don it before making his move to steal it. But to his dismay, it vanished into the crowd. It appeared that locating it among nearly 100,000 people was virtually impossible. At this moment, Li Tong wore a sullen expression, contemplating a retreat through the second teleportation portal. Initially, Zhang Li and his companions had arrived together. But after Zhang Li was rejected as its master, he left first. Wu Tu lingered for a while, but upon realizing he could not obtain it, he too returned in disappointment. Only Li Tong remained, still hoping to devise another means of acquiring it, yet he had not succeeded. Just as Li Tong was about to depart with the members of the Iron Lion Alliance, a sudden gust of wind swept past, and Qin Chuan's figure materialized right before him. Leader Li, it has been a day since we last met. I hope you have been well, Qin Chuan said. His gaze immediately fixed on Li Tong. The unexpected sight of Qin Chuan startled Li Tong, as he had not recognized who had activated the blood-killing ring due to the overwhelming number of people and his position on the periphery. He had even assumed that Qin Chuan was still trapped within the first teleportation portal. The sudden appearance of Qin Chuan before him caused beads of cold sweat to form on Li Tong's forehead. Weren't you trapped in the first teleportation portal? How could you have emerged so quickly? Li Tong exclaimed in shock. Do you think that place could confine me for a lifetime? Qin Chuan replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at the crowd. Strange, weren't you with Guetu? Where has that fellow gone? Upon hearing this, Li Tong immediately sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. Qin Chuan, you have taken my royal authority ring. What more do you seek? Li Tong demanded. Isn't that a question with an obvious answer? Qin Chuan retorted with a smirk. Originally, he had intended to seize Guetu's symbiotic ring, but to his surprise, Guetu had already vacated the second teleportation portal. Nevertheless, the trip was not in vain, as Li Tong still remained. Leader, this fellow aims to take your furnace ring. Quickly, inform Leader Zhang and Guetu to come to our aid, shouted several members of the Iron Lion Alliance, promptly summoning their beast companions and preparing for battle. Qin Chuan merely watched Li Tong as he sought assistance, showing no intention of stopping him. If they could all arrive together, it would be even better for him to annihilate them all at once. Zhongli, Guetu, hurry to the second teleportation portal. I am being targeted by that man surnamed Chen. Li Tong urgently called for help, sending messages to both Zhongli and Guetu. As he finished sending the messages, Qin Chuan flexed his wrist. Are you done? Don't think that just because you are the master of 2 rings, you can act recklessly. You still cannot take on 3 opponents. Li Tong shouted. Who informed you that I would engage in a 1 against 3? I shall first eliminate you before dealing with the other 2. This becomes a 1 against 2. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Chuan abruptly raised his hand into a fist. Buzz. As the fusion ring radiated its brilliance, the 7-ton Tyrannosaurus swiftly descended to the ground. Simultaneously, 5 Tyrannosaurus and 5 colossal dragons landed as well. A grand total of 11 Beast Emperor-level dinosaurs. Goodness, what kind of absurdity is this? How could he summon so many Beast Emperor-level creatures? Wasn't he only able to command 6 before? Several members of the Iron Lion were genuinely astonished by this spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Tong sensed the precariousness of the situation and promptly raised his hand to unleash the furnace ring, rapidly transforming into a lion-headed beast man. The aura of Beast Emperor-level power exploded forth. Faced with such a formidable humanoid beast companion, Qin Chuan was certainly not complacent. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Summoning 11 Beast Emperor-level creatures for battle certainly demonstrated significant respect. You must immediately restrain the beast companions. I will take down the one surnamed Qin, Li Tong commanded decisively. This time, when coming through the second transmission portal, Li Tong had brought 30 formidable individuals. Clearly, instructing them to confront 10 Beast Emperor-level creatures, along with a Tyrannosaurus, was nothing short of a fool's errand. Before these 30 strong warriors could control their beast companions to charge forward, Qin Chuan once again revealed the royal authority ring. Buzz, as the aura of royal authority expanded. In an instant, all beast companions, including Li Tong, were suppressed. Simultaneously, the 11 beast companions received a boost, their bodies emanating vast amounts of steam. Thunderstorm Domain, Infernal Breath. Seizing the moment when everyone was under pressure, Qin Chuan immediately unleashed his skills. Boom. As bolts of lightning and torrents of flame surged forth, nearly instantaneously engulfing the nearly 500 beast companions released by the 30 strong warriors. The terrifying heat and thunder strikes instantly annihilated over 400 beast companions. Only a few dozen, reaching Beast King and Beast Emperor levels, managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, these 30 individuals, along with Li Tong, could muster no more than 7 Beast Emperor-level companions, scarcely half of Qin Chuan's total. Perhaps only if Li Tong deployed every Beast Emperor-level member of his alliance would he possess the qualification to contend with Qin Chuan. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Leader, we must flee. Witnessing the incapacity of his fellow Iron Lion members to withstand even a single encounter, Li Tong's face turned ashen. However, at this juncture, escaping was nearly impossible. The only option was to fight to the death, delaying until Zhang Li and Guetu could come to their aid, thus creating a chance for battle. Chapter 85. The Foundation as Qin Chuan unleashed the power of the Royal Authority Ring to suppress Li Tong. Countless Beast Island lords surrounding them simultaneously felt the overwhelmingly tyrannical force of the Royal Authority Ring. It is the power of the Royal Authority Ring. It seems that Qin Chuan and Li Tong have engaged in combat? How could they possibly be fighting? Did Qin Chuan previously seize Li Tong's royal authority ring, leading Li Tong to harbor resentment and seek to reclaim it? Nonsense. Observing the situation, it is evident that Qin Chuan seeks to seize Li Tong's furnace ring. How astonishing is this? I never anticipated that a visit to the second teleportation portal would unfold into a fierce battle between ring bearers. One cannot help but wonder who will emerge victorious. Is there really a need for speculation? As the foremost individual of the Endless Sea, Qin Chuan possesses dual rings and a dinosaur pet, which leaves Li Tong with scant hope of triumph. While the onlookers indulge in their gossip, Qin Chuan commands the fire elemental Tyrannosaurus Rex, relentlessly pursuing Li Tong with fervor. Qin, you have taken my sovereign ring, and now you dare to strike against me. Are you not going too far? Li Tong exclaimed, his face contorted with fury after evading a short distance. Excessive? You three have formed an anti-Qin Chuan alliance. Yet you dare to call it excessive? Today is merely a result of your poor fortune. My original target was Guotu, who managed to escape swiftly. However, it matters not, for seizing your furnace ring will suffice. As Qin Chuan's words fell, he raised his hand, infernal breath. With that, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing heat. The surging flames, akin to a colossal wolf, enveloped Li Tong entirely. Faced with the overwhelming blaze, Li Tong dared not be negligent. He leaped into the air, his palms slicing through the atmosphere, as gusts of wind swiftly dissipated the flames. Yet, at the very moment Li Tong landed, before the flames had fully extinguished, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lunged forth from the inferno, its gaping maw aimed directly at Li Tong's head. Cursed be this fate. Li Tong, gazing at the menacing mouth capable of shattering his skull, turned pale, as for a fleeting instant, he felt the icy grip of death. However, under the merciless oppression of the sovereign ring, his strength waned. Even as he attempted to summon powerful winds for a counterbalance to evade, he was still caught off guard by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted as Li Tong's entire arm was mangled, blood and flesh torn asunder. Had he not dodged in time, he might have lost the entire limb. This grievous injury rendered Li Tong even paler, forcing him to rely on his agility to retreat further, setting aside the Tyrannosaurus Rex's formidable prowess that could contend with a Dominion-level combatant. The oppressive force of the Sovereign Ring alone inflicted unbearable torment upon Li Tong. Qin Chuan, cease this at once, Li Tong implored. Recalling Lu Yun's prior warning that before the second beast tied, internal conflict would be detrimental to both parties. Yet, Qin Chuan dismissed Li Tong's plea. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Compared to the impending second beast tide, what you truly desire is my demise. Rather than waiting for you to turn against me, I shall eliminate you first. Qin Chuan was resolute and undeterred. Prior to this enhancement, he may not have possessed the full confidence to vanquish all three adversaries. However, the current circumstances had shifted dramatically. The main combatants were the Beast Emperors, providing him with the audacity for a counterattack. Electromagnetic shock. As Qin Chuan once again unleashed his skills, the three colossal beast dragons nearby simultaneously redirected their enormous maws. With a resounding hum, three electromagnetic shockwaves tore through the void, hurtling directly towards Li Tong. Damn it! Li Tong exclaimed in fury, immediately releasing three Beast Emperor-level lions. As these three mutated Earth attribute lions emerged, they swiftly positioned themselves in front of Li Tong, their bodies rapidly crystallizing. A dull thud echoed as the force of the electromagnetic pulse was almost instantaneously halted. However, the three lions, subjected to concentrated electric strikes, immediately fell into a state of rigidity. Qin Chuan deftly commanded the three colossal beast dragons to engage in combat. Given the southward beast dragon's sheer size, it easily overpowered the lions. Combined with the enhancement from the Ring of Sovereignty, Li Tong's beasts were utterly powerless. A single charge from the three colossal beast dragons severely injured the three lions. In desperation, Li Tong had no choice but to unleash all 15 of his Beast King-level lions, essentially laying bare his entire arsenal. Not bad, Qin Chuan remarked. For Beast Emperors and 15 Beast Kings. If you hadn't squandered your resources on that treasure map, you could have easily assembled a Dominator-level beast. Upon hearing this, Li Tong gritted his teeth in anger. His earlier purchase of the treasure map had nearly depleted his resources. Yet, even with the complete treasure map, he had still fallen into Qin Chuan's trap. That woman who sold me the treasure map, she was brought to me by you. Wasn't she, you scoundrel? Li Tong seethed. Now you realize it? Too late, Qin Chuan retorted as he continued to command the ferocious velociraptors to launch their assault. This scene was utterly astonishing to the numerous beast island lords surrounding them. Was this truly the combat prowess of the first among the Endless Sea? It was simply terrifying. Though Li Tong was also a master of the ring, he was in an entirely different league from Qin Chuan. With such an abundance of beast emperor-level dinosaurs, even 3 Li Tongs combined would not stand a chance. Amidst the crowd's discussions, numerous powerful figures from the Star River Alliance also watched, initially considering intervening. However, upon witnessing Qin Chuan's overwhelming fighting capability, they quickly dismissed that idea. Send a message to the leader, he must not come. This fellow is currently riding high. And I estimate Li Tong 1T last 3 minutes, muttered a Star River expert. If Li Tong falls, that Qin will possess 3 divine rings. And then we will truly be at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, stationed within Beast Island, had received Li Tong's distress signal just a few minutes prior. He immediately gathered 500 strong allies and contacted Guotu, preparing to lead the army for reinforcement. Yet, before Zhang Li could set off, news arrived from his own alliance. 11 Beast Emperor-level beasts? Where did this fellow summon so many Beast Emperor-level pets? Zhang Li was visibly taken aback upon reading the message. Beep beep. At that moment, Guotu's message arrived. Leader Zhang, are you prepared? I fear we may arrive too late. Li Tong cannot hold on much longer. Zhang Li replied, let us refrain from rash actions for the time being. I have just received word from the strong ones in our alliance, and it seems Li Tong may not last until we reach him. Even if they hurried to the second teleportation portal, it would take at least 30 minutes to reach Li Tong's location. By the time they arrived, the grass on Li Tong's grave would be 3 meters high. However, Zhang Li's words incensed Guotu. What do you mean? Are we to stand idly by? Watch our ally perish before our eyes. Chapter 86. A ring gained. Guotu had been among the first to ally with Li Tong, and he placed greater trust in him than in Zhang Li. Thus, even if Zhang Li hesitated to take risks, Guotu resolved to go regardless. This decision, however, left Zhang Li fuming. You fool. If Qin Chuan truly fears us, then Li Tong would not have had the time to call for help. Consider this with your feeble mind. Why was Li Tong able to send distress signals to both of us simultaneously? At that moment, Zhang Li was not entirely foolish. He understood that Qin Chuan intended to eliminate them all. After all, should a conflict arise, with Qin Chuan's formidable Beast Emperor-level strength, Li Tong would have no opportunity to send a plea for aid. Merely surviving would be his utmost limit. Guotu was awakened by Zhang Li's words. But if Li Tong is slain, and Qin Chuan acquires the 3rd ring, coupled with that wretched woman Yu Qi-wan, what chance do we have left? Zhang Li also felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Perhaps previously they could rely on their numerical advantage to match Qin Chuan evenly. Yet if Qin Chuan obtained the 3rd ring, the odds would shift dramatically against them. Listen to me, abandon Li Tong. We can seek other divine rings or recruit other powerful allies, Zhang Li responded. With matters reaching this point, Guotu could only suppress his anger. Though he possessed an indestructible body, his beast companions lacked the fighting prowess of Qin Chuan. If he truly ventured forth, the likelihood of being captured by Qin Chuan was exceedingly high, thus posing great danger. Hence, Zhang Li and Guotu tacitly closed their chat window. An action tantamount to betraying Li Tong. Time slipped by minute. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had been engaged in combat with Li Tong for roughly 50 minutes. It was not that Qin Chuan could not defeat him. During this time, he had at least 20 opportunities to eliminate Li Tong. The reason for his restraint lay in waiting for Zhang Li and Guotu's reinforcements. Yet as the moments dragged on, Li Tong could barely maintain his footing. And the promised support still had not arrived, gradually eroding Qin Chuan's patience. Li Tong, it appears your allies are utterly unreliable. It has been 50 minutes, even on foot. They should have arrived by now. Qin Chuan lamented, shrugging his shoulders. Gasping for breath, Li Tong was covered in blood. Despite his eager anticipation, those 2 figures remained conspicuously absent, plunging him into utter despair. Zhang Li, Guotu, may your ancestors be cursed. Was it not agreed that we would face challenges together? Have you truly betrayed me? At that moment, Li Tong was overwhelmed with despair, erupting in fury. His 15 Beast King-level lions and 3 Beast Emperor-level creatures lay either dead or gravely injured. Moreover, the numerous formidable allies he had brought along were swiftly dealt with by the brutal Tyrannosaurus, leaving Li Tong utterly isolated. Realizing that there was no hope for rescue, he willingly relinquished his beast transformation and slowly removed the furnace ring from his finger. Qin Chuan, I am no match for you. I concede defeat. Grant me a swift end. Seeing Li Tong's acceptance of his fate, Qin Chuan stepped forward and took the furnace ring from his hand. With a sharp snap, the ferocious raptor unleashed a torrent of blood, and Li Tong's body collapsed to the ground. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Had Li Tong truly perished? He was the first ringmaster to be eliminated from the Endless Sea. Indeed, only a ringmaster could vanquish another ringmaster. Now, Qin Chuan had ascended to the status of the third ringmaster, and barring any significant upheaval, it seemed unlikely that anyone could contend with him again. Many spectators expressed their astonishment. Qin Chuan regarded the furnace ring in his hand, gently sliding it onto his ring finger. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign gracing the Endless Sea. The possession of the furnace ring signified that he had acquired the means for self-preservation and no longer needed to fear for his safety in battle. A subtle smile graced his lips. The furnace ring allowed Qin Chuan to assimilate with his dinosaur, endowing him with equivalent combat prowess and regenerative capabilities. This provided him with an inherent advantage on the ever-changing battlefield, as most Beast Island lords, despite reaching the level of the Dark God, were not as formidable as their beasts. Therefore, until he obtained a symbiotic ring, the furnace ring was his optimal choice. Afterward, Qin Chuan surveyed the battlefield, scavenging approximately 8,000 essence and over 50 cores of various attributes from Li Tong and his fallen allies. A mere 8,000 essence? How disappointing for a ringmaster. Qin Chuan mused with a hint of resignation. He had hoped to strike it rich from Li Tong, but that ambition now seemed unrealistic. However, this was to be expected, for Li Tong had previously expended a considerable amount of essence to acquire treasure maps and had generously compensated Guotu for assistance in seizing the Ring of Sovereignty, nearly draining his Iron Lion alliance. Subsequently, Qin Chuan departed from the second teleportation portal, intending to check on the third portal to see if the goblins had located the essence mine. Simultaneously, news of Li Tong's death spread like wildfire across the Endless Sea, igniting fervent discussions in the World Chat channel. Why did Qin Chuan suddenly turn on Li Tong? Who knows? In truth, I am not in favor of internal strife. After all, the second phase of the Beast Tide requires our united defense. Qin Chuan's actions effectively undermined the entire Iron Lion alliance. Yet, what use is dissent? In the Endless Sea, the one with the strongest fist holds the authority. It is unwise to speak in such terms. One fears a monopoly. Should Qin Chuan accumulate several god rings, it would indeed be disastrous for me. It seems this is precisely the case. Once Qin Chuan has no rivals. He could do as he pleases, and none could halt him. Is there not still the alliance leader, Zhang? He remains the foremost leader of the Endless Sea. It now depends on whether Zhang Li has the courage to suppress Qin Chuan. As countless Beast Island lords engaged in discussion, the news of Li Tong's demise naturally reached the ears of Zhang Li and Guotu's Day. This scoundrel has slain Li Tong, severing one of my limbs. If this person is not dealt with, it seems I shall never sleep soundly again. Zhang Li seethed with anger. Alas, when I departed, I instructed Li Tong to leave. Yet he refused to relent. Now, he has not only failed to acquire the new ring, but has also lost his life. Guotu mirrored Zhang Li's fury. Enough. The second phase of the Beast Tide is fast approaching. We must conserve our strength. After all, this stage promises a unique reward, perhaps our chance to topple Qin Chuan. Zhang Li declared. By the way, it seems the new ring from the second teleportation portal has already been claimed. Perhaps we should investigate, even if we cannot seize it. We might still rally some support, Guotu suggested. Zhang Li replied, indeed. We can send individuals to monitor the 3 teleportation portals and see if we can uncover any leads. After all, the acquisition of a new ring would not go unnoticed. Chapter 87. 100,000 Exotic Beasts. At the third teleportation portal, after concluding his confrontation with Li Tong, Qin Chuan returned to the site. Upon arriving at the mine, he sent a message to Chun Yahui. Hui, have you located the mine? However, after a considerable time, there was still no response from Chun Yahui. Just then, Yi Qiwan approached, her expression one of astonishment. Mr. Qin, you have defeated Li Tong. I had intended to eliminate all 3 of them. But Zhang Li and Guotu left early. They were fortunate to escape, allowing them a few more days of life, Qin Chuan replied, raising his hand slightly as if the deed were inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Qin, you are now the master of the 3 rings. It appears we need not fear Zhang Li and his ilk any longer, she exclaimed, genuinely elated. After all, their alliance had become unbreakable. If they could defeat Zhang Li, they would face no further threats in the Endless Sea. Even without being the master of the 3 rings, he need not intimidate us. However, we must remain vigilant. For Zhang Li is cunning and employs underhanded tactics, Qin Chuan said thoughtfully. Perhaps his greatest strength lies not in his combat prowess, but in his incessant array of dirty tricks. One cannot discount the possibility of a coalition forming against him. Yet, there is a saying that rings true. In the face of absolute strength, all shadowy schemes and conspiracies are but the antics of a mere jester. By the way, have you seen Hui Wei? Qin Chuan inquired. No, she set off 2 hours ago with 200 goblins to search for the mineral vein. I just sent her a message. But she hasn't replied. Yi Qingwan expressed her concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately became alert. It is possible, however. Hui Wei possesses the Beast Emperor-grade Trihorn Dragon I gifted her. Even if she encounters a Dominator-level foe, she should be able to retreat unscathed. It is unlikely she hasn't sent any updates. Perhaps we should go look for her. After all, we have barely explored 1/10,000th of the third teleportation portal. And there may be hidden dangers lurking in the depths, Yu Qi suggested. All right, you search the ground while I scout from above, Qin Chuan replied. Summoning his wind god Pterosaur and leaping into the air, Yu Qi promptly contacted the Alliance's strong warriors, gathering over 200 individuals to prepare for ground reconnaissance. Although Qin Chuan's wind god Pterosaur had a broad field of vision, it was inevitable that certain caves and similar locations would remain uncharted. As the wind god Pterosaur flapped its wings, it soared high into the sky. After nearly an hour of flight, apart from spotting a few scattered Beast Island lords and some exotic beasts, Qin Chuan had yet to uncover any trace of Chen Yahui. Just as he was about to change direction to continue his search, he suddenly noticed dozens of Beast Island lords rushing toward the entrance of the third teleportation portal below. Furthermore, groups of 3 to 5 Beast Island lords were seen fleeing from other directions, evidently trying to escape from something behind them. This scene seemed eerily familiar. He had previously rescued a group of Beast Island lords from a pursuit by the Earth Demons. Could it be that another group was being hunted down? With this troubling thought, Qin Chuan swiftly descended. With a rush of wind, he landed steadily on the ground. Upon seeing Qin Chuan with the wind god Pterosaur, the faces of the dozen or so Beast Island lords changed dramatically, clearly recognizing his identity. Is that a Pterosaur? Is it the mighty Qin Chuan? Exclaimed a young man in astonishment. The others, frightened, took several steps back, exclaiming, Mighty Qin Chuan, we are mere small fries and possess little essence. Please do not slay us. Do I truly appear so malevolent? Qin Chuan responded, bemused. Clearly, in the eyes of these Beast Island lords, he was not viewed as a benevolent figure. Seeing that Qin Chuan had no intention of attacking them, the group collectively sighed in relief. After all, if he were to strike, they would be annihilated in an instant. Have you encountered Earth Demons? Why are you all retreating? Qin Chuan inquired. We are indeed in peril. But it is not just the Earth Demons. There are also other intelligent exotic beasts that are actively capturing Beast Island lords exploring the underground world. We received early warnings, which is why we hastily withdrew from the third teleportation portal, a young man replied. Other intelligent exotic beasts? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. It appears that these intelligent beasts have been summoned by the Mother of Wisdom and are gathering in large numbers, likely preparing for the impending second beast tide in a few days, the youth remarked. Oh, that is not surprising. Qin Chuan nodded slightly and added, on your way back, did you encounter a girl accompanied by 200 goblins? I am uncertain. If she ventured deeper, it is highly probable that she has been captured, the youth replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan recognized that the situation was rather dire. He swiftly leaped onto the wind spirit wyvern and soared forward. After flying a considerable distance, he indeed observed a multitude of beasts converging in the same direction. These creatures, though varying in species, were all intelligent. Qin Chuan conducted a brief analysis and swiftly discerned their nature. Among them were some robust beings, nearly 3 meters tall, with lizard-like heads, belonging to the frenzied lizard tribe. There were also those resembling humans, yet possessing pale skin and emanating an aura of intense cold, identified as the Ice Demon tribe. Additionally, there were the familiar adversaries, the Earth Demon tribe. In addition to these 3 species, there was a contingent of rock giants. The combined number of these 4 tribes amounted to at least 30 to 40,000. The majority consisted of beast kings, with nearly 200 beast emperors present, while the number of dominators, albeit fewer, was not less than 10. It is noteworthy that this was merely a gathering from the third teleportation portal. The first and second portals were likely also assembling their forces. It seems that Lu Yun was correct. The difficulty of this second beast tide is indeed substantial. This is merely the initial assembly, and the subsequent numbers are expected to multiply significantly. Qin Chuan felt the gravity of the situation, despite his recent advancements. Recklessly charging in would likely lead to his demise, given the overwhelming numbers of beast emperors and dominators, coupled with 30 to 40,000 beast kings. A strategy of attrition could easily overwhelm him. Resolving this predicament could not rely solely on individual prowess. As Qin Chuan delved deeper, he beheld, in the distance, a vast black plain where tens of thousands of beasts had assembled. The total count approached nearly 100,000. If these beasts were to suddenly emerge from the third teleportation portal, it would be inconceivable to withstand their assault, potentially sweeping across the entire endless sea without resistance. Against such a formidable horde, relying solely on those with inferior strength, such as the Beast Island Lords, would indeed yield no chance of victory. It appears that my enhancements, when compared to this magnitude, remain insufficient. Qin Chuan initially believed that his recent upgrades would alleviate his fears of inadequate firepower. However, it is evident that much more effort is required.